The story mainly revolves around the lives of the little ponies, who experience various adventures, intertwined with the stories of the girls from Ponyville. Chapter 1. Watermelons growing on apple trees. In Sweet Apple Orchard, Applejack was kicking the apple trees as usual. She came to one tree, set down her basket, and kicked the trunk with her hind legs. Normally, a lot of apples would fall, but this time, for some reason, a huge object came crashing down, flattening the basket and startling Applejack. What happened? Seeing what was in the basket, she was quite shocked and ran to Twilight's castle. Twilight. Something bad has happened. Twilight was reading at the time. When she saw Applejack rushing in, she asked with concern, "Applejack, what happened? Why are you so anxious?" Something really happened. I want to kick the apple tree like usual, and guess what? What? Did a watermelon fall from the apple tree? Twilight joked. You're exactly right. A watermelon fell from the tree. Applejack hurriedly replied. Twilight frowned and looked at Applejack. Applejack, watermelons are annual creeping vine plants. They absolutely cannot grow on trees, nor can they fall from trees. Based on the weight of the watermelon, if it were not ripe, it would break the tree trunk. So how could it fall just when you kick the apple tree? Just then, Pinkie Pie and Fluttershy came in, and Applejack explained the situation to them. They all burst out laughing. Applejack, how could a watermelon fall from a tree? If such a watermelon really exists, they'll swallow it whole. Okay. Seeing that they all didn't believe her, Applejack took them to Sweet Apple Orchard to see the watermelon she kicked down from the apple tree. At first, they all thought it couldn't be true, but when they got there, they saw a round, stone-like watermelon resting on the basket. Since the basket cushioned it, it wasn't damaged, but instead crushed the basket to pieces. The other 5 ponies were stunned, and Applejack pointed at the big watermelon and said, "See? When have I ever lied?" Rainbow Dash quietly said, "I thought it would be a tiny watermelon the size of an apple, but it's this big. Pinkie, didn't you just say you could swallow it whole? Why don't you give it a try? This watermelon is as thick as my waist." Pinkie Pie approached the watermelon to show them the size comparison. The most shocked was Twilight. No, this is impossible, I know. You must have placed a watermelon here to prank us, right? Ha. Twilight looked at her with eager eyes, unwilling to accept something that defied the laws of nature. Do you think I'm that bored? Applejack walked to another apple tree, kicked it, and another watermelon fell, nearly hitting Twilight, but luckily Spike caught it with magic. Okay, I give in. How did this watermelon grow on the tree? Did you develop a new species, Applejack? Hey, what are you talking about? Sweet Apple Orchard can only have apples if I grew it. I'd change my name to Watermelon Jack from now on. Maybe this isn't a bad thing. You know, watermelons are quite tasty. I wonder what this one tastes like. Pinkie Pie took a bite out of the watermelon, and the next second, her teeth started falling out one by one. So hard. This is a real stone watermelon. Pinkie cried, covering her mouth. It turned out the watermelon skin was very hard, which explained how it could crush the basket without being damaged. Why did our apple tree end up like this? Applejack sat down on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Her friends came to comfort her, but Applejack was still very sad. At that moment, Apple Bloom came humming a tune, rushing over. I dropped a drop of potion, and finally, a watermelon grew. Today is harvest day. Seeing her sister Applejack sitting on the ground crying, Apple Bloom hurried over and asked, "Sister, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Looking at Twilight beside her, she seemed just as helpless. Having grown up, she had never seen such a strange thing. Although they speculated that some pony used magic to turn the apples into watermelons, they couldn't figure out who did it. At that moment, Apple Bloom burst out laughing. Haha, sister, actually I did this. What? Apple Bloom, you say you did all this? That's impossible. You don't have horns and can't use magic. How did you turn these apples into watermelons? Applejack grabbed Apple Bloom by the shoulders. Apple Bloom explained, I really can't use magic, but I can brew potions. A few days ago, I went to see Zekara, and she was making a potion that helps plants adapt to their environment. This potion allows plum blossoms to bloom in summer and dragon fruit to grow in the ground, making it possible for plants to adapt to environments they normally couldn't. MS. Cheerly always said that watermelons can't grow on trees. But in this world, there's really nothing impossible. So I asked Zekara for some potion to plant the watermelon seeds on the branches, and the thick branches grew watermelons. Also, I was afraid the watermelons would fall and get damaged, so I asked Twilight for some potion to harden objects. Otherwise, chicks wouldn't be able to hatch from their eggs. This potion mainly prevents accidental damage to eggs during transport. The truth was revealed. It was Apple Bloom who did this. Applejack's face turned red with anger, and she kicked Apple Bloom out of Sweet Apple Orchard. Your potion to prevent the watermelon from being smashed nearly turned your big sister into a pancake. From today on, you will change your name to Watermelon Bloom. Chapter 2. Detox Grass. One day, while making blueberry cake, Mrs. Cake discovered that there were hardly any blueberries left in the shop, so she went out to gather some. Many blueberries grew in Mr. Poppy's abandoned estate. But before Mrs. Cake could say a word, she collapsed, and Beaky screamed, "Ah!" Mrs. Cake. After taking her to the hospital, the doctor told her, "The situation is not optimistic. She has been poisoned. We don't know what kind of snake bit her, so we can't prescribe any medicine." "Doctor, can't you just prescribe some medicine?" Beaky asked. "You child, can medicine be prescribed casually? The poison she has is one that the ponies in Ponyville have never encountered before. So we have no record of it, and we don't know what medicine to use," the doctor explained. "We can only treat her with antivenom. And if there is no antidote, she will surely die." "What? No!" Beaky shouted to the sky, but the doctors and nurses in the hospital shushed her, signaling her to be quiet, as the pony patients needed a quiet environment for treatment. Beaky picked up a bag, blew into it, handed it to the doctor, and then left. The doctor curiously opened it, and Beaky's cries of no echoed from inside. It turned out she had trapped all her screams in the bag. After going outside, Beaky couldn't help but cry. "Oh, no. Mrs. Cake is such a good pony, and now she is going to die. She has 2 children. What will they do?" Beaky's crying caught the attention of Ruru. Beaky, what's wrong? Why are you crying so sadly?" "Ruru." Beaky hugged Ruru and cried loudly, making Ruru feel quite embarrassed. Beaky, what happened? Can you tell me first?" "It's like this. Mrs. Cake was bitten by a snake today, and the poison is beyond the doctor's ability to handle. If nothing changes today, Mrs. Cake might die. Can I not be upset?" Beaky said before crying out loud again, her tears flowing like 2 waterfalls. "What? Mrs. Cake was bitten by a poisonous snake? Where did it happen?" Ruru asked. It seems to be at Mr. Poppy's abandoned estate, where no ponies have lived for a long time, so there are many wild blueberries. She was bitten by the snake there," Beaky said. "That's great." "What? Ruru, what are you saying? Mrs. Cake is in danger, and you actually say that's great? Are you still a pony?" Beaky questioned, stretching her neck. Ruru pushed Beaky away. "Beaky, let me finish. When I said that's great, I meant that Mrs. Cake can be saved." "What? Ruru, do you mean you have a way to save Mrs. Cake?" "Yes, but we need to go back to Mr. Poppy's abandoned estate. Mr. Poppy's abandoned estate is close to the forever free forest, where wild beasts often sneak out from the forest to steal food from Mr. Poppy's house. Mr. Poppy wanted to sell the estate, but no pony dared to buy it, so it was left abandoned. After it was abandoned, some small animals moved in, including snakes. Ruru was also unsure what kind of snake bit Mrs. Cake, so she could only make a decision after seeing it. For safety's sake, you should go find Jinchi and get a pair of boots from her, so the snake can't bite your hooves, Ruru told Beaky. But Beaky didn't want to wear them. As long as you are here, no animal can hurt me. If we see a snake, you can use the staring technique on it, and I'll be safe, right? Beaky, the staring technique. La 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 la. Beaky didn't listen to Ruru and hummed a song as she walked ahead. Ruru sighed and followed behind. Ruru said to Beaky, "Many ponies don't know that there is detox grass around poisonous snakes. As long as we find it, Mrs. Cake can be saved." "What does it look like?" "I'm not too sure, but it will look out of place among the surrounding grass. Just like a white flower among a bunch of red ones." Ruru made a vivid comparison. When they arrived, they saw the basket Mrs. Cake had dropped and the trampled plants. Based on the direction in which the blueberries had fallen, Ruru found the crime scene. At that moment, the snake had already disappeared. According to Ruru, they should be able to find the detox grass nearby, so they split up to search. Although the detox grass looked different from the surrounding grass, there was too much wild grass around, and Beaky was dazzled and couldn't find the so-called out-of-place wild grass. But soon, Beaky discovered a small cluster of tiny-leaved grass in a dark corner. The leaves were very thin, resembling a snake's tongue, and it bore very small white flowers. Beaky guessed that this was the detox grass they were looking for. Just as she was about to pick it, a snake sprang out, standing upright and flicking its tongue, seemingly unwilling to let Beaky take it. Snake. "Oh no, if I don't pick this grass, Mrs. Cake will be in danger. I must pick it." Beaky risked being bitten by the snake and stepped forward. The snake didn't hold back and opened its mouth to bite. On the other side, Ruru heard Beaky's shout and hurried over, but by the time she arrived, Beaky had already collapsed with a piece of grass in her mouth, and the snake had coiled around her, seemingly about to swallow her. "No, don't hurt my friend," Ruru screamed as she charged over. The snake opened its mouth, revealing its fangs, signaling Ruru not to act rashly. But Ruru was furious. "You are definitely the most immoral snake in the world. Mrs. Cake has no enmity with you. She just came to pick blueberries and did not mean to disturb you, yet you bit her. What's more, we came looking for an antidote. And not only did you not help, but you also bit Beaky. You are making one mistake after another." "This is my territory," the snake retorted. "This is not your territory. This is Mr. Poppy's abandoned house. You are occupying it without permission and causing harm, yet you feel justified in living here? Ruru activated the staring technique and glared at the snake before her. Although the snake had already left, Mrs. Cake never returned to that abandoned estate again. This was a lesson learned. Once bitten by a snake, one fears the rope for 10 years. Chapter 3, Ponyville Sports Day. Hey, good morning, every pony. The annual Ponyville Sports Day has begun. Beaky shouted loudly while sitting in a hot air balloon. At this time, the town center of Ponyville was bustling with ponies. To respond to the call of science and fitness to resist soft ponies, Ziyue required all young ponies to participate. All those with a weak physique who stayed at home all day must participate. Ziyue, you seem to meet those conditions too. Beaky said. Ziyue rolled her eyes. Okay, I'll participate. Otherwise, how can I respond to the call? At this moment, Applejack arrived at the venue with Jinshi, who was kicking her legs. Stop. Stop. Applejack. Don't push me. I don't want to participate in this sports day that will make me sweat all over. Applejack persuaded. Come on, Jinshi. Ziyue is right. Ponies like you who often stay at home need to exercise. You often faint for no reason. It must be due to lack of exercise. Yinbao added. I fainted because I was angry. Do you understand? Jinshi rolled her eyes. Suilong cheered from the side. Jinshi, go for it. Jinshi looked at the participants, most of whom were unicorns, and asked Ziyue, why are they all unicorns? Donkeys and Pegasi aren't participating? Jinshi, I'm not trying to discourage you. But 99 of the Earth ponies and Pegasi and Ponyville have better physiques than you. They are in excellent shape and don't need to participate in sports, Ziyue said. So you mean my physique is worse than most ponies? Xingguang asked Ziyue. You never do anything yourself. You always use magic. And you are even too lazy to walk, teleporting everywhere. So you must participate, Ziyue said seriously. In addition, to prevent everyone from cheating with magic, everyone will apply some potion on their horns so that they can't use magic temporarily. After dropping the potion on the corner, it indeed became impossible to use magic. Alright, I think you are all ready. So the first event is the long jump. Let's have Rainbow Dash demonstrate for us. Pinkie Pie pointed at Rainbow Dash below. Rainbow Dash lowered her body, her front hooves digging into the ground, and with a whistle, she ran out quickly. Although Rainbow Dash always flew, her running speed was no slower than that of a land pony. When she jumped, her leap was also larger than that of the other ponies. So she jumped a very long distance. If she hadn't tied her wings up, some ponies would surely think she was cheating by flying. All the ponies took their turns jumping and achieved impressive results. When it was Rarity's turn, she fell into worry. You mean I have to run over and bury all 4 hooves in the ground? No, I just had my hooves done today. Hurry up. The ponies behind her urged. Rarity had no choice but to run forward. But she ran very slowly, and when she jumped, it was just a light leap. So she didn't jump very far at all. Applejack and Fluttershy measured the distance. Not even 1 meter. Amidst the laughter of all the ponies, Rarity left in shame. The next event was the discus throw. Of course, the ponies couldn't throw the discus with their hooves. They had to hold it in their mouths and then fling it out. However, spitting the discus was just too unpleasant to hear, so we still called it throwing the discus. There was only 1 discus for the ponies to throw, and after one pony threw it, the referee would measure the distance and then pass it to the next competitor. Rarity was worried again. That discus has been bitten by so many ponies and thrown around. It must be so dirty. Dirty or not, each pony took turns throwing the discus. By the time it was Rarity's turn, the discus was already filthy, covered in saliva and mud. It was impossible to grip. Then, Applejack picked up the discus in front of Rarity. Rarity's face turned red as she took the discus in her mouth and sensed a salty taste. Did some pony eat garlic for breakfast? Why does this discus taste so weird? So, after taking the discus, she eagerly threw it. Sweetie Belle and Apple Bloom came forward to measure the distance. Only 1 meter. That broke the record for the lowest throw. Apple Bloom's youthful voice carried well, and all the ponies present heard it clearly, bursting into laughter. Nearby, Sweetie Belle felt embarrassed, burying her head in the ground like an ostrich. The next event was the marathon. Speaking of the marathon, some readers might say, I know, it's long-distance running, but that S in our human world, the marathon in Ponyville is much more advanced. Each pony has a pine tree tied to their back. Now that's a real marathon. When the pine tree was tied around Rarity's waist, she felt like she couldn't breathe. Don't tie it so tight. Applejack supported her waist, biting the rope, and said, No, if we don't tie it tight, the rope will loosen, and there won't be any pony to help you tighten it later. Applejack was really tightening it. Rarity felt like her waist was going to break. In contrast, the other ponies didn't feel so uncomfortable because their tying methods weren't as skilled as Applejack's. Applejack often tied straw, so how could her ties not be secure? Alright, The third event starts. All the ponies ran forward with all their might. But their speed was not fast at all because the pine tree was really heavy, and they truly felt the difficulty of moving. However, the weight of the pine tree was something the ponies could handle. Their speed just slowed down, and they could still move. Seeing Rarity unable to even cross the starting line, all the ponies laughed at her. Rarity felt deeply ashamed, lowering her head, and noticed Sweetie Belle was looking at her with tears in her eyes. "You're not my role model. You only know how to make those clothes. But you can't do any physical work. If I'm in danger, how will you protect me? With your clothes? I don't believe you anymore." At this moment, Rarity felt her pride severely wounded. Indeed, she had always maintained her fashion sense, making her sister feel so tall. But in sports, her performance was truly disappointing. And even she felt embarrassed. "No, Sweetie Belle, your sister won't let you feel ashamed." Rarity gritted her teeth and ran forward. Surprisingly, she managed to pull the heavy wooden post, and her speed increased. Although Twilight and the others were running ahead, Rainbow Dash's tying method was so poor that halfway through, the rope came undone. They had no choice but to tie it again. This gave Rarity a great opportunity to overtake them, thanks to Applejack's skilled knot tying. The rope was still secure. She took large strides and quickly caught up with Twilight and the others, leaving them behind. Was she on steroids? Seeing Rarity charging ahead, Twilight Sparkle was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Rarity, dragging the pine tree, dashed across the field, igniting the audience. "Rarity! Rarity!" Sweetie Belle heard everyone cheering and rushed over. Discovering Rarity was running towards the finish line at an incredible speed. At this speed, even a rabbit would be her grandchild. It was so fast. In the end, Rarity broke the long-standing marathon record in Ponyville with an hour of astonishing performance. "All right, so this is how we're playing it." Twilight Sparkle gasped for breath, lying on the ground, unable to move. Chapter 4. The Blitzkrieg of Ponyville Tanks. One day at school, Miss Cheerilee said to the ponies, "Students, next we will talk about history. Throughout the history of Ponyville, the most powerful beings are the alicorns and unicorns because they possess magic. However, a long time ago, Ponyville also created iron barrels, which could fire cannonballs and had very high defense." As she spoke, Miss Cheerilee drew a portrait of the iron barrel for them. "An iron barrel? No, it's what we know as a tank, just with a different name in Ponyville. Because it was too powerful, since Princess Celestia took over Ponyville. They could no longer produce such things." "Wow, it looks so cool," exclaimed Sweetie Belle, her eyes shining. "Yeah," Apple Bloom nodded. "But Miss Cheerilee said it's very dangerous." "So, Miss Cheerilee, how dangerous is it?" Sweetie Belle asked. "Very dangerous. It has a very hard shell, tremendous destructive power. And it's very large, bigger than a timber wolf, and can easily crush a row of timber wolves," Miss Cheerilee said, making claw gestures to scare them. But this didn't frighten them. Instead, it made them even more eager to see such a colossal object. However, since this thing has been banned, how could they see it? At that moment, Tiara walked over him. "Do you want to see those tanks too?" "Of course, but we can't see them at all." "Well, let me tell you. I have 10 at home. Do you believe it?" 10. How is that possible? If you don't believe me, you can come and see." Although Tiara's words were not credible, the Cutie Mark Crusaders still followed her. When they arrived, they indeed found 10 tanks, just as Miss Cheerilee described. But they were not big iron lumps. They were made of wood. Crafts. "Wow." Seeing these powerful tanks, Sweetie Belle said below, "Tiara, can I play with them too?" "Of course, but you can't play for free." Tiara raised her hoof and raised an eyebrow at her. "What do I have to pay?" All right. I'll give you something." Sweetie Belle rummaged through her backpack, but she only found 2 coins. Tiara was somewhat unhappy. That's too little. Not enough. While they were arguing about riding the tanks, suddenly, the tanks started moving by themselves. Discovering that the tanks could move, the 4 of them huddled together in fear. Apple Bloom asked, "Tiara, do your tanks have an autopilot function?" "No, not at all. I don't know how they can move." Tiara trembled in fear. At that moment, several black creatures appeared in the tank's cockpit. "Haha, we are the spirit beings, and our purpose is to conquer Ponyville. Originally, we were locked in a warehouse. But Moneybags bought us out, allowing us to see the light of day again, and painted us and provided us with ammunition. But that doesn't mean we will be grateful to him. What we need to do now is to occupy Little Maria." 8 tanks drove out by themselves, and 2 tanks remained motionless. It turned out that these 2 tanks were not equipped with pumpkins, so the spirits abandoned them and left in the 8 tanks. Waking Lulu looked at the remaining 2 tanks and said, "Maybe we can stop them." "Why didn't Tiara put pumpkins in them?" "Because their caliber is larger. And putting in pumpkins wouldn't unleash their true power. So what should we put in instead?" Apple Lily suggested using the stone melons she had planted before. After preparing the spare parts, Waking Lulu and Apple Lily sat in one tank, while Tiara and Sweetheart Baby sat in another tank as they drove onto the street. Waking Lulu was thrilled to be in such a large tank. Yay! At this moment, the little ponies in town were in a panic. As the 8 tanks came to wreak havoc, Purple Joy and Starlight used magic to attack them, but it couldn't harm them at all. What kind of monster is this? Looking at the invulnerable tanks, Starlight asked Purple Joy, who didn't know what to do either. Just then, a watermelon flew over and smashed the front of one tank. As mentioned earlier, it was made of wood, and Apple Lily Stone Melon was as hard as stone, so it could penetrate these tanks. Wow! Well done, Waking Lulu, Apple Lily praised. But they celebrated too early. There were still 7 tanks left. They realized that Waking Lulu's tank was not one of them. So they threw pumpkins at them. Bang! Bang! The pumpkins hit the wooden boards but didn't break immediately because the wood of this tank was quite good and resistant to blows. Additionally, Tiara had loaded rotten pumpkins into those tanks, the kind that couldn't be eaten. She wouldn't waste food on fresh pumpkins. Apple Lily, report the direction. Waking Lulu said. Yes, over here. Apple Lily didn't understand directions in terms of clock positions and could only point with her finger. Fortunately, Waking Lulu didn't know those either. She just aimed where she pointed. Fire! Another watermelon flew out, successfully damaging one tank. Waking Lulu's attack angered the spirits, and they selected some sturdier pumpkins to throw at them. Even if the wooden boards were good, they would be damaged after so many attacks. And soon their tank's wheels were destroyed, rendering it immobile. Haha, die! A spirit shot a pumpkin. Just as this pumpkin was about to hit them, a watermelon flew in, shattering the pumpkin while also smashing another tank. It turned out that Tiara and Sweetheart Baby had come to the rescue. Without us, you can't do it, right? Tiara said proudly. Thank you, Tiara. Be careful. Waking Lulu just finished praising when the spirits launched another attack. This time, the spirits aimed very accurately and damaged the cannon of Tiara's tank, which, after all, was made of wood and not very sturdy. No, Tiara, Sweetheart Baby. I will avenge you. Waking Lulu loaded another watermelon and fired it. She successfully damaged another tank, but while they were loading, the spirits had already launched an attack at them. If their tank was destroyed too, there would be no little pony to stop them. Just before the pumpkin could smash into them, it was intercepted by Tiara's old tank. Although their cannon was broken, they still had a machine gun. This tank had a machine gun, and the ammunition was marbles. Don't give up, Waking Lulu, Sweetheart Baby shouted. Tiara drove the tank forward while Sweetheart Baby attacked the remaining tanks with the machine gun. Finally, only one enemy tank was left. The spirits couldn't believe that 4 little girls had actually thwarted their plans. No matter what, one of them had to be taken away today. A pumpkin was shot out. But Sweetheart Baby had run out of marbles and couldn't fight back. So, they abandoned the tank and fled. Fortunately, in the previous battle, they had destroyed the wooden boards on the left and right sides of this tank, allowing them to escape successfully. When Tiara's tank fell, Waking Lulu had already reloaded and was ready to fire the watermelon as soon as the tank went down. In the end, the watermelon successfully destroyed the last enemy tank. And without anything to cling to, the spirits disappeared from Ponyville. Amidst everyone's cheers, the 4 little heroes sang songs to accept everyone's recognition and affection. Chapter 5 Best Partners. This episode tells the story of the girls from Ponyville. To avoid overlapping names with the ponies in Ponyville, we used folk translations for the main characters. Purple Joy for Twilight Sparkle, Gentle for Fluttershy, Rare for Rarity, Apple Gala for Applejack, Pinkie for Pinkie Pie. And Rainbow is still Rainbow. As the end of the term approached, Canterlot High canceled all physical education classes, allowing students to study hard in the classroom. After a week of classes, Rainbow sat with a sullen face. Rainbow, why do you look so gloomy? Twilight Sparkle asked. You can run on the playground during your free time. What I want is not running. It's adventure. It's intense exercise. Rainbow corrected. Well, that's fine. However, I think you'll have to wait until after the exam to go on an adventure. Because to prepare for this exam, we have to stay at school until the exam is over. No. How is this different from being imprisoned? What kind of weird thing is that? Lyra asked with Bonbon. It is said that at midnight, someone sings, the hallway lights flicker, and on the second floor, you can see a white shadow. Wow. Yelrin suddenly made a face, and Lyra and Bonbon hugged each other in fright. So, Mr. Bobby issued a reward. Whoever can find that watch will get $10,000. 10,000. Rainbow jumped up from her chair in excitement. Of course. That watch is a limited edition and is very important to him. After all, he doesn't care about money. He wants that watch. Yelrin said. Who do you think will find that watch? I. Rainbow raised her hand. Yelrin covered her mouth and giggled. Don't joke. We're locked in school and can't get out. By the time the holidays come, that watch will probably have been found. As the saying goes, the speaker has no intention, but the listener has a heart. Rainbow felt that she could find that watch. $10,000 is not a small amount. If she could really get it, she could buy many things. That night in the dormitory, everyone was asleep, and she crawled out of bed. Just as she was about to get out of bed, Pinky hugged her tightly. And Rainbow was startled, thinking she had been discovered. It turned out that Pinky was dreaming, mistaking Rainbow for a moving ice cream, and fortunately, she never woke up. After freeing herself from Pinky, Rainbow ran out of the dormitory and jumped over the teacher's patrols. She jumped out of the school's back wall. Hey, I must find that watch. Just then, someone else climbed over the wall and bumped into Rainbow. With the moonlight as her guide, she saw that it was actually Yelrin. Yelrin, why are you here? Rainbow, why are you out too? Do you want to find that watch too? Yes. You want to monopolize it? No way. If you don't let me go, I will tell Principal Celestia. You threaten me? Don't forget, you climbed over the wall too. They confronted each other, and in the end, both sides retreated a step. They would search for the watch together, and if found, the money would be split evenly, and neither would disclose tonight's events. When they arrived at the villa, it was already midnight. It was completely quiet, and even the sound of footsteps could be heard. This was a two-story villa, and since someone needed to come in to find something, the door was unlocked. Not locking the door? Aren't you afraid of thieves? Don't worry. The valuable gold and silver jewelry has already been taken away, and only big items like wardrobes and beds are left. If a thief were to carry a big wooden box or bed out, they would definitely be caught by the police on the street. Rainbow rummaged through everything, hoping to find the watch, but these places had already been searched many times and weren't there at all. Trash can, teacups, toilet. They searched everywhere for possible hiding places for the watch, but found nothing. Could it just be a gimmick? Was there really no watch? Yunbao asked. Don't be discouraged. We haven't checked the second floor yet, Yi Erlin said as she walked up the stairs with Yunbao. As they reached the stairs, the lights suddenly turned on, flickering. Just as rumored, the lights here only flicker when someone approaches. Could it be that there really is a ghost here? Yunbao looked around but saw no ghost. Although it seemed eerie, Yi Erlin knew the reason. It was a motion sensor light, but its battery was malfunctioning, causing it to flicker. However, it wasn't completely broken, so it still lit up when someone approached and turned off when they left. Oh, the teacher mentioned something like this in physics class, but I can't remember the principle. Yunbao suddenly regretted not paying attention in class. When they reached the second floor, it was also silent. Just as they stepped up, they heard creaking sounds. Ah, what was that sound? Yunbao looked around but saw nothing. It's just the floor creaking due to thermal expansion and contraction, Yi Erlin explained again. Knowing the reason, they continued searching on the second floor. By the window, a white shadow flashed by, and old music from the last century drifted in from outside. Ah! They saw something outside the window that looked like a person hanging. They quickly ran outside, but when they got there, they found nothing outside the window. We can't be afraid, Yi Erlin said to Yunbao. We can't leave empty-handed, right? Oh, that's right. I'll go up to the second floor and see if the ghost is still there. You stay here and watch how the ghost appears. Yunbao told Yi Erlin to stay outside while she went up. Once she reached the top, she was still nervous. As she approached the window, the old music from the last century played again, and the white shadow appeared outside again, causing Yunbao to sit down in shock. Although she was scared, Yi Erlin outside understood. Yunbao, that's just a white hoodie. Yunbao stood up, took a hanger, and poked at the white shadow, which turned out to be a hoodie. This hoodie was pure white, the same color as the wall outside. No wonder they didn't see anything when they went out earlier. The music was coming from inside the hoodie, and when Yunbao reached in, she found Mr. Bobby's lost watch. It turned out that Bobby had placed his watch in the hoodie, which was blown outside by the wind, and every night, the wind would make the clothes sway. The watch would play music every night to remind its owner to adjust it. Since losing the watch, Bobby had been frowning. The creaking of the upstairs floor due to thermal expansion and contraction made him even more restless. Coupled with his recent streak of bad luck and the flickering lights in the corridor, he mistakenly believed there was a ghost in the house and moved away with his family. Yunbao and Yi Erlin returned the watch to Bobby and explained everything. Bobby was overjoyed and generously gave them 10,000 yuan and a car. Although they didn't want the car, Bobby insisted on giving it to them. On the way back, they laughed and chatted. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid go hungry. We are truly the best partners. Chapter 6, Angel's Request. Winter in Ponyville brings snow. And to cope with this harsh environment, all ponies prepare enough food before the blizzards hit. Other ponies only need to buy their favorite foods. But Ruru has a lot to buy. Carrots, cabbage, honey, apples. Her little animals eat even more than she does. Other animals are fine. But her pet Angel is the hardest to please. He wants a carrot burger. Oh, that's easy. Ruru took the onions out of the burger and replaced them with carrot slices for Angel. But that wasn't what Angel wanted. He pushed the burger over and pulled out a piece of paper, squeaking. Ruru could understand animal language, so she perked up her ears to listen to what Angel was saying. Oh, You want dough made from freshly milled flour, along with pure, organic vegetables, plus the red radishes grown by Zue and fresh corn oil. Oh, no. With such good food conditions, even a cosmic princess wouldn't get to eat like that. Some might wonder why Ruru is making a fuss over things that aren't hard to get. That's because these everyday items are not common in Ponyville. First, freshly milled flour is hard to come by now that winter is approaching. Wheat matures in summer. Vegetables are rare in Ponyville, as they mostly eat grass and rarely grow vegetables. Zue's red radishes are still in the research phase and haven't been mass-produced. Fresh corn oil can only be called fresh if it's pressed by oneself. But Angel insists on these and refuses to eat anything else. With no choice, Ruru had to go out to buy them. She asked around, but found no fresh wheat for sale. This is Normal, who sells unprocessed wheat. What should I do? Ruru frowned. Just then, Applejack walked by with a load of wheat on her back. Ruru immediately recognized it as freshly cut wheat. So she stopped Applejack. Hey, Applejack, why are you carrying wheat on your back? If you're selling it, would you mind if I buy some? Not at all. If you want it, I'll give you some, Applejack said, helping Ruru tie a bundle of wheat and placing it on her back. Next, she went to look for organic vegetables. Although Sweet Apple Acres is a farm, there aren't many vegetables there. Moreover, to prevent pests, Applejack also sprays medicine on the fruit trees and vegetables. Fruit trees definitely need to be treated, or the pest problem would be severe. Sigh, where can I find organic vegetables? Ruru said as she walked. You're looking for organic vegetables? Yunbao appeared in front of Ruru, holding her shoulder. Ah, do you know where to find some? I have some. Ever since I joined the Wonderbolts, my parents made me eat lots of fruits and vegetables, saying I need to get vitamins. Look, I brought organic vegetables from Cloudsdale. But there's no soil in the sky. How do the vegetables grow? Because they're grown hydroponically, ensuring no chemical products are used. Yunbao didn't like eating vegetables, so she bundled the vegetables together and stuffed them into Ruru's bag. Next was Zue's red radishes. When Ruru found Zue shook her head. No, my radishes haven't been mass-produced yet. I can't give you any now. Not even one. Ruru pleaded. Ruru, when did you start liking radishes? It's not that I love them. It's Angel who wants to eat them. Angel? Oh, I gave him one before, and I didn't expect he would get hooked. Yeah, can you give me another one? I need to deal with this picky little guy. Ruru, you should discipline him. Being picky is bad for his health. Saying this, she used magic to open a cabinet and took out a few radishes. Take them, lest he comes looking for you later. But corn became a hot commodity at this time. Roasted corn, popcorn, corn on the cob, every kind was essential. And long lines formed at the corn stalls. Oh no, by the time it's my turn, there probably won't be any left, Ruru thought, looking at the dwindling corn and the long line, guessing she wouldn't be able to buy any. Sure enough, not long after, all the corn was sold out. And Ruru couldn't buy any. Just thinking about how angry Angel would be made her a bit sad. At this moment, a few birds flew to her side, and Ruru shared her troubles with them. Are you really willing to give me some? Ruru asked. She knew that birds love corn, and now that there were a few bags of corn ready, would they really be willing to give it to her? The birds nodded, because Ruru had helped them before. They wanted to repay her. Next came the work time, milling the wheat into flour, kneading the dough, washing the vegetables, and chopping the radishes. Putting the corn into the machine to make corn oil. Angel nodded. Make flour into bread slices, place organic vegetables on top, add carrot slices, and drizzle a bit of corn oil, and Angel's vegetable burger is ready to eat. Angel picked up the burger and couldn't wait to take a bite. Why? It didn't have enough understanding of food. Although these vegetables were quite good, they had drawbacks. Yunbao's organic vegetables were cabbage, which is not suitable to eat with carrots. Zue's carrots contained chemicals, and the corn oil just pressed was too high in calories, and the wheat was not finely milled. When these things were stacked together, good things turned into bad things. Angel stuck out its tongue, indicating it didn't want to eat anymore. Seeing her being picky, Ruru angrily said, Angel, do you know how hard I've worked to find these things for you? How can you say you won't eat them? Let me tell you. You must finish these before you can eat anything else. Otherwise, I won't feed you anything. Ruru glared at her angrily, and Angel instantly cowered, having no choice but to obediently eat the burger. The bitterness it had sown, it finally had to eat itself. Chapter 7. The Blitz of Pony Valley Warship. For a long time, being backward means getting beaten. Little Pony Maria has a history of thousands of years, but is still in the steam age. Outside Little Pony Maria, some creatures have already reached the electric age. They have made airplanes, shells, and ships. But development requires resources. And they detected that Little Pony Maria has the oil they need. So they flew planes and captured the two princesses. The Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess were on the plane, looking at the iron lump that could fly without wings, quite surprised. The ones who captured them were not ponies, but sheep. Sister, I feel like we can't defeat them, the Moon Princess said softly. Why do you think that? The sister asked. Look, they have 2 horns. We only have 1. We are at a numerical disadvantage. After leaving Little Pony Maria, they were escorted to Sanshipia. As the name suggests, there were 3 sheep as leaders: Big Sheep, Middle Sheep, and Little Sheep. Those sheep locked the 2 princesses with iron chains and brought them up. The Cosmic Princess asked, Why did you capture us? Our country needs to develop and requires a lot of oil, but we are running out of oil. However, we found that Little Pony Maria also has oil, and a lot of it. Therefore, I will capture you and make the ponies work as slaves to extract oil for us. Big Sheep said, Don't even think about it. We will never agree. The Moon Princess firmly rejected. Extracting oil means destroying the environment, and that would severely damage the ecological environment of Little Pony Maria. That's not up to you. Our reconnaissance team has already set out, and with our equipment, Little Pony Maria has probably already been controlled by our sheep. Is that really the case? It's not that simple. The ponies, under the leadership of the Melody Princess, repelled the reconnaissance team. The 3 sheep sent planes to bomb Little Pony Maria. At this moment, the divine steed Beaky used the Zua Gatling to drive all the invaders away. It was a pitch-black night, and 10 bombers from Sanshipia received orders to bomb Pony Valley. That night, all the unicorns volunteered to go to the highest bridge in Pony Valley and shoot beams of light into the sky. That night was brighter than every day. Beaky used the Zua Gatling to destroy all 10 invading enemy planes, turning Pony Valley into a nightmare for Sanshipia. Zua was also called the National Defense Princess, and Beaky's nickname was spread by all the ponies. After suffering defeats in land battles and air raids, they adopted naval warfare. Warships with ultra-long attack ranges could attack coastal villages from the sea, and the ponies had no way to deal with them. We must build large ships like theirs to defeat them, Zua said. Don't worry, Applejack, just make a wooden ship, but the structure needs adjustments. I'll draw up the blueprint for you. It must be completed within a week. Zua busily drew the blueprint and then discussed methods to rescue the 2 princesses with the Melody Princess. During this time, Zua gathered all the unicorns of Little Pony Maria and taught them magic. A week later, the ship was completed as scheduled, but it had no cannons. Oh, don't panic. Without shells, we can use them. Zua pointed to a group of unicorns. Let each pony stand in the designated position and fire lasers. Can this really work? Will they agree? Beaky asked. Okay, every pony, we set off. Beaky stood up, raising her right hoof. Little Pony Maria will win. The other ponies followed suit. Little Pony Maria will win. Soon, their ship sailed from Pony Valley, through Whitetail Forest, into Pegasus Vegas, heading towards Sanshipia. A reconnaissance ship had already detected their whereabouts and fired shells at them. Zua embraced the heart of wind and snow, which summoned a crystal shield that enveloped the entire ship, rendering the enemy's attack ineffective. Ponies, prepare. Beaky, using a telescope, spotted a ship ahead and pointed, fire in this direction. The unicorns on the ship fired lasers together, creating a hole in the enemy warship, which sank to the bottom of the sea. This month, Zua trained all the unicorns in magic, so even the rare ones could unleash powerful lasers. As they approached Sanshipia, many bombers appeared on the island, and Zua shouted, Activate the air defense system. After that, Beaky grabbed Zua's tail and used the Zua Gatling again. Originally, Beaky could defend Pony Valley with just the Zua Gatling. Now, with so many unicorns, the air defense level was pushed to the extreme. All the bombers were shot down before they even got close. The firepower-covered air defense system was incredible. When the 3 sheep heard that the ponies were coming with warships, they didn't believe it and drove their battleships out to confront them. Yunbao, go ahead and scout. Zua commanded. Okay. Yunbao and a group of Pegasi flew towards the enemy. They were the firepower reconnaissance team. Girls, we are in big trouble, Zua said, sweating profusely. Because Yunbao had just described a battleship with even stronger firepower. Its large-caliber shells could not be blocked by the heart of wind and snow's shield. Additionally, their ship was wooden. If the enemy used high-explosive shells, all the ponies on the ship would be in danger. Release smoke, Zua ordered. Yunbao and other Pegasi carried bags of flour and scattered flour above the ship, creating a whiteout, making it impossible for the enemy to see their movements. At this moment, they could only fire blindly and did not dare to act rashly. When the enemy's shells came flying, the unicorns used lasers to shoot down the shells. Yunbao, I have a difficult task for you, Zua said. Here's a bag of explosives. You need to fly over and drop the explosives into the enemy's ammunition depot at a very low altitude, then safely withdraw. This is simply a fantasy. The enemy's ship also has an air defense system. Yunbao will be shot to pieces before she gets close. Beaky immediately refuted Zua's idea. Listen, I have a piece of plasma clothing that efficiently absorbs radio waves. As long as Yunbao wears it, the enemy's radar will not be able to detect her. However, she can be seen with the naked eye, so there is some risk, but this is our only way to win. Ziyue knew that if they couldn't sink that battleship, they wouldn't be able to land smoothly. Wow, sounds so cool, just watch. Yunbao put on the invisibility suit and flew towards the battleship. The three sheep did see Yunbao, but they thought the air defense guns would automatically attack. However, the air defense system seemed to have malfunctioned. Yunbao was already very close. But the air defense guns remained still. Oh no, we bought a fake product. Quickly use the anti-aircraft gun to shoot her down. At this moment, they hurriedly switched to manual mode. As Yunbao aimed at the target, she threw the explosives into the ammunition depot and then left the scene at the fastest speed. The explosives violently impacted inside the ammunition depot and finally exploded. The Three Sheep's battleship was easily sunk like this. After rescuing the princess, the Cosmic Princess asked, "How is it? Will you dare to come here again?" The Three Sheep hurriedly replied, "We won't dare anymore. Your little ship is equipped with lasers, advanced air defense systems, and most importantly, it even has stealth torpedo bombers. We were blind and offended you. From now on, we will never dare to offend you again. Please give us a chance to make amends." Chapter 8, The Problem of Friendship, Part 1. If you want to know who is the busiest pony in Ponyville, it has to be Ziyue. As the next ruler of Ponyville and the Princess of Friendship, Ziyue has to manage all the friendship affairs in Ponyville. The most important thing is that the Cosmic Princess, under the pretext of training, has pushed half of her duties onto Ziyue, leaving herself free. Ziyue does not shy away from it. She takes on all tasks, big and small, and she is always willing to help, so all the ponies like her. If there is a problem, they always turn to Ziyue for a solution. After several days of high-intensity work, Ziyue felt physically and mentally exhausted. Ro invited Ziyue to her home for a bowl of lotus seed soup. This is best enjoyed hot. Ziyue couldn't care less about her princess image, diving headfirst into the bowl and gulping it down, then sticking out her tongue to sweep the rice grains from her lips. So delicious. "Can I have another bowl?" At that moment, Suilong rushed in, panicking. "Not good. Ziyue, Applejack and Rarity are arguing, and I can't calm them down. I had to come find you for help." Ziyue hurried to the scene, where the two were still arguing. After asking, she understood the whole story. Rarity wanted to shoot a series of pastoral-style fashion works for her new fashion exhibition in Manhattan, and the shooting location was Sweet Apple Acres. Rarity had previously told Applejack about it, but when she arrived the next day, the place was a mess. Rarity thought Applejack had deliberately messed it up to prevent her from taking photos, which led to their argument. "Look at how dirty it is. How can I work in this? My lady, the orchard is naturally this messy. Is this your first time here?" "I usually come here and have never seen it messier than today." "You did this on purpose?" "Yes, I did it on purpose, all right. Are you going to shoot or not?" "Shoot. Let me tell you, Applejack, even if you pay me 2 bits, I won't go." Ziyue rubbed her forehead. How could friends who had been together for so long argue over such a trivial matter? She advised, "Rarity, Sweet Apple Acres is Applejack's farm. She can make it however she wants, and you have no right to interfere." Then she asked Applejack, knowing that Rarity is coming to take photos, "Why did you make such a mess?" Applejack shyly replied, "Actually, those are the bags from Sweet Apple Acres. I thought if Rarity took photos and included the bags, it could promote our farm. You want me to help you promote Sweet Apple Acres? Why didn't you say so earlier? My theme is pastoral style. And if you trust me, I will write Sweet Apple Acres on the poster," Rarity said. "Really? That's great. Come on. I'll take you to see the most beautiful spot in Sweet Apple Acres." Suilong found her again and said, "Not good. Starlight, Glimmer, and Trixie are arguing. And this time it's serious. They're about to fight." Ziyue knew that Starlight's magic was controlled by her emotions, and if she got too angry, she might hurt Trixie. Ziyue had to stop her students. So, why were they fighting? It turned out they had just finished a magic show, and Trixie was showing off again. This magic was fantastic, and the biggest credit goes to the great and powerful Trixie. No, Trixie could do it alone, and you were just a little magic assistant. Without me, you would have embarrassed yourself on stage. Trixie didn't like other ponies undermining her, so she clashed. "You, Starlight, Glimmer, are nothing." Starlight angrily retorted, "You, Trixie, are not a good pony. You, Starlight, Glimmer, are the mayor of equality. You, Trixie, will have a bad end." Ziyue hurriedly intervened. "All right, stop arguing. Didn't you both complete this magic show together? Without either of you, it wouldn't have been spectacular, would it? So, compliment your partner more." Since her teacher had spoken, Starlight didn't dare to act recklessly, and they both apologized to each other. Ziyue resolved another friendship issue. After all this, Ziyue felt thirsty and hungry. longing for a bowl of steaming lotus seed soup. But when she arrived at Ro-Ro's house, the soup was already finished because Ro-Ro's brother, Ro-Foam, had come. As soon as he arrived, he exclaimed, "Sister, I'm so hungry and thirsty. Is there anything to fill my stomach?" Ro-Ro looked at the remaining soup in the pot. "Only this, you." Before Ro-Ro could finish, Ro-Foam picked up the pot and emptied it into his stomach. After eating, he happily lay on the sofa to sleep. After a busy day without eating, Ziyue was feeling a bit irritated. Just when she thought she could rest for a while, Suilong came in again. "Ziyue, Shining Armor has sent you a letter." "My brother sent me a letter? What's it about?" Ziyue was very close to her brother and hoped he would care about her now. The letter said that Sunburst was sick and that he and Princess Cadance were going on a trip, hoping she could help take care of a baby for a week. Not even a moment to rest. Now I have to work like a horse. Ziyue dragged her tired body to the Crystal Empire. When she saw Shining Armor, she scolded, "Shining Armor, how can you leave your child to go on a trip? Are you even a qualified father?" "Ziyue, the trip wasn't my decision. It was Cadance's suggestion. You know, since she started managing the Crystal Empire, she has never relaxed. As a husband, I have to be considerate of my wife. Think about it. When you were little, Cadance took care of you, and now you help her take care of the baby. What's wrong with that? Princess Cadance is busy. But am I not busy? Not only friendship issues in Ponyville, but even in other places, I represent the leaders in meetings." But seeing Cadance so excited, Ziyue felt embarrassed to disturb her. "There's nothing to be done. If I have to bear it, I will." Ziyue smiled through her tears and agreed. Taking care of a baby is not easy, especially a powerful alicorn baby. Ziyue sang lullabies at the crib, but the little one, Flurry Heart, cried nonstop and even shot lasers at her. Although Sunburst had suppressed her magic, she could still use some magic, just not as powerful. But getting hit in the face still hurt. "What's wrong? Are you hungry? Where's the formula?" Ziyue frantically searched for the formula and the bottle. The formula was ready. But Flurry Heart refused to drink it, crying continuously. Ziyue kept flipping through the book. Why is the baby crying? Oh my, I have tried all the methods in the book. Why won't she stop crying? Chapter 9. The Problem of Friendship, Part 2. Is the formula too hot? No. Not hungry. No. Scared? That's impossible. Ziyue continued to flip through the book, trying to find out why the baby wouldn't eat, and kept crying. If only Pinkie Pie were here. She has experience with babies. Ziyue looked at the child, feeling dizzy, leaning against the crib and dozing off, only to be awakened by the baby's cries. She used magic to pick up Flurry Heart. "Little baby, sweetheart, please stop crying and let Annie rest for a bit, okay?" Once picked up, Flurry Heart giggled. But as soon as she was put down, she started wailing again. It turned out she just wanted to play up high, but holding the baby up with magic was tiring. And Ziyue had no idea when she would finally sleep. At this moment, Starlight Shimmer arrived. "I heard Sunny Ray say that you were helping take care of the baby and might be overwhelmed, so I came to check on you." "Starlight Shimmer, you came just in time. The baby has been crying. Do you know why?" Ziyue asked. "Do we have any formula? I fed her, but she won't eat." Ziyue recounted what had happened over the past 2 days, and Starlight Shimmer said, "Based on my experience in the small town, there are 2 possibilities. One is that she's been haunted, and the other is that the baby has itchy skin." "What do you mean by haunted? And how do you treat itchy skin?" "Being haunted means that the baby's eyes are bright and can see things that normal ponies can't. She must have been frightened by something, so we need to perform a ritual to drive away the evil spirit. This ritual involves dancing, like this." Starlight Shimmer stood up and danced awkwardly, her front hooves and back hooves not cooperating, and eventually fell to the ground. "Nonsense. What about the second possibility?" "The second possibility is that the baby is being naughty and is crying to get your attention. At this point, you just need to slap her 10 times, and she will stop crying." Starlight Shimmer said proudly. "What kind of terrible idea is that?" Ziyue rolled her eyes at her. "Trust me, if you don't believe me. Let me do it." Starlight Shimmer used magic to take the crying Wind and Snow Heart, and said, "No more crying. If you cry again, I will hit you. Cry again, and I will hit you." Starlight Shimmer raised her hoof, and Wind and Snow Heart was so scared that she stopped crying. Really not crying anymore. Ziyue couldn't believe it as she took the baby back. "You don't know this. In a normal pony family, if the child misbehaves, you just need to hit them once, and they won't be spoiled," Starlight Shimmer said proudly. After Starlight Shimmer left, Wind and Snow Heart started crying again. Ziyue thought she could try Starlight Shimmer's method. So she also said, "If you cry, I will hit you." Wind and Snow Heart didn't understand the words and just kept crying. After Ziyue gently patted her little face with her hoof, Wind and Snow Heart became as scared of Ziyue as she was of Starlight Shimmer. Finally, it's quiet. Ziyue could finally get a good night's sleep. After being disturbed by Wind and Snow Heart for 2 days, she could finally sleep well for a while. Using Starlight Shimmer's method, Wind and Snow Heart didn't dare to cry anymore, and nothing happened over the next few days. One day, Zue forgot to change Wind and Snow Heart's diaper, and Wind and Snow Heart cried again. Zue thought she was just being naughty and went over to gently pat her little face. But this time, no matter how she patted, the crying wouldn't stop. Why isn't it working? Zue kept gently patting Wind and Snow Heart. With the crying of the baby, combined with her lack of sleep over the past few days, she became a bit rougher. Shining armor? Melody Princess? I just wanted her to be quiet. What kind of method is this for calming a child? I never thought you were such a pony, Shining Armor said angrily. Just then, Zue's friends, Pinky and the others, also arrived. They were unaware of the situation. Pinky exclaimed, "Oh my, Zue, you actually hit the baby. How could you do that?" "No, let me explain." "There's nothing to explain. You're not a competent aunt," Applejack said. They didn't give Zue a chance to explain, and she couldn't hold back anymore. After all these days of hard work taking care of the baby and helping manage the Crystal Empire, she was misunderstood in the end, since they didn't appreciate her. Why should she endure this humiliation? That's right. I did slap her, but do you want to know why? She's being naughty. If she doesn't listen all day, she will cause trouble, and you expect me to help educate her? And you? Do you even know the whole story? Just blame it on me. The crow lands on the pig, only seeing the pig's blackness without recognizing its own. Don't you ever lose control of your emotions? Zue shouted at them. Zue, are you okay? Melody asked with concern. Huh, what could be wrong with me? If I had a problem, who would take care of your children? Parents leave their children unattended, and they feel distressed over a little grievance. If you didn't want me to take care of the baby, you shouldn't have given her to me in the first place. I'm not a free babysitter. Zue angrily walked to the door, to borrow a phrase from Rare. This place is just a waste of time. I won't come back. After saying that, she spread her wings and flew away. After Zue left, Shining Armor was still mad at her. This is really unreasonable. Let's see how the baby is doing, if she's hurt. Picking up Wind and Snow Heart. Looking left and right, there wasn't a scratch on her, but there was a strong smell of urine. Oh, I forgot to change her diaper. Shining Armor hurriedly helped change the diaper, and only then did Wind and Snow Heart stop crying. At this point, Sunny Rays had recovered from his illness and said, I need to get back to work and take care of the baby. Sigh. The baby always cries for no reason. I have no idea what to do. I hope she cries less from now on. Strangely, Wind and Snow Heart wasn't crying anymore. She was lying there obediently, just looking at everyone with her big eyes. Even Melody was curious as to why Wind and Snow Heart was no longer crying. You see, even when she, as a mother, accompanied the child, the baby still cried. But why did the baby stop crying after Zue took care of her? Because Wind and Snow Heart knew that if she cried, she would get hit. So to avoid being punished, she had to hold back her tears. At this moment, many ponies came in from outside, and Melody asked, Did you come in for something? Chapter 10, The Problem of Friendship, 3. Zue was afraid of being blamed by the Cosmic Princess, so she took Swaylong and sought political asylum in the human world. Passing through the mirror, she transformed from a pony into a graceful young girl. By the statue at Canterlot High, Yue was sitting there playing cards with her friends when she saw Zue and Swaylong arrive and was overjoyed. Zue, why didn't you say hello before coming? I'm here for political asylum, Zue said awkwardly. What happened in Ponyville? Yue asked. You have endless work every day and work hard without complaint. Yet no pony understands your struggles. A few days ago, your brother dumped the baby on you and went on a honeymoon with your sister-in-law. Meanwhile, your niece is a little troublemaker, causing you a lot of headaches. Later, when you realized the child hadn't been disciplined for 3 days, you lightly hit the child. Then your brother and friends came, saw you hit the baby, thought you were abusing her, and no matter how hard you tried to explain, you couldn't clear your name. And jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't help, so you severed ties with them and left in anger. Pinky answered quickly. Wow, you understand the situation better than I do. How did you know? Zue asked. It shows on your face. You look so wronged, Pinky said while wiping the tears from the corners of Zue's eyes. It turned out that Zue had been wronged in Ponyville, and as a friend, they should be more forgiving of her. After all, she had already suffered a great blow. If she was mocked here too, would there be a place in this world that could accept her? Applejack, your method really isn't great, but if it were me, I wouldn't know of a more effective way either. Rainbow Dash elbowed her chest. Twilight Sparkle was also nearby, looking at another version of herself and saying to herself, If you leave without explaining, your friends won't understand you. But you're braver than me. I've encountered misunderstandings and lack of understanding, and I just endure it, unlike you who fights back. Zue, if you get angry at them, I'll bring them to the human world and make them work for a lifetime, working twice a day for 12 hours each time. How does that sound? Yue joked. Haha, you're so bad. Zue wiped away her tears and smiled. When it comes to the delicious food in the human world, Ziyue genuinely liked it. Hamburgers, fried chicken, fries. Those foods that didn't exist in the pony world were surprisingly delicious. After eating, Rarity took her shopping, Rainbow Dash taught her how to play video games, and Pinky made a pudding that would make anyone smile upon eating it. In the Crystal Empire, Starlight Shimmer candidly said, "Actually, it was my idea to teach Ziyue how to deal with the baby. That day, I went to find Sunny Rays and saw he had a bruise on his face. It turned out that the baby's magic was unstable and accidentally hurt him. I am very angry. Why can she get away with hurting other ponies without any punishment?" So I told Ziyue that children need to be hit to be obedient. I hit Finxuexixin to vent my anger, but I didn't expect Ziyue to really believe it. And you all misunderstood me. I apologize for this matter. Shining Armor knows that Ziyue was misled and has been working hard this week. Feeling very guilty, I was so focused on having fun that I completely ignored my sister's feelings. What kind of pony am I? I really am not a good pony. Shining Armor raised his hoof and started hitting his own face in frustration. Princess Melody hurriedly stopped him. "If you hit yourself here, Ziyue can't see it. Why don't you go apologize in person? I think we also need to apologize." Beaky suggested, "Why don't we go together?" When they arrived at Ziyue's castle, they were shocked. Ziyue's castle actually had many guards, and no other ponies were allowed to approach. They wanted to go in, but the guards stopped them. "Stop. Who goes there? I am Shining Armor, Ziyue's brother, and I want to see her." "What? I'm not allowed in. Is it Ziyue's order?" Shining Armor asked. "Yes. Is there any doubt about that?" "I don't believe it. Let us in. Are you trying to force your way in? Come on. Release the wooden wolves." The gates opened, and 4 wooden wolves rushed out, each looking ferocious. The guards had already run away, leaving only Shining Armor and the others standing in place. When did she raise wooden wolves? Beaky and Jinshi ran to the back. Although the wooden wolves were scary, Princess Melody and Shining Armor had powerful magic and shot lasers to take them down, then entered the castle. Inside the castle, Ziyue was sitting in the center. As soon as they ran into the main hall, the statues came to life and pointed their swords at their necks, capturing them all. They were pulled in front of Ziyue, who opened her eyes and looked at the ponies below. "Who came to cause trouble?" "Oh, it's you, Shining Armor." Without saying anything else, "Give me 20 lashes." Suilong shouted. 60 lashes, triple the amount. The statues worked hard, and the 60 lashes did not miss a single one, beating Shining Armor until he couldn't even stand. "Ziyue, why are you so angry?" Melody asked. "Why? As the next ruler of Pony Maria, my status is so high. Yet you asked me to help take care of the baby. I took care of it, but you found fault with me. With my status. Helping you like this is already giving you all I have. Now you still have the face to come here. Tell me why I should not be angry." Ziyue glared at Princess Melody below. "Ziyue, our attitude before was indeed not good. At this moment, we do not want to defend our mistakes. Please forgive us." Applejack took off her hat and said sincerely, "You don't need to apologize, because we are not ponies from 2 different worlds. From now on, I have nothing to do with you. You may leave." "Do you really want to be so ruthless? What? Do you think it's cruel? You should have been prepared for the good and the bad before you came here. Do you expect me to apologize to you for your mistakes?" Ziyue's horn emitted black light and shot towards them. Chapter 11. The Problem of Friendship, Part 4. You were just a loud child, messing around on the streets, fantasizing about making something of yourself one day, looking dirty and disheveled, kicking at the soda can under your feet. Yuna and Applejack were singing on stage, while Ziyue and Twilight Sparkle sat together listening to the song. A pony from the club named Shout Eye brought over a box of orange juice and placed it on a chair. Seeing 2 Twilight Sparkles, she exclaimed, "How strange. Why are there 2 Twilight Sparkles?" Twilight Sparkle explained, "This is my distant cousin, Ziyue." "Strange. How come you look so much like your distant cousin? Could it be?" "Shout Eye, where's our orange juice?" someone outside urged. Shout Eye looked at the orange juice on the chair. "Oh no, I moved it to the wrong place." So she moved the orange juice away. After moving it next door, she said, "I just saw 2 Twilights." "Who?" Tia asked. 2 Twilight Sparkles? That's really something." They wanted to see if what Shout Eye said was true, but there was only 1 Twilight here. "Would you like to have a calculus problem with me?" Tia said. Shout Eye must have seen wrong. With her eyesight, how could I believe it? After they left, Ziyue came out from behind the door. To avoid being misunderstood by others, Ziyue stayed at Yuhui's house. The next day, Ziyue got out of bed, went to the castle window, and said to the ponies outside the castle, "I, Ziyue, am a dedicated princess. Pony Maria should be ruled by me." A black mist emitted from her horn, and the ponies below shouted, "Yes, Ziyue should rule Pony Maria." The rebels lined up and marched towards the center of Canterlot. The cosmic princess in the city already knew everything, and the moon princess asked, "Sister, do you think what we are facing is Ziyue?" It's all because I said those excessive words, Shining Armor said with guilt. No, her anger is not just because of that. It seems to stem from a great setback. The Cosmic Princess said, before I understand where her anger comes from, I want to go down and negotiate with her. She flew down from the castle and said to Zua, did you bring so many ponies here to rebel? Then let's see if you have the ability to do so now. The horn on the Cosmic Princess's head also emitted light. Zua's horn also glowed. The two lasers collided fiercely, and in the end, Zua's magic was stronger, sending the Cosmic Princess flying. Did you see that? This is the distance between us. I will not harm you, but as a loser, you are no longer allowed to step into Pony Maria. Zua turned her back to her. Even the Cosmic Princess is no match for her, Xingguangyi and the others sighed. It seems that no one can stop Zua now. No, there is still one person who can. The Cosmic Princess, dragging her injured body, quietly said to Xingguangyi, I have another student, Yuhui. Her magic is also very strong. But she is in the human world. You have been there before. Right, I have been there. Are you asking me to find her? Xingguangyi asked. Indeed, besides. There is another Ziyue in the human world, and Biki and the others have magic too. If we can ask them for help, that would be great. I want to go too. Melody said, I am not at ease with Xingguangyi going alone. Having two of us together is better for mutual support. All right, the future of Pony Maria depends on you. There are not only places in Ziyue's castle that can traverse time and space. The Crystal Empire also has places that can reach the human world, but the landing point is not Canterlot High School. To avoid Ziyue, they crossed time and space and arrived in the human world. They came to the Crystal Pre-Academy, and as soon as they arrived, Melody was still not used to it, standing up and unable to walk normally. Fortunately, Xingguangyi had been here before and was familiar with walking on two legs. She helped Melody to a chair to sit down. At this moment, the class bell rang, and a large group of students came towards them. Princess Melody seemed startled and said to Xingguangyi, do you think Ziyue guessed we were coming and has already taken control of the people here? I don't think so. After all, they seem to have no ill intentions. As Xingguangyi said, those people walked past them. Occasionally a few students greeted Melody with a hello, Director Melody. And Melody numbly responded, who came up with such a terrible name for the principal? Who is this? Lemon asked. She doesn't seem to be a student at our school because she's not wearing our school uniform. Sweet and Sour followed up. Ha, I am Director Melody's niece. Xingguangyi said awkwardly. Didn't she tell you she has a beautiful niece before? Really? They all stared at Xingguangyi, who was sweating profusely, thinking she was going to be exposed, but then they said, that's right. She did mention that she has a beautiful niece. But we didn't expect her to be the same age as us. The phonetics director has a good reputation at the Crystal Preparatory Academy, and the students often gossip about her. Through their inquiries, they learned that phonetics has a little baby named Snow, and her sister-in-law is Twilight Sparkle, who was previously known only for her studies. After brushing it off, phonetics asked Starlight Glimmer, how do we find Daybreak? I have seen Daybreak before, but back then she was a little pony. Now that we are in the human world, what does she look like? There's a difficulty now, which is how to get to Canterlot High School. Chapter 12, The Problem of Friendship, Part 5. The human world has many vehicles, which are high technology for them coming from Ponyville. They felt as if they were two country girls arriving in a big city. Everything felt fresh to them. Starlight Glimmer had been to the human world before and knew about a type of vehicle called a taxi, which is specifically for carrying people around the city. However, taking a taxi costs money, and they didn't have any. No problem, hop in. After dropping them off at Canterlot High School, Shining Armor drove away. Starlight Glimmer wanted to go in and look for Daybreak, but Phonetics felt carsick, and after getting out of the car, she felt her stomach churning and kept gagging while holding onto a trash can. Coincidentally, the human protagonists passed by, and they didn't notice Starlight Glimmer and the others. Because Twilight Sparkle looked exactly like Purple Bliss, they made her stay at home to avoid being seen like yesterday, and would take her out to play after school. On the way, Pinkie Pie asked, Twilight, the ponies from Ponyville really don't understand human affairs. Can you scold them in a civilized way, without any dirty words? You know, I actually know an interesting way to insult people. Listen up. Twilight Sparkle said, they are bread stepped on, not a good bond. Rags made into clothes are not good material. 3 cents for a bowl of rabbit blood, regardless of the price, it's still not worth anything. Phonetics listened clearly from the side, and she saw that the girl's hair was indistinguishable from Purple Bliss's. It goes without saying that Purple Bliss must have gotten to Daybreak first and used sweet words to deceive them. No way. I can't just sit back and do nothing. She pounced on Twilight from behind, swinging her fist to hit her, and Daybreak shouted, stop her. Seeing their friend being bullied, Rainbow Dash and Pinkie Pie exchanged glances and rushed to break it up. It was called breaking it up, but in reality, they were helping Twilight. Pinkie Pie grabbed Phonetics' hand and said, Don't hit. Then she slapped Phonetics twice herself. Rainbow Dash stepped in between them. Everyone calmed down. Then she kicked Phonetics in the stomach. Phonetics had just transformed into a human and was still unfamiliar with using her limbs. And now being ganged up on by these three, she was at a disadvantage. Little Butterfly helped Twilight up. Twilight adjusted her glasses and clearly saw the people in front of her. Wait a moment. Oh dear, it's like the flood has washed the Dragon King's temple. The family doesn't recognize the family. Isn't this my director at Crystal Preparatory Academy, and also my sister-in-law Phonetics? Purple Bliss, don't pretend you know nothing. Have you forgotten everything that happened in Ponyville? Phonetics questioned. Wait, Princess Phonetics, this isn't Purple Bliss from Ponyville. This is Twilight Sparkle from the human world. Starlight Glimmer had been to the human world before and recognized Twilight Sparkle as a student with a high ponytail and glasses, while Purple Bliss had flowing long hair. The one in front of them was clearly Twilight from the human world. It seems that Ponyville really is in trouble. Let us sit down and you tell us what happened. Daybreak led them to find a place to sit. Phonetics and Starlight Glimmer briefly stated the situation. And Daybreak shook her head. Impossible. Purple Bliss came to us a few days ago, and she and her pet Spike have not left. They've been at my house. Really? Can we go see your house? Phonetics asked. Daybreak took them to her home, where Purple Bliss was watching TV. The Ponyville princess has turned into a homebody. Purple Bliss? Starlight Glimmer whispered. Applejack and Rainbow Dash stood in front of them. Listen, we will not hand over Purple Bliss, and if you force us, I'll use this stick to smash your brains into dog brains. Could it be that a pony is impersonating Purple Bliss? Impossible. The Cosmic Princess said that pony is definitely Purple Bliss. I'm so confused. I've been here, and I've been here in the human world. How could there be another me in Ponyville? Purple Bliss asked. Midnight Sparkle? Isn't that how you looked when you were under magical control? Wasn't she purified? Daybreak asked. No, she wasn't. Midnight Sparkle is just the dark side of my inner self, representing selfishness and greed. She always wanted to take over my body. But fortunately, she didn't succeed. Since I have her, I think Purple Bliss must have her too. I have a dark side. Purple Bliss walked to the mirror and looked at herself in it. In a daze, her reflection turned into Midnight Sparkle, who said to Purple Bliss, You finally found me? That's right. I am your other side, and my appearance is because you left with emotions, and those emotions didn't leave with you. So I materialized. Otherwise, why wouldn't you be angry after leaving Ponyville? That's right. I just arrived in the human world and wasn't angry. It turns out my emotions were still in Ponyville. Me? Daybreak pointed to herself, somewhat taken aback. Yes, the Cosmic Princess pointed out that without you, Ponyville would be doomed. Chapter 13, The Problem of Friendship, Part 6. Me? Daybreak pointed to herself. But my magic isn't that strong. Since the Cosmic Princess mentioned you, there must be her reason. Daybreak, let us hurry to Ponyville and save them. Twilight Sparkle said. Originally, it was planned for Purple Bliss and her 5 friends to go together, but Pinkie Pie and the others also wanted to help. Twilight, don't forget. Without us you can't use the elements of harmony. We're not the kind of people who fear for our lives. Let us go help. Rainbow Dash also chimed in. Thank you all, I really appreciate it. Purple Bliss bowed in thanks. They used the portal to arrive at the Crystal Empire. Thank goodness. Midnight Sparkle hasn't extended her claws here yet. It's still safe for now. Among them, only Pinkie Pie and Rainbow Dash didn't fall, because Rainbow Dash had been here before and knew how to use her wings. Pinkie Pie didn't need much explanation since she was a divine pony. Rarity fainted when she saw herself turn into a pony, and Rainbow Dash held her up. You can't faint again. If you faint again, I can't hold so many of you. They took a moment to adjust, and Rarity and the others, used to walking on 4 hooves, hurried toward Canterlot Central City. Along the way, many ponies pointed and whispered about them. When asked, they all ran away. Soon, they arrived at Ponyville and encountered Fluttershy. Like the other ponies, Fluttershy treated them coldly, especially Purple Bliss and Twilight, as if she were seeing enemies, glaring at them constantly. I'll go find out. Daybreak walked over, but Twilight Sparkle advised. Forget it. She definitely won't say anything. I have an idea. Daybreak walked over and extended her hoof. Hello. I'm Daybreak. We've met. Through Fluttershy's perspective, Daybreak also saw. Applejack's orchard has to pay taxes. 1 tree, 1 gold coin. Flying fast is prohibited in the sky. Rare clothes are burned as bizarre costumes. Pinkie Pie's party cannons are confiscated as dangerous goods. This is really too much. Daybreak said angrily. Upon arriving at Central City, Midnight Sparkle had long been waiting. Long time no see. Another Originally, Midnight Sparkle wanted to say another me, but since there were 2 of herself, she could only change her words. The other 2 me. Midnight Sparkle, I have no grudges against you. Why are you using my name to do so many bad things? Ziyue questioned. Midnight Shining, listen to me, I want you to. Pingqi stood up halfway, kicking the egg at her feet. Pingqi, what does this mean? Xingguangyi asked. Isn't it obvious? I want her to get lost right now, Pingqi said. Do you think I would listen to you? Midnight Shining's horn emitted a laser, and Ziyue summoned a magical wall to block Midnight Shining's attack. Midnight Shining sneered, her magic growing stronger, and she easily destroyed the magical wall. Her magic is incredibly powerful. Even Ziyue is no match for her. It seems there's truly no one who can defeat her. No, I still have the element of harmony, Ziyue said. As long as I use the element of harmony, I can possibly defeat Midnight Shining. Haha, don't even think about using the element of harmony. I've already hidden it. Besides, your friends no longer trust you. Do you really think you can use the element of harmony? Midnight Shining laughed triumphantly. Ziyue lowered her head. Indeed, her friends had distanced themselves from her, and she couldn't use the element of harmony at all. It seems like this time, she was destined to lose. Yue Shuashuo patted her back. Don't be discouraged, Ziyue. Even if you can't use the element of harmony, you still have us. That's right. Yu Bao and the others responded in unison. The humans of 7 do not need tools. They already possess magic. Gathering all their magic onto Yue Shuashuo, she sprouted wings. However, these wings weren't real, they were conjured by magic. Yue Shuashuo looked down at Midnight Shining from the air. You are the embodiment of evil, incapable of being purified. Now, my friends, and I will make you pay for everything you've done. Pingqi and the others shouted from below. Friendship is magic. When the rainbow came flying in, Midnight Shining knew she had lost. Pierced by the rainbow, she began to disappear bit by bit, but she still tried to act tough. Don't be smug. I am indestructible. One day, when your impulsiveness overcomes your reason, I will return. After Midnight Shining disappeared, the evil guards also vanished, and the ponies regained their senses. Discussing the events of the past few days. Everyone, listen to me. Yue Shuashuo was still flying in the air, speaking to all the ponies. The one who plunged Ponyville into disaster was Ziyue's inner demon, Midnight Shining, and it has nothing to do with her. Inner demons do not appear for no reason. Everyone has them. They lurk within you, waiting for your wildness to overcome reason before they emerge. If you have more understanding and tolerance, they will disappear and never reappear. After expressing her thoughts, the ponies cheered and applauded. Princess of the Universe, stop praising me. The task is complete, and I must go now. Yue Shuashuo approached Twilight Sparkle and the others, saying, let's hurry. Some friends were puzzled as to why Yue Shuashuo didn't want to chat with her teacher a little longer. After Yue Shuashuo left, Ziyue found Shining Armor and sincerely apologized to him. Shining Armor held her back. Ziyue, there is no right or wrong in this matter. It's just that we failed to manage our emotions properly, which led to this disaster. The good brother and sister reconciled. Chapter 14. The Way to Restore Memories. At Ponyville School, Teacher Caney told the group of young ponies, next month, Ponyville will hold a roller skating performance. Students interested can participate. The roller skating event is quite simple. It involves wearing roller skates and performing on the field, similar to figure skating. The more dazzling and elegant the moves, the higher the score. Naturally, Xingming Lulu would participate. She donned 2 pairs of roller skates and began simple training on the field. Once she mastered the basics, she aimed for more difficult training, leaping high from a slope, spinning 360 degrees in the air, and landing gracefully. Wow, that sounds impressive. But it also seems a bit impossible, Sweetie Belle said with a smile. You haven't seen anything. I saw figure skaters gliding gracefully on the ice when I was young. It was like a beautiful sight, Xingming Lulu said, her eyes sparkling. Applejack and Sweetie Belle exchanged confused glances before asking, so do you think you can do it too? I can. Ever since I saw it once when I was little, I've been training in my mind. Now that I finally have this opportunity, I must perform well, Xingming Lulu said, tightening her shoelaces. Don't you doubt me? I'll show you. The two of them settled down, and Xingming Lulu began her performance. Without a doubt, Xingming Lulu's performance was indeed impressive. After warming up, she attempted the 360-degree spin in the air to impress her friends. There was a slope in the performance area, and Xingming Lulu accelerated upwards, then leaped, dancing gracefully in the air. The ponies in the stands were all dumbfounded. Were they amazed by Xingming Lulu's performance? No. They realized that Xingming Lulu hadn't maintained her balance, with her 4 hooves up and her head down. What if she fell on her head? Xingming Lulu had her eyes closed while jumping, immersed in her dreams of winning the championship. When she opened her eyes, she found the ground was very close, and she panicked, flailing her hooves. As a result, her head hit the ground first, and her body fell on top of herself, knocking her out cold. Oh no. Something's wrong. A classmate shouted, and teacher Caney hurried out to carry Xingming Lulu to the hospital. After emergency treatment at the hospital, the doctor said she was fine. However, once inside, Xingming Lulu looked at them blankly. Who are you? Hey, Xingming Lulu, what are you talking about? I'm Applejack, and this is Sweetie Belle. Do we really need to introduce ourselves? Applejack slowly walked in. Are you talking about me? Xingming Lulu pointed at herself, asking Applejack. Applejack seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation and quickly pulled Sweetie Belle outside. Oh no. Xingming Lulu seems to have lost her memory. Lost her memory? Sweetie Belle screamed. Are you saying she forgot us? Not just us. She doesn't even remember herself, Applejack said dejectedly. Will she never remember us from that day? Does that mean she can't participate in next month's roller skating competition? After the Dr. Pony came out, the two of them hurriedly approached to inquire. Will Xingming Lulu ever forget us? Did she damage her brain? Applejack and Sweetie Belle discussed. Her amnesia is due to that roller skating mishap. If we perform for her, will it help her remember? Applejack's idea was feasible, currently. Xingming Lulu simply couldn't recall, but if they showed her the reason for her amnesia, it might help her remember something. Does that mean we have to practice roller skating too? Sweetie Belle asked. For Xingming Lulu, this little hardship is nothing. Applejack put on her roller skates and went to the roller skating rink. She thought roller skating would be as easy as it looked, but it was far from it. Once she arrived at the skating rink, her hooves seemed to have minds of their own. Her front hooves moved backward, her back left hoof turned right, and her back right hoof ran forward. In the end, she ended up on her back, falling to the ground and unable to get up for a while. This sport looks pretty dangerous. Why do you want to participate? Xingming Lulu asked. It's not dangerous, and it's fun, Sweetie Belle said, forcing a smile. And then she stepped into the skating rink as well. To be honest, she was even worse than Applejack. As soon as her hooves touched the ground, she started flailing around, knocking over Applejack, who had just gotten up. Are you guys okay? Xingming Lulu asked with concern. We're fine, and it's actually really fun. Sweetie Belle replied awkwardly. Oh right. Applejack nodded vigorously. Xingming Lulu, why don't you come and try? But I can't. Nothing is something you're born with. Just give it a try. Maybe you have hidden talent. Looking at the energetic Lulu skating swiftly, they asked, did you remember something? Sorry, I didn't think of anything. I just think it's cool and interesting. It seems we'll have to take it slow. There is a sloped ramp at the roller skating rink, where Lulu had previously faced difficulties. So when she saw the ramp again, a wave of memories surged back. Sweetheart wanted to replicate Lulu's previous moves, hoping it might help her regain her memory. But she couldn't even do simple skating. How could she succeed with such a difficult move? Sweetheart cried out in panic, Lulu. This shout awakened Lulu's memory, and she quickly skated to the spot where Sweetheart was about to fall, catching her and preventing her from hitting the ground. Lulu, your princess carry just now was so cool, said Apple Lily. There's something even cooler. My memory has come back. Lulu looked at them. Apple Lily thought it was just Grandma scaring her, but Lulu's memory recovery seemed too strange. Could it really be as Grandma Steve said? Chapter 15, The Barren Desert. The southern part of Pony Maria is rich in gold, and many ponies rushed to pan for gold. But they couldn't stop the gold panners. They got lost in the barren desert, running out of water and food, trudging along. Friends, hang in there. There's a small town in the barren desert. If we can reach it, there will be water and food, and we will be saved, Applejaya told them. Applejaya, you've said that a few days ago. After all this time, it's still just sand. Is there really a town? Asked Rare. Yes. Whether it's a small town or a mediocre town, let's hurry. I'm about to die of thirst, Beaky said, stretching out her long tongue and walking with difficulty. As they walked, they saw a cup's foot sticking out from a sand pile. They pulled it out, and it was a golden cup. It must be worth a lot. Just as they were discussing who should keep the golden cup, the cup rolled its eyes, and a unicorn with flowing mane appeared before them. Hello, I am Princess Universe. I have been trapped in this cup for many years. Thank you for releasing me. To express my gratitude, I can grant each of you 3 wishes. Really? Beaky and Rare exclaimed in surprise. First was Beaky. She said, I haven't had cake in a long time. Can you make a mountain of cake? That's easy. The unicorn princess's horn glowed, and a cake mountain appeared, as tall as a house, in front of Beaky. She dove in and had a great meal. To her surprise, she finished the whole mountain. After eating, Beaky said, I haven't had chocolate sauce in a long time. Can you give me an endless supply? Not a problem. The unicorn princess's horn glowed again, and a cloud appeared above Beaky, raining chocolate sauce, which filled her mouth. This works too. The unicorn princess's horn glowed yet again, and Beaky disappeared. Meanwhile, far away at Candy Cube House, Beaky appeared out of nowhere, having successfully made it home. She jumped for joy. Seeing all of Beaky's wishes come true, Rare wanted to make a wish too. I want to take a hot bath. I haven't bathed in weeks. Okay, A bathtub appeared before Rare, filled with skincare products and shower gel. Alright. A gorgeous dress magically appeared on Rare, fitting her perfectly. Ding. Finally. The unicorn princess looked at Apple Jaya. What is your wish? I haven't had apple juice in a long time. I want a truckload of apple juice. Simple. A truckload of apple juice appeared behind Apple Jaya. After drinking 2 jars, feeling a bit hungry, she said, I want to eat fried apple pies. In the next moment, many fried apple pies appeared before her. Okay. Boom. All wishes granted. I must go now. The unicorn princess vanished, and Apple Jaya smiled at them. Let's go. Friends. The mediocre town is still far away. They didn't speak again along the way. Apple Jaya, feeling tired, opened a bottle of apple juice. And suddenly a white smoke burst out, revealing a purple-black unicorn. I am Princess Moon, trapped inside by my sister, Princess Universe. Thank you for releasing me. To show my gratitude, I am willing to grant each of you 2 wishes. Why only 2 wishes? Because my power is not as great as Princess Universe's. Apple Jaya looked at them. Who wants to make a wish first? They all insisted. You found her. You should go first. Apple Jaya nodded and said to Princess Moon, coincidentally, I want to eat apples. Can you give me a truckload of apples? Sure. A truckload of apples appeared behind Apple Jaya. What is your other wish? Princess Moon asked. Apple Jaya thought for a moment, but really didn't know what else she needed. With plenty of food and water, enough to get them out of the desert. She said, you're not needed here anymore. You can go. Princess Moon left, feeling relieved. Hey, we haven't made our wishes yet. Beaky and Rare shouted from behind. Now that the princess was gone, they could only pull a cart of supplies and continue their journey. As they walked, Rare stumbled over her front hooves and, upon closer inspection, found a golden bottle. Inside was a strange creature. Hey, I am Chaos, sealed in this bottle for doing bad things. You saved me, and I am willing to give each of you a wish. As soon as Chaos finished speaking, Beaky shouted, I never want to see Apple Jaya again. My wish is also to never see Apple Jaya again. Rare echoed. Chaos looked at Apple Jaya. So what about you? Do you want to wish to never see them again? Apple Jaya said sadly, I have a good relationship with them. I don't want to part ways. Can you make it so their wishes don't come true? That's easy. Chaos snapped his fingers and left. Nothing needs to be done. Apple Jaya said to cancel their wishes, so Rare and Beaky's wishes won't be granted. Having been annoyed by Apple Jaya 3 times in a row, Beaky could no longer hold back. Apple Jaya, you detestable, cursed pony. I hate you, regret you, and loathe you. Just mentioning you makes me hate everyone else. Apple Jaya took off her hat. All right, guys, calm down. Look over there. Apple Jaya pointed to the path they had walked, where many pony bones were piled up. The 2 were shocked, and Apple Jaya explained, in the barren desert, there are many spirits. If you believe them, you will be trapped in an illusion forever and will eventually become a skeleton in this desert. They were terrified and dared not linger for a moment longer. After walking for another day, they finally reached the mediocre town and successfully escaped the barren desert. Chapter 16. Treat others as they treat you. Rare opened a clothing store in Manhattan, which was well liked by local ponies due to its high quality and low prices. From then on, whenever there was a party or a custom outfit needed, everyone went to Rare. Rare was making money, but the other clothing store owners were not happy. Isn't there a saying that seeing others make money is worse than losing money yourself? This was exactly the case for these clothing store owners, who were very angry seeing Rare greet one customer after another. Among them was a clothing designer named Gopaz, who owned an old, established store in Manhattan, and his peers called him Brother Gopaz. Although Gopaz's store was well known, today's ponies preferred new and trendy items, and Gopaz couldn't keep up with the times, making it only a matter of time before he was eliminated. In contrast, Rare's designs focused on trends, which were completely different from their old styles. Since they couldn't compete with her in clothing, they decided to attack her directly. So, he brought a few thuggish ponies to Rare's store. Looking at those fierce thugs, the customers dared not buy anything and left one after another. Jinchi noticed they wanted to cause trouble, but she couldn't do anything about it. So, she suppressed her anger and asked in a welcoming tone, what would you handsome guys like to buy? Of course, you're here to buy clothes. Are you here to buy soy sauce? Gaopa asked, and the thugs laughed heartily. They are definitely here to pick a fight. I don't know what type of clothes you like, casual or sporty. With my status, I should wear something elegant. Gaopa tilted his mouth high. You don't deserve to wear my clothes. Jinchi wanted to curse him out but held it back. He was a local bully, and with the mayor backing him, if she offended him, she could forget about continuing her business in Mahadon. These are the latest designs. I took a look. And this beige suit would suit you very well, don't you think? Jinchi used magic to take out a beige suit from the rack. Gaopa took a glance and couldn't help but admire. It's truly exquisite. But he was here to cause trouble, so he couldn't compliment her. Instead, he waved his hand dismissively, just SOSO. Just SOSO? Jinchi was a bit angry. This suit was one of her proud creations. How could someone dismiss her abilities with just one sentence? It looks flashy on the outside, but it's only meant to fool those who don't know better. Silk is only suitable for making Chinese-style clothes, and you use it to make a suit? That's really a waste. After saying that, he left with the other thugs. After being mocked, Jinchi felt very aggrieved. She lay in bed crying, her tears soaking her eyeshadow, turning it black, which was actually due to her non-waterproof eyeshadow fading. She cried while eating ice cream because when she was sad, only sweet things could stabilize her mood. No, I can't take this lying down. I must get my revenge. But how should I take revenge? Suddenly, she had an idea and wrote a letter to Ziyue. After receiving the letter, Ziyue rushed to Mahadon from Ponyville. At the train station, the mayor of Mahadon personally greeted Ziyue because he received news that Princess Ziyue was coming to inspect. This situation was akin to the leaders of the Education Bureau visiting a school for inspection. How could the principal not be nervous? Upon seeing Ziyue, he welcomed her with a smile. Oh, the princess has graced us with her presence. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. No need. Ziyue simply said as she held her head high and walked off the train. Along the way, the mayor was trembling in fear. Even a cough from Ziyue made him shudder. Why was the mayor so afraid of Ziyue? If you don't do anything wrong, you won't fear a knock on the door. The story will explain this mayor's situation later, leaving a suspense for now. Absolutely. I will ensure the princess is satisfied. The mayor hurriedly promised. They arrived at Gao Pa's high-end clothing store in Mahadon, and as soon as they entered, the mayor instructed, whatever the princess wants, you must make it for her, or you will leave Mahadon with the garbage truck this afternoon. Gao Pa had no choice but to stiffen his neck and meet Ziyue. What would you like, princess? Aren't we here to buy clothes? Or did you think we came here to buy soy sauce? Ziyue said. Yes. What style of clothes does the princess want? Faced with the princess, Gao Pa dared not talk back. He put aside his previous arrogance and stood there obediently. With my noble status, I must have the best gown, Ziyue said. Of course. Gao Pa hurried to fetch his best gown. It was a deep blue gown, adorned with 50 stars and embedded with red gemstones, symbolizing the 50 villages and towns of Ponyville. The silk ribbon on the gown was handcrafted, with a delicate feel. Wearing it felt weightless, just like draping a silk scarf over oneself. Not stuffy at all, very cool. Mahadon's high-end clothing store was indeed a well-established store, surpassing Jinchi's clothes. However, Ziyue remained expressionless, just SOSO. Gao Pa cried, Princess, this gown is absolutely the best in all of Ponyville. You won't find another like it. The dress is good, but your character is lacking. Ziyue looked at him. Gao Pa, no matter how foolish he was, would not fail to understand the connection. Jinchi was Princess Ziyue's friend, and he dared to bully Jinchi. Wasn't that disrespecting Ziyue? He regretted it deeply and kept apologizing, asking for Ziyue's forgiveness. In fact, Ziyue did not like to use her princess identity. It was Jinchi's idea to intimidate the arrogant Gao Pa. Now that the purpose was achieved, Ziyue told him, business should be harmonious. You make money, and others in Ponyville should also make money. You can't offend your peers for a small benefit. The princess's lesson is noted. I will go apologize to the princess's friend right away. Wait, I want you to apologize not because Jinchi is my friend, but because you should apologize for your previous arrogance. You can't look down on others. Ziyue corrected him. Gao Pa nodded and went to find Jinchi to apologize. Although this was forced upon him, it also made him realize that Jinchi was Ziyue's friend, and he would not dare to target this place in the future, thus helping Jinchi resolve a troubling matter. As for these gang-like business tycoons, one day he would expose them all and conduct a thorough cleanup. Chapter 17. No one can bully my teammates. The Crystal Preparatory Academy was very dissatisfied after tying with Cantrelot High School in the previous friendship games. The principal, a selfish and self-serving person who only valued honor, wanted her school to win the next competition. What competition? Basketball. As one of the most popular sports locally, Ponyville places great importance on basketball, often seeing a basketball court every few streets, and even groups of kids playing basketball in the alleys. It was much better than a street full of pharmacies. The principal pressured Yangxiu and her friends, saying if they couldn't win, she would deduct their credits. Yangxiu and her friends were left speechless. They participated in the competition, and if they won, no extra credits would be added, but if they lost, they'd lose credits instead. They wished they had not participated. However, they were confident in victory. Although they lost the men's basketball match, their women's basketball team was exceptionally strong. Having hardly lost to Cantrelot's women's team before, they were confident they could win again. What they didn't know was that their previous wins were due to Cantrelot being divided by Yuhui, making their team fall apart. Now that they had reconciled, winning wouldn't be so easy. Especially with the addition of the top student, Twilight Sparkle, their abilities had improved. Let me tell you about basketball skills. I am the center point on this diagram, and we need to use the principle of parabolas to score. Twilight Sparkle kept talking, while Rainbow Dash covered her ears. Are we in gym class or math class? Pass me the ball. She snatched the basketball from Twilight's hands and dribbled it to the hoop, scoring a basket. Twilight, talking is useless. We need to practice. Rainbow Dash said proudly. You're right, let me demonstrate. She stood outside the three-point line, threw the ball, and made a precise shot. Then she covered her eyes with a cloth. From this position, I can score without looking. She shot again, scoring easily, leaving Rainbow Dash gaping at her. With Twilight's guidance, the players' shooting percentages improved. By the time of the match, the confirmed lineup was Twilight Sparkle, Yuhui, Rainbow Dash, Applejack, and Pinkie Pie. Their 5 old rivals from Crystal Preparatory Academy were Sour Sweet, Yangtzu, Sugarcoat, Daydream, and Xuanqing. On the court, both sides warmed up, and as old classmates. Sour Sweet and her friends came over to greet Twilight. Hey, isn't this the top student, Twilight Sparkle? What brings you here to play basketball? Are you not satisfied with being first on the test, and want to compete for first in sports too? You are being too rude. What are you talking about? Twilight's athletic performance is mostly at the bottom, probably because Canterlot High couldn't gather enough players, so they pulled her up, huh? Yaori also laughed along. This is a bad habit left on the basketball court, trash-talking before the game to disturb the players, making it hard for them to maintain their mindset. Yunbao, experienced in competitions, still didn't know what they were scheming in their hearts, so she gave them an international friendly gesture, the middle finger. Hey, what do you mean by that? Is this how Canterlot welcomes its opponents? This move was indeed effective. The 5 of them collectively broke down and angrily questioned Yunbao. Well said, Yunbao. Ping Chi applauded. After the warm-up, they went to the court. Applejack, being taller, was there to grab the ball. Beep. With the sound of a whistle, the game officially began. After getting the ball, Yunbao relied on her agile movements to score a few baskets. Crystal Prep Academy didn't back down either. Whenever they got the ball, they would cooperate with each other to attack the opponent's basket, and the scores remained close. However, Canterlot had Twilight Sparkle, whose three-point shooting was very accurate. She almost always made her shots. In contrast, Crystal Prep Academy's three-point shooting percentage was too low. If they didn't come up with a solution, they would gradually fall behind due to Twilight's three-pointers. Thus, they began to resort to trash-talking. When Twilight got the ball and was about to shoot, Sun Qing blocked her and lowered her voice. Twilight Sparkle, can you see clearly with those glasses? Maybe you should go get your eyes checked before coming back to the court. Twilight Sparkle was severely myopic and hated it when others mocked her vision. Because of this comment, she became a bit distracted, and not only did she miss the shot, but the ball also bounced into Swan Tion's hands. Good shot. Swan Tion broke through Ping Chi and Applejack's defense and performed a dunk. That was the best assist, Twilight Sparkle, Sun Qing said. No wonder she's from our school. Hearing this, Ping Chi asked, Mumu, why did you pass the ball to her? Do you really want to help them? I didn't. Twilight quickly explained. While Yu Hui and Shua mediated, and they continued the game. But Sun Qing kept talking trash next to Twilight Sparkle, making it hard for her to focus on the game. Yunbao saw everything. In the last 5 minutes of the game, Yao Ri passed the ball to Sun Qing. Sun Qing jumped up to catch it, and Yunbao suddenly jumped as well, reaching out to catch the ball. Yunbao was in front of Sun Qing. She raised her hand, but her elbow came crashing down towards Sun Qing's face. Both were running and jumping, so Yunbao's elbow hit Sun Qing hard, causing her to fall back and lose consciousness. Yunbao had committed a foul, but she pretended not to know. Why is she lying down? Is she acting? Faking an injury. Yunbao, you crashed into someone. And it's serious. You're being substituted. Vice Principal Luna was fair and just, immediately substituting Yunbao out. All right. Even though I'm out, the game continues. Now there's no one whispering on the court. It's much quieter. Yunbao walked off the court nonchalantly. Mumu, keep it up. Don't let my efforts go to waste. It turned out Yunbao knew she was being harassed by Sun Qing, and as the captain, she didn't confront Sun Qing directly, but took her out via foul. Though this method was not commendable, it was quite satisfying. Crystal Prep Academy replaced Sun Qing, but the substitute wasn't as skilled as her. Without Sun Qing's harassment, Twilight Sparkle's shooting percentage returned to normal, and in the last 2 minutes, she surpassed the score significantly, defeating Crystal Prep Academy. Canterlot High once again triumphed over Crystal Prep Academy, leaving Principal's face pale with anger as she left without a word. Although Yunbao had taken Sun Qing out, she was still the one who caused the injury, so Principal Celestia punished her to apologize. In the end, Yunbao stood at the hospital entrance with her hands in her pockets, impatiently waiting for Sun Qing to be discharged. next to a wheelchair with a fruit basket on it. From then on, Yun Bao became renowned as the fruit basket warlord. Chapter 18. Another legend of heartwarming Eve. Beaky, wearing a sweater and biting a saw, felled a pine tree that was to be used for decoration tonight. She dragged the tree and was about to leave when she noticed something seemed to be trapped underneath. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a little pony. Oh my, did this tree fall on her? Is she going to be okay? Am I going to face criminal charges? Beaky shouted, unsure of what to do. The little pony stood up. Ouch, I just wanted to take a nap here. Why did you drop a tree on me? Who is so heartless? Oh, you're awake? Are you okay? You just said you wanted to sleep here? Beaky frowned at her. Yeah, I have something to do tonight. I told you to be careful when cutting trees in the future, the little pony reminded her. Sorry, because your coat is white. It's hard to see you in the heavy snow. What's your name, and why are you sleeping here? My name is Nwanshi. As I said, I have something to do tonight, so I'm resting now to have the energy to work later. Beaky, who is this? Mrs. Cake asked. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Cake's maternal instincts surged, and she grabbed Nwanshi's front hoof. You must be an abandoned child, right? Don't worry, we will take you in. Actually, I don't need that. I just want to sit for a while. No way. Beaky, get our cake out, and let this friend have a taste. Beaky agreed, and took out the cake Mrs. Cake had just made. No need for pleasantries, just eat the cake. Wrong. This is a drama. It's something the later ponies made up, and you've all been fooled. Nwanshi shook her head vigorously. Nwanshi walked to the hearth, sat down, and spoke to them. A long time ago, when the ponies of Pony Maria first built their houses and settled down, it angered the gods. The gods thought the ponies didn't deserve to live here, so to drive them away, it started snowing heavily in Pony Maria. The snow fell that day and never stopped. Many ponies couldn't endure the cold and had to leave. Those who didn't leave were swallowed by the snow and turned into ice sculptures. At that time, the celestial steed Yesu was touched by the ponies' suffering and reincarnated as a pony. He taught the ponies how to use wood to create fire and how to keep the fire alive. The ponies finally found a way to resist the cold, and all worshipped him as their master, hoping he would teach them more knowledge. He later took in 10 apprentices and imparted all the knowledge he had to them. Yesu's actions displeased the gods. Fire is something that only exists in the divine realm. Why should Yesu pass it down to the mortal world and teach them how to use it? They plotted against Yesu. However, Yesu had too many followers, and the gods couldn't act against him. So they came up with a plan to have Yesu's students harm him. Originally, he was already guilty and fearful, and upon seeing the note, he became even more afraid and could only confess to his teacher. Yesu told him, actually, every box has a note that says you are a traitor. If a pony who hasn't done anything sees this note, they will disregard it. But those who are guilty will reveal their true selves, forced by their inner fear to admit it. The traitor begged for forgiveness. And Yesu said, everything I have done in the mortal world has been completed. It is time for me to leave. You, for your own selfish desires, want to harm your own teacher. This is an unforgivable crime. For your punishment, every year on the day I ascend, you will use the money you gained through corruption to buy gifts for the ponies. When you spend all the money, only then will you be forgiven. At that time, the gods granted him his wish, allowing him to have endless mountains of gold and silver. There was so much money that it would take her 1,000 years of relentless work to finish. But there was only one day a year when Yesu ascended. So he could only keep working year after year, because he was a bad pony. He couldn't use the front door and could only sneak in through the window to deliver gifts to the ponies. Being forced into this, he greatly resented this task. If anyone sees him before going to bed and laughs at him, he will kill them, to ensure he delivers the gifts without harming others. The little ponies gathered by the fireplace, leaving an empty room for him to deliver the gifts. There is also a saying that if he sees the little ponies giving gifts to each other outside the window, he will think he has already delivered his gifts and leave. He does not dare to approach the fireplace, not only because he fears the fire, but also because there are fireplace sprites protecting the little ponies nearby. Warmth finished telling the story. Pinky and the cake couple saw her to the door, and she quickly disappeared into the snowstorm without a trace. Chapter 19. The Little Lion. One day, Ruru was walking down the street as usual when a group of Pegasus ponies flew over her head, shouting, "Oh no, a lion has run into Ponyville. Everyone be careful." "Excuse me, how big is the lion?" Ruru weakly asked. "Big enough to swallow a little pony in one bite." "Ah," Ruru screamed in fright. Although she liked small animals, a lion that could swallow a little pony definitely couldn't be considered a small animal. Didn't Ruru have a big black bear? Isn't a big black bear fiercer than a lion? But what you don't understand is that Ruru's bear doesn't eat meat. It only eats apples and honey. It can show off when it encounters smaller animals, but when facing one of the same size, it becomes timid. She had just run near her home when a huge creature jumped out of the bushes beside her, several times her size, and immediately pinned Ruru down. Ruru opened her eyes to see a massive body, sharp claws, and brown mane. Wasn't this a lion? It's over. It seems I'm going to die today, she cried. The lion quickly covered her mouth. Shoo, don't make a sound. Ruru nodded. Hearing him say this, Ruru was not as afraid of him anymore. She asked, what is your name? Little Lion. With your size, you still call yourself a little lion? Does that make me a baby? After confirming that he would not harm her, Ruru took him to her home. She forgot one thing. There were many small animals in her house. And these little animals couldn't handle the sight of a giant adult lion coming in. They all jumped out of the windows or ran into the walls. Angel, who usually flaunted in front of Ruru, always considered himself the Rabbit King. Today, seeing this lion, the Rabbit King turned into a little rabbit, ran into a mouse hole, and chased all the mice out, hiding inside. Don't be afraid. He won't hurt you, Ruru said. The little animals peeked out, wanting to see if what Ruru said was true. The little lion grinned, revealing its sharp fangs, and they all ran away again. The little lion frowned and said, your friends seem to not like me. Don't take it too personally. They're just a bit shy. Angel, come out. If you don't come out, I want to prepare dinner for you. But Angel wasn't going to come out. If she did, she would become the lion's dinner. No way, absolutely not going out. Ruru had no choice but to prepare dinner first. She asked the little lion, what do you eat? Outside, she found a few stones. And without needing to wash them, the little lion just stuffed the stones into its mouth to eat. These stones were real hard food, and after eating them, it could go 3 days without food. The lightning Pegasi were still patrolling for the lion but had not found it yet. Over time, the little ponies stopped hiding and went out for their usual stroll. To solve the little lioness food problem, Ruru found Pinky and asked her to bring a large stone from the quarry. The nickname God Horse for Pinky was not just for show. She hurriedly pulled the big stone towards Ruru's house. Pinky arrived at Ruru's house first, pushed the door open, and saw a big lion sitting inside. Ah, a big lion. Pinky stumbled back, crying out, the lion is here. How can you expect me not to be scared of such a huge lion? Don't be afraid. I'm here. If you're here, then I'm not. At that moment, the Lightning Pegasi team arrived. Listen, Big Lion, you are surrounded. Surrender now. Great. It's the Lightning Pegasi team. We're saved. Pinky shouted happily. The little lion questioned, are they the ones you brought? Not entirely. Pinky is just helping me with the stone. Yes, my friend, trust me. I can't trust you at all. The little lion roared angrily. Oh no, he is going to attack. Fire Spitter said. The unicorns haven't arrived yet. They can only try to stop this lion. But their strength was too weak. With a sweep of the little lion's tail, all 3 members were knocked away. Fortunately, Ziyue arrived just in time, and the little lion ran away into the eternal freedom forest. Ruru felt a bit sad. She had initially wanted to be friends with him, but now she was misunderstood, and she couldn't find him to explain. She decided to enter the forest to find him and tell him the whole story. But the eternal freedom forest was very dangerous, filled with many perilous animals. A moment of inattention could cost her life, but she was not afraid and went in anyway. 2 wooden wolves revealed their fierce eyes, knowing Ruru had spotted them. They chose not to hide and pounced on her. Help! Ruru shouted while running, but in the eternal freedom forest, who would come to save her? She ran while climbing up the mountain, cornering herself. Reaching the top of the mountain, with no way to go, she could only cry for help. Doesn't Ruru have wings? Why doesn't she fly away? Ruru had a habit of panicking in dangerous situations, using her wings to cover her eyes instead of flying away. At that moment, the little lion was under a tree, thinking, what a foolish little pony to come to this place. Let you trick me. You will be eaten by the wooden wolves. Ruru shouted, little lion. Hearing Ruru's hoarse cries, the little lion became restless. Although Ruru had tricked him, she and T harmed him in all these days. Why choose that day to attack? Could it be that he misunderstood her? Remembering Ruru's angelic appearance, the little lion felt anger rise within him, and with a roar, he dashed up the mountain. The 2 wooden wolves quickly ran forward, but when they found no way out, they jumped down and ended up breaking apart. The little lion stopped beside Ruru, who said, you saved me. I knew you would come. Did you come to find me for something? That day was too urgent. I had no time to explain. Now, I think it's time to tell you the whole story. After Ruru finished, the little lion realized he had misunderstood and no longer held anger towards her. However, he did not want to go to Ruru's home because Angel and the others were scared of him, and he couldn't take over their nest. Nevertheless, he still considered Ruru a friend, and in the future, when she entered the forest, he would secretly protect her. Chapter 20, The Old Witch Principal. Because the overly authoritative principal had been abusing her power and arbitrarily punishing students, She was finally dismissed from her duties by the education department, and the head of the phonetics department became the principal of the Crystal Preparatory Academy. The students of the Crystal Preparatory Academy felt liberated and rejoiced. They even wrote a play to mock the principal, performed by two students named Shurchin Yaya and Yuna. Yuna, have you ever seen a witch? A witch? No, I haven't. Not only have I not seen one, but I also want to tell you that there are no witches in the world. What you said is very wrong. I have seen a witch, an old witch. Oh, you've seen one? Then tell me what she looks like. She looks neither human nor ghostly, with one side of her face crying and the other side laughing, a bitter melon face, always with a dead fish mouth. And then she flies around on a broken broom. Wow, that sounds pretty scary. Where did you see her? I've seen her in many places. The playground, classroom, dormitory, cafeteria, even the bathroom. She is everywhere. Oh, are you talking about the former principal, the overly authoritative one? How did she become an old witch? Because she is not like normal people. She is neither human nor ghost. How did she become neither human nor ghost? Isn't she a person? If she is a person, why doesn't she dare to appear in broad daylight and only does shady things in the dark? So, that means she is not human. If she is not human, why can she speak human language? Then she is human. If she is human, why does she keep talking nonsense? Then she is a ghost. If she is a ghost, why does she have a human appearance? So is she human? If she is human, why does she do things that are not human? Wait a minute. What has she done that is not human? Abuse of power, randomly punishing students, framing and causing the vice principal to be dismissed, monopolizing power. She likes to reverse right and wrong, calling black white, ugly beautiful, bad good, and wrong right. Are these things something normal people would do? Certainly not. So what did you see her do last time? She was scheming to get rid of the phonetics director, and she called us together. Wait, Shurchin Yaya. What do you do? Why did she come to you? I'm in the student council. She wants to rely on votes to get rid of phonetics. So she has to find me to campaign. Did you listen to her? How could I do that? That day, she called us and shouted at the classmates with her loud duck voice. Wait, why does your voice sound so awful? Can an old witch's voice sound good? That is true. Classmates, today I have something to ask of you, which is to help me suppress phonetics. This is a delusion. At this moment, Yuna has to cooperate with Shurchin Yaya's dialogue so that the play can continue seamlessly. This is despicable. What's wrong with being despicable? A small-minded person is not a gentleman. There is no woman without poison. Just relying on this is not enough. I also have to frame her. Making her resign voluntarily is not enough. And if she doesn't resign, that's not okay either. What kind of hat are you going to put on her? A tall hat. Hey, what if she ignores you? Just say you don't get along well with your colleagues, are a lone wolf, and have the suspicion of retaliating against society. That's a pretty tall hat to wear. What if she sincerely communicates with you? Then just say you are flattering her, deliberately fawning over high officials, and harboring the mindset of usurping power. This is really unbearable. This is unbearable. Yuna has a better trick, which is to win people's hearts. That day, she held a paper and said to the top class students, classmates, come take a look. This is the answer to this exam. Go ahead and copy it. Everyone will get full marks. So our school will be the best in the city again. This is cheating. We won't copy answers. It doesn't matter if you don't copy. I can change your scores for you. $1 adds 1 point. But for just $100 you can get 100 points. Why not? What do you mean just $100? What benefits do you get from doing this? If your scores go up, I can get praise from the Ministry of Education. That way, I can get the banner and make money. Both are not in conflict. This is openly seeking profit. Your words are too harsh. What do you mean openly seeking profit? This is called robbing in broad daylight. It can indeed be counted as robbery. There were a few people, unappreciative, who reported me, saying I was collecting tips indiscriminately. You tell me, asking them to pay $10 each week. Is that considered collecting tips? This is just like a little thug collecting protection fees. That phonetics director, being a director is already enough, but she still wants to run for principal. Think about it. Have I ever mistreated you since I became principal? I only bullied you. Yuna shakes her head with a bitter smile. Shurchin Yaya now? Someone actually says I secretly do bad things, wanting to harm phonetics. Classmates, do I harm people? Aren't I always direct and straightforward? So, did you get rid of her? I couldn't get rid of her. Instead, I was dismissed. How could such a big principal like you be dismissed? Because the net of heaven is vast. And justice may be delayed, but will never be absent. There are too many people who dislike me. They all went to report me. This is self-inflicted. I have deeply realized my mistakes and am willing to change. If I get a chance to start over, I will. You will become a new person. You have self-awareness. With Yuna's laughter, Shurchin Yaya and Yuna bow to the students below and then walk off the stage. The students below applaud. They even recorded this performance and printed a copy to send to Yuna, asking, will this harm them? If she does this, it just admits she is that old witch. Chapter 21. Please be quiet. Fortunately, the work has finally been completed, and she wants to have a good sleep. After applying skincare products and putting 2 slices of cucumber on her eyes, just as she was about to sleep beautifully, she smelled something burning. There's a fire. The first thing Jinchi thought of was this. This is a clothing store, and there are many fabric scraps inside. If there's a fire, her store will be completely ruined. Running downstairs to find the source of the fire, she discovered there was no flame, just thick smoke billowing from the kitchen. The smoke was too choking, and Jinchi kept coughing. "Sweetheart, are you inside?" Jinchi shouted. "What are you doing in there?" "I'm cooking." The rice cooker is electric. Using firewood to cook in an electric rice cooker is certainly inconvenient. "Oh ho ho. Dear, are you hungry?" "Sister doesn't have time to cook now. Why don't you go out for fast food? This time you can eat whatever you want. Burgers and fries are fine. Just don't make noise at home while I'm resting." Jinchi knew her sister was very mischievous and often did things that went against her wishes. Today she wanted to sleep quietly. If she didn't drive her out, she would definitely make a fuss, and then she wouldn't be able to sleep. "Oh, you actually allow me to eat that? Then I'll definitely go." Sweetheart bounced and ran off with the money. She had just lain down when she heard Beaky's loud voice from outside. "Hey, passersby, come take a look. Fresh apples just picked from the sweet apple orchard. Guaranteed big and sweet. If you find a sour one, it's your gum sensitivity." This voice was too loud, and Jinchi couldn't sleep at all. She walked out and saw Beaky and Apple Jia, smiling as she said, "Oh ho ho. Dear, what are you doing at my doorstep?" Although the paper didn't state whether Apple Jia and Beaky were relatives, think about it. If the 2 families had no relation, why would it be written? So why must it be at my doorstep? Did you misunderstand something? Although this is a clothing store, but this is my home, equivalent to my studio. The clothes on display are ones I just designed for exhibition. I will design many clothes and then sell them to businesses, but not sell them here. Do you understand? Jinchi is essentially the manufacturer, while the sale is not done here. Oh, I see. Then let's change places. Apple Jia and Beaky took their apples and left. In this situation, Jinchi could only watch and not drive them away. Unexpectedly, when they reached her doorstep, a donkey just stood there motionless. No matter how Ro tried to persuade it, it wouldn't move. This donkey was carrying a big drum, and on top of it was a monkey continuously beating the drum, the sound drifting into Jinchi's house through the window. "How long are you going to stay here?" Jinchi shouted loudly. She shouted loudly because the drum sound was too loud, and Yunbao couldn't hear her at all. "Oh, forget it. This donkey is throwing a tantrum. You have to take the donkey's sadness away before it will leave." "What is taking the donkey's sadness away?" "What? Oh no, you can't do this. I'm trying to communicate with it." Ro hurriedly stopped her. "So what did it say?" "It didn't respond to me." Jinchi rolled her eyes, looking at Ro as if she were an idiot. In the end, she decided to take action herself. The donkey was quite perceptive. When it saw Jinchi take out a whip, it walked forward. Yunbao said, "Hey, you ran away before being hit. You have potential." Finally, they also left. Now, I can finally sleep well. Quirky lies down, thinking, no, according to the plot, it wouldn't let me sleep so easily. Sure enough, it wasn't long before someone knocked on the door. When I went out to take a look, it was Chaos. He cried and said, "You guys are going to the Galloping Gala, and you didn't bring me along? Am I not your best friend? If you want to join, just join. No little pony is stopping you. But you all are wearing formal attire, and I don't have any. I'm so sad." With Chaos's body type, there are no suitable clothes available in the market, so he could only ask Quirky to custom make them. Quirky asked, "How many do you need?" "One for each of my friends." Chaos pointed outside the door, where many more Chaos ponies were lining up. No need to ask, he was just joking with Quirky. "Are you messing with me? Will you do it or not? If you don't, we'll each give a 1-star review." Chaos raised his hand, and the group of Chaos ponies behind him held up a 1-star rating sheet. Unable to resist, Quirky had no choice but to make the clothes. Quirky frowned as she helped Chaos with the outfit. Just after finishing the first one, Chaos snatched it up. "Thanks. I'm off." After he left, those Chaos ponies followed him out. How can I say this? My sleep time hasn't even been as long as your eating time. Quirky buried her head on the table and fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up, it was already night. Sweetheart Baby had gone to bed, and she had just woken up. Looking at the street, there wasn't a single little pony. They had all gone to sleep. But at this moment, Quirky couldn't fall asleep. She had slept enough from the afternoon until now. However, now that she had nothing to do and couldn't disturb anyone, why was it that no one bothered her when she had nothing to do? Chapter 22. Senior Sister Yuhui Shua. Because of this matter, she had been feeling down these past 2 days, often staring out the window in a daze. If I remember correctly, your teacher has forgiven you, right? The person involved didn't mind, so let those little ponies say whatever they want. Just like me, Rarity always hated that I used apple-scented perfume, but I kept using it. You smell it. Applejack raised her arm to show them her scent. Applejack's perfume was cheap, so the smell was quite strong. Rarity just took a whiff and found it overpowering. Applejack, didn't I give you a bottle of YSL Libre? Why aren't you using it? That perfume smells too faint. I put it in the box. I spent quite a bit of money on that. I haven't even used it myself and gave it to you. I think I won't use it. Maybe Yuhui Shua Shua can use it. Applejack took out the perfume. Yuhui Shua Shua smiled awkwardly. Although I also use perfume. I usually use that wild rose scent. I haven't tried this one. Oh, shouldn't you be in the bathroom? Yuhui Shua Shua struggled to get up and then stood up to walk, but ended up falling to the ground again. Starlight Glimmer quietly reminded her. Yuhui Shua Shua looked at her hooves. They were hooves now? She smiled awkwardly and walked alongside Starlight Glimmer. Where is Ziyue now? At this moment, many little ponies had gathered outside the castle, all dressed in high-end formal attire, walking proudly step by step towards the cosmic princess and greeting her. Ziyue was also on the side, shaking hooves with these little ponies. With so many ponies, it seemed she wouldn't have time for a while. With more money, the attitude also got higher. A stallion in a high-end suit walked up to the cosmic princess. Dear cosmic princess, is this your student Yuhui Shua Shua? The cosmic princess was somewhat displeased. Everyone in Ponyville knew about Yuhui Shua Shua leaving. How could he not know? Was it intentional? Oh dear, I forgot. She is no longer here. You've changed to another student. Otto, Yuhui Shua Shua leaving is her own business, and taking Ziyue as my student is also my business. You have no right to point fingers. Yes. Anyway, it's not impossible to change students in the future. After all, there's a precedent. After Otto finished speaking, he left. The punishments in Ponyville are very light. Speaking back to the princess won't cause any trouble, at most just being locked up. Major crimes, however, can lead to life sentences, like Kashi and her friends, who are sealed in stone forever. So, Otto wasn't afraid of the cosmic princess's punishment. She wouldn't do anything to him because of his status and identity. The cosmic princess wouldn't, but Yuhui Shua Shua would. She couldn't stand seeing her close ones being bullied. And at that moment, she wanted to deal with the arrogant Otto. She stepped forward and said to Otto, "Hello, sir. Can you help me open this bottle of wine?" Saying this, she threw Otto a flirtatious glance and blinked. Although Otto knew that the cosmic princess's first student was Yuhui Shua Shua, he hadn't seen her much. Besides, Yuhui Shua Shua was quite beautiful, with her red and yellow mane and the intoxicating fragrance she emitted, and he was immediately captivated. Sure, beautiful lady. He bit the bottle cork with his mouth, but the cork was quite tight, and he couldn't open it even with all his strength. In the end, he used too much force. The cork came off, but the wine sprayed out of the bottle and splattered all over his face, causing him to stagger back and knock over the pyramid of wine glasses behind him. Coincidentally, a waiter, Unicorn, was carrying a basin of hot water with magic. And when he bumped into it, the magic failed, and all the hot water spilled onto him. In just half a minute, the place was in chaos because of Otto. The cosmic princess angrily said, "Otto, are you intentionally causing trouble? Security, throw him out." "I'll do it." Yuhui Shua Shua volunteered to step forward. Using magic, she lifted him up, walked to the door, stood him up, shook her legs twice, and kicked him far away. Yuhui Shua Shua's kicking style was different from the other little ponies. If it were other ponies, they would definitely kick with both hind legs. But Yuhui Shua Shua stood up and kicked with one hoof. Because she had been human for so long, she hadn't adapted yet. "What are you talking about? That kick was great." "You don't know. Otto is notoriously annoying. Many little ponies are fed up with him, but they can't directly kick him out. Now that he has been kicked out, it not only strikes down his arrogance, but also spares the little ponies here from his annoying chatter," said the cosmic princess. Looking at the other little ponies, they all chimed in. "Yes, that guy is too annoying." The cosmic princess felt that it was time to clarify Yuhui Shua Shua's situation. So she recounted Yuhui Shua Shua's journey in front of all the little ponies. The little ponies all felt that Yuhui Shua Shua's experience was as exciting as a storybook. After the party, Ziyue said to Yuhui Shua Shua, "In situations like this, I can only hold my breath and never think about revenge. But you can. And you do it in a way that makes all the little ponies happy. You truly live up to being my senior sister." Chapter 23. I really want to improve. There are often doubts about the cosmic princess's abilities. She's not good at fighting and not good at governing Ponyville. First of all, she's not good at fighting. Almost whenever a villain appears, the cosmic princess always loses. She only defeated Chaos back then by teaming up with Princess Luna. As for her governance abilities, it's said that her management of Ponyville has many little ponies who are not united, including 2 villages throwing agricultural products at each other. and Starlight Glimmer's town having its territory reduced without proper coordination. Especially now, Ponyville has been established for over 1,000 years and is starting to build more modern cities. Among them, Manhattan is a key construction project. The current mayor of Manhattan is Big Mac, who is good friends with Tiara's father, Moneybags. When Manhattan was just starting to be built, they needed ponies to manage it. But many ponies were afraid of being blamed by the Cosmic Princess if they didn't organize it well, so they didn't dare to take on the task. Big Mac seized the opportunity, used connections to buy the mayor position, and hired many knowledgeable ponies to help him strategize. At the beginning, Madaha diligently worked under the orders of the Cosmic Princess. Although the mayor's salary was high, it was still far less than the money he had initially spent to buy his position. He asked, "What should I do?" Of course, he should start with the construction fees given by the Cosmic Princess. You must have heard that a horse doesn't get fat eating night grass. But this was not advisable. Oh, there's nothing wrong with it. Do you know Glotzy from Luomaki? He incites discord for money, and we only take a little bit at a time. The Cosmic Princess won't know. With bad intentions, suggestions were made, such as using low-price cement for the buildings, but reporting the price as high-quality cement, thus pocketing the difference. Additionally, regarding subsidies for poor families, if the plan was to give 700 to a family, he would give 650. The difference was not significant. And the little horses wouldn't mind. With 10,000 poor families in Mahadon, he made a profit of 500,000 through this method. There were many similar incidents. Over time, he accumulated more money. His assets were higher than his salary, which could not go unnoticed, so he began to curry favor with Starlight. Starlight was a favored student of Ziyue and also the principal of Friendship Academy, often helping Ziyue manage affairs. Importantly, Ziyue was the next ruler of Ponyland. Ziyue was equivalent to the prime minister in our real life, with the potential to become president, while Starlight was the provincial secretary. Starlight's status and power far surpassed that of Madaha. If he could win her favor and have her as his protector, he would be safe. Pushing many gold coins in front of Starlight, even though she was Ziyue's student, Starlight would be greedy and take all the money. But not long ago, Ziyue visited Mahadon, and Madaha was anxious, finding Starlight and asking her for help. "You can hide all the money with me for now, and after the storm passes, you can come back and retrieve it," Starlight said to him. "What if I don't give it?" If he didn't give the money to Starlight, he would soon be investigated, and Starlight would stand by and watch as he was sent to prison. Spending money to avoid disaster, Madaha's money was now untraceable, and he had no way to act, while Starlight became the next target for investigation. However, Starlight was very clever. She hid all the money elsewhere and pretended to live a simple life. One day, when Ziyue came to investigate her, Starlight was sitting in her house, nibbling on a corn cob. Her meals were very simple: 3 corn cobs and a cup of boiled water. Those who didn't know would think she was extremely poor. "Starlight, why are you only eating this?" Ziyue asked. "This is good, nutritious, and affordable. Today's merchants are really shameless. A can of fresh grass costs $10. Do you know? $10 is enough for me to nibble on corn cobs for over half a month." Starlight continued eating her corn. "Your assets wouldn't look down on a $10 can of fresh grass, would they?" Ziyue took out a check and placed it in front of Starlight. It was written for 1 million. "Do you mean to say that after being secretary for so long, I don't even have this little money?" Starlight asked. "Of course. How could you not have it? Let me tell you, I have more money than you. But if I say this isn't all your assets, how would you explain it?" Ziyue asked. "What are you talking about? Why can't I understand?" Starlight argued. "Suilong," Ziyue commanded, and Suilong dug a pit in Starlight's house. Suilong worked hard and actually dug into Starlight's basement. The basement was filled with gold coins, gems, and rare edition magic rainbow apple jam. Starlight had used magic to hide the entrance to the basement. To save time, Ziyue had Suilong take action. Suilong smelled the gems and accurately found the location. "How do you explain this?" Ziyue questioned. Realizing she couldn't hide it anymore, Starlight's eyes filled with tears. "Ziyue, forgive me. I really had no choice. I used to live in a poor rural area, and I was afraid of living a hard life again. When you became the Friendship Princess, many little horses flattered me. And seeing so much money, I couldn't help but be tempted, thinking just taking a little wouldn't matter. But greed is a bottomless pit. The more I indulged, the harder it was to extricate myself. When I stepped into the bureau, the director served me tea and water. The little horses who used to bully me now bowed their heads and dared not speak. This is a temptation beyond money. It's the power-s effect. You became a princess, but mingled with ordinary little horses. But you don't know. Even though I'm your student, with just one word, Luomaki can undergo earth-shaking changes. I don't want to be looked down upon anymore. I really want to improve." Ziyue angrily said. "This is not an excuse for your abuse of power. Starlight, you've disappointed me greatly. In the end, under ZUS investigation, both Starlight and Ma Daha received their due punishments. ZUS sighed. Power is both dangerous and alluring. If ZUS were the one embezzling, probably no little horse in Ponyland could capture her. Her status was already on par with the Cosmic Princess and others. A single word could change a city. This was a realm many little horses would never reach in their lifetime. Chapter 24, The Lightning Strike of Ponyville. Nothing happened. And eating so well every day. Over time, the Lightning Pegasi training team became somewhat complacent, thinking that as long as they maintained the status quo, it was fine to just eat and drink every day. One noon, they were sunbathing and sleeping, all feeling lazy. A group of griffins flew over, and they didn't notice anything. The lead one-eyed griffin suddenly shouted, and those griffins threw many stones at the Lightning Pegasi camp. These stones crashed down on the equipment, damaging public property and injuring some Pegasi. When those Pegasi tried to fly up to retaliate, they couldn't get above because their opponents had seized air superiority. So, they could only find a table or bed to hide under, waiting for the griffins to finish throwing stones before emerging in shock. This was a griffin band of robbers. They loved to cause destruction, and it was precisely because the Pegasi were undisciplined that they found an opportunity. When Spitfire learned of this, she was furious. She transformed into a real fire-spitting creature, with fire spewing from her eyes and mouth. Listen, since the establishment of the Lightning Pegasi team, we have never suffered such humiliation. Now I want you to follow me to attack those griffins and vent this anger. The Pegasi were all competitive and eagerly signed up. They found the griffin camp and threw stones there, smashing the tents. However, the tents were empty, and there were no griffins or supplies at all. Just as they were puzzled, that group of griffins flew out from another location. It turned out they had anticipated that the Lightning Pegasi would come to retaliate. So they set up a fake camp, causing them to waste their stones for nothing. Once they used up all their stones, they came out to counterattack. In one day, the Lightning Pegasi were heavily damaged by the griffins twice, becoming explosive news in Ponyland, and Spitfire faced accountability, being dismissed and investigated. The most impacted was Rainbow Dash. The Lightning Pegasi team she admired suffered 2 defeats in one day, and both were crushing losses. Now that Spitfire was dismissed, the Pegasi in Cloudsdale were left leaderless. She found ZUS and Rarity and said, "Our fellow townsfolk have been bullied. How can you swallow this anger? Are you still Pegasi?" "Actually, I'm not really a Pegasi," ZUS reminded her. Upon arriving in Cloudsdale, she saw Rainbow Dash reprimanding the members. "What are you all doing? The honor of the Lightning Pegasi team has been ruined by you. Usually, when it's time to eat, I see you all running faster than each other. Why is it that when you're needed the most, you all become like tofu, training an army for 1,000 days, using them for a moment? Is this how you usually train?" "All right, Rainbow Dash, they are also very sad. Don't scold them," ZUS interrupted. "Is this what you can't stand? If so, you shouldn't have joined the Lightning Pegasi team in the first place. If anyone thinks I'm wrong, you can withdraw now. This loss is nobody's fault." The Pegasi kept their heads down, afraid to speak. In the end, it was ZUS who dragged Yunbao away, and after Ro comforted them, they did not cry. It was at this moment that the griffins launched their third attack. The victories from the first 2 attacks had boosted the griffins' confidence. They thought the Pegasi were so vulnerable that they organized more members to attack. You can try once or twice, but not 3 or 4 times. This is simply too much bullying. "Yunbao, let's go," ZUS said, and she and Yunbao flew into the air. They fought the griffins in the sky like fighter jets. ZUS, as a unicorn, used magic while flying, catching them off guard. Although the griffins had no horns, some of them could use magic. They opened their mouths and shot out energy blasts, but those blasts were weak, only capable of stunning the enemy without causing fatal damage. Although ZUS was a unicorn, defeating so many griffins alone was still very difficult. At a crucial moment, Chengfeng, Liuxing, and Leiwen arrived. "Hold on. Princess ZUS, we brought weapons." They had strapped cannons, like the ones from Biki, on their backs, which could launch stones by themselves, eliminating the need to throw them manually. The cannons were behind the horses. Could this be the legendary cannon behind the horse? Gaofei, Misai, and Spitfire also came. Although Spitfire had been demoted, she was willing to risk punishment to join the battle. She said to ZUS, "Your Highness, I would rather sacrifice myself on the battlefield than survive in the back. Please give your permission." The Pegasi from the Lightning Pegasus training camp also strapped on cannons. "We want to join too, to make up for our previous mistakes. There's nothing I can do about you. Even if I say no, you'll still go, right?" "That's right." Steam and angel wings flew into the air and engaged in battle with the griffins. The griffins thought that even if the Pegasi had stone launchers, there was nothing to fear. They just had to dodge when they saw the stones being launched. With the support of technology, the griffins were defeated one after another. Half of them captured, while some fled in embarrassment. Zeus said to them, "These griffins are organized attacks. Someone must be instigating them. We must find this griffin leader." Today he was driven away, and no one knows where he will run to. "I think I know a place," Zeus said. After Jedno was captured, Zeus ordered him to release all the captured Pegasi. Although he caused destruction everywhere, his crimes were not severe enough for death. So he was punished to clean Ponyville for a year, becoming a voluntary cleaner. Chapter 25. The Secret to Selling Apples. The apple family has made a living selling apple products for generations. Simple apples have been turned into many products: apple juice, apple sauce, apple pie, baked apple tarts. Anything that can be made with other foods, they can make with apples. However, there are some things that apples cannot make, like braised apples, which are the worst dish made by Applejack. No matter whether soy sauce or sugar is added, they are very unappetizing. Eating apples every day can become tiresome, and the ponies are no exception. One day, Applejack saw a group of ponies gathered together buying things, and she curiously approached to check it out. It turned out they were selling strawberries. The owner, Julie, sold strawberries that were big and sweet, and the prices were quite low. Not much lower. Just 10 cents less than the apples sold by Applejack and her family. 100 cents is $1. In simple terms, it's just 10 cents cheaper than Applejack's apples. 10 cents and you're all this happy. Applejack was infuriated. What was even more frustrating was that Julie was boasting. "This year, our strawberries are leading in all aspects, with production far ahead and taste far superior. In the future, we will continue to lead." Back at home, Applejack called for an emergency meeting. "Attention! There is someone in town named Julie who is selling strawberries." "I know that. I even bought a few," Apple Bloom said with a smile. Applejack shot her a glare. "Apple Bloom, you have been expelled from the party." "What? What did I do to get expelled?" "Listen, Apple Bloom, she is not selling strawberries. She is stealing our customers. She is selling strawberries for 10 cents less than us. Do you know what that means? If a pony has $1, they will think, buying strawberries saves 10 cents. So if I buy strawberries 10 times, that is equal to saving $1. On the contrary, buying apples 10 times means buying one less strawberry, so I'll just go buy strawberries in the future." As Applejack spoke, she nervously looked at the apples in the warehouse. Last month, the apples sold well, but this month, all the customers were taken by Julie. Applejack wondered if next month another seller of oranges would come and steal Julie's business. Then the month after that, another vendor selling pears would come and take the orange business. As an elder, Granny Smith understood the rules of business and nature very well. She knew when the market needed apples and sold them then. When they weren't needed, she wouldn't sell them at a low price either. You don't know, during the financial crisis, our apple family stood alone. We would rather let the apples rot on the trees than lower our prices. Back then, if a pony could eat an apple, they could be considered a successful person, Granny Smith told them. It's hard to tell, but Granny Smith was once a capitalist. Applejack still needed experience and couldn't match Granny Smith's calmness. "So according to Granny Smith, we can't lower the prices?" Applejack asked. The three grandsons looked at Granny Smith, all wanting to know how to deal with a formidable opponent. Granny Smith had previously said that apple juice could not be stored long-term, which meant that products like apple juice and fried apple pies also had to be temporarily suspended. Applejack loved her job, but since Granny Smith said so, they had to stop working and watch Julie sell strawberries every day in town. When there was nothing to do, she would visit Zeus's castle. Zeus asked, "Applejack, do you have something on your mind?" After recounting Granny Smith's words, Zeus said, "Since she said that, there must be a reason. If you're bored, you can go to Dodge City. 2 ponies from the east have come, and they are very good at telling jokes. You can go and pass the time." Applejack went, and the dialogue of the 2 ponies was humorous, making many ponies laugh out loud, but Applejack still felt unhappy. Seeing Applejack in a constant state of depression, Beaky quietly said, "I thought I was the only one who felt down like this. It turns out Applejack is like this too." Applejack often worked on the farm, and suddenly not being able to work was hard for her to adapt to. Zeus could only explain it this way. "No way. There are ponies who like to work all the time." Yimbao shook her head. Upon hearing that apples were to be sold, Applejack came back to life. "Teleporting in front of Apple Bloom. Is what you said true?" "No. To be honest, I really don't want to see her. She stole our business." "Stole our business?" "Haha. Applejack, have you watched too many performances and started telling jokes? In Ponyville, no one can shake the Apple family's position. Just see for yourself." Granny Smith handed her a telescope. Ponies like fresh food, and some ponies have a herd mentality. Seeing other ponies buy, they follow suit. Delicious or not, putting that aside, following the crowd is a must. Apples in Ponyville are almost monopolized by the Apple family. Only the Apple family can sell apples. And the apples grown by other ponies are not considered authentic. Now these ponies are coming in droves to buy apples. Granny Smith said to them, "All right, your vacation is over. It's time for you to work overtime." Chapter 26. The Return of Cozy Glow, Part 1. Cozy Glow, the Queen of the Chrysalis, and Tyrek have been sealed in stone statues for a long time. Although they were petrified, they could use a little bit of magic, which couldn't do much. Only emit some sounds to the outside world. Originally, the three of them were heavily guarded as statues. But later they thought it was a waste of manpower and had the guards move the statues to the Friendship Academy for the students to watch over. Later, they found these three rebels too much of an eyesore, affecting the city's appearance, so they were thrown out into the wilderness. After all, the ponies believed that they could not escape from the seal. Ziyue's second student, Shuguang Yingying, shared a common trait with Xinguang Yi. Neither of them liked the friendship lessons very much. Shuguang Yingying was sent to Ponyville to learn about friendship. Although she had a few friends, the effect was minimal, and she still wasn't very willing to get along with her friends. Xinguang Yi once told her, "No one will be nice to you for no reason, unless you can be of help to them." Shuguang Yingying felt that those friends from the changeling tribe were not genuinely befriending her. Perhaps they were just trying to curry favor with her because she was Ziyue's student. Indeed, if they got along well with her, it would be easy for them to become a county mayor or director in the future. With this thought, she found it even less likely to make friends and could only walk alone like a lonely pony. One day she walked into an abandoned area and saw a statue. She carefully examined it. "Is this the bad guy family bucket that Senior Biji mentioned? Hey, can you hear me? Friend." A faint voice came. "Who?" Shuguang Yingying looked left and right, finding no other ponies around except herself. "I'm right in front of you." The voice came again. "Wait, is the bad guy family bucket speaking? Oh, that sentence makes me very sad. I am Kashi Guanghui, a poor little pony deceived by the bad guys. You must have heard the rumors that Kashi Guanghui is the #1 bad guy in Pony Maria. Am I really that bad? I'm just a harmless little Pegasus. And the bad things I've done were all because these two bad guys made me do them." At this moment, the other two statues, Queen Chrysalis and Tyrek, also spoke up. "The worst thing we've done in our lives is deceive Kashi Guanghui. She's just a child. She's the future flower of Pony Maria. And we deceived such a pure child just to dominate Pony Maria. She's like a blank sheet of paper. Once stained with black, it can't be erased. If we could move, we would really want to slap ourselves 16,000 times until our faces were ruined. But how could we have the face to do that?" After saying this, the three of them began to cry. Hearing the name Ziyue, the three of them were startled. "Don't go. Don't go. Friend, you don't know? Our destruction initially hindered Ziyue's coronation ceremony, and she hates us to the core. At that time, when we were petrified, they wanted to smash us into stone dust. It was only because Whitebeard Xingxuan pleaded for us, saying that in the future a pony who understands friendship would come and teach us friendship. And then we could turn over a new leaf. Could that pony who understands friendship be herself?" Shuguang Yingying thought to herself. One thing everyone knows is that the Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess are not natives of Pony Maria. They were summoned by Whitebeard Xingxuan from elsewhere to Pony Maria. This means that who can become the next ruler is not determined by Whitebeard Xingxuan. If what Kashi Guanghui said is true, then she definitely has a bright future. If she could help these three major villains turn over a new leaf, wouldn't that be something Ziyue couldn't achieve? But how to restore them to normal now? "Go find Chaos. He must have a way," Tyrek said. "You can also go find Xinguang Yi. We are old acquaintances." Queen Chrysalis said. "As long as it's not Ziyue, anyone can." Kashi Guanghui reminded again. Shuguang Yingying then followed their advice and found Chaos and Xinguang Yi. Xinguang Yi angrily said, "You actually believed those three liars. Didn't I tell you before? No pony will be nice to you for no reason unless you can help them. What happened in the past is the past. The present is the present. They have already turned over a new leaf. If you don't believe me, you can come and see for yourself." Shuguang Yingying said. "Oh, fine. If they are lying, I'll smash them to pieces on the spot." Chaos, wearing a hard hat and carrying a pickaxe, led a group of chaotic ponies driving tractors and excavators behind him, looking like a demolition team. When they arrived in front of the three liars, Chaos said, "I'll give you 1 minute to explain. If you can't convince me that you're sincerely repentant and are just deceiving us, I'll grind you to dust." "Brother Chaos, don't be so angry. We deceived you back then out of confusion. Besides, didn't you also deceive us?" Queen Chrysalis chimed in. "Xinguang Yi, when our changeling tribe was purified, you reached out your hoof of friendship to me, but I refused your goodwill for the sake of my pride. Looking back, that was the dumbest thing I've done in my life. If I had accepted your affection back then, I wouldn't be in this situation today." Xinguang Yi also wanted to help Queen Chrysalis because she saw her former self in Queen Chrysalis, doing foolish things for the sake of her villagers. If she could successfully guide Queen Chrysalis, whom even Ziyue couldn't reform, how would Ziyue praise her? The more she thought about it, the happier she became. And she said to Chaos and Shuguang Yingying, I think they really have turned over a new leaf. Why don't we just let them out? Shuguang Yingying was very willing. And Chaos, being someone who enjoys watching the fun, was also willing to help. Although they were sealed in stone, as long as the magic was strong enough, the barrier could be broken. Speaking of magic, Chaos was one of the best, and with Xingguang Yi and Shuguang Yingying, the barrier was quickly broken. Before she could finish her moment of triumph, a group of guards rushed over, surrounding them. You are all arrested for privately unsealing major criminals of Pony Maria. Chapter 27, Kashi Guanghui Returns, Part 2. Ziyue received a letter stating that some ponies had privately released Kashi Guanghui and the other 3. Fortunately, Ziyue had prepared beforehand. If the barrier was broken by any pony other than herself, it would trigger an alarm, and nearby guards would rush over. Bring them up, Ziyue said. Shortly after, Xingguang Yi and the others walked out. Upon seeing her teacher, Xingguang Yi and Shuguang Yingying felt deeply ashamed. And Ziyue was somewhat angry. How are you going to explain this to me? Ziyue, actually what I did wasn't a bad thing. I want to tell you that they have all turned over a new leaf and want to learn well, Shuguang Yingying said. Ziyue felt a bit skeptical about Shuguang Yingying's words. You say they've turned over a new leaf? Do you know why they were sealed in the first place? It was because they committed heinous crimes. I know, but ponies like Chaos and Xingguang Yi, who have past records, can be forgiven. How much more so for them? Ziyue looked at them, and Kashi Guanghui and the others showed a sincere expression. Ziyue asked, is what they said true? Did you deceive them? No, absolutely not. Princess Ziyue, you should now be called Queen Ziyue, right? Just call me Ziyue. Don't play that game with me. I just want to ask you, is your claim of turning over a new leaf really true? Ziyue stared at Kashi Guanghui. Kashi Guanghui held one hoof to her chest and raised the other. I, Kashi Guanghui, swear that if my heart does not match my words, I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. That's too heavy. Ziyue hurriedly stopped her. Swearing is very popular in Pony Maria. It's a way of guaranteeing that one's words will be taken seriously. Generally, the punishment for not following through is light, such as the oath-taker facing the punishment of having their eyes pricked with needles. However, Kashi Guanghui was different. She swore a deadly oath, and no pony dared to make such a deadly oath. Moreover, Ziyue also sincerely hoped that these 3 would turn over a new leaf. Having multiple friends opens multiple paths, while having multiple enemies builds multiple walls. If they truly stop doing bad things, Ziyue is willing to give them a chance. Ziyue called the Princess of Melody and explained the situation. Melody was very nervous. What if they are deceiving us? Don't worry. Their magic has been exhausted and cannot affect Little Malia at all. Additionally, we can separate the 3 of them, so they won't be able to conspire together, Ziyue said. Ziyue never undertakes actions without a chance of success. This time, she sent Kashi Guanghui to the Princess of Melody, allowing the Cocoon Queen to be purified and become a shapeshifter who no longer needs to feed on love, while Tyriek was expelled, as he never belonged to Little Malia in the first place. After being separated, the Cocoon Queen accepted love and, like Soris and the others, transformed into a shapeshifter who no longer relied on feeding on love to survive, and she was still beloved by her subjects. After Tyriek was sent away, there was no news of him. Only Kashi Guanghui, who outwardly claimed to have reformed, harbored deep resentment towards Ziyue. She was very calculating and did not easily show her flaws. Upon arriving at the Crystal Empire, her main task was to accompany the Heart of Snowstorm. As the heir to the Crystal Empire, Princess Melody had to teach her many etiquettes every day, and she listened attentively. Kashi Guanghui often flew around the castle. It seemed like aimless wandering, but in reality, she was calculating the patrol times of the guards. As long as she avoided these guards, she could steal the Crystal Heart, which was filled with the love of all the ponies in the Crystal Empire. Its magic was powerful. If she could claim that power for herself, she could transform back into a Kirin. This was the most precious treasure of the Crystal Empire. Could it be stolen so easily? As Kashi Guanghui approached it, the guards immediately chased her away. Stay away from it. The guards still regarded her as a criminal. If she wanted them to stop underestimating her, she had to elevate her status. What status could a prisoner have? Opportunities must be sought after. The Heart of Snowstorm, Princess Melody's most cherished gem. If she accompanied her well, couldn't she trick her into a minor position? Thus, she tried every means to slander in front of the Heart of Snowstorm. However, the Heart of Snowstorm was oblivious to external matters, spending her days reading. Kashi Guanghui used various tricks to try to catch her attention, but she remained unresponsive. The Heart of Snowstorm had been quite lively as a child. Why had she turned wooden as she grew up? Had she contracted the wooden pony virus? Unable to understand, Kashi Guanghui shook her head. Although the Heart of Snowstorm appeared to ignore Kashi Guanghui, she often secretly observed her. It wasn't that she found Kashi Guanghui attractive. She wanted to see what she was up to. The Heart of Snowstorm realized that although Kashi Guanghui was young, she was cunning. She had already mastered the guard's patrol times. And if Kashi Guanghui had any bad intentions, she had to stop her immediately. One day, while the Heart of Snowstorm was napping at her desk, Kashi Guanghui tentatively called out, "Heart of Snowstorm, little Schwer, are you asleep?" Kashi Guanghui sneaked up behind her, laughing incessantly. The Heart of Snowstorm sat up and shouted, "Kashi Guanghui, what do you want?" Kashi Guanghui was holding a small blanket and standing behind her, saying, "I saw you were asleep and was afraid you'd catch a cold, so I brought you a blanket. What did you think I was going to do?" Another day, Kashi Guanghui prepared a drink for the Heart of Snowstorm, and she saw Kashi Guanghui secretly adding something to it. No need to ask, she must be drugging it. If she didn't dare to drink it later, it would prove that she had something to hide. The Heart of Snowstorm thought to herself. Kashi Guanghui brought the drink over, and the Heart of Snowstorm said, "I'm not thirsty right now. You drink it. But it's your drink. I said you should drink it, so you have to drink it." Kashi Guanghui insisted. The Heart of Snowstorm adopted a princess's demeanor, and Kashi Guanghui had no choice but to comply. Strangely, after Kashi Guanghui drank the beverage, nothing happened. Later, Melody said to the Heart of Snowstorm, "Today, little Martifia sent over some fine sugar cubes, and I had Kashi Guanghui put them in your drink. Did you drink it?" "What? So Kashi Guanghui put sugar cubes in, not poison?" The Heart of Snowstorm thought. Could it be that I misunderstood her from the start? She doesn't have that many bad intentions? The Heart of Snowstorm asked herself. Chapter 28. Kashi Guanghui Returns, Part 3. The Heart of Snowstorm was always cautious around Kashi Guanghui, but she found that Kashi Guanghui seemed to have no ill intentions. Although she often did suspicious things, they always turned out to be misunderstandings. One time, when the guards weren't around, Kashi Guanghui approached the crystal heart with a cloth, and the Heart of Snowstorm jumped out from a nearby room. "Ah? How will you explain this time?" Kashi Guanghui was momentarily stunned, then said, "The crystal heart is dusty. I'm here to clean it." Who would believe that? The Heart of Snowstorm brought her face close to Kashi Guanghui. "Get out of here. Otherwise, you'll be caught." Kashi Guanghui left in disgrace. Not long after, Shining Armor scolded Kashi Guanghui downstairs. "Why is there still dust on the crystal heart? I told you to clean it. Why didn't you do it?" The Heart of Snowstorm was stunned. It turned out Kashi Guanghui was really following orders to clean the dust, and she had stopped her, causing her to get scolded. Yet she didn't explain the reason. In this light, it made her seem very unsympathetic. It seemed she had indeed judged Kashi Guanghui with a narrow mind. She should treat her better from now on. Later, whenever the guards mocked Kashi Guanghui, the Heart of Snowstorm would step forward. "What are you doing? Bullying her, huh? Let me tell you, she's my companion. You must not look down on her from now on, understand?" From that day on, the guards no longer dared to bully Kashi Guanghui, which also achieved her purpose. At first, the Heart of Snowstorm was very wary of Kashi Guanghui, but over time, she found her quite likable, witty, humorous, and clever. Other ponies greeted her with formalities, but Kashi Guanghui did not, often joking with her. Kashi Guanghui became one of the few good friends of the Heart of Snowstorm. However, Kashi Guanghui's purpose for doing this was to gain the favor of the Heart of Snowstorm, allowing her to move more freely in the castle. With the Heart of Snowstorm backing her, she dismissed some guards, providing more opportunities for future actions. Looking at the crystal heart filled with magic, Kashi Guanghui was overjoyed, wanting to absorb this magic but being unable to. "It's strange, why can't I absorb this magic?" Kashi Guanghui pondered in confusion. To understand this, she would intentionally bring up the crystal heart during conversations with the Heart of Snowstorm. "Our castle's crystal heart stores so much magic. What if some bad guy absorbs it?" The Heart of Snowstorm covered her mouth and laughed. "Don't say there are no bad guys. Even if there are, they can't absorb it. The magic extracted from the crystal heart is the purest love of the ponies in the Crystal Empire. Greedy bad guys cannot use the energy inside. Conversely, if one maintains a pure heart, they can use the magic within." No wonder the guards had decreased. The Heart of Snowstorm wasn't worried because she knew that if Kashi Guanghui attempted to do anything bad with it, she would end up empty-handed and gain nothing. But the cunning Kashi Guanghui overheard an important piece of information. The magic of the crystal heart comes from the love of the ponies in the Crystal Empire. If they no longer loved the Crystal Empire so dearly, and pure love turned into hatred, then she could absorb the magic inside. And sowing discord was her specialty. She went outside and saw a group of farmers plowing the fields, so she chimed in. "How much can you earn in a year? What do you usually eat?" "Only 10,000 gold. Princess Melody hosts a celebration, and it costs more than that. Besides, they eat much better than you." The guards in the castle never had even a single piece of dry grass in their food. It's all fresh tender grass. If they find a yellow piece, they immediately dump it because it affects the taste. Kashi Guanghui smiled bitterly, wondering why these old folks couldn't tell she was mocking them. Indeed, the older generation and the younger generation think differently. She left feeling disappointed. And a few young farmers came over. You said the guards of the Crystal Empire have better food and housing than us. Is that true? Kashi Guanghui rolled her eyes. Of course, you sleep on wooden beds, while the princess sleeps on a crystal bed, covered with imported silk quilts at night. And even the water she drinks is spring water. Some of the things Kashi Guanghui mentioned were unfamiliar to the young farmers. But hearing her explain it made it sound very expensive. A young pony asked, where does all that money come from? Listening to their conversation, Kashi Guanghui felt there was potential, so she continued to fan the flames. You don't know, Fengshui Jixin has been born with a golden key in hand. The Melody Princess and the Shining Armor Prince treat her like a precious gem, afraid to let her lose it, afraid to let it melt in their mouths. If she wants to eat a young pony's brain, the Shining Armor would lift the guard next to him and split him in half to give the brain to Fengshui Jixin. Of course, Fengshui Jixin doesn't have that bad taste. In short, Fengshui Jixin's life is so much better than theirs. You till the land, and your annual earnings can't even cover a meal for Fengshui Jixin. You study hard for 10 years, but it doesn't compare to a single word from Fengshui Jixin. Just one word from her can resolve matters like becoming a civil servant or even the captain of the guard. They say everyone is born equal. But you're not even in the same league. You are destined to work for her, while she is destined to enslave you. Wow. These young ponies were infuriated. Why? We work so hard. Why can't we compare to her? To be honest, you don't even measure up to a strand of her mane. As long as she is unhappy, she can turn you from a well-off family into beggars. Do you know a mayor named Didaway? A few days ago, Fengshui Jixin said she didn't like him, and guess what? He was removed from his position. Kashi Guanghui embellished the story for them. In reality, Didaway had committed crimes of corruption, and then the Melody Princess dismissed him. She had mentioned it while teaching Fengshui Jixin that day. And Kashi Guanghui overheard and used it to her advantage. In fact, this matter had nothing to do with Fengshui Jixin. The young ponies looked at each other. A mayor is a position they could never reach in their lifetime. And just because Fengshui Jixin didn't like him, his future was ruined? Seeing these ponies filled with indignation, Kashi Guanghui felt secretly pleased. Good, they have already developed negative emotions. Indeed, only young ponies would be provoked by such words. I will stoke the fire further and turn the crystal heart into crystal rage. Chapter 29, Kashi Guanghui Returns, Part 4. Children from poor families mature early, but do you know that poor people work diligently their whole lives? Yet they can't match the spending of the rich in a single month? We are all ponies. Why must we endure hunger? It's because our awareness isn't high enough. The older generation has grown used to poverty and enjoys the taste of hardship. So I ask you, do you want to suffer alongside them? Kashi Guanghui incited their emotions. These words severely stimulated these passionate youths. Young ponies share a common trait. They have high aspirations but fragile lives, thinking they are talented yet finding no outlet. Now their elders tell them that their future, and their next generation will all be farmers. Doesn't that hit them hard? Thus, they grew even more convinced of Kashi Guanghui's words. A stream of dark energy attached itself to the crystal heart, infecting it. The Melody Princess couldn't possibly overlook this. But she was also unclear about where these negative emotions originated. In a village of the Crystal Empire, Kashi Guanghui continued to incite the crowd. Equality is a lie told by the rulers. They don't share delicious food with you. Yet they call you up first when going to war. You toil and bear hardships, only to see them become more arrogant. Yes, exactly. The ponies below shouted. Whether human or pony, there is a commonality. They love to see negative news, relating those tragic experiences to their own lives. As negative emotions grew, the pure magic of the crystal heart weakened, and in the end, it could no longer provide energy to the Melody Princess, causing the protective shield to disappear. Once the shield against the harsh cold vanished, the snowstorm swept across the entire Crystal Empire. The villagers already harbored hostility towards the Crystal Empire. And with life becoming even more difficult, they revolted, causing destruction in front of the castle. To avoid harming them, the Melody Princess and her companions had to personally comfort the people. At this moment, the crystal heart was unguarded, and it had gathered much dark magic. Kashi Guanghui could finally absorb this powerful magic. Previously, I turned into a Kirin using chaotic magic, but that magic was unstable and didn't achieve my goal. Now, this full of negative emotions is exactly what I want. She opened her mouth and absorbed the magic into her body. Before long, she transformed from a young Pegasus back into a Kirin. Ahahaha. That long-lost feeling. I want to see if my magic has become stronger. She cast a spell, creating a hole in the castle wall, flying out through it. Foolish mortals. Get ready to face Kashi Guanghui's revenge. Is she Kashi Guanghui? The Melody Princess couldn't believe her eyes. The current Kashi Guanghui had become very tall and had actually transformed into a Kirin. Prepare. Shoot her down. Shining Armor commanded. Kashi Guanghui's horn emitted light, knocking down many guards and ponies, with only Fengshui Jixin managing to dodge this attack behind the crystal shield. Seeing her fallen parents on the ground, Fengshui Jixin was furious. She flew up to battle Kashi Guanghui. Kashi Guanghui, how could you deceive me? My little princess. How could you be so foolish? Don't you know that the most untrustworthy words in the world are those of a liar? Kashi Guanghui replied, unleashing another laser. Fengshui Jixin also shot a laser, the two energies clashing in the air. Although Fengshui Jixin's magic was powerful, Kashi Guanghui had absorbed too much magic. She increased her power and knocked Fengshui Jixin away. Naturally, the Melody Princess and Shining Armor wouldn't let their daughter fight alone. Gathering their spirits, they stood up again. They combined their horns to unleash even stronger magic. It struck Kashi Guanghui, but she remained unharmed. She directed her magic skyward, causing the snowflakes to turn into hail, which fell upon the ponies below. After the hail landed, it turned into water, quickly accumulating into rivers that flooded the houses. Kashi Guanghui cast another spell, freezing the rivers, turning all the ponies into ice sculptures, including the Melody Princess and Shining Armor. Dad, Mom, Fengshui Jixin shouted loudly. Little darling, don't be sad. I'll send you and your family of 3 to reunite underground. Kashi Guanghui's magic seemed endless, continuously firing lasers. Fengshui Jixin dodged left and right, flying towards Canterlot. As long as she found Twilight, they would be saved. Kashi Guanghui relentlessly pursued her, chasing from the Crystal Empire all the way to Canterlot. Finally, above the castle, Kashi Guanghui's laser struck Fengshui Jixin, causing her to fall from the sky, stunning the guards below. Twilight stepped out and was shocked to see Kashi Guanghui. Now a Kirin, Kashi Guanghui? How did you gain such powerful magic? You don't need to know that. Just know that soon you will turn to stone. What? Kashi Guanghui shot a laser, and Twilight raised her magic shield to block it. But Kashi Guanghui's magic was too strong. The shield only held for a moment before shattering. The laser struck Twilight, and her body slowly began to turn to stone. The arriving Dawn Glimmer and Starlight Star saw Twilight slowly petrifying and rushed over. No, Twilight. But no matter how they shouted, Ziyue still turned into stone. However, Kexiguangwi laughed heartily. How delightful. Let you taste the flavor of being petrified. But Kexiguangwi, why are you doing this? Didn't you tell us you had turned over a new leaf? You swore an oath in front of us. Aren't you afraid of the consequences? Xingguangyi Yi accused. Ahaha, you actually believe those words? I have broken my oath. But have I encountered any trouble? Not only did I swear that day, but I can continue to swear now. Listen, I, Kexiguangwi, am going to twist off Ziyue's head. If I don't, I will die under a rain of arrows. See, have I encountered any trouble? Kexiguangwi laughed arrogantly. Indeed, the heavens did not send a rain of arrows. But Xingguangyi Yi could use magic to do so. Kexiguangwi, you treacherous guy, I must punish you today. Many magical arrows flew in, but Kexiguangwi did not dodge, allowing the arrows to strike him, and he was unharmed. When did you train to have a copper head and iron arms? I can't even hurt you. Xingguangyi Yi smiled bitterly. Shu Guangying and Xingguangyi Yi then realized how foolish their previous actions had been. Chapter 30 Kexiguangwi's Return, Part 5. From the very beginning, were you just deceiving us? Shu Guangying asked. Your goal was to make me release you, so you could continue to do bad things. That's not entirely true. At first, it was the Cocoon Queen who suggested turning over a new leaf because she wanted to stop relying on absorbing love to survive, just like her subjects. And I and Tillich planned to play along with her. Once we got out and found an opportunity, we would eliminate the traitor Cocoon Queen, but unexpectedly, it backfired. And Tillich was driven out of Little Maria, leaving me alone. Kexiguangwi revealed the truth of the past. If the Cocoon Queen can turn over a new leaf, why can't you? Have you ever given me a chance? Kexiguangwi pointed at Fengshui Jixin accusingly. Who was born to be a rebel? Didn't I ever want to live as an ordinary pony? But what did I get in return? It was your repeated doubts and your subordinates' ridicule. It turns out I am not good at sincere communication. Only deception can attract everyone's attention. Fengshui Jixin wanted to argue, but she had indeed treated Kexiguangwi very poorly before. Many ponies were at a loss, but Shu Guangying discovered something. Kexiguangwi actually had thoughts of wanting to be an ordinary pony. She even actively tried to win over Fengshui Jixin, but was ignored, which is why she returned to her old ways. If Fengsu Xixin had been more tolerant towards her from the beginning, would this have been avoided? The care of Fengsu Xixin gradually entered Kexiguangwi's heart, allowing the murky heart to reveal a little brightness. Many ponies treat me with utmost respect because I am a princess, and they dare not speak to me. Most of the lessons my mother gave me were about governing the Crystal Empire, making my life very dull. I felt like I was trapped in an ice cellar. Your laughter is very penetrating, like a ray of sunshine, shining into my heart. Fengsu Xixin's words were filled with love and concern for Kexiguangwi, and Kexiguangwi hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Don't say any more." "I will say," Fengsu Xixin pouted. "It is your honor that this princess praises you, okay? You continue to listen. No matter how other ponies slander you or look down on you, you must not give up on yourself, because you are too excellent. They can do nothing about you. They can only vent their frustration verbally. You are even better than you imagine. A kind word warms 3 winters." Fengsu Xixin's concern was like the scorching sun in summer, making Kexiguangwi feel hot all over. Wow, so dazzling, I can hardly see. Just Fengsu Xixin was not enough. Shu Guangying and Xingguangyi Yi also conveyed their love. "The reason we rescued you from the seal is that we believe you are not fundamentally bad. It's just that the outside world has misunderstood you too much. You long for the attention of other ponies, but can only use this method. But don't worry. Starting today, we will be your good friends. I don't want your charity. Are we as bad as you imagine? We said we would treat you as a friend. And it's not just talk," Fengsu Xixin said. "But I turned your aunt into stone and froze your parents into ice sculptures. The magic has already faded. They will soon return to their original state. Look, aren't they coming now?" Fengsu Xixin pointed behind, where Ziyue and Princess Yinyun were fuming with anger. "Please wait a moment. Aunt Ziyue, I want to ask you, did you believe from the very beginning that Kexiguangwi would turn over a new leaf?" Fengsu Xixin asked. "Of course. Otherwise, why would I dare to send her to you? If that is the case, why did you specifically send guards to follow her? If I'm not mistaken, those ponies who ridiculed Kexiguangwi seem to have come from Canterlot, right? And they arrived on the same day as Kexiguangwi. Didn't you not believe in her? Which is why you arranged so many guards to monitor her." Ziyue was silent for a long time. Indeed, she was still very worried that Kexiguangwi was deceiving everyone, which is why she sent her own guards to monitor her. Unexpectedly, these guards made sarcastic remarks, which pushed Kexiguangwi to the edge, leading to such actions. "I indeed didn't trust her at first. After all, she has a criminal record. Besides, didn't she show her true colors in the end? That was because your guards kept ridiculing her, which made her turn to the dark side. I say, Ziyue, you are willing to give Wushu and me 2 chances to turn over a new leaf. Why can't you give Kexiguangwi a little more tolerance? Can we give her another chance?" Xingguangyi Yi looked at Ziyue. Shu Guangying also said, "Yes, teacher. I am willing to be friends with Kexiguangwi and learn the insights of friendship from her. You really surprise me, being willing to be friends with your enemy. Of course, I will give her a chance. I have said before, more friends mean more paths. Perhaps Kexiguangwi will become obedient like Wushu, and then there will really be peace in the world." Chapter 31 Pony Version of The Wizard of Oz. In Kansas, there was a yellow pony named Dororo, also known as Ro-Ro. She had a little pet named Angel and a family member named Wushu. At this time, a tornado had come, and the house was lifted up, flying into the sky. "Ro-Ro!" Wushu shouted desperately from below, but there was nothing he could do. The house floated in the sky for a long time before finally falling down. Ro-Ro came out of the house and saw a unicorn with purple mane. "Oh, dear, where did you come from? How did you easily defeat the evil Cocoon Queen? Where's this? And when did I defeat the Cocoon Queen?" Ro-Ro was confused. The unicorn said, "Look over there." Ro-Ro looked in the direction indicated and indeed saw a pair of feet. She screamed in surprise. And the unicorn said, "She is an evil sorceress who made us do hard labor. Today she gathered us together to bury us alive. Luckily, you used your powers to eliminate her. I am Jinshi, the magician of Mahadon, Kansas. I've never heard of that place. However, I cannot send you there because my magic is weak. But Princess Ziyue from Canterlot can help you. She is capable of anything," Jinshi introduced. "So how can I get to Canterlot?" "Simple. I'll cast a spell to make the road to Canterlot marked with signs." "Hey." Jinshi cast the spell, but nothing happened. The 2 ponies traveled westward. On the way, they came to Hollischitz, also known as Shadow Town. In the suburbs, they heard singing from the fields, and upon closer inspection, a pink straw pony was greeting them. "Hello. I am a pony made of straw. Can you let me down?" Jinshi used magic to let her down. And Ro-Ro asked, "What is your name?" "I don't have a name. I'm made of straw, covered in mud, and I'm a pony. So I call myself Straw Mud." "Stop, stop, stop. I know what your name is now. It's too uncivilized. You should change it to a better one." "What should it be?" The straw horse beside her asked. "What should it be?" She kept pressing, and Ro looked at Jinshi, then at her, and shouted, "Shut up, Jinshi." Bai Chi. That name sounds so nice, I'll use that from now on. Bai Chi bounced happily, as long as she likes it. They continued forward and arrived at a forest, where a fierce dragon jumped out. "Stop. This mountain is mine, and this tree is mine. If you want to pass this way, leave some toll money." Yabong half-heartedly said no, teaching you to die without a burial place. It's about killing, not burying. Oh no, it's a robber, we are doomed. They panicked, not knowing what to do. You are too bad. How can you bully us weak girls? Jinshi accused. Seeing Jinshi, the fierce dragon's eyes went wide. What a beautiful little horse. I want to be yours. Please let me go with you. Are you a dragon or a dog? Bai Chi asked. My name is Sui Long. As you can see, I am a real dragon dog. Thus, the Canterlot team gained a new member. As they approached Canterlot, a group of flying horses came and bound them with ropes, dragging them to a castle. Inside the castle, a unicorn looked at them. Are you here to petition? Let me tell you, I am the captain of Canterlot's security team, Starlight Glimmer. You must be here to cause trouble. I will never let you in. Furthermore, I will capture you all to work hard. Let's see if you dare to come again. Isn't this bullying us? Bullying is exactly what you are. Canterlot Central City is just a stone's throw away, but they were trapped here and couldn't leave. At that moment, a group of flying horses came to Starlight Glimmer. Starlight Glimmer, it's time for you to pay us the wages you owe. It's been 3 months without pay. Yuna, don't get too excited. I didn't mean to withhold wages. It's just that the higher-ups really don't give money. I can't help it. Nonsense. Other teams have paid, and only ours hasn't. It's clear you don't want to pay. If that's the case, you won't have it easy either. Yuna and the other flying horses started to act, finding Starlight Glimmer. They opened the cage, let Ro and the others out, and pushed Starlight Glimmer inside. If you keep withholding, we will keep you locked up. Taking advantage of their internal strife, Ro and Jun Chi managed to leave. That was close. I almost got locked up for the rest of my life. Arriving at Canterlot, they inquired and later reached the castle entrance, where the gatekeeper, Applejack, said, "You want to see Princess Twilight? I'll go report to her now." Shortly after, Applejack came out and led them into the castle. Princess Twilight sat on the throne and said, "My subordinate Starlight Glimmer has offended you. I should apologize on her behalf. How about this? I will grant each of you little horses a wish. How does that sound? Does a dragon count?" Sui Long asked. "Yes, it does." Sui Long then said, "I'm too short. Many little horses say I'm tiny. I want to grow bigger. I want to hear little horses say I'm a big dragon." Twilight rolled her eyes. All right. Twilight cast a spell, and many flying horses the size of flies appeared in front of Sui Long. They surrounded Sui Long and said, "Wow, this dragon is so big. This is a giant dragon." Twilight tricked Sui Long with a little trick. After that, she asked Bai Chi, "What do you want?" Many little horses say, "I don't have a brain, so I want a brain." Bai Chi said, "Simple. I'll give you a bowl of tofu pudding. Eat it, and you'll become smarter." Bai Chi took the tofu pudding and drank it all. Twilight asked, "What is 1 + 1? Isn't that becoming smarter?" "I became smarter." Bai Chi bounced happily, but in reality, she was also tricked by Twilight. When it was Jinchi's turn, she said, "I want to be the prettiest little horse in Ponyville. I'm giving you a banner. You are the prettiest little horse in Ponyville." Twilight took out a banner that read Ponyville's first beauty. Seeing Twilight fulfilling her friends' wishes one by one, Ro felt she was a master of deception. Originally, Ro had no hope, but Twilight said, "Simple. Just wake up from the dream." Chapter 32, Rarity Loses Weight. Rarity came out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel and stepped on the weighing scale. When the needle stopped at 65, Rarity screamed, "Ah!" At school, she looked anxious, with dark circles under her eyes. Twilight Sparkle curiously asked, "Rarity, did you not sleep well last night? You look so lethargic." Luna wanted to say she hoped they wouldn't doze off in class, but Rarity's snoring interrupted her. She broke a piece of chalk and threw it at Rarity. "Rarity, are you good at math? How dare you sleep in my class? Without further ado, come and solve this problem." After class, the others came over. "You really seem off today. What's wrong?" "Oh, don't worry. I just skipped breakfast and have a bit of low blood sugar. It's nothing," Rarity said. "Skipped breakfast?" They all exclaimed. "Rarity, why didn't you eat on time? Did you oversleep and miss breakfast?" "It's fine. I have a cupcake with me. And it comes with a little spoon. Here, eat it." Pinky pulled out a cupcake and handed it to Rarity. Rarity loved desserts, especially Pinky's. But she knew she couldn't eat it because she was still trying to lose weight. Hearing Rarity say she wanted to lose weight, they all laughed. "Rarity, you are already slim enough. Why do you want to lose weight?" "Where am I slim? Look closely. Am I not a bit heavier than usual?" Rarity opened her arms for them to inspect closely. Applejack pointed at her chest. "Don't look there." Rarity slapped her. "Look down. I really regret eating a whole roasted chicken that day. If I had another chance, I would definitely eat less. Rarity cried. Eating less won't help. You should control your diet and be disciplined. Look at me. I eat so many sweets every day. Have I gained weight? Pinky boasted to Rarity. Indeed, Pinky eats more sweets than Rarity, so why hasn't she gained weight? Does she have a secret to losing weight? Rarity pleaded with Pinky to help her, and Pinky agreed. Rarity then moved in with Pinky for a few days. At dawn, Pinky woke her up. Rarity, it's time to get up and exercise. The plan for the day starts in the morning. Get up and exercise. First, drink a cup of black coffee. Pinky handed her a cup of black coffee. Although Rarity liked coffee, black coffee was too bitter. She felt nauseous after just one sip, and it was only because Pinky forced her that she finished it. Not to mention, after drinking it, she did feel less sleepy. The two ran a lap around the park, and Pinky shouted, "Morning aerobic exercise is good for your health. Keep it up." Pinky, wearing sneakers, ran faster, while Rarity, in high boots, couldn't keep up. Pinky's eyes twitched, prompting her to do the second exercise, sit-ups. "Let us go." Rarity panted heavily. "Pinky, my waist is about to break. Can we stop for a moment? You can't do just 20 and quit? Are you really here to exercise? You aren't just talking, are you?" Pinky said. "If that's the case, let me demonstrate and set an example for you." With Rarity's help, Pinky managed to do 10 sit-ups, but then couldn't continue. "I can't take it anymore. My waist is straining again. Let's adjust here for a bit." Seeing Pinky's rapid breathing, Rarity was genuinely afraid she might faint. "All right, next we run to the food street, eat some breakfast, and then finish the morning exercise." They jogged a bit, passing by Yuna's sushi shop, where Yuna asked, "Do you two want a sushi?" "Of course," Pinky said. After buying 2 sushi, Rarity wanted to take one. But Pinky ate it all. "Hey, you ate my portion," Rarity said angrily. "No, you want to lose weight? You can't eat these, you know." The calorie content of a sushi is roughly equivalent to that of an entire loaf of bread. If you eat it, then all the exercise you did this morning would have been in vain, Pinky said. "Okay, so what should I eat?" Rue asked. "You should eat dietary fiber, like celery, corn, and sweet potatoes. Just so happens that I have sweet potatoes at home, completely natural and pollution-free, without a drop of pesticide. You can eat it with peace of mind and happiness." Pinky took Rue to her home and cooked her pesticide-free sweet potatoes. Anyone with experience in growing vegetables knows that sweet potatoes must be treated with pesticides. Otherwise, they suffer from severe pest damage. Pinky's sweet potatoes were like that, full of wormholes, so bitter that they were practically inedible. Don't be picky. You're here to lose weight, not to enjoy life. Take a 1-hour nap, then continue exercising. Without eating anything for lunch, sleeping became difficult, and Rue's stomach was singing Empty City Strategy. She tossed and turned, finding it hard to fall asleep. An hour later, Pinky woke her up on time. "Wake up, let's continue exercising," Rue weakly replied. In the afternoon, they went to the gym, doing activities like jumping rope, using resistance bands, running, and lifting weights. Rue already had low blood sugar, and with Pinky pushing her to exercise like this, she couldn't handle it. After jumping rope for a while, she collapsed to the ground. When she got up, she was already at home, with friends anxiously watching her by the bed, and Applejack scolding Pinky nearby. "Great, you're awake," Twilight Sparkle said. "Oh, what happened to me? Wasn't I at the gym? Did I over-exercise and faint?" "You fainted because you didn't eat on time, and your low blood sugar kicked in," Twilight explained. "You can lose weight, but you can't skip meals. If I eat something, all my exercise for the day will be wasted." "Did I lose any weight after exercising all day?" Twilight shot a glare at Pinky. "It's all your fault for misleading her like this." Rue, losing weight isn't instantaneous. You won't lose weight just because of one day's exercise. You should try a scientific diet and then exercise scientifically to enhance the results. As long as you don't make me eat those wormy sweet potatoes. Rue couldn't stand Pinky's sweet potatoes. With Twilight's help, Rue regained her previous weight. But Twilight felt that Rue's obsession with weight was pointless, as Westerners tend to gain weight as they age. Chapter 33, Travel Diary of an Island Nation. One day, Canterlot High School invited Shirchin Yaya and Yuna from Crystal Pre-Academy to perform a comedic dialogue, and they began their humorous performance on stage. "Hey, Yuna, long time no see." "Shirchin Yaya, long time no see. Where have you been lately? I haven't seen you around." "I went traveling. How could you see me?" "Traveling? That's nice. Hey, did you visit my hometown?" "Your hometown is the country full of cherry blossoms." "Oh, I did go. I must say, your place is indeed nice. Although it's an island nation, the scenery is beautiful and captivating. It's truly a tourist destination. If there's a next time, will you go again?" "I won't go next time." "Huh, why not? Don't you like the scenery there?" The cherry blossoms like spring rain and the picturesque maple forests are both beautiful places. Is it the food there that you didn't like? Is it the attitude of the people there? Not at all. The local tour guide personally took us around various attractions and patiently explained the history and culture. We didn't have any arguments during the tour. So why don't you want to go back? I really don't understand. It's because the prices there are too high. Plus, there aren't many options. When I was invited to dinner, the tour guide gave me a bowl that was just too small. Oh, right. People there eat from such small bowls, while your country is used to large bowls, which really doesn't suit your stomach. It's not that I have a big appetite. It's that your bowls are indeed too small. No wonder you all are so short. Hey, you usually eat so much at school. How do you eat at home? Mind your own business. All right. At that time I thought, since I wasn't full, I might as well go out and buy something to eat. Hey, can you speak Japanese? Surprising, right? I've studied abroad. How could I not understand other regional languages? True. Then I went to a fruit stand and asked the owner, "Boss, how much for this watermelon?" "How much?" 15. 15 seems normal. Normal? 15 for a slice. A slice? Yes. And it's the thin kind, just the size of my palm. One bite, and it's gone. One bite is 15. That's quite a lot of food. Hey, don't you know how much watermelons sell for in your country? Shrugging, my family has a butler who does the shopping. I don't ask about prices. Rich kid, huh? Don't spread it around. By the way, since watermelons are so expensive, why not buy something else? Snacks are definitely both small and expensive. Exactly, since I'm already here. So I ordered a bit of everything. Who knew heaven would play a joke on me and a typhoon would hit, canceling my flight? You went in the summer, right? We do have typhoons often in summer. You know, it's located on the Pacific plate. Never mind where it is in the Pacific. The key is that I ran out of money. And I was ready to go to the morgue. Not having money is indeed a problem. So how did you survive? I had to come up with some clever ideas. I saw a few shops that had signs saying if it's not tasty, it's free. I picked up something to eat, shook my head, and then left. Wow, you actually relied on that method to scam food and drink? That's really quite shameless. You survived 3 days on that. Indeed. But those were all girls who had conflicts with their families and ran away from home. What are you doing? Clean up your thoughts. You have 2 characters in your name. How can your thoughts be so sordid? I meant, would they let them eat those pickled vegetables? After all, treating them like servants. They wouldn't give them big fish and meat, right? What do you think I meant? I thought you meant to give them mud balls, which is why I said sordid. But that method was indeed effective. It helped me. How? Did you become a shrine maiden? Yeah. Look at my looks. Don't I deserve it? Yuna turned her back, pretending to feel nauseous, and then continued, "You know your own looks best. Is being a shrine maiden profitable? Do you have to provide that kind of service?" Hey, who just said someone had sordid thoughts? I went there to help him wash clothes and cook. I did everything well, just ate a little bit more. I admit. Just a little bit more. As a result, that day he cried, "Annie, please, just go. My family is about to be overwhelmed by your eating. Because once sold, it cannot be returned." All right, treating yourself like an item, no wonder people are scared. The two's performance came to an end. Yunbao quietly asked, "What they said wasn't funny. Why do some people find it amusing? What specialty did Shirchin Yaya mention? I feel like it wasn't pickled vegetables." Pingxi also asked, Some things are better left unknown. By the way, did you know? Their 2 countries are sworn enemies, yet they managed to get along so harmoniously. It's truly incredible." Twilight quickly changed the subject. Looking at the 2 of them, as they left the stage, their hands were tightly clasped, inseparable. Chapter 34, about Shirchin Yaya. Shirchin Yaya is of Eastern descent, and her name comes from the classical chess manual Suitable Feelings and Elegant Interests. Although her name is from a chess manual, she doesn't really know how to play chess. Instead, she is accustomed to saying, learning, teasing, and singing, which is truly suitable for ordinary people's fun and games. At the age of 19, she achieved excellent results and was admitted to the Crystal Academy of Magic in the distant western land of Equestria. On her first day in Equestria, she took out her phone and started a live stream. "To my family far away, I am Shirchin Yaya, and I have just arrived in Equestria. Many people say the public safety here is poor, but I think that's nonsense. There are so many people here. Is anyone really going to rob someone in broad daylight?" Halfway through her speech, a man snatched Shirchin Yaya's phone and quickly ran away. What the heck? Just as I said it. "Someone help me." Shirchin Yaya shouted loudly. Seeing that the bystanders were unresponsive, she had no choice but to chase after him. Shirchin Yaya pursued him all the way to an unfinished building, where he stopped and spoke to her in English. Fortunately, Shirchin Yaya's English was good enough to understand him. He suggested that since she had chased him down, they should have a contest, and if she won, he would return her phone. What? Are you serious? You stealing my phone is already wrong. Why should I negotiate with you? You won't listen anyway, so let's do this. Shirchin Yaya struck a Tai Chi pose. And the man said, "Oh, is it a martial arts challenge?" He looked at her seriously. Shirchin Yaya waved her hand, and a can of pepper spray appeared, spraying him in the face. Ah! The man fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Shirchin Yaya picked up her phone. "This is the consequence you brought upon yourself." After going through a series of complex procedures for registration and settling in at school, she became a student there. When she received her school uniform, a few girls nearby were whispering, "Look, is that her? I think it's her. Her height and hair color are identical. Even the clothes are the same." "Are you talking about me?" Shirchin Yaya approached them. "Ah, please don't hurt us." They huddled together. "I have no reason to hurt you. Just tell me what is going on." One student took out her phone and showed her a short video, which featured Shirchin Yaya chasing the phone thief, capturing them entering the unfinished building, and then Shirchin Yaya safely exiting. The videographer then entered the building and saw the thief lying on the ground, wailing uncontrollably. The video had a voiceover, suggesting that a female bully had appeared in the city, chasing a good person who refused to pay protection fees, ultimately beating him up in the unfinished building and stealing his phone. After watching the video, Shirchin Yaya sighed and said, "What a misunderstanding. I can't believe there are influencers here too. It's true that rumors spread quickly while the truth takes effort to uncover. I wouldn't bother explaining. They wouldn't believe me anyway." She went to the classroom and encountered the school bully, Anthony, leading his gang to bully the new students. Upon seeing the beautiful Yuna, he said, "Hey girl, you look pretty good. How about dating me? Let's go play baseball tonight." "Gross. I have a boyfriend, and he's right here, Shamusin," Yuna exclaimed. "Shamusin, your girlfriend is being bullied. Are you just going to stand there?" Yuna looked at Shamusin. Shamusin displayed a manly demeanor. "You want to mess with my girlfriend? Let us see if you can." Anthony laughed. "You island students, haven't you had enough of mushroom clouds yet? Hey Arno, Schwab, Sing, what are you waiting for? Show him what American bullying looks like." Some might think, are they just dancing awkwardly? If you think that, you're mistaken. What we see is just the surface. Bullying is no joke. How many people have dropped out or committed suicide because of it? As for Arno, Schwab, and Sing, they punched and kicked, using a combination of punches and stomps, turning Shamusin into a mess. "Stop. No more. I don't want my girlfriend anymore. Just don't hit me again." Yuna was so furious she stomped her feet and turned to leave, but Anthony grabbed her. "Don't go. If your boyfriend doesn't want you, I can keep you company. Aren't you guys known for making action movies? We could collaborate on a few." "Pervert." Yuna blushed and retorted. At that moment, Shirchin Yaya stepped forward. "Get your dirty hands off her." She was angry, not because she hated Anthony for bullying the weak, but because she despised Shamusin for lacking masculinity. Previously, when Shirchin Yaya went to a bar with her ex-boyfriend, they encountered a drunk man, and her boyfriend cowardly left her behind. If it weren't for Uncle Hat being present, the outcome would have been unimaginable. Since then, she has had no good feelings towards boys. The current situation reminded her of her past misfortunes. She couldn't let Yuna end up like her. Seeing Shirchin Yaya stand up, Anthony was slightly taken aback. "Aren't you the female bully from the video?" Indeed, good news doesn't travel far, but bad news spreads quickly. It hadn't been long, and everyone already thought she was a bully. "Because I was the one who filmed that video. Let me tell you, don't try to steal women from me, or I'll have you arrested." "Oh really? So you're the one spreading rumors? No matter what, I'm going to beat you up today." Shirchin Yaya charged at him, and the big guys around, thinking she was a bully because of Anthony's words, didn't dare to provoke her. Anthony ran far away, then called the police. "Uncle, I found the female bully from the video. She's at our school. Come quickly." His uncle drove over and, without saying a word, pulled Shirchin Yaya into the car. After they left, Anthony gloated. "See? Everyone who messes with me gets arrested." Shirchin Yaya arrived at the police station, complaining, "How can you just arrest people like that? Is there any justice?" Coincidentally, there were people from Shirchin Yaya's hometown there, and they angrily told the chief, "Abusing power to bully an Eastern person will not be tolerated in our country." The chief asked her to explain the situation. Shirchin Yaya recounted the entire story, making the chief very angry. "There are too many people spreading rumors online lately. Taking a good person and calling them a bully while the rumor mongers go unpunished is unacceptable. We must arrest the person responsible today. Kid, you're in trouble." The guards dragged Anthony away, leaving Shirchin Yaya behind. After this incident, Shirchin Yaya became even more famous. Everyone said she had connections in the police station and had sent the school bully Anthony to jail. Chapter 35, Opal disappeared. The precious pet Opal was a ragdoll cat. Jinchi often bathed and groomed it, making sure not a single stray hair appeared. "Opal, come eat your cat food." "Oh, after you finish, how about I massage your paws?" Jinchi held Opal, unable to put it down. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Jinchi went to open the door and saw Applejack. Applejack said, "Hey, Jinchi, I wanted to ask if your pet Opal is around." Applejack, "Do you want to take a picture with my pet?" "Oh, you have a good eye. It really is a pretty kid." "Not really. There are too many mice in the warehouse, and I hope to take her there to help me catch them." Applejack explained her intention. "But catching mice is something every cat can do. That us other cats. My cat won tea." Jinchi rudely shut the door. To think my cat would catch mice is just wishful thinking. Back inside the house, Jinchi discovered Opal was missing. She searched the entire house, inside and out, but couldn't find Opal. She hasn't even finished her food. Where could she have gone? This is driving me crazy. Jinchi paced anxiously, wanting to go out and look, but unsure where to search. With no ideas, she could only go find Roro, who knew animals best. Roro was also curious. From what I know about Opal, she wouldn't go to dirty and messy places. Maybe she went out to sunbathe, or climbed a tree to catch birds, etc. Catch birds? No. Roro hurried outside to check and found that all the birds were still there, proving Opal hadn't been there. "It seems Opal hasn't come here. Thank you, Roro." Jinchi left and continued searching for Opal. Considering that cats like to eat fish, Jinchi came to the lakeside to inspect again, but there was no sign of Opal. Where could she have gone? Jinchi was anxiously scratching her ears and cheeks. "You just said Applejack wanted to borrow Opal to catch mice. Could it be that Applejack took her away?" Ziyue asked. "Oh no, Ziyue, don't joke around. Opal is very clean and wouldn't help Applejack catch mice at all. Besides, I saw Applejack leave, and Opal wasn't by her side when she left." Jinchi denied this possibility. "Let me think again. You said she left without finishing her food. Maybe she went out to find something to eat. Think about it. Besides cat food, what else does Opal like to eat?" Ziyue asked. "Whether that's the case or not, we'll know when we get to the candy house." Upon arriving at the candy house, Beaky was walking around with a rolling pin in her mouth, looking very angry. "Hey, Beaky, what are you doing?" Jinchi greeted her. "I'm on patrol, and today I made a croissant, but I don't know who stole it." Beaky said angrily. "Can you tell us what happened?" Ziyue asked. Jinchi was very nervous. If Opal really stole Beaky's cake, how could she explain it to Beaky? But Ziyue told Jinchi that the thief wasn't Opal. Because Beaky said that both the bread and the bowl were stolen, how could a cat run away with a bowl? So it wasn't Opal's doing. "Ziyue, can you help me find the bread thief?" Beaky asked. "I will help you find the thief, and I've even guessed who it is," Ziyue said as she led them to the fountain square, where there was a bowl next to the fountain. After Beaky confirmed, this was the bowl she used to hold the bread. "Why is the bowl here? And where's the bread on top? What is there to ask? It must have been eaten by the thief. Damn thief, where are they?" "Speaking of the thief who ate the bread, I think she should know." Ziyue pointed to a cloud in the sky. "Ah, who stole the bread?" Yunbao poked her head out from that cloud. "Oh no, it's Yunbao. You've been here all along. Did you see who was here eating the bread and then put the bowl here?" Beaky asked. Ziyue rolled her eyes. "When you say that, can you wipe the crumbs off the corner of your mouth first?" "Huh, crumbs? I thought I wiped them off." "Oh no." Yunbao wiped her mouth with her hoof, realizing there were no crumbs at all, and then realized she had fallen for Ziyue's trick. It turned out that the 3 little ponies went on a trip, and Beaky only took 1 croissant. Jinchi didn't like it, and Beaky was also tired of it. Only Yunbao wanted to eat it. But Opal also liked to eat. So Beaky fed the whole croissant to Opal, and Yunbao didn't get to eat any. Yunbao was very angry, feeling that Beaky didn't treat her as a friend. Why feed the food to a cat instead of sharing it with her friend? So she secretly came to the candy house, took the opportunity when Beaky wasn't paying attention, and stole the bread. When she got up into the clouds, she ate the bread completely clean, wiped her mouth with a piece of paper, and then threw the bowl down. Originally, she wanted to throw it into the fountain, which would destroy the evidence. Unexpectedly, the water column pushed the bowl out, landing nearby. After knowing what happened, Beaky picked up the rolling pin and chased after Yunbao. As they played around, Jinchi was sad about not being able to find Opal. Where could she have gone? At this moment, Applejack arrived. "Jinchi, I returned Opal to you." "What are you talking about?" "Just as I reached the intersection, I saw Opal following behind." "Didn't you call her?" Applejack said happily. "Opal is very dedicated. 1 cat scared the mice away, and my grain storage won't have mice anymore." Chapter 36. What to do after a power outage. The weather forecast showed that Ponyville would experience a huge typhoon, and local residents were advised to take precautions. The next day, the typhoon really came, with strong winds and heavy rain. The school had arranged for a day off the day before, and Yunbao was so happy that she forgot herself. "Yay! This time I can play openly." She turned on her computer and eagerly played games. Suddenly, there was a flash of lightning, and all the lights in the house went out. No, how could the power pole be blown down? Is our pole a shoddy project? Yunbao was furious. Without electricity, how could she play games? Worse, her notebook hadn't been fully charged earlier, and now it didn't have enough power to play games. She was the only one at home. and there was no one to talk to. Unable to play games, and with no one to chat with. She felt for the first time that time was so long. Sitting on the sofa in the dark, she felt too stuffy, so she called Twilight Sparkle. Hello. Twilight, what are you doing? Isn't there a power outage where you are? Yes. I'm reading by oil lamp. That's so bad for your eyes. What do you want? Me? What can I want? Just wanted to ask if you were okay. I'm hanging up. Wait. I'm too bored alone. I want someone to chat with. Twilight, please don't reject me. Yimbao, don't use a landline during a typhoon. Be careful of lightning. Just hang up. Since Twilight didn't want to chat, Yimbao had to hang up. Sigh. I'll read a book. She took a book from the bookshelf and went to the windowsill to read. But the wind outside was too strong, and she quickly lost interest. Oh no. I still want to chat with someone. Since the landline can't be used, I'll use my mobile phone. I'll call Xiaodai and see what she's doing. Xiaodai, are you scared alone on a rainy day? On a rainy day there's thunder sounds. Oh no. Xiaodai screamed on the other end, apparently scared by the thunder. Don't be afraid. Kind-hearted Yunbao is coming to keep you company. Yunbao put on her raincoat and took out her umbrella, planning to visit Xiaodai to pass the boring time. As soon as she opened the door, the wind blew in, and Yunbao felt unsteady and almost fell. Looking at the umbrella in her hand, it had already turned inside out. The wind was too strong. She simply couldn't go outside. The plan to visit Xiaodai was ruined, and she could only stay at home. But she couldn't sit still. After sitting for a while, she felt uncomfortable all over and picked up her phone again to call Pingqi. Pingqi, what are you doing at home? I'm playing StarCraft. Yunbao, hurry up and log on. Let's play together. Wait, Pingqi, is there no power outage there? Yunbao was overjoyed. If there really was no power outage at Pingqi's place, then even if a 20-level typhoon came today, Yunbao would want to go to Pingqi's house. The orange that Pingqi mentioned as a power source is a fruit battery. It can power a diode, but how much current does a computer need? So, Yunbao decided not to go to Pingqi's house. Little did she know, Pingqi had several giant oranges that were as tall as a person. Otherwise, how could they provide enough power for the computer? Moreover, Pingqi was a physics whiz. Making a simple circuit diagram was a piece of cake for her. Yunbao sat in frustration, realizing that life without electricity was so boring. She called Applejack, hoping to chat with her for a bit. After a long time, Applejack finally answered the phone. On the other end, there was the sound of wind and rain, and Applejack raised her voice to let Yunbao hear. Hello, Yunbao. What is it? Wow. Jack, what's going on over there? What did you say? Yunbao had to raise her voice. I said, what's going on over there? The typhoon blew an advertisement board onto my warehouse roof, and it made a big hole. I'm repairing the roof in the wind and rain right now. If you have something urgent, say it quickly. I still have work to do. What urgent matter could Yunbao have? She just wanted to chat. However, given the situation, Applejack definitely didn't have time to chat with her. After reminding her to pay attention to safety, Yunbao hung up the phone. Sigh. Everyone says Yunbao has many friends. But now she can't find anyone to chat with. Isn't that funny? The only calls left are to Rue and Yu Hui Shua Shua. But Rue might be taking a beauty nap right now, and if she disturbs her, she might get angry. So, she called Yu Hui Shua Shua, who took a long time to answer the phone, sounding groggy. Hello? Who is this? Hey, Yu Hui Shua Shua. It's me, Yunbao. Yunbao, what's up? You see, the whole city is experiencing a power outage right now, and we can't go out. What are you doing at home? It's been 2 hours since the power went out. And Yu Hui Shua Shua is still able to sleep for 2 hours straight in the afternoon. Yu Hui Shua Shua then said, if you have nothing to do, just do what I'm doing and lie in bed to sleep. I don't have a habit of napping. I can't sleep. With white noise. You can't sleep? Trust me. Just lie in bed, cover your eyes with a cloth, don't think about anything. Just listen to the sound of the rain outside. And you'll fall asleep in no time. Alright, I'll give it a try. Although she thought she wouldn't be able to sleep, she unknowingly drifted off into a deep slumber for a very long time. She woke up in the middle to find there was still no power. So she lay back down and continued sleeping. It wasn't until evening, when the rain lessened and the wind died down, that Yunbao gradually woke up. At this time, she could finally go out and move around. She opened the door and found that Twilight Sparkle and the others had come. We were just chatting and realized you had called each of us once. It seems you were really bored. Since the rain has stopped, we came to play with you. There is still no power tonight, so we can have fun together. I slept all afternoon just waiting for you to come. Yunbao happily invited them into her home for a pajama party. Chapter 37. The Maker of Lies. One day, a horse appeared in Ponyville, dressed in a very peculiar way, wearing a long red plaid shirt, with a strange hat adorned with jewels and 2 straps. Most notably, he had 2 horns on his head, making him a horned horse. Many little ponies, not understanding the situation, came out to see. Who is he? He doesn't seem like a pony from Ponyville. Umitba. Good people. I am a wandering monk from the Eastern Buddhist Holy Land, and I am dedicated to preaching everywhere I go to help you escape the suffering of the world. In Ponyville, religious freedom is observed, and Princess Celestia does not force anyone to believe in anything. So many little ponies neither believe in Buddha nor God, as they don't know who is right. They didn't believe before because they hadn't encountered it, but when they did, they were all convinced by his grand speeches and asked, "What is your Dharma name, Master?" "Amipa. My Dharma name is Sume." May represents purity and strength. It is the flower that stands at the top, and its resilient spirit is an example for us to learn from. Sume told them. He then recited a few poems about plum blossoms, further convincing the little ponies, who went to listen to him preach day by day. Many little ponies attended, even some of Ziyue's friends, but Ziyue herself didn't go because she was busy with work. She was very interested in Eastern culture, but she simply had no time to engage with it. "Oh, we don't have time to talk to you. We need to hurry and do what we have to do." After saying this, Biki and the others turned and left. Ziyue looked at them in confusion. After finishing all her work, she strolled down the street and found many little ponies discussing things. "Did you know? Master Sume said we actually died a long time ago." "Really? Where did that come from?" a confused little pony asked. 12 years ago, the world experienced a catastrophe, and we all perished in that disaster. What you see now is just our spirit, merely a figment of our memory. Don't you find everything so illusory?" said a pony who had listened to the lecture. "Have you noticed that there is never enough time? Do you remember Princess Ziyue's coronation? Doesn't it feel like it was just a few months ago? In fact, I tell you, a whole year has passed. But you remember that scene so vividly. Not because of your strong memory, but because that event wasn't too long ago." The little ponies nodded in agreement. "It really is like that. I used to feel sore after standing for 10 minutes, but now it takes 12 minutes to feel sore. I thought I was getting stronger. But it turns out those 2 minutes were stolen." Ziyue found their reasoning very amusing. "What are you talking about? Just standing a little longer means 2 minutes were stolen? If he stood longer, would he feel like a whole day was stolen?" What surprised Ziyue was that many little ponies believed these absurd claims. Ponyville as ghosts. But Princess Celestia is afraid this news will cause panic, so she hides these secrets. "Let me tell you, this is the highest secret of Ponyville, and only a few ponies know it. I heard that Equality Town was originally meant for." They spoke sensationally, and Ziyue said to them, "What you are saying has no basis at all. If this is Ponyville's highest secret, how do you know about it? And the ponies spreading this news will definitely be caught. How could they talk to anyone?" "Princess Ziyue, this is not something we made up. It's Master Sume." "Is Master Sume making things up?" "This is not making it up. It really exists. There are some things we can't say too much about. Excuse us." They all ran away. Watching them spread rumors everywhere, Ziyue felt a bit angry. Spreading false information like this would disrupt the order of Ponyville. And the culprit was the maker of lies, Master Sume. This Master Sume should be preaching and teaching little ponies to stay away from the mundane. So why is he spouting nonsense? Ziyue then took Starlight Glimmer to see how this Master Sume was preaching. At that moment, at the fountain square in Ponyville, many little ponies gathered around Master Sume, who said to them, "A few years ago, Ponyville experienced an epidemic that made many little ponies ill. But not long after, a medicine appeared that could cure the epidemic. The disease appeared, and the medicine came out right away. Don't you find that a bit strange?" "Yeah, the timing is too strange. In fact, that epidemic was caused by the royal family to make you spend money on medicine. But some little ponies who were stronger didn't get sick, and they used the excuse of injecting antibodies to make all little ponies in Ponyville get vaccinated. Did you think you were getting antibodies? Wrong. This is a sleep-type virus. On a certain day, the virus will reemerge. And you want to connect this event with the previous illness. I ask you, after getting vaccinated, didn't you feel any discomfort in your body? Indeed. We feel more tired, and we often get sick. Could this also be a conspiracy?" The little ponies said. At this point, Ziyue could no longer hold back. She stepped out from among them. "Stop distorting the truth. When the epidemic ravaged Ponyville, it was the medical staff who worked day and night to prepare special medicine. Not only did you not show gratitude, but you also think they are trying to scam money. After taking the medicine, you indeed experience changes in your body. Your minds are the ones that have issues. You believe such nonsense." Sume replied, "What horse are you? A hippopotamus? I'm a rhinoceros. Let me tell you. I am the pony you mentioned who participated in the research on the sleep-type virus. Your lies are merely an attempt to cheat money. How can you still believe in Buddhism?" The more Ziyue spoke, the angrier she became, because Sume's words were like brainwashing. If she allowed him to continue, who knows what bad things could happen? Don't waste time talking to him. Ziyue, catch him first. Starlight Glimmer's horn emitted a laser, and Master Sume tried to blend in with the crowd. But Starlight Glimmer wouldn't let him escape easily. She fired the laser, and many little ponies were unable to move, allowing Starlight Glimmer to easily capture him. Didn't you say you were a sage? Show me how you can run away. Don't you know something? Don't say anything that is not conducive to unity. You are not just an ordinary liar. You are a spy sent by the wildebeest tribe to disrupt the hearts of the people. Starlight, regarding this kind of spy, we cannot be polite. Ziyue turned around, and Starlight took Su Mei away. Ziyue went to the castle and told them the truth of the past. The rumor spreading Su Mei has received her due punishment. After listening, the little ponies dispersed, and it was unclear whether they took it to heart, as they only believe in what they think. Chapter 38, The Crazy Racetrack. Pony Maria has several sports that are very popular among the little ponies, one of which is rear hoofball, another is pony-style rugby, and another is racing. Not to mention other sports, just talking about racing, whether stallions or mares, young ponies or old ponies, they all love watching racing competitions. The feeling of speeding makes the viewer's blood boil. Racers are highly sought after on the racetrack, and the Royal Club spends heavily to hire powerful racers for their competitions. The Royals also love watching racing. They often gamble on racing competitions, which is permitted by the Cosmic Princess. Before the race starts, the racers display their cars, allowing the audience to choose their favorite cars and racers. Rainbow Dash is one of the contestants. Let us take a look at her car. It has 60 twin-turbo, 12 engines. The car's exterior is sky blue, with the doors shaped like wings and the headlights painted like a pair of eyes, looking very intimidating. She is very confident that she will win the Best Design award before the race starts. Ziyue also has her own creation. Her car is very simple. It looks like a loaf of bread, painted in purple and white. It has all the features of a regular car. It's just an ordinary car, but without an exhaust pipe. This is my invention, a new energy vehicle, Ziyue said excitedly. The role of fuel cars is indeed significant, but they pollute the environment, and gasoline needs to be extracted. To solve this problem, I invented this new energy vehicle. It doesn't need refueling, just sunlight. And it can run without polluting the environment and is easy to manufacture. Rainbow Dash couldn't bear to watch. This is a racetrack, the domain of internal combustion engines. Are you here to make a joke driving a new energy car? But the judges unanimously gave high praise. Good. Simply excellent. The appearance of this car not only contributes to environmental protection, but also represents a significant technological advancement. No need for scoring. The first place goes to Princess Ziyue. Many little ponies were stunned. Can a solar panel compete with an 8-engine? It wasn't the solar panel that won, but the identity of the princess. If that's the case, wouldn't all racers just remove a wheel from their cars before the race? Otherwise, if they outran the Princess event, wouldn't they be blamed? So Rainbow Dash decided to prevent Ziyue from participating, while Ziyue was taking her car outside to sunbathe. And there were no other little ponies around. She drove a steamroller over to crush Ziyue's car. Just think about it. After being crushed by a steamroller, can that car still be used? Of course not. Just then, a scrap collector passed by, and Rainbow Dash sold the pile of scrap metal for 80 cents a pound. When Ziyue came out and discovered her car was missing, she saw a pony pulling a pile of scrap metal in the distance, the color of the scrap resembling her car, and she hurriedly chased after. Wait, don't go. At this time, the racers had all arrived, most of whom were members of the Lightning Bolt team. Because they love pursuing speed, they wouldn't miss such a competition. Hey, Rainbow Dash, your paint job looks great, Fireball said. Fireball's car also looked good, with red, yellow, and black as the main colors, painted to resemble fierce flames. Now that's real fire. Looks good, but doesn't matter. You need to be fast. Rainbow Dash teased. Teacher Sunny was fortunate to be invited to be a judge. Ready, get set, go. As soon as she finished saying go, the cars shot off like arrows, zooming far ahead. The rules of Pony Maria's racing competition are, circle the track 10 times. Whoever finishes first gets ranked. The first round will have the top 24 racers advance, while the others will be eliminated. The next round is 15 laps, selecting 16 racers to advance, and the remaining 8 will be eliminated. The next round is 5 laps, competing for speed, eliminating 8 racers, leaving the last 8 for the final round. In the first round, due to the large number of contestants, the 10 laps were not easy to run, as the cars in the front experienced malfunctions, causing the cars behind to crash into them. Of course, some cars took advantage of this opportunity to overtake on the corners. The vast majority of cars experienced malfunctions while speeding, and the contestants here have a characteristic. They like to weld the throttle. The car can be crashed, but the throttle cannot be released. In an instant, many cars were wrecked, and the audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. They paid to see these exciting moments. Otherwise, who would pay a high price to watch a bunch of cars go around the track? Rainbow Dash and Fireball survived this car crash. and some other contestants also advanced to the next round. Many little ponies were happy, but Shining Armor was a bit disheartened. He had bet with Prince Blueblood that his sister Ziyue would make it to the next round. As a result, she became a coward and didn't even participate. Prince Blueblood bet that Rainbow Dash would win first place in the next round, while Shining Armor bet that Fireball would take first place. With the bets laid down, they awaited the start of the race. Although Shining Armor bet on Fireball, he felt uncertain. Everyone knows that Rainbow Dash is part of the main cast. While Fireball is a supporting character, can a supporting character beat the main character? Since Fireball can't win, he decided to help her. Shining Armor brought a bag of goodies to Rainbow Dash. Hey, Rainbow Dash, why isn't my sister Ziyue here? I originally intended to give these to her. But since she is not here, you can have them. For Ziyue, what kind of good food would a sister con like Shining Armor prepare? Rainbow Dash didn't touch it while he was there. Once he left, she opened the bag to find peanuts and jujubes. This was Shining Armor's plan, to give Rainbow Dash some snacks, and after she had driven the race car for so many laps, having eaten so many dried fruits, her stomach would surely not hold up. At that time, her condition would decline, allowing Fireball to win. But he didn't know that Rainbow Dash didn't like dried fruits. Holding these things, she said to Shining Armor, "What is this? Bribery? You think I can't withstand the test with just this?" Saying this, she threw the dried fruits at Shining Armor, who left in embarrassment. Prince Blueblood extended his hoof towards the gold coins. Looks like the outcome is. Just as Rainbow Dash was nearing the finish line, a piece of iron flew over and knocked her off her car, allowing Fireball to smoothly overtake her. The one who threw the iron was Ziyue. You actually smashed my car into scrap metal and sold it. I want to let you off. Misunderstood. Rainbow Dash wanted to explain, but Ziyue had already rushed over. Prince Blueblood watched in shock. Pony Maria's racetrack did not have rules against outside interference stopping the race. And it seemed that Rainbow Dash had damaged Ziyue's car, causing Ziyue to lose her eligibility to compete. Looking at it this way, Rainbow Dash shouldn't have been able to participate from the beginning. What a good sister I have, helping Big Brother me at the critical moment. Shining Armor cheered while hugging the gold coins. Chapter 39, Reporter Twilight Sparkle. Fearless Pegasus is a recently popular novel, but the author, Yelrin, stopped writing after the second installment. Many authors saw the opportunity and wrote numerous sequels and fan fiction for Fearless Pegasus, gaining a certain amount of traffic. Hello everyone, I am Twilight Sparkle, a reporter from the Button Evening News. Today, I am here to interview the authors of the sequels to Fearless Pegasus. Camera, follow me. Twilight Sparkle styled her hair, dressed in a neat suit, and approached the crowd. In front of her was a balding uncle, and Twilight Sparkle politely greeted him. Hello, are you also an author of Fearless Pegasus fanfiction? Yes. My pen name is Braindead Potato. Don't judge the name. Readers like strange pen names, the uncle said cheerfully. It's like this, we want to ask, what type of work do you produce? As far as I know, the current market for Fearless Pegasus mainly includes sequels, time travel, and fan fiction. I'm not sure which category you belong to. A sequel means continuing the journey of Fearless Pegasus based on the original story, using the author's imagination. The story generally follows the original work closely, with strict adherence to style and plot, which also tests the writer's skills. Time travel is easy to explain, as it's everywhere. The protagonist travels into the Fearless Pegasus book for some reason and becomes either an enemy or a friend of the Pegasus. It usually comes with a system or script, and the time traveler is highly intelligent, while other supporting characters are often portrayed as less intelligent. Fan fiction is like our book, where original characters can be included along with others. It's easier to write, and one can still gain some benefits from it. With my extensive knowledge, I must be writing a sequel. To be honest, I think the original author's plot is dragging. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't do it this way. Braindead Potato proudly said, my work is now somewhat famous, considered the closest sequel to the original. Twilight Sparkle glanced at his book and felt it was indeed good. It seems that despite his pen name being Braindead Potato, he is not actually brain dead. But with such high popularity, shouldn't you provide readers with a better viewing experience? Twilight Sparkle asked. Twilight Sparkle felt his speaking ability was also quite shallow, so she went to interview the next person. The next one was named Wind Sadness, who writes fan fiction. Twilight Sparkle took a look. In his novel, the Fearless Pegasus and Water Monkey became good friends and often went treasure hunting together, but the writing style was somewhat crude, creative yet hard to look at. Your subject matter is quite rare in the market. If you revise more, you might gain more readers' favor, Twilight Sparkle said. The quality of a work is judged by the first episode. If the beginning isn't exciting, no one will continue watching. Twilight Sparkle continued to check. Indeed, the beginning was vivid and interesting, but it got worse and worse as it went on. even making one feel that it was written by different people. Do you understand? It's not that I'm not trying hard. It's that my efforts are in vain. Since trying hard is useless, who would bother to try? Just as he was about to leave, Brain-Dead Potato came over. Miss Reporter, do you have time to grab a cup of coffee together? Water plus 3 also came. Coffee is hard to drink. I'll treat you to 82 Lafite. Drink less alcohol, but no more things. Miss Reporter, do you want to write an article about my writing insights? I can tell you the truth. No need to ask. The one who said this was Wind Sadness. All right. Twilight looked at her watch. It was still early, and she indeed had time for a drink. Twilight then went to the CAF with them, ordered a cup of milk. And the three of them originally wanted to hatch some plans, but upon seeing the shining armor outside the window, they rolled up their sleeves, arms full of chicken. It seems that it would be impossible to do anything bad, so they started drinking and talking nonstop. Back then, we gained fame by writing Fearless Pegasus. But there are too many people who don't understand us. You often visit forums, and you must have encountered some, great God, book friends. They may have read a couple more books than others and think they know more, often pointing fingers. When you recommend a book, regardless of its quality, they will act pretentious, and you can even estimate they haven't read it at all, pretending to understand. Such people will never amount to anything in their lives. Twilight Sparkle recorded this. It seems that despite being great authors, they had also been hurt by harsh words before. One must not be swayed by others' words. Twilight Sparkle noted down. They drank to the point of drunkenness and continued. Nowadays, readers are getting more demanding, especially those in their 40s or 50s, half of whom should be in the ground. They think they know everything just because they are a bit older. Their thoughts are so different from ours. They are obsolete products of the times. And those who come from lower social backgrounds have their thoughts too constrained. They can only see their little piece of land. While the larger world is beyond their understanding, yet they pretend to understand it to hide their ignorance. We dare to speak the truth and must never bow down to these low-culture people. The three of them drank too much, and by halfway through, they were all completely drunk. Twilight Sparkle shook her head. A crow on a coal mine can't see its own blackness. Your height is just what the readers have lifted you to. How can you say that about them? Alas, it seems I didn't get anything useful from today's interviews. Chapter 40, 3 Treasures. The horse-shaped poet Kenya is called Xiaoya. She comes from outside of Ponyville and loves to travel, having traversed half the world. She never carries money when she goes out, but she never worries about food and drink, because she has 3 treasures: endless hay biscuits, an endless gourd of water, and a bag of many weapons. That gourd is particularly amazing. Don't be fooled by its small size. It holds endless water. Wine, drinks can be poured out, and it can even provide hot or cold drinks as desired. The treasure bag is a small pouch containing stones, ropes, small knives, and even syringes and anesthetics. These treasures were given to her by divine steeds she met when she arrived at the ancient ruins of the Fairy Mountain, who said that using these to help the people would allow her to use them forever. If she became greedy, the divine power would disappear. Xiaoya kept this in mind and began her journey. After many years, she arrived at Ponyville, where a once-in-a-century disaster of devil flies was occurring. These devil flies are even more dangerous than sprite flies. A pony walked onto the street, and this group of devil flies knocked him down and then crawled on top of him. After a while, all that was left was a pile of bones. It was that dangerous. These flies eat anything and have severely threatened the safety of Ponyville. Ziyue and the 3 princesses teamed up to successfully eliminate these flies. However, the fields destroyed by the devil flies had no food left, and all the ponies were starving and freezing. At this time, Xiaoyao arrived, and seeing they had no food, generously took out her hay biscuits for them to share. The ponies smiled and said, "This biscuit isn't even enough for one pony. How can we share it? Just give it a try. If you can finish it, then you can eat it." "Am I starving?" "Actually, I didn't bite the biscuit just now." Looking at the intact biscuit, Beaky went over and took another bite. Beaky kept biting, and the biscuit grew crazily, until at last, Beaky really couldn't eat anymore. But the biscuit still hadn't lost a single piece. "You all share it too." Xiaoya gave the biscuit to the other ponies, and they all rushed to eat it. Beaky asked, "Is there any water? Eating too many hay biscuits makes my mouth a bit dry." "Yes." Xiaoya took out the gourd. "The river has dried up, and the ponies haven't had water for a long time. This gourd is very small, just enough for one pony to drink." So Beaky bit the gourd's mouth, tilted her head back, and drank all the water. Normally, with such a small gourd, it would be finished in a few gulps. But the gourd's water kept flowing, as if it could never be drained. Ziyue came to Xiaoya. "Thank you for solving our urgent problem. How can we repay you?" "No need to be polite. If I can travel around Ponyville, that would be the best reward for me." "Oh, so she is a travel enthusiast." Ziyue then asked Beaky if she had time to be a guide for Xiaoya. Beaky took Xiaoya from Ponyville to Appaloosa, then to Rock Farm, showing her all the distinctive places. On the way to Lamaki, they saw a group of stallions bullying a mare, surrounding her and saying, "It's already nice to give you food. You are still picky. Yo yo yo." They are starting to act all high and mighty again. Who doesn't know that Little Maria only has 5 princesses? The Cosmic Princess, the Moon Princess, the Friendship Princess, the Rhyme Princess, and the Princess of Heart of Wind and Snow. Who are you to come out of nowhere? Dream on. They all laughed at her. Look at that mare, with her red wavy mane and dressed in red. Little ponies don't wear clothes. For them, clothes are like decorations. It doesn't matter whether they wear them or not. And this one, although disheveled, is wearing such bright clothes and pretends to be a princess. This really doesn't fit the identity of a princess at all. Who is she? Lilia asked. She's a pony from out of town, named Yuna. It's said that she's a princess from some kingdom, but her country has been destroyed, and she fled here. Logically, she should be humble and cautious, but that's not the case. She's rude and unreasonable, and still considers herself a princess. She really doesn't know her place. Beaky said. Lilia walked over and asked, "Since you're not eating hay biscuits, what do you want to eat?" Hee. Fresh grass cake? Just look around. Within 10 miles, not a blade of grass grows. Having hay is already a blessing, and you still want to eat fresh grass cake. The stallions mocked her even more recklessly. It's just a fresh grass cake, right? Simple. Lilia shook the biscuit, and it turned into a fresh grass cake. She divided it into 2 portions, giving one to Yuna, and kept the other to return to its original form to share with the other little ponies. After resolving this matter, she and Beaky continued to head to Lamaki, but they found that Yuna was following closely behind them. She must have taken a liking to your magical biscuit. You better hide it well. Beaky reminded quietly. You just helped me. Thank you for getting me out of a tough spot, Yuna said humbly. Lilia looked at Beaky. Didn't you say she was rude and unreasonable? Why isn't she like that now? If you speak a little nicer, I think everyone would be willing to be your friend. Beaky said. No need. I want to leave here. Yuna turned to leave. Lilia sighed and approached her. Coincidentally, I'm leaving too. Why don't we walk together? Huh, wait. Little Maria still has many sights to see. Plus, we haven't properly thanked you yet. Ziyue said that a drop of kindness should be repaid with a hot spring. I know where there is a hot spring. Come with me. Beaky wanted to keep Lilia, but she was determined to leave. She walked away with a pony with princess syndrome. Just met her and left? How strange. Did she come here for tourism or to find something? Ziyue said, puzzled. Chapter 41, Seeking Sympathy. Starlight Sparkle became the secretary. She wanted to be a good leader in the hearts of the little ponies. Every day, she helped ponies in need together with Ziyue. Although she couldn't be a princess, the highest status in Little Maria is that of a princess. In princesses there are equivalent to monarchs. Because it's a federal system, there are 4 princesses. Her position was quite high. Looking at the whole of Little Maria, besides those few princesses, she had the most power. During the harvest season at Sweet Apple Orchard, Applejack invited Starlight Sparkle to visit and prepared a lot of food. In the middle of it, Applejack took out a box. Starlight Sparkle, this is our family's apple pie, specially made. You can't buy it outside, just a little thought. Starlight Sparkle looked at the box, wondering if Applejack had hidden a lot of gold coins inside to bribe her. Maybe Applejack had something to ask of her. Applejack said, Starlight Sparkle, my sister Apple Bloom can start working at the bureau this year. As her sister, I'm very worried about her future. Do you think you can let her be a deputy director to gain some experience? What? Deputy director? Director? Starlight Sparkle raised her glass. Wow, Apple Bloom. A freshly graduated civil servant will suddenly become the director of Ponyville. Isn't that a leap to the sky? Applejack happily picked up her glass. Secretary, you really gave our family a big surprise. Starlight Sparkle cheerfully opened the box and found it was all apple pies. Could she have hidden gold coins inside the apple pies? Yes. Recently, the inspections have been strict, so she really needs to be more cautious. Starlight Sparkle comforted herself like this. She bit into one and found no gold coins inside. After breaking open other apple pies, she found none either. Starlight Sparkle was also confused. Applejack was an honest pony. How could she do something like giving gifts? She had misunderstood from the start. But she was very angry. Applejack, what do you mean by giving me apple pie? Is this how you asked me to do something for you? Are you bribing me with this? Do you think I can't resist such a test? Saying this, she smashed all the apple pies in Applejack's face and angrily left. Applejack felt baffled. She had just been happy, and now in the blink of an eye, she was angry? Starlight Sparkle's magic is very strong, stemming from her emotions. If she's in a good mood, her magic isn't that strong. But if she gets angry, her magic increases several levels. She was aware of this. So she hurriedly left to a place where there were no ponies to unleash her magic wildly. After venting her anger, she noticed an old pony trembling as he approached the river. saying nothing and slowly walking into the water. That old man can't be thinking of ending it all. Starlight Sparkle sensed something was wrong and quickly used magic to save him. The old pony shouted, "I've already come this far. Why won't you let me seek an end? Do you know how much courage it took for me to take this step? I say, old sir, why would you want to think like that? Have you encountered something that can't be solved?" Starlight Sparkle said to him, "I'm already 40 years old. The average lifespan for a pony is 30 to 35, and I have many ailments. Treatment not only costs a lot of money, but also can't be cured. For a pony like me who can't work, what is the point of living? I might as well seek an end and not drag my children down." After saying this, the old pony tried to go back into the river. Hey, you old man, how can you be so unreasonable? You think your life isn't worth anything. But don't your family care about you? If you run to this remote place to seek an end, they wouldn't be able to find you. How sad would they be? Besides, I can't just watch an old pony drown. Starlight Sparkle said with righteousness. They wouldn't care about me. They abandoned me because I can't earn money. Isn't it just a little money? Then, are you willing to give me money? The old pony asked. Then you might as well jump in. It's always others giving Starlight Sparkle money. How could it change to me giving money to others? That's impossible. The old man jumped back in again. I thought about it. Keeping money is useless. It's better to give it to someone who needs it. Starlight Sparkle took out all the money she had with her. The old pony took the money, thanked her profusely, and then left. After doing a good deed, Starlight Sparkle felt refreshed. They say I always do bad things. What about now? Am I not a great benefactor? When she arrived in front of Ziyue, she recounted everything that happened today. Of course, she didn't mention Applejack trying to bribe her. Did you encounter something too? Ziyue asked. Something too? Starlight Sparkle raised her eyebrows. Did you encounter something as well? Yes, I encountered a similar thing. A mare wanted to seek an end by the river, and I saved her. But she said she couldn't live anymore. She was young and suffering from a terminal illness, and even her other family members ostracized her. In despair, she sought this end. She said if I gave her money, she could go to another place and continue living. I thought, how much money would it take to live in another place? So I gave her a lot of money and let her leave. Ziyue explained her past events. At this moment, Biki and the others arrived. Ziyue, I have something sad yet funny to tell you. A stallion worked diligently on the farm, only to discover that his father was having an affair and his wife had turned into his stepmother. Devastated, he contemplated suicide. We saved him, and he asked to borrow money for a lawsuit. We sympathized with his plight and lent him the money to help him in his time of need. Wait a minute. Starlight Sparkle seemed to have noticed something off about this situation. Could these 3 horses be in cahoots, specifically trying to make money by garnering sympathy? So, the 3 of them used magic to become invisible and went to the riverbank, where they saw the 3 horses enter a dilapidated house together. Peering through the window, they discovered many gold coins inside. Although the house was shabby, the decor was very luxurious, with all the furniture brand new. I've never been one to do good deeds, and my first attempt at kindness led me to encounter a scammer. If I don't teach them a lesson, they really think I, Starlight Sparkle, am an easy target. Wait, what are you going to do? Ziyue tried to stop her, but Starlight Sparkle had already broken down the door. The 3 horses were startled. Starlight Sparkle pointed at the old horse and said, "You old geezer. You claim to be poor as a church mouse, but what is this? You're living in a house with gold. You're just pretending to be poor while holding a golden rice bowl. You dared to deceive me, and now your good days are over." Chapter 42, Secretary Starlight. Yue Shuo wrote to Ziyue, saying she hadn't tasted the magic rainbow apple jam from the sweet apple orchard in a long time and hoped Ziyue could send her a jar. Ziyue had no choice but to ask Starlight Sparkle to deliver the magic rainbow apple jam and let her have some fun in the human world. Ziyue told her that they could guess which of the human friends belonged to Little Pony Maria based on their hairstyles. Currently, Ziyue knew that several of her human friends were students, and 3 princesses were the principals. Simple, I'll pay attention, Starlight Sparkle said. Through the mirror, they arrived at Canterlot High School, where they saw a man reprimanding Celestia. Do as I say, or I'll expel you. Director, your exam questions do not help improve students' grades, and the photocopying costs are higher than other papers. I'm afraid I can't comply. Celestia shook her head in refusal. A mere principal dares to disregard the words of the director of the Education Bureau. If I don't expel you today, I'll spell my name backwards. He didn't know that others privately called him by his name backwards. What a bad seed. Starlight Sparkle recognized that the one being scolded was the cosmic princess of the human world. How could she ignore it? Hey, how can you force someone into a sale? Is there no reasoning left? Starlight Sparkle said angrily. And who might you be? Zhonghui asked. She originally wanted to punch this person and run away. But when Zhonghui heard Starlight Sparkle's name, he trembled in fear. Oh my gosh. It's the provincial secretary. Zhong Huai transformed from a tough guy into a sycophant, nodding and bowing to Starlight Sparkle. Oh, Secretary Starlight, why didn't you let me know you were coming? I'll call everyone in the bureau to welcome you. Why should I inform you where I go? I wouldn't dare. Now hurry up and get lost. Okay. Zhong Huai, feeling relieved, scurried away. After she left, Principal Celestia was left in a daze, and Starlight Sparkle was puzzled about why that person was so afraid of her. Upon meeting Yuhui Shua, Starlight Sparkle took out the magic rainbow apple jam and recounted what had just happened. Twilight Sparkle said, "You didn't know? Our provincial secretary is also named Starlight Sparkle. I learned that from the Button Evening News. To be a secretary, they must be in their 40s, right? No. She is just in her early 20s. The politics of Ponyville is different from ours. Their officials are monopolized by various families, and Starlight Sparkle's family background is strong. So no one dares oppose her being a secretary at such a young age. Wow, we have a secretary friend. Doesn't that mean we can strut around the city?" Yunk said happily. "Yunk, don't be too happy. That influential Starlight Sparkle isn't me. If the real one finds out, it'll lead to a huge misunderstanding." Starlight Sparkle said, "Since we're here, do you want to go have ice cream cones?" Yue Shua asked. The ice cream cones were indeed delicious. And Starlight Sparkle wanted to have another, so she agreed. At Times Square, they bought 2 ice cream cones. Starlight Sparkle asked, "Why don't these people call me secretary when they see me?" Because no one has seen her. Not to mention provincial secretaries. Even mayors and police chiefs are figures we ordinary people rarely encounter. Only those in power know them. That's fine. It avoids a lot of trouble. At that moment, a man in a suit approached, bowed his head, and said, "Secretary, are you here for an inspection?" "Who are you?" Starlight Sparkle asked. "I'm the mayor of this city, Madaha." Starlight Sparkle pondered. It turned out there was a Madaha in the human world too. Madaha continued, "Secretary, I've already arranged a splendid banquet, just waiting for you to arrive. A province manages several cities. People of her status are sought after for meals. And if he could invite the secretary to dinner, he'd be quite impressive among his peers." Starlight Sparkle wasn't afraid of Mayor Madaha asking her for favors. As she was just here to have fun for a day and wouldn't be related to any matters afterward, she would only enjoy the meal. In reality, Madaha wouldn't ask her for anything. Just think about it. Starlight Sparkle is a secretary. Could she be bought off with a meal? He simply wanted to curry favor. They arrived at a luxurious 5-star hotel, already filled with lavish food. Yue Shua whispered, "This table of food is worth more than my annual salary. Is that so? Then I can't hold back." Starlight Sparkle picked up her knife and fork and enjoyed the feast. Madaha watched Starlight Sparkle eating so happily, feeling delighted himself. "All right. I'll leave a good impression in front of the leader." Yue Shua, being at such a large dining table for the first time and with the mayor present, hesitated to eat and secretly nudged Starlight Sparkle, hoping she would finish quickly and leave. But Starlight Sparkle misunderstood. She said to Madaha, "Today I went to Canterlot and saw the Education Bureau director quite arrogant, with just one sentence able to make Principal Celestia resign." Madaha quickly replied, "Zhong Huai is abusing her power and breaking the law. This has happened more than once. I'll have her leave right now. Such matters must be dealt with quickly, otherwise it would be her who had to leave soon." Madaha excused himself and turned to leave. Yue Shua said, "You've gone too far. With just one sentence, you've moved the Education Bureau director away. Look, you're in a hurry. If power is in your hands, why not use it well?" Yes, the secretary is right." Madaha nodded vigorously. "What is the big deal? After all, the meal isn't on him, it's on the people." Starlight Sparkle smiled at her and then left. On the other side, the human world's Starlight Sparkle was drinking, and a text message appeared on her phone, stating that the Education Bureau director of a certain city had been dismissed. Starlight Sparkle ignored it and continued drinking, looking out the window. Why is there such a long road between cities and villages? It's to separate the poor from the rich. She looked at the passers-by carrying luggage and sneered. Chapter 43, Pony Violence. "You must wait for me." Zue sprinted at full speed towards the Crystal Empire. On the other side, Kashi Guanghui mocked. "Zue is useless. She knows she can't beat us and didn't come." "Coward." "Huh, is that so?" Kashi Guanghui sneered. Inyan looked at the sky, still not seeing Zue's figure, so she said to Shining Armor, "If Zue doesn't arrive, you attract Tyrek's attention while I use magic to immobilize him. Wins now heart. You use all your strength to take him down." "Do we really need to use all our power?" Wins now heart asked. "Indeed. Now they have absorbed unknown magical power, and we can only rely on this method to have a glimmer of hope to defeat them." Tylek stepped forward. "I say, you guys, you've been mumbling for so long. Are we going to fight or not? Let's all go together." At that time, let Ziyue collect your corpses. Tylek, don't be too happy too soon. The shining armor charged at Tylek, its horns glowing. Oh, finally willing to make a move? That's good. Tylek cracked his knuckles, waiting for the shining armor to get closer. Just as it was about to approach him, the shining armor shot magic at the ground and then soared into the air. Tylek hurriedly looked up, and Inyan took the opportunity to teleport behind Tylek, injecting magic into his back, putting Tylek in a paralyzed state. Heart of Wind and Snow. Now's the time. The Heart of Wind and Snow chanted a powerful spell. As long as it was fully recited, it could unleash a world-destroying energy cannon. The shining armor happily said, "Great. It's going to succeed." Tylek sneered, "Succeed? Big fool." He landed a heavy punch on Inyun's head, causing her to feel dizzy, her limbs weak. And she collapsed to the ground. Seeing her mother knocked out, the Heart of Wind and Snow stopped chanting the spell and directly unleashed the energy cannon. At this moment, the energy cannon had gathered half of its magical power, which should have been quite powerful. However, Tylek used just one hand to swat the energy cannon away. "Ha! You probably don't understand the gap between us." But Ziguangui laughed heartily. "You don't think that little bit of paralysis can stop me, do you? You don't think this little one can kill me with one hit, do you? Don't dream. In the face of absolute strength, your tactics are so ridiculous." Tylek laughed along. Seeing the plan fail, the shining armor changed tactics. "You say our tactics are no good, I admit that. But to say you won't be killed by one hit is simply bragging." At that time, the Heart of Wind and Snow's ability had only built up halfway, and it hadn't shown its full power. If it were complete, your human body and beast body would have to be separated. If you don't believe me, do you dare to take my full power strike? Humph. Don't think I don't know this is a provocation. But let me tell you, your Tylek is not afraid of what tricks you have. Whatever tricks you have, just use them. I won't stop you. Tylek was truly arrogant, and let his pride and arrogance pay the price. The shining armor's horns emitted light, which slowly formed a light ring, and the light ring slowly expanded, eventually becoming as thick as a tree trunk, and he threw the light ring out. Seeing this hoop-sized light ring, Tylek completely disregarded it, opened his arms, intending to take the hit. But Ziguangui shouted, "Idiot! Hurry up and dodge." Tylek heard Ziguangui's anxiety and quickly lowered his head. The movement was still a bit slow, and one of his horns was sheared off. Tylek dodged, but the large mountain behind him was completely sliced open. Looking at the cut on his horn, it was clean and neat. If Tylek had been hit, he would have surely been cut in half just as cleanly. Alas, what a pity. It actually didn't kill him. The shining armor was out of tricks and had no plan left. Tylek looked at his severed horn, furious. "Good. You're digging up the roots of the old tiger. I will make you regret living in this world." He spat out a fire cannon, and the shining armor, unable to dodge in time, was hit and fainted. Now, only the Heart of Wind and Snow was left. Watching her parents fall, her magic surged, unleashing a powerful magical laser. Even after taking such a heavy hit, Tylek was still alive. Only his bones were shattered, becoming a member of the disabled. Exhausted of all her magic, the Heart of Wind and Snow collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. But Ziguangui walked over proudly. "My princess, you have your day today. Today, I will eliminate you and become the ruler of the Crystal Empire." At this moment, a laser shot came, and Ziguangui retreated repeatedly. Who? The one coming was none other than Ziyue, who had rushed to provide support. There was no way. The three of them couldn't all fall, or the protagonist couldn't make an appearance. Ziyue arrived beside the three of them, took out an apple. "Can you still move? This is the magical fruit of Applejack. You all quickly divide it and eat it." "Magical fruit? How can we eat something so important?" "Ziyue, you should keep it. We have no fighting power left," the shining armor gasped. "I've already eaten it. If you don't eat it, I'll just throw it away. Hurry up and eat it." Ziyue divided the apple into 3 parts and gave it to them. Isn't it magical? They, who were originally paralyzed on the ground, actually fully revived. They stood up. "Great. Ziyue, the 4 of us unite, we will definitely defeat them." But Ziguangui was very satisfied with this result. "Well, you stay here. It will hinder my duel with Ziyue. You can leave. I won't stop you." The shining armor also understood that staying here couldn't help Ziyue at all, so she took Inyun and the others away. At this moment, only the 2 of them were left on the battlefield, but Ziguangui said, "You made me wait a long time, Princess Zhu. Today I must take you down and avenge my previous humiliation. I had given you a chance to turn over a new leaf before, but it seems you didn't grasp it at all. So, this time, no one will plead for you, and I won't be polite." Ziyue radiated purple light, entering battle mode. At this moment, the immobile Tylek in the distance said, "Wait, don't forget me, I'm still alive." But Ziguangui extended a front hoof, and a laser blasted Tylek to ashes. "All right, this episode has no part for you. With no onlookers left, the two sides would officially begin their duel. So, who will win and who will lose? Let us see the next time when there's time to write related short stories. Chapter 44, The Little Pony Rhapsody. There is a crystal cat. Its whole body is made of crystal, but it is a living being. It can not only talk, but also play the piano. It plays the piano exceptionally well, passionately, and many ponies love to listen to it. It has a signature piece called Little Pony Rhapsody, which is so beautiful that when listeners hear it, they can't help but move their hands as if they were playing the piano themselves. The audience is all stirred up, eagerly requesting the crystal cat to play it multiple times. However, every time the crystal cat plays Little Pony Rhapsody, it inexplicably becomes sad and tears up, leaving all the ponies puzzled as to why. Princess Inu knew that the crystal cat could play the piano, so she invited it to teach the Heart of Wind and Snow how to play. The Heart of Wind and Snow didn't want to learn any other pieces. She mainly wanted to learn Little Pony Rhapsody because it was so beautiful. However, every time the crystal cat played, it would shed a tear. The Heart of Wind and Snow was truly baffled and asked it, "Does this piece hold significant meaning for you?" "Oh, Princess, if you knew the background of this piece's creation, you would be as sad as I am," said the crystal cat. The Heart of Wind and Snow was very curious about the story behind the piece, and the crystal cat raised its paw, grabbed her, and they entered a time-space tunnel. Inside the tunnel, the Heart of Wind and Snow guessed that the crystal cat was not an ordinary cat. After landing, they arrived in a prosperous city, and the Heart of Wind and Snow asked, "Where is this?" "This is Little Pony Maria hundreds of years later, and today is the day Princess Ziyue passed away," said the crystal cat. The crystal cat recounted the events. After the cosmic princess retired, Ziyue became the friendship princess of Little Pony Maria. As the friendship princess, she naturally drew her power from friendship. As long as the friendship of Little Pony Maria lasted, Ziyue's magic would be strong. However, the friendship princess's friends, Applejack and the others, due to their old age, passed away one after another. Ziyue was very sad. She studied magic day and night, trying to find a way to resurrect her friends. But life and death are fated, and even the chaotic demon king could not accomplish this. Ziyue still refused to give up any hope. Once, she was deceived by a rumor, using her wings as a price, fantasizing about resurrecting her friends. But her friends did not come back, and she lost her wings. From that moment on, the kind Ziyue became irritable, often punishing innocent citizens. She also used the time-space mirror to travel to other timelines to kill her former self, wanting her past self to suffer as well. However, at this time, Pony Maria was filled with a breath of hatred. The Universe Princess and the Moon Princess accidentally absorbed these negative emotions, transforming into Dawn, the son of destruction, and Shadow Mare. The brutality of these two was comparable, if not worse, than Ziyue's. But two tigers cannot coexist on one mountain. Dawn and Shadow Mare fought fiercely over who would rule Pony Maria. The two sides battled for years, ultimately dividing the territory at Cantlot. The left side belonged to Dawn, and the right side to Shadow Mare. At this time, all the yaks in Yaxto were killed by Dawn, leaving only a few as slaves. The griffins on Griffin Island were almost completely wiped out by Shadow Mare, with only a few remaining to pull carts. After years of conflict, the pony population in Pony Maria decreased significantly. Only the Northern Crystal Empire remained untouched by war, ruled by the Heart of Snow and Wind. Refugees fleeing violence came to the Crystal Empire, begging the Heart of Snow and Wind to take them in. Unable to bear the thought of them being killed, the Heart of Snow and Wind accepted them. Additionally, to distance itself from Dawn and Shadow Mare, the Heart of Snow and Wind decided that the Crystal Empire would separate from Pony Maria and become an independent nation. This action infuriated the two villains. They stopped fighting amongst themselves and joined forces to bomb the Crystal Empire. At that time, Pony Maria had already industrialized, possessing airplanes and cannons with tremendous destructive power. Dawn said to the Heart of Snow and Wind, "Niece, Pony Maria has always been a whole. Why do you want to leave? Are you planning to rebel? Even your mother wouldn't dare to be this bold. Pony Maria is a whole. Haven't you already torn it apart?" The Heart of Snow and Wind replied, "To escape your tyranny, we must be independent. All right, since you refuse to listen to reason, let's settle this on the battlefield," Shadow Mare declared. An old mare crawled out from the rubble, seeing blood everywhere and pony fragments scattered around, and let out a desperate cry to the sky. The surviving ponies dared not go out, struggling to survive in the sewers. A week later, Dawn ordered chemicals to be poured into the rivers, causing all the ponies in the sewers to die from inhaling the harmful gases. In the end, under the siege of Dawn's and Shadow Mare's armies, the Heart of Snow and Wind resorted to its last trump card, the Crystal Heart. The Crystal Heart possessed immense magic, If shattered, it would attract the invasion of monsters and cause abnormal weather. Monsters fought against Shadow Mare's troops, with both sides suffering heavy losses. In the end, Shadow Mare retreated from the battlefield due to insufficient supplies. Dawn discovered that the main forces of the Crystal Empire had been completely annihilated, posing no threat to her, thus achieving her strategic objective and withdrawing her troops from the Crystal Empire. Thus, the war for the Crystal Empire, lasting 3 years, came to an end. During this conflict, nearly half of the refugees from Pony Maria who had escaped to this place perished, and 1/3 of the native population of the Crystal Empire died or went missing, marking the deadliest loss since the establishment of Pony Maria. The native ponies believed that it was the Heart of Snow and Wind's decision to take in the refugees from Pony Maria that brought this unwarranted disaster, leading them to dismantle the Crystal Palace. I am the Crystal Heart from another timeline. My timeline has been destroyed, but I do not wish for your timeline to suffer a similar fate. Therefore, I have done everything possible to come here to share our tragic experiences with you, hoping it can serve as a warning. After the Crystal Cat finished speaking to the Heart of Snow and Wind, it vanished. Strangely, the ponies did not remember a Crystal Cat that could play the piano, yet they were very familiar with the Pony Maria Rhapsody. The Heart of Snow and Wind told them that the piece is called a rhapsody, not because the creator was being whimsical, but because it was arrogant. Chapter 45, The Gold Medal Caregiver Chaotic. Ro prepared a lot of food, planning to take it to the children in the hospital later. Recently, an infectious disease had emerged, causing many ponies to develop red spots all over their bodies, accompanied by intense itching. To prevent them from infecting other ponies, they had to be isolated. Due to the overwhelming number of patients in the hospital, the doctors and nurses were overwhelmed, so she volunteered to help. What? You want to take care of those ponies infected with pony plague? Oh my gosh, what a foolish idea. What if you get infected too? Who will take care of you? Chaotic said nervously. That's none of your business. Ro placed the food in a basket and prepared to leave. Chaotic stopped her again. Listen to me, Ro, the hospital is a place for doctors to work. Why do you need to volunteer? Do you know? The most profitable place is the hospital. Every day there are patients coming in, and it costs a lot of money for a visit, yet with so much money, they don't even want to pay volunteers. What is that? Cheap. Chaotic, don't always think so poorly of the ponies. If you don't want to see them, I'll go by myself. I need to help take care of the patients. Ro insisted as she lifted the basket to go out. Is Chaotic really ill? Hey, he is the king of chaos, just playing tricks to tease Ro. Alright, but can I come with you? I will definitely help you. No. Ro rejected him without thinking. You often cause trouble. You'll mess up the hospital. Don't worry, I'm a gold medal caregiver. I have a certificate. Chaotic took out his certificate, which stated he was a special caregiver from Pony Maria, awarded by Chaotic. I don't expect you to help me with anything. Just don't cause trouble. Don't worry, I'll behave. I won't cause any chaos. Since Chaotic said so, Ro felt she couldn't refuse, and took him to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, the ponies in the lobby were reading newspapers. When they saw Ro, one said, Ro, you're here. The second room on the 3rd floor is out of water. Hurry and take some up. The patients are thirsty. Chaotic pointed at him. If the patients are thirsty, why don't you take it up? You have arms and legs, and you're even breathing. Why don't you take it? I have to stand guard. I can't leave. That's just an excuse. Seeing Chaotic being aggressive, Ro coughed. Chaotic. The originally fierce Chaotic immediately softened. Oh, standing guard isn't easy for you either. None of us has it easy, so let us make it convenient. The patients are thirsty, right? No problem. I'll carry it up. Chaotic lifted the water bucket and staggered away. Did he really have no strength to carry it? In reality, he wanted to show off how hard he was working in front of Ro. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Chaotic gasped. How could it be so cruel, carrying such heavy water to the 3rd floor? Oh, I can't do it. All right. Thank you for your hard work. Ro smiled sweetly. Chaotic felt that everything he had done before was worth it. After filling the drinking water in the water dispenser, Ro took out the food from her box. Who wants a snack? Many ponies shouted me. Among them was a smaller Chaotic. Me. Ro cast an unhappy glance at him, and Chaotic said, What? I'm really hungry. Right now, we are just taking care of the patients, seeing what they need, and helping them. Some of the little ponies had not slept soundly for several days due to their illness. Ro began telling them fairy tales, and they gathered around her to listen. Chaotic also listened nearby, and a few sick ponies on the beds were chatting. This infectious disease is truly hard to guard against. I don't even know who I came into contact with before getting infected. Sigh, I think we should have a label. Whoever is sick should wear a label so that other ponies can be cautious. When they recover, they can tear off the label. Wouldn't that be good for everyone? Don't you think what I said makes sense? The other ponies chimed in yes. That is how it should be done. Chaotic asked them, which part of you is sick? Are you a princess, a prince, or a provincial secretary? Neither. We are just common folks. They were quite displeased. What do you mean? Although we are common folks, we can discuss these things, right? Oh, of course, after all. No one would take the words of you drunkards to heart. Only some confused little shrimp might think what you say makes sense. You owe a horse. Clutching your chest and convulsing all over, it seems your heart isn't well. Chaos hurriedly reached out to his chest. Don't be afraid. I'll rescue you immediately. Chaos took out something black and pulsating, shaking his head. Oh dear. Why is your heart so black? No wonder your thoughts are so bad. Let me see. How come there's a corner missing? Oh, you're missing a heart. Alas, this dirty heart and rotten lungs are beyond saving. Let me dispose of it. The patient watched as his heart was taken away, his face pale. Chaos took out many silver needles, poking the heart densely. And the patient felt like thousands of ants were gnawing at his heart. Chaos heated it with fire, then pulled out the needles and ate that heart. After eating, he said, "Oh no, his heart is black. Will I get food poisoning? This could cost me my life." The horse thought its heart was really eaten, rolled its eyes and kicked its legs, and immediately fainted. Chaos also realized that things weren't looking good, so he called for Ro, who rang the bell. And his attending doctor came. At this point, they couldn't stay in the ward any longer and had to go outside. "Did you tease him?" Ro asked. "Oh, no. That's not the case. I'm a gold medal caregiver. How could I make a patient have a heart attack?" Chaos waved his hands repeatedly. Ro sighed. What had happened. What could be done? Who told her to bring Chaos along in the first place? On the way back, Chaos kept saying how tiring and hard it was to take care of patients, while Ro listened and dealt with him. Chapter 46, The Four Beauties. Little Maria's fashion magazine holds a selection every month to choose the 4 most beautiful horses in Little Maria. She squinted her eyes, looking at the rankings. The top 2 spots don't need to be looked at. The Cosmic Princess and the Moon Princess have dominated the rankings for many years, hardly ever changing places. The 3rd place is the Melody Princess. The top 3 are all princesses. Is this a fashion magazine or a princess promotional video? When she saw the 4th place, Jinchi was overjoyed. The most beautiful little horse in November is her, Jinchi. Wow. I actually made it to one of the 4 beauties. It can only be called the 4 beauties here, without the horse character, otherwise it's an insult. I truly can't believe it. She was so happy she jumped around. Perhaps some people were unconvinced. Why does Jinchi get to be one of the 4 beauties? What about Ziwa? What about Ro? What about Biki? Here, it needs to be explained. This is a fashion magazine. It's about beauty, not just being good-looking, cute, or gentle. Beauty not only requires a good appearance, but also poise, fashion, and character. Moreover, this is evaluated monthly. Ziwa might have been selected last month too, right? As for Jinchi, she was so happy that she was oblivious, walking out with her head held high, very proud. Other little horses saw the magazine and knew that Jinchi is now one of Little Maria's 4 beauties. Although it's a monthly evaluation, she is now a veritable beauty. Hearing their words, Jinchi felt very pleased. On the way, she ran into Apple Jar, who said, "Hey, Jinchi, congratulations on being one of the 4 beauties this month." "Oh, Apple Jar, it's nothing special. I already guessed I would be on the list," Jinchi said proudly, raising her head. "Hee. Granny Steve is sick today. Maytosh went to Apple Lusa, and Apple Lily went to training, so I'm the only one managing the huge sweet apple orchard. It's quite tiring. Can you help me manage the farm for a few days?" Normally, Jinchi would be willing to help. After all, rare apples. But this time she couldn't. Jinchi wanted to maintain her beautiful image, taking care of her skin and wearing beautiful dresses every day. It was impossible to do heavy work. "I'm very sorry, Apple Jar, but I won't be going to the sweet apple orchard for the next month. You'll have to find someone else." These words sounded quite polite, but Jinchi kept her head high, not even looking at Apple Jar, as if she completely looked down on her. After Jinchi left, Apple Jar said, All right. There's a joke about a village chief who won't get off the donkey for 3 days. Jinchi belongs to that kind. Sigh. I'll just find a way myself." Jinchi continued walking forward and met Yunbao. Yunbao knew Jinchi had been named one of the 4 beauties and wanted to fly over to give her a hug. But she was too fast and knocked Jinchi down. Coincidentally, there was a puddle behind, and Jinchi, unfortunately, fell right into it, soaking her clothes and mane completely. "Oh, my clothes. Oh, my hair, Yunbao. Look at what you've done." Jinchi screamed hysterically. "Ahaha, don't be angry. I can help you dry off." How was Yunbao going to help Jinchi dry off? She used her old method, creating a wind field around Jinchi to blow away all the moisture. The water on her body was gone, but Jinchi's makeup was also gone. Her shiny mane was blown into a frizzy mess. Her dress was blown into flared pants. And even her false eyelashes were blown away. Seeing Jinxi's disheveled appearance, Yunbao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jinxi glared at her angrily, and Yunbao quickly stopped laughing. Let me explain, I really didn't mean it. If you didn't mean it and it turned out like this, what if you did it on purpose? Jinxi ignored Yunbao and left alone. After returning home and tidying up her mane, she recalled the unpleasant events of the day. Growing angrier, they wouldn't be deliberately making a mess to embarrass me just because I was named one of the 4 beauties, would they? If that's the case, I want to see them. Yunbao went to find Ziyue and recounted what had just happened. Ziyue was also a bit angry. You should have slowed down when greeting her. How could you knock her into a puddle? I know I was wrong. Yunbao replied. I wanted to find her to apologize, but I'm not good with words. I'm afraid what I say she might not like, which would make her even angrier, so I had to come to you. Sigh. There's no way to deal with her. However, Ziyue was willing to mediate and took Yunbao to apologize to Jinxi. During the following time, Jinxi refused to meet her friends, receiving many reporters who came to take photos every day, feeling very pleased. When happy, she wanted to share her joy, but her friends were not around her. Over time, the number of reporters coming to take photos decreased, and Jinxi felt very lonely. I feel like what I did before was wrong. Although Applejar asked me to help on the farm, her attitude was very polite. And what about me? I actually refused her outright to prevent my dress from getting dirty, and with that attitude. Lastly, there's Yunbao. Although what she did was wrong, she seemed to realize her mistake and came to apologize with Ziyue, while I, for the sake of face, refused to see them. Not only did I not give Ziyue face, but I also hurt Yunbao's feelings. Oh my, what have I been doing these days? The more Jinxi thought about it, the more wronged she felt, lying on the chair and crying out loud. She then went to the sweet apple orchard and found everyone helping Applejar with farm work. Along the way, they were chatting. Jinxi is really too pretentious now. We need to make an appointment just to see her. I miss the days when we could meet whenever we wanted. Do all little horses with status and identity change like this? Beaky asked. Hey, I don't think so. At least I, as a princess, still help you all plow the fields. Yeah, the princess is out plowing, while a certain little horse is inside wearing a dress and taking photos. Jinxi walked out from behind a tree. I didn't mean to distance myself from you. I was just overwhelmed by this honor. Before, I was also thinking, why could I be selected as one of the 4 beauties? Later I remembered. I worked day and night making clothes for my friends, farming with them, and playing together. Those smiles were the true beauty. That was the beauty of labor. Jinxi, you don't need to take it to heart. They were just venting a little. They just didn't expect you to hear it. Ziyue wanted to ease the awkwardness, but didn't know how to say it well. Jinxi wasn't angry either. After all, they had just had a misunderstanding at the beginning. And with a little more tolerance, such a big misunderstanding wouldn't have occurred. Chapter 47. Don't speak words that are unfavorable to unity. Wushu, a delinquent in Ponyville, was idle most of the time. One day, he saw Xiaodai being harassed by a homeless man in an alley. So he stepped in to chase the man away and save Xiaodai. Xiaodai was very grateful to Wushu. Although he had never been to school, he was kind-hearted, and they became friends. Over time, Wushu developed feelings for Xiaodai. However, he knew that in a city where space is precious, without money, one is nothing. So he started thinking of ways to make money. Now is the era of technological information, and many people's lives are inseparable from their smartphones. Watching live broadcasts has become a leisure activity for many. Wushu took a job as a streamer, responsible for promoting products online. Whether it was smartphones, socks, or spicy chicken feet, he promoted whatever the merchants asked him to. One day, he was promoting a smartphone called MyMe, and he read his lines, saying, "No rice, no money." He said, "Folks, take a look. This is the latest smartphone developed by MyMe. Not $43.99, not $34.99, only $29.99. Come and place your orders." At that moment, a comment appeared. MyMe used to sell for $19.99 at its highest, now suddenly selling for $29.99. Indeed, once they get famous, they start to fleece consumers. Comments like this are usually sent by trolls, and Wushu shouldn't have paid them any mind, but being a delinquent. He didn't like it when others contradicted him. $29.99 is expensive? Where is it expensive? It has been this price for so many years, okay? Don't speak nonsense with your eyes open. Domestic brands have it hard. Oh, right. It was a little over 1,000 before, but now it's the upgraded version. The chips are different. The price is definitely going up. Sometimes, look for your own reasons. After all these years, have you worked hard? Has your salary increased? All right. Little did he know that this speech pushed him to the forefront of controversy, and many began to criticize Wushu for being rude and mocked the old users. They declared that if he wasn't fired today, they would never buy MyMe's products again. Forced by the situation, the merchant terminated Wushu's collaboration, and he also stopped live streaming. He sought Xiaodai for a heart-to-heart talk, and she said to him, "Wushu, Why did you say those things online? Xiao Dai, listen to me. Those people were deliberately slandering the goods I was selling. That's why I said that. I just want to improve so much, Wuxu replied, lowering his head. You want to improve so much? Then why do you speak nonsense? How many times have I told you not to say words that are unfavorable to unity, especially online? Do you know that a celebrity was defined as uncultured just for throwing a cigarette, but out of the car window? Those people don't care about right or wrong. They just want to vent their frustrations. You must not pay attention to them. Do you understand? Xiao Dai earnestly advised. Xiao Dai knew that the people online are vastly different from those in reality. Since Ponyville does not enforce real name registration for internet use, many people post comments that negatively influence social attitudes under false names. Such people should be avoided rather than being quibbled with. But Wuxu didn't understand this reasoning. He thought Xiao Dai hated him, so he went out drinking alone. After leaving the bar and walking down the street, several men in black appeared and pulled him into a car. After a while, when Wuxu's drunkenness had worn off, he realized he had been brought to the front of a skyscraper. This was the tallest building in the province, where one could overlook the entire city from the rooftop. Oh no, did my words cause public outrage, and now I'm being taken by the police for questioning? Wuxu was very scared, trembling all the way. After taking the elevator up several floors, the men in black brought him to an office that was very spacious, with leather sofas and an elegant wine cabinet. On the desk was a plaque that read, Provincial Secretary Xinguang Yi. Behind the desk sat Xinguang Yi, facing away from Wuxu, holding a wine glass and looking out at the scenery. Oh my God! Wuxu trembled inside. His words had actually alarmed the secretary. It's over. For the rest of his life, he would only be eating prison food. Wuxu continued to tremble as Xinguang Yi spoke. Are you the one who said to sometimes look for your own reasons, Wuxu? Oh no, they've really come because of this. He didn't dare refuse and nodded in agreement. Is this something a secretary would say? But it's not like I think too highly of myself. Xinguang Yi said, what I dislike the most are those who put on a brave front. And there are many of these people. They claim to be doing well. But in reality, they rely on me sending out relief funds every month. Ponyville provides relief funds to impoverished citizens to prevent them from falling into despair. Secretary, do you think what I said was correct? Wuxu asked quietly. Of course. Is 3,000 for a phone expensive? Not at all. When I treat my friends to a big meal, it costs over 10,000. Only those with a monthly income of 2,000 would feel the pinch. High-end phones should come with high prices, and low-end phones naturally should be low-priced. It's like some people who want to play high-configuration games with a 1,000 yuan phone. Isn't that trying to do big things with small money? Is that possible? No matter how hard they try, their phones will still be limited by technology. Secretary, you're right. But now I've been banned from my account and can't continue live streaming. Look at you. Instead of thinking about securing a position, you still want to continue live streaming. But this is simple. I can have the platform unban you and secretly protect you. In the future, anyone who maliciously slanders you will be treated as trolls and have their accounts banned. Getting this done was a piece of cake for Xinguang Yi. She was a person who discriminated against the poor because she came from a prestigious family and had seen many people bowing their heads to talk to her since childhood. She believed that those who flattered her were incapable of helping others and would never amount to anything. With such a high-ranking official backing him, Wuxu couldn't help but become arrogant during his live broadcasts. But no one dared to criticize him because those who did were all banned. Just as there were fans of Love Monkey, there were fans of Bajia. Wushu's provocative comments also gained the favor of many young people, and they formed a no-home team to promote and speak for him. At this point, Wuxu had already become one of the top 10 streamers in Ponyville. It turned out that no matter how hard a person worked, it was still easier to succeed with a single word from someone in power. Rules are meant to restrict ordinary people. Chapter 48, Soccer Friendship Match 1. Canterlot High School and Crystal Prep Academy will have a soccer friendship match at Canterlot High School. Before the game, Shining Armor gave the students of Crystal Prep Academy a complete plan. The most threatening player from Canterlot is Yunju, who not only has accurate shooting and speed, but is also very prone to fouls. Not long ago, Xuanqing was knocked out for a week after being elbowed by her. And now she can't participate in basketball, but is joining the soccer match. You must be careful. She might kick someone's leg. Xuanqing deeply understood this, especially since Yunju's apology felt insincere, as if someone had forced her to come, and she reluctantly said sorry. Then, there was Yuhui Shuashui. Yuhui Shuashui was moderate in every aspect, neither having characteristics nor flaws, and such a person should also be guarded against because she might catch you off guard. Shining Armor took out a photo of Yuhui Shuashui. Next, he took out photos of Pinkie Pie and Twilight Sparkle. Twilight doesn't need much explanation. Ever since she went to Canterlot, her sports performance has improved, and she scored the most points in the last basketball game. There's also Pinkie, although she looks weak. She often performs surprising feats, like jumping very high to catch the basketball during the previous basketball game. Shining Armor then described each member of the Canterlot team. He was very eager to win this match. Ever since the reliable principal stepped down and Yun took over, the performance of the Crystal Academy had declined significantly. In literature, they could still rank first or second in the city, but their sports results were at the bottom. The reason was that Yun did not care about sports achievements and would not let students exercise too much. Unlike the reliable principal who forced athletes to run 10 laps around the playground every day. Without strict leadership, under Yun's guidance, Crystal Academy made great progress in literature, but their performance in sports was indeed disappointing. As her husband, he felt it was necessary to help her. You all need to pay attention. There will be scouts watching this match. If you perform well, you might get discovered by them, Shining Armor said to them. Hearing this, they were all very excited. If they were noticed by those elite clubs, wouldn't their future be bright? Just like if they were scouted by teams like the Yellow Horse and Blackman City. They would be so happy they could wake up laughing. But was it really true? In reality, Shining Armor was just lying to them. Intending to motivate them to give their all to win, it was a kind-hearted lie. At Cantlot High School, Vice Principal Luna was very confident in their abilities. She told them, as long as you win this time, I will personally treat you to a picnic. A picnic. A picnic. Pinky danced with joy. Can we bring the logistics staff along? Rarity asked. Of course. You are a team, so absolutely. Luna replied affirmatively. Yay. To be able to go on a picnic. They practiced seriously. Twilight Sparkle naturally took the time to teach them about soccer. Soccer is a team sport that originated from. Stop. Twilight. How long will it take for you to finish the story about the origin of soccer? Let's practice instead. ISNT there is saying that goes. What you learn on paper is shallow. To truly understand, you must practice. Yunbao interrupted Twilight's explanation. Twilight Sparkle was a bit unhappy. Oh, Yunbao, you just interrupted my lecture. Come on, show me how to take a free kick over the wall. A free kick is a way to restart the game after a player commits a foul and the opposing team gets a chance for a penalty kick. They can set up a wall to block the kick. Now, Yu Hui and Shua stood in front of the goal to form a wall, while Yunbao prepared to take the shot. To prevent Yunbao from using a low shot, Pinky lay on the ground to guard. Yunbao smiled, starting off with a difficult shot? But you underestimate me, hey? Yunbao kicked with great force, believing that great strength brings miracles. Unfortunately, Yu Hui was tall and jumped up to block the ball. Because Yunbao put all her strength into a forward kick, it didn't go very high. Oh, Yu Hui, can't you ease up a bit? Yunbao said angrily, while Yu Hui simply smiled awkwardly. Kick it higher. Do you think they don't exist? Twilight Sparkle kicked the ball to Yunbao. Yunbao kicked again with great force, but unfortunately, it was too strong and the ball went out of bounds. Hey, Yunbao, what is going on? Where's your strength from the school team? Applejack asked, why kick so hard? Do you think you're Carlos? I never took free kicks before, Yunbao explained. It's not that you can't take free kicks, you just want to show off too much. The pressure is too great, so your performance drops, Twilight Sparkle explained. Don't act like you can score, she added. Why don't we have a competition? Twilight raised an eyebrow, looking indifferent. Then she stood in position to shoot, adjusted her angle, and kicked the ball into the net. Not just this time, but several more times, such as curved shots and corner kicks. Twilight scored each time. Are you Beckham? How can you score every single time? Yunbao was baffled. You can calculate the distance from the ball to the goal, the height of the goal, and the height of the wall, without considering wind resistance. You should know how much force to use, Twilight explained to her. You used a scientific explanation to do something unscientific, Yunbao frowned. Although Twilight was strong in free kicks, she was a novice in dribbling, ball control, intercepting, and positioning, especially when breaking through, dribbling while being cautious of defenders behind her. Twilight's shooting accuracy dropped significantly. It seems we both have our strengths and weaknesses, Yunbao thought. Soon, match day arrived, and they got off the bus again. Can't our school host next time? We always have to take the bus, they complained. Principal Celestia and Vice Principal Luna welcomed them at the school gate. This time, Principal Yun didn't come. It was Shining Armor instead. Vice Principal Luna led them to the locker room, where Shining Armor had his own quarters. All right. Success or failure rests on this match. Whether we can have a picnic depends on how we perform today. Yunbao looked at them. Do you have confidence in winning the match? Yes. They raised their hands. Very good. Applejack, we'll leave the goalkeeping to you. Don't worry. With me here, everything will be fine, Applejack said, leaning against the door, shielding her face with her hat, looking reliable. Chapter 49, Soccer-Friendly Match, Part 2. Yunbao and Sun Qing arrived at the center of the field, and Yunbao mocked. Oh. Isn't that the young man who fell asleep before? Pay attention this time. I will work harder. Maytosh took out a coin, tossed it into the air, caught it, and showed them the result. Heads, Cantlot goes first. Looks like luck is on our side, Yun Bao said proudly as she took the ball. The match started. Yun Bao passed the ball to Yu Hui, who then passed it back to Pinky. They broke through the defense and reached the back of the Crystal team. However, the Crystal Academy was not to be underestimated. They assigned one person to interfere with each player. Even if Pinky wanted to pass, she didn't know to whom. Me. Yun Bao ran forward, raising her hand to signal Pinky to pass the ball. Naturally, Pinky passed it to her, as Yun Bao was the strongest at breaking through. Just as the ball was about to reach Yun Bao's feet, Yao Ri came out to intercept. It's mine. Yao Ri dodged and weaved through their encirclement, reaching the goal. Just as she was about to shoot, Yun Bao appeared beside her. This ball belongs to its rightful owner. She stretched out her leg and snatched the ball away from Yao Ri. Yao Ri kicked at nothing and nearly fell. How did she run so fast? Yun Bao seemed to have endless energy, actively participating in the team's defense, interceptions, passes, and shots. If she were a boy, it might be easier. But she was a girl, and her stamina couldn't keep up with the consumption. Soon, she was exhausted and couldn't keep up with her teammates. Should we substitute? Twilight asked. If anyone got too tired during the match, they could request to substitute in a backup player, but the number was limited. So Yun Bao didn't want to waste this precious opportunity. Forget it. I'll just slow down a bit. Without Yun Bao's interference, the Crystal Academy's offense became more frequent. Applejack dove to save the soccer ball, but the next second, Tang Yi kicked the falling ball into the net. The Crystal Academy temporarily led 1-0. Tang Yi proudly raised her index finger to her lips, signaling the Cantlot team to be quiet. The match continued, and this time Yun Bao was even more proactive. You smile? Good. I'll make you cry later. As Yun Bao charged forward with the ball, goalkeeper QNBO shouted, "Stop her." Looking at the dense crowd, Yun Bao thought, Twilight, you look down on my powerful shots, right? Today, I'll show you what a powerful shot really is. She lifted her foot and kicked the ball hard. The ball flew through the crowd like lightning. As there was a gap just big enough for the soccer ball, Yun Bao's shot perfectly passed through this gap, whizzing past QNBO's ear and into the net. QNBO only felt a gust of wind by her ear, and when she looked back, the ball was already in the goal. The Crystal team's stomping indicates that what Shining Armor said is absolutely correct. Yun Bao must be on high alert. Although the score has been tied, it doesn't matter. They still have Shining Armor's tactics to deploy. Meanwhile, after tying the score, the Candy team discussed. Now that we have equalized, they must be flustered. While our morale is high, we can take the initiative and go for a follow-up attack. Yes. Follow-up attack. Ping Chi raised her hands in agreement. The game continues. Sun Qing carefully dribbled the ball, moving cautiously. Tang Yi and Swan Tian split into two teams, guarding Sun Qing from above and below. Yu Hui Shua and Ping Chi ran towards Sun Qing. Leave the ball. Sun Qing hurriedly passed the ball to Tang Yi above, who then made a direct pass to Swan Tian. As Tian Qin and Tang rushed to catch up, Tian Qin passed the ball back to Shi Qingya. They controlled the ball this way. As soon as someone surrounded them, they immediately passed the ball to a teammate. The advantage of this strategy is that the opponent cannot get the ball, and it also consumes their stamina. Yun Bao, experienced in battle, knew what they were up to and decided to break the deadlock herself. Ning Chu kicked the ball to Yao Ri, who then passed it to Shi Qingya. Just as Shi Qingya received the ball, Yun Bao flew in with a tackle. Get down. Oh no. Shi Qingya felt her balance shifting and had a close embrace with Mother Earth, allowing Yun Bao to run off with the ball. Since Yun Bao was the one tackling from the front, it was not a foul. Mu Guang received the ball and had just taken a few steps when Sun Qing called out, "Mu Guang, behind you." Soon, they charged towards Candy's goal. Applejack clenched his fists. This time I won't let you score again. Sun Qing pretended to kick the ball, causing Applejack to move closer, and as she did, Sun Qing passed the ball straight to Tang Yi, who hurriedly took a shot. Although the ball flew high, Applejack also fell to the ground. While the ball was in the air, Shi Qingya ran over and headed the ball, while Yu Hui Shua kicked the ball away just as it was about to enter the goal. At this moment, the ball flew above Sun Qing, who seized the opportunity to attempt a header into the goal. Now, both Applejack and Yu Hui Shua were on the ground due to their attempts to save the ball, leaving the defense almost non-existent. Sun Qing only needed to nudge the ball forward for it to hit the net. Yun Bao would never allow that to happen. She jumped over and kicked the ball away. However, she kicked too hard, not only sending the ball flying, but also hitting Sun Qing's head. Just imagine, could Sun Qing withstand such a fast kick? She immediately felt dizzy and fell to the ground. Before falling, she shouted, "Why is it always me getting kicked?" At this point, the referee blew the whistle, signaling a timeout, and medical staff rushed in for assistance. Since she was kicked in the head, she couldn't be moved casually, so the medical staff had to perform first aid on site. The crystal team surrounded Sun Qing, calling out to their teammate, "Sun Qing, please wake up." Tang Yi ran aside and began to cry, while Xuan Tian came over to comfort her. Meanwhile, Yun Bao was filled with self-blame. "I've hurt someone again." Chapter 50, Football Friendship Match 3. The entire venue was silent, all anxiously watching Sun Qing lying on the ground. Luna was at a loss for words because it was indeed Yun Bao's fault, and all she could do was keep apologizing. After a while, Sun Qing slowly regained consciousness. With her last bit of strength, she cheered for them, insisting they must win. Xuan Tian and the others nodded in agreement, and the medical staff took her to the hospital for emergency treatment. With such a serious injury incident, Yun Bao was naturally sent off with a red card, giving the crystal team a penalty opportunity. Tang Yi placed the ball at a distance. Yu Hui Shua and the others were still shaken. After all, Yun Bao had just injured someone, and they felt somewhat guilty. As Tang Yi took the shot, they all jumped weakly, but none touched the football. The ball successfully entered the goal where Applejack couldn't reach. The crystal team took the lead again. Tang Yi excitedly raised her hands. "Sun Qing, did you see? We've taken the lead again." Yun Bao, being the backbone and captain of the canny team, saw her team's morale plummet after her dismissal. At this moment, Yu Hui Shua stepped up. "Friends, let's not stay in this low state any longer, okay? The field is like a battlefield. No one can guarantee that no one will get hurt. The opponents want to win, don't we want to win?" Yun Bao committed a foul because she wanted to win, to kick the ball out, so the opponents wouldn't score. She risked being sent off to defend the goal, and how can we let a small matter disturb us? Let's pick ourselves up. Mu Guangshan also added. That's right, we must give our all to win this match, not just for ourselves, but also for our school's honor. After saying this, their spirits lifted a bit, and Ping Chi smiled saying, "What are we thinking? How could we possibly be down? Sisters, let's go." In the audience, Yun Bao covered her face and exclaimed, "Oh no, I worked so hard to kick the ball away, and you all couldn't prevent the opponent's free kick. All my efforts were in vain." Xiao Dai comforted her. "Yun Bao, don't worry. I believe Yu Hui Shua and the others will find a way. There is indeed a way, which is to make Yu Hui Shua the temporary captain. After all, without anyone directing, the whole team is like a pile of loose sand." Yu Hui Shua knew the responsibility of the captain was significant, but she was willing to take on the challenge. Mu Guangshan received the ball and was about to kick when Xuan Tian slid in from behind and knocked her down. Since she touched Mu Guang's foot before hitting the ball, it was a foul. This foul not only resulted in a yellow card warning, but also awarded the canny team a penalty opportunity. However, if they failed to score, the team's morale would drop even further. Thus, no one wanted to take this shot. Even Yu Hui Shua didn't dare step up. At this moment, Mu Guangshan limped forward. "Let me take this shot." "Mu Guang, can you do it?" Yu Hui Shua asked. "Don't worry, I'm not just all talk. I want to show Yun Bao that I'm even stronger than she imagines," Mu Guangshan said with a smile. In the audience, Yun Bao held her chest, not daring to breathe, her eyes fixed on Mu Guangshan. Tang Yi and the others also kept a close watch on Mu Guang, fearing that if she scored, the score would be tied again, making it harder to score later. As Mu Guangshan successfully scored with her shot, the score was tied again at 2-2, and the first half was about to end. Ping Chi and the others rushed over, hugging Mu Guangshan. "Mu, you did it. That is amazing." Yu Hui Shua also praised her. "Mu Guang, you scored under such immense pressure, which plays a significant role in our upcoming matches. Don't flatter me. I'll get shy." Mu Guang playfully stuck out her tongue. With the referee's whistle, the first half ended, and they could take a 30-minute break. In the locker room, Yun Bao rushed over. "Great job, Mu. To score under such pressure is incredible. I told you to learn more. Look, it really paid off." Mu Guang smiled. At this time, Shining Armor walked over with a smile. However, his smile looked somewhat awkward. "Hee sister, congratulations." "Shining Armor? What are you doing here?" "Oh right, you're the coach of the crystal team, right? Are you here to say something on behalf of your players?" "Oh, sister, what do you take me for?" "I'm here to have a good chat with you. Didn't you injure your foot? I happen to have some medicinal alcohol for bruises. Let me apply it for you, and you can continue the match in a bit." "Oh, I see, then let's go." "Excuse us, everyone." Mu Guangshan and Shining Armor left. Arriving at the dormitory, Shining Armor poured a glass of water for Mu Guangshan, who took it and drank. Shining Armor then took out the medicinal alcohol, and Mu Guang used a cotton swab to apply it to her wound. At this moment, Shining Armor said, Mu, that kick you just made was really beautiful. However, your kick completely crushed my team. Now they all think that Qin Pao is not strong enough and are asking me to replace her. but Qin Pao is indeed quite strong. And I can't just replace her for no reason. You're right. In order to prevent our team from being defeated by your free kick, I can only inconvenience my sister. Chapter 51, Football Friendship Match 4. What do you want to do? Twilight Shimmer stood up alertly, but felt dizzy and fell back onto the sofa. Shining Armor covered her with a towel. My dear sister, just sleep here for now. Once the game is over, I will naturally wake you up. In order to win, Shining Armor was too eager, while her sister Twilight Shimmer was her biggest worry. To ensure her team won, she drugged Twilight Shimmer, causing her to faint and be unable to participate normally. Ahem. Shining Armor coughed, signaling them to stop arguing. Although the score was tied, they still hadn't fallen behind, right? Now, you should start using a defensive formation to prevent them from scoring. Shining Armor proposed. Just defending without attacking? What kind of good idea is that? Ningxiu didn't understand. So that's how it is. But Twilight Shimmer's free kick is very strong. She might break the deadlock. Don't worry about that. Twilight won't be able to play in the second half, Shining Armor said confidently. Seeing Shining Armor's self-assured demeanor, they knew the coach must have some method to keep Twilight Shimmer from playing temporarily. This will work. With one less threat from Twilight Shimmer, it would be easier for them to win the match. Oh dear. Let's hurry and find her. We can't afford to delay the match. No need to trouble you. We'll find her ourselves. After Yuhui Shuashuo closed the door, the Crystal team members revealed smiles of success. After searching for a while, they still couldn't find her, and the match was about to start. Rue told them to focus on the match first while she and Xiao Dai continued searching for Twilight. Meanwhile, Twilight was still unconscious and couldn't hear anything. We can only use substitutes for now, Yuhui Shuashuo told them. The substitute players Tong Hulu and Tang Tang, Candy, were good sisters, both with average football skills. The reason they were put on was that these were the only few who could play. Compared to others, they were considered above average. In short, they must not let the Kanto team touch the ball. Tong Hulu was eager to show her abilities, so she desperately chased after the erratic football. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't catch up. The Crystal team had too strong a ball control. Wasn't the first half just like this? I remember Yunbao did this, Yuhui Shuashuo calculated in her heart. Tang Tang and Tong Hulu chased the football, which flew to Shirqin Yaya's feet. Just as she was about to kick it, Yuhui Shuashuo ran over. Get down. Oh no, I have to fall again. Shirqin Yaya was knocked down again, having another close encounter with Mother Earth. Yuhui Shuashuo grabbing the ball was equivalent to tearing a hole in the opponent's defense, and Jifeng and Riley came to assist. Yuhui Shuashuo kicked the ball to Jifeng, who passed it to Riley while running. Riley hesitated facing 3 opponents ahead, unsure if she could score. Pass it here. Jifeng raised her hand. Seeing 2 people near Jifeng and herself not far from the goal, Riley wanted to show off and kicked the ball towards the goal. How could she score so easily? Ningxiu used her body to block the ball, which bounced to the other side. Tongyi wanted to step forward to clear it, but Pingqi stopped the ball early. Just as Pingqi was about to kick, Yaori and Shirqin Yaya flew in with a slide tackle, causing her to quickly retreat. And then they kicked the ball out of bounds. Qinpao kicked the ball from afar to the midfield, where Crystal Team's Jixia took the ball and charged into the penalty area. Tianxin tried to block, but couldn't stop her, and Applejack took the initiative to tackle, knocking Jixia down and then hugging the ball. Unfortunately, her luck was a bit off. The ball went wide and hit the goalpost, bouncing away. Their match was chaotic. Everyone chasing a single ball, each wanting to score alone. Shining Armor kept shaking her head. This won't do. Playing like this is ineffective. How can we stop the match? How to stop it? Heavenly help us. At that moment, a dark cloud floated in, and a downpour began. The rain was so heavy that the match had to be suspended, and everyone ran to avoid the rain. They all went to the gym to avoid the rain. And Rue brought them dry towels. Yuhui Shuashuo asked, "Have you found Twilight?" At this time, Shining Armor angrily scolded them. "How are you playing? It's a complete mess. If I hadn't gotten Twilight Shimmer off the field, we would have been overtaken in score." They were all in the gym, and Yuhui Shuashuo and the others could hear Shining Armor's words. Yuhui Shuashuo walked over and asked, "You said you got Twilight off the field?" "Oh no, I meant she isn't on the field. If she were, we would have been finished," Shining Armor hurriedly explained. Yuhui Shuashuo didn't listen to her explanation and grabbed Shining Armor's hand. Chapter 52, Football Friendship Match 5. Yuhui Shuashuo grabbed Shining Armor's hand and used magic to read her memory. Soon, she understood the whole story and angrily said, "You actually did something to your own sister to win the match. What are you talking about?" "I have no idea what you mean." Shining Armor stubbornly denied it. "The rain has lessened. I'm going to find Principal Celestia to talk." Yunbao came over to inquire about the situation, and Yuhui Shuashuo recounted what she had seen. Yunbao was furious. "This guy. She actually locked up Twilight. Let's go rescue her." "It's useless," She drank a mind-altering potion and is now too weak to play. They were at a loss, unsure of what to do. At that moment, Twilight Shimmer appeared before them. In fact, it wasn't Twilight Shimmer, but Ziyue, and they still didn't realize. Twilight, how did you get out? Only then did they see clearly that this was little Maria's Ziyue. They could still distinguish between them easily because Ziyue didn't wear glasses or tie her hair up. Seeing Ziyue arrive, Yue Shuashuo had an idea. I know how to trick that guy. Yue Shuashuo then suggested having Ziyue replace Twilight on the field. Ziyue shook her head repeatedly. No way. I can't play football. You all know that. You don't need to play. Twilight's performance makes them wary. As long as you take the field, they will have to send 2 or 3 people to keep an eye on you, preventing you from getting the ball. And with 3 fewer people, it will be easier for us to score. Ziyue thought about it and realized it was a good idea. Rue took out a new jersey and put it on Ziyue, who then replaced Twilight Shimmer on the field. When he saw Ziyue on the field, he gasped, how did Twilight Shimmer get out? After doing that to her, how could I face her? So he kept his head down, not daring to speak. Seeing Ziyue, Swantian and the others were also a bit nervous. They had always thought she was a useless nerd, but since leaving the Crystal Academy, her grades had been rising sharply. She was no longer the same. Ningxiu, Tongi, you must keep an eye on her, don't let her touch the ball. Swantian reminded. Oh, someone who can score from a free kick must have strong shooting skills. Now that neither side had scored, Twilight Shimmer might break the deadlock. Thus, newly entered Ziyue was closely guarded, with 2 people surrounding her, following her wherever she went, leaving Ziyue feeling both amused and helpless. Ziyue did nothing but attracted 2 people, which was undoubtedly good news for Yue Shuashuo and the others, allowing them to attack more frequently. If it weren't for Qin Pao's diligent defense, Yue Shuashuo and the others might have succeeded. After 10 minutes of struggle, Qin Pao finally held the ball, signaling the failure of Yue Shuashuo's team's attack. Pingxi lay on the ground, panting heavily. The referee blew the whistle, signaling the match to continue. Pingxi stood up, walking listlessly. I've been running for half a day and still can't touch the ball. When will it end? At this moment, Qin Bao misjudged the situation, thinking Pingxi was on her side, and passed the ball to her. At this time, the Crystal team players were all in the midfield, with only Pingxi and Qin Bao in the backfield. Seeing the ball come to her feet, Pingxi was overjoyed. Where can I find such a good opportunity? Qin Bao mocked. You can't do anything even when given a chance. At that moment, the ball flew over Pingxi's head. She turned her back, jumped high, lifted her right foot, and executed a stunning bicycle kick. The ball hit the ground and flew into the goal at a 45-degree angle. Pingxi scored. The score was 3-2. Seeing Pingxi's goal, everyone was somewhat incredulous. How did Pingxi score? Did she secretly take drugs? No way. We need to get a urine test. Shining Armor said. I told you, Pingxi needs to be guarded against. She always does something out of the ordinary. Pingxi proudly declared, it's not just talk. Mount Tai isn't just a pile of dirt, and a divine steed isn't just casually mentioned. Everyone was astonished by Pingxi's performance. But only Ziyue knew that Pingxi, could easily do these things. With only 5 minutes left, Shining Armor saw them still focusing on Ziyue and felt something was off. Wait, isn't my sister severely myopic? Why can she see so clearly without her glasses? Suddenly, he realized that this Twilight Sparkle was a fake. Someone was impersonating her. He hurriedly shouted, stop focusing on Twilight Sparkle. She doesn't need to be guarded. Quickly find an opportunity to score. Luna reminded, don't shout and disrupt the order of the game. At this point, they realized that this Twilight Sparkle was fake. And it was already too late. Yue Shuashuo only needed to defend the goal now. In these 5 minutes, the Crystal team couldn't break through, ultimately losing to the Cantor team with a score of 3-2. Ziyue hugged them together. Although she hadn't done anything, she had managed to restrain 2 main players, which was still commendable. At the victory banquet, Twilight Sparkle finally appeared. That pesky Shining Armor actually locked the door on me. It was Vice Principal Luna who finally helped me open it. Yue Shuashuo told her where Twilight Sparkle was. As for the 2 identical Twilight Sparkles, Luna was no longer surprised. After all, she had seen Yue Shuashuo and Twilight Sparkle turn dark before, and this little matter was nothing worth mentioning. Please welcome the 3 scoring players. Luna held the microphone and signaled Yunbao and her teammates to come on stage. Music played in the background. Yunbao, your performance was excellent. But remember to apologize later, and this time you must do it sincerely, understood? Got it, I understand, said the fruit basket warrior Yunbao, nodding. And Pingxi and Twilight Sparkle. Your performances were also very impressive. Actually, I just scored 1 goal in the first half. I think Yue Shuashuo's contribution was much bigger after Yunbao was sent off. She took on the role of captain and worked hard. Twilight Sparkle said, oh, don't be modest. I didn't score a single goal from start to finish. It was all in vain, Yue Shua humbly replied. No matter what, soccer is a team sport. Without the collective effort, the result will be poor. Chapter 53, North-South Differences. In Pony Maria, there are vast differences between the North and South. The North is the snow-covered Crystal Empire, while the South is the hot, barren bone desert, along with the tropical rainforest climate further south. Only the small Pony Valley in the middle can freely control the weather. The weather in other places cannot be controlled. The temperature difference also means that the diets on both sides are different. For example, the Crystal Empire eats hot food to resist the severe cold, while the ponies in Krugtown eat porridge and thin gruel, not for any other reason, but because it's easy to swallow. The harsh cold weather in the Crystal Empire means they cannot grow abundant fresh grass, and vegetable products are also scarce. So they often cook a bunch of food together for convenience and deliciousness. Although Krugtown is in the Bone Desert, it is close to the sea, rich in seafood. Seaweed and seagrass are delicious dishes they enjoy. In the Crystal Empire, there is a pony named Shook, and in Krugtown, there is a pony named Meiji. They are both stallions. They are bringing local specialties to pay tribute to the Cosmic Princess of Cantlot. The guards had already reported to the Cosmic Princess. The envoys from the Crystal Empire and Krugtown have brought 2 carts of delicacies to pay tribute. The Cosmic Princess's eyes lit up. Great, delicious food is finally here. Bring up the 2 envoys. Hee. In her excitement, she let the truth slip. The Moon Princess asked, Sister, how can you receive 2 envoys at once? And they are from the North and South. What if there are conflicts in culture and food? Hey, in Pony Maria, we value harmony above all. They haven't met much before, and now they can meet together, communicate, and strengthen their bond. Besides, I can enjoy southern fruits while eating northern ice cream. Isn't that double the happiness? The Cosmic Princess, in her delight, let the truth slip again. Soon, the 2 ponies came up. The southern pony mainly focuses on farming, so he wears short clothing, while the northern pony, to resist the cold, wears a down jacket. Shook, being relatively wealthy, looked down on Meiji and mocked. Oh, where did this farmer come from? Your clothes are so shabby. After meeting the princess, I'll give you $20 to buy a decent outfit. Ah, no need. I'm robust. It's you who should pay more attention and wear more. After all, if you freeze to death, you won't know who to complain to. Meiji retorted. Hey, you, the farmer, how can you be so uncultured? I am cultured, but if I encounter uncultured people, I can become uncultured too. Hey, why are you arguing in front of me? The Cosmic Princess was somewhat displeased, and these 2 finally restrained themselves a bit. Then they discussed this year's public safety and food production. Speaking of food, of course, they had to take out the delicacies from the cart. Meiji took out a bowl of tofu pudding and said, Princess, this is the tofu pudding made from the soybeans we grew, sweetened with some sugar. You should try it. The Cosmic Princess loved this. And just as she was about to drink, Shook shouted, Your tofu pudding has nothing in it. It doesn't deserve the princess. Come and see my tofu pudding. Shook's tofu pudding was rich in content, with pickled vegetables, chili oil, cilantro, and peanuts. It looked very appetizing, and Meiji kept feeling nauseous. Why? With such beautiful clothes. Can't you even afford sugar? Just sprinkling some cheap stuff can be called delicious? Country bumpkin, what do you know? When I fed it to the princess before, she praised it endlessly. Who eats tofu pudding with chili and cilantro? I think it's more likely to be criticized. They went back and forth. And the Moon Princess looked at the Cosmic Princess. Why can't you just be straightforward? Am I supposed to say in front of them that their food is terrible? At this moment, they both asked, Princess, which one do you want to eat? The Cosmic Princess said, I'm as sweet as honey, so of course, I want to eat sweet food. Actually, it's my sister, the Moon Princess, who wants to eat savory tofu pudding, so I reluctantly give it up for her. You all know I love my sister very much. I use genetically modified soybeans. It's a pity you didn't get to taste it. Cosmic Princess, Shook sighed. After hearing this, the Cosmic Princess was even happier about the sweet tofu pudding. In contrast, the Moon Princess almost spat out the tofu pudding. Are you trying to drown me? The Cosmic Princess arranged for lunch. Both wanted to show off in front of the princess and said, Princess, let me cook for you. The chef brought over a portion of water spinach, also known as Kong Kong. For everyone's clarity, let's call it water spinach here. Shook held the spatula. Princess, I'll make you a simple stir-fried water spinach. He heated the oil in the pan, added the water spinach, stirred it, added minced garlic, small chili, and a little salt. Stir fry, and it's done. A plate of water spinach was ready. Maggie looked at the dish and then at Shook. You call this simple? Do you know what simple really means? Hey, isn't this method simple enough? Show me something even simpler. Shook, feeling unconvinced, handed the spatula to Maggie. But Maggie didn't take the spatula. Instead, she boiled water in the pot, and added the water spinach once it was boiling. After blanching the water spinach, she took it out, drizzled some oil over it, sprinkled salt, mixed it well, and the dish was done. This is what I call simple. High-end ingredients don't need any chili, just a little salt is enough. Why do I find your words so hard to listen to? Is this even considered cooking? It's clearly a cold dish. While these two were still bickering, the Cosmic Princess asked them to sit down and eat. She tried both dishes. Shook's was spicier, while Maggie's was saltier. There was no helping it. Their tastes were different. However, these two even had different sleeping habits. Shook asked, "Princess, do you have a heated bed here? I'm used to sleeping on one." "What? You want to be a grilled squid? I don't understand what's going on in the heads of you northerners." After Maggie finished speaking, she burrowed into the blankets. However, her way of getting into bed was quite special. She lay flat, and then kicked the blanket repeatedly with her legs until the blanket rolled around her. And then she fell asleep. The Cosmic Princess was at a loss. Ever since they arrived, these two had been at odds with each other, and she really had no way to handle it. The Moon Princess said, "I was right, wasn't I? The differences between the North and South are huge, and it's hard to satisfy both sides at once." Chapter 54, about Pear Jam. The school held a parents' meeting, and the little ponies brought their dads or moms to school, but only Apple Lily brought Grandma Smith to the meeting. To be honest, she felt embarrassed. Why did other ponies bring their parents while she brought her grandmother? Who was my mother, anyway? No pony ever mentioned her, and even if she asked Grandma Smith, she would deliberately change the subject. The only ones who knew the truth were Applejack and Maytosh, as they were older and would surely have information about her mother. That day, Grandma Smith went out to dance, while Applejack and Maytosh were working on the farm. Apple Lily shouted, "Brother, sister, come to the warehouse. I have something to show you." Applejack and Maytosh, unsure of what it was, walked into the warehouse. But as soon as they entered, the door closed behind them, and it was dark all around. Just as they were getting anxious, the lights turned on. It was a small lamp on the table, and it shone on them. "Confess, and you'll be treated leniently. Resist, and you'll be treated severely. Do you two know you're in the wrong?" "Humph. Do I have to remind you? You concealed information about our mother and didn't report it. Isn't that a mistake?" Apple Lily continued. Apple Lily actually asked about this matter, and the two quickly shut their mouths. Apple Lily was a bit angry. "It seems you know, but deliberately one say, right?" Maytosh then repeated his catchphrase, "Yes." Applejack shot him a glare, and he realized he had slipped up and quickly closed his mouth again. Apple Lily asked, "What's the reason you one tell me?" "Applejack, aren't you supposed to be the representative of honesty? Just say something truthful." Applejack really couldn't lie, so she kept silent. As long as she didn't speak, it wouldn't count as lying. Apple Lily angrily opened the warehouse door and went out. She found Sweetie Belle and Daring Do and told them about this. They were also surprised. From their performance, they should know something. Why won't they tell you? Is there a reason? What reason could there be? They guard against me like I'm a thief. Could it be that they are protecting me? The reason for my parents' absence might be related to me? Apple Lily was a bit shocked. "All right, don't scare yourself. Maybe it's a serious matter that they can't tell you." Sweetie Belle comforted her. "What could be so serious that even I can't be told?" "What? It's actually me?" Apple Lily stepped back repeatedly, and in the process, she bumped into Maytosh. But this Maytosh wasn't the red-haired one. He had light yellow fur like her, and he was her father. Yet, Apple Lily had never seen him before. Her father angrily said, "Your mother was killed by your sister Applejack. Back then, she went to play in the forest and dislodged a boulder, crushing us below. You must kill her to avenge us." "What? How could my sister be the murderer?" Apple Lily stepped back again. Just then, a mare appeared and said, "My poor child. I am your mother, Pear Jam. Your grandparents captured me and forced me to remarry. Your father fell ill because of me and eventually passed away from grief. And I didn't want to live either, so I sought an end as well. Your grandparents are the real culprits." Facing these rumors, Apple Lily looked up to the sky. Which of these statements is true? At that moment, the moon in the sky shone brightly. "Wake up, quickly wake up, Apple Lily. Don't let yourself be trapped in your own dreams." That voice was from the Moon Princess. Apple Lily recognized the source of the voice. It was indeed the Moon Princess. At that moment, the Moon Princess flew down from the moon, cast a spell, and chased away the nightmares. What you think about during the day will appear in your dreams at night. Apple Lily, did you think of many strange things during the day, leading to these terrifying scenes in your dreams? The Moon Princess asked. "How could you think that? If you truly harmed your parents, why would Applejack treat you so well? It's all just your wild imagination and self-deception." The Moon Princess walked beside her. "Don't you want to know if your parents are still around? Go to heaven and see if they are there." The two then floated up into the sky and saw a train carrying passengers. This train was the heavenly train, specifically for good ponies to enjoy heaven. A white unicorn was registering each pony boarding with its nose, and the Moon Princess stepped forward to inquire. "Excuse me, has Pear Jam boarded the train?" Apple Lily anxiously watched him. The unicorn glared at the Moon Princess. "This train comes and goes. How can I remember so many passengers? However, I did hear a passenger mention Pear Jam, but they may have been referring to a dessert while you were talking about a certain pony's name, right?" "I can't guarantee this." "Then did that pony mention my mother, Pear Jam?" Apple Lily asked. "There are many with the same name. There's also a pony named Strawberry Jam, but there's also a food called Strawberry Jam. Can I say that Strawberry Jam is a food and not a pony's name?" Apple Lily and the Moon Princess left heaven. And the Moon Princess said, "You should understand a bit now, right? My mother might not have gone to heaven, which means..." Apple Lily was a bit agitated. The Moon Princess nodded. "Exactly, but Applejack doesn't tell you. Maybe she has her reasons for not speaking, but I believe that when the time is right, she will definitely tell you." After purifying the dream, Apple Lily finally woke up from the nightmare. With the Moon Princess's promise, she no longer pursued the whereabouts of her mother, believing that one day she would find out the truth. Chapter 55, The River Breaks the Dam. Previously, a group of groundhogs gnawed away at the dam, causing floods to flow into the sweet apple orchard, resulting in huge losses for the orchard. Later, under Ro's guidance, they reformed and took the initiative to repair the dam. Unfortunately, they weren't civil engineers, and the quality of the dam they built was poor. Within 2 years, the dam was washed away again by the river. The fruit trees in the sweet apple orchard suffered again. Applejack reported this to Ziyue, who assigned Starlight Glimmer to handle the matter. Starlight Glimmer then found Foreman Wong to get this matter sorted out. Before long, the dam was repaired again. They thought there wouldn't be any more issues. Unexpectedly, Ponyville experienced a heavy rain, and the moat broke again. The dam that was just repaired for less than a year is a shoddy project. Suilong saw this and told Ziyue about it. Ziyue went out to ask, "Applejar, why did you move your whole family here? Aren't you managing the sweet apple orchard anymore?" "Not managing anymore. Ziyue, please help me apply for relocation to the reservoir. The sweet apple orchard is now renamed Sweet Apple Reservoir." Applejar said irritably. "What? Wasn't the dam just repaired last year?" Ziyue went with Applejar to see the sweet apple orchard. Upon arrival, it was indeed the case. The flood had submerged the apple trees, and many apples were floating on top. "What is Xinguang Yi doing? No way. I need to find her." Ziyue turned and left. At this moment, Xinguang Yi was drinking with other ponies at a villa, apple cider from Applejia's family. Her alcohol tolerance wasn't great, but she loved to drink. At this time, a unicorn asked, "Secretary Xinguang, you invited so many business elites. Why didn't you invite Prince Shining Armor to come celebrate?" "Hey, what is Shining Armor worth? He was originally part of the guard team, just a security guard. Later, he became the captain of the Royal Guard, equivalent to the head of the criminal police team. Finally, he climbed the social ladder and became a son-in-law of the Melody Princess, just to get a prince title. A mooch like him, I, Xinguang Yi, completely looked down upon," Xinguang Yi said while drinking. The group of ponies kept applauding. "Good. Well said. Secretary Xinguang, you are the favored one next to Princess Ziyue, and you are over 16,000 times stronger than Shining Armor. In Ponyville, only Princess Ziyue is above you." "Humph. What's so great about Ziyue? She is a purple lady. My little lover. If I get angry, what can she do?" Xinguang Yi was already starting to talk nonsense. Right. The secretary is right." At this moment, a pony holding a wine glass respectfully said, "Secretary Xinguang, your future is limitless. Let me toast to you." Xinguang Yi glanced at him. "Hey, who are you?" "Secretary. I'm a little pony from Tingshuan Seafood." "Oh, you're the one who sells contraband?" This pony hurriedly continued. "Hey, great-grandma, little grandson is toasting you." Xinguang Yi laughed proudly. Just then Ziyue burst in. "Xinguang Yi, what are you doing here?" Although Xinguang Yi was drunk, upon seeing Ziyue, she sobered up halfway. "Zizi Ziyue? Why are you here?" "Isn't this year's harvest good? They invited me to eat." "No, to report on work. I just said I was tired and wanted to drink a bit." "You still have the mind to drink? A big issue has happened, do you know?" Ziyue stepped forward and bit Xinguang Yi's ear, pulling her out. Seeing this domestic violence scene, all the ponies dared not laugh or speak, unless they wanted to be kicked out of Pony Maria. Arriving at the sweet apple orchard, Ziyue said, "You see for yourself. How did you handle this matter?" Looking at the flood-ravaged sweet apple orchard, Xinguang Yi kept shaking her head. "No, I didn't approve the sweet apple orchard to become a water park project." "Who did this?" "I'm going to ask you. I told you to repair the dam. Who did you find to repair it?" "The contractor is fully responsible." Right. It can't be blamed on me. I remember it was a contractor named Wang." "All right, I'm calling him now." Xinguang Yi immediately called her guards to find Contractor Wang. Contractor Wang trembled as he approached. "Greetings, Princess Ziyue and Secretary Xinguang." Xinguang Yi said to him, "Wasn't this something I asked you to do? How did it turn out like this? Today, Princess Ziyue is asking about this matter. You must tell the truth, otherwise it won't just be about locking you up." "Secretary, do you want me to tell the truth?" Contractor Wang asked. "Of course. Can you still speak lies at this time?" Contractor Wang had no choice but to tell the truth. "That time, Secretary Xinguang asked me to take charge of the dam repair. I looked at the budget, and the amount was just enough to buy everything on the list because it was calculated by Ziyue. If that's the case, I couldn't make any money. So I thought of a way to replace the sturdy Nanmu with cheap eucalyptus, pocketing the difference. Of course, with that much money, I wouldn't dare to take it all for myself, so I gave some to Secretary Xinguang, hoping she could help me, but unexpectedly, it was still discovered." Hey, don't talk nonsense. When did I accept your gifts?" Xinguang Yi retorted. But Contractor Wang was too honest, saying, "Yes. I put money in the tea jar I gave you before." Ziyue picked up Xinguang Yi's tea jar and opened it to pour out. There were no tea leaves, only gold coins. Ziyue looked at Xinguang Yi with a "what else do you have to say" expression, and Xinguang Yi hurriedly said, "Who is so wicked to stuff that much money into my tea jar? You admit it's your tea jar?" Ziyue looked angrily at Xinguang Yi. "You disappoint me too much." Xinguang Yi said aggrievedly, "Teacher, let me explain. Don't call me teacher while working, use titles. Okay, plant. But this can't all be blamed on me. It's his greed. I truly didn't know he stuffed money into the tea jar. If I had known, would I still want it? I will now pay for it myself and repair the dam again." After a month, the dam was repaired again. Xinguang Yi asked Contractor Wang, "How long can it last?" "Good. If there's no breach in 20 years, that's fine. If it breaches in 19 years, I'll stuff you at the river mouth to block the flood for a year." "Oh, Secretary, spare me. I won't dare to cut corners again." Contractor Wang left trembling, and Xinguang Yi asked, "How about it? Are you satisfied with this?" Ziyue nodded. "This is much better. Xinguang Yi, you must remember, the greater the position, the greater the responsibility. You must enforce the law impartially in the future." Chapter 56, Ruby. When Jinshi makes clothes, she likes to place many gemstones on them to make them dazzling. But she has many orders, so she needs a lot of gemstones. In just 1 week, a basket of gemstones was used up. She has to pick the gemstones herself, because gemstones bought online may be mixed with fake ones, which she absolutely does not allow. So every weekend she goes out to mine gemstones, taking Sui Long along, mainly because he is willing to help carry such heavy gemstones. They have been to many mines, and she has picked all the valuable gemstones, leaving only those she doesn't like, so she has to find a new mine. Fortunately, Jinshi's magic is primarily about finding gemstones, so it didn't take long before she found a cave with gemstones. Judging by the brightness of the corners, there might be quite a few gemstones. She took Sui Long inside and then used magic to detect the location of the gemstones. Although there were quite a few, their quality was not top-notch and could only be used as corner decorations for her high-end dresses. "There are no good gemstones here. Why is my horn so bright? Could it be that my magic has failed?" Jinshi was puzzled. At this moment, Sui Long pointed in shock at a small hill not far away. "I think your magic didn't fail. Look there." Jinshi followed Sui Long's finger and saw a bright red ruby on the small hill ahead. This ruby emitted a bright red light, was the size of a pumpkin, and was dazzling even deep in the cave. "Oh, what a beautiful gemstone. Sui Long, let us quickly dig it out." Jinshi rushed forward, circling around it nonstop. Sui Long also tried to pull the ruby, but it wouldn't budge at all. So, he thought of using his claws to clear away the dirt beside it to get the ruby out. But when he dug down, he felt the soil was soft. And then he heard a roar. Suddenly, the ground shook, and they fell off the small hill. Upon closer inspection, what small hill? It was a giant dragon. At this moment, it was furious, roaring at them. Jinshi retreated in surprise. "So this gem is yours, and this cave is your residence. We didn't mean to intrude. We'll leave right away, farewell." "Don't eat me, Sui Long. Help me," Jinshi shouted. Sui Long ran under the giant dragon's feet, scratching and stepping on it. It took the giant dragon a while to notice Sui Long, who wrapped its tail around Sui Long. "Where did this little dragon come from?" "Humph. This dragon never harms its kind. Since you're small, I'll overlook your mistake." "I'm not small. And let Jinshi go, or I won't be polite." "What do you mean by not being polite?" "I can breathe fire." Sui Long opened its mouth and breathed out flames. Sui Long's fire was very small, and the giant dragon merely coughed, with thick smoke coming out of its nostrils. No need to look, an adult dragon could burn him to a cinder in an instant. The giant dragon tossed Sui Long away, and Sui Long landed far away, feeling very sad. That evil dragon said it would eat Jinshi, wouldn't it? The giant dragon was holding a plate of steamed horse head, saying, "Friends, today we have a simple meal of horse head." Garlic was poured with fragrant pepper and salt, then hot rapeseed oil was added, followed by vinegar. Stirred, salivating, soul juice, and served. All of the above was Suelong's imagination. Suelong was really afraid this would happen, but what could he do? If he couldn't save his beloved, what was the point of living? Might as well find a tree to hang himself. He found a vine, tied it to a tree, and just as he was about to go up, a little horse walked over. "Excuse me. Don't bother me. I'm about to hang myself." Suelong frowned. "You little horse are so annoying. Just say what you need to say. There's a huge black dragon. It's really big. And it has a red gem on its back. Have you seen it? That cave. It's in that cave. Do you have anything else to say? If not, I'm going back to hanging myself." "Oh, no. You go ahead and hang yourself." The little horse hopped away. Just as Suelong was getting his head into the noose, he suddenly woke up. Wait. That little horse seems to have come to find that dragon, so she must be able to deal with it. Doesn't that mean Jinchi can be saved? Then wouldn't my suicide be meaningless? He was just about to leave when he suddenly stepped on air and ended up hanging himself. Cough, cough. This is bad. I'm done for. It was her reminder that made Suelong realize, flapping his wings, he came down from the vine. "Do you have a way to deal with that giant dragon? Look at what you're saying. I came here because of it. You seem a bit familiar. Why do you seem familiar? Why wouldn't I? I've been to Ponyville before. Maybe you don't remember me, but you should remember her." She took out a piece of hay biscuit. Seeing the hay biscuit, Suelong suddenly realized, "You're Xiaoya. Oh, back then, when Pony Maria was facing a great famine, you helped a lot. It's a pity you didn't stay here long before leaving. I didn't get to see you, but as soon as I saw the hay biscuit, I remembered you." Xiaoya put the biscuit away. "You are Suelong, the one beside Princess Ziyue, right? Back then, you were so hungry you could barely stand. You definitely didn't have the strength to see me. But now is not the time to reminisce. I need to see if that giant dragon has harmed other little horses. Yes, it actually wants to eat Jinchi. We need to hurry, or it will be too late." "Then let us go." Xiaoya followed Suelong to find the giant dragon. At this time, the giant dragon was still sharpening its claws. And the claws were becoming sharp and fierce. Jinchi covered her eyes. "Oh, it seems I can't escape death today. If I had known this, I wouldn't have come here." A stone was thrown in, and the giant dragon looked up at the cave entrance, where Xiaoya and Suelong appeared. "You rascal. You made a mistake in the eastern land, and still come here to cause trouble?" The dragon was still showing its teeth and claws, fierce in demeanor. But Xiaoya was not afraid at all. She pushed the gourd forward, and water sprayed out from the gourd. The gourd acted like a high-pressure water gun, spraying the giant dragon with water. In the end, the giant dragon turned into a puddle of colorful water, and Xiaoya told them, "This dragon used to be a painting. But it had no eyes, so it couldn't fly. One day, a sage used a brush to give it eyes, and it took the chance to escape. This is the essence of painting a dragon and dotting its eyes. After all the commotion, it turned out to be a painting, and I almost got eaten by a painting." Jinchi wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. Seeing her expression, Xiaoya stepped on the puddle of painted water, pressing hard. And a small red gem appeared, shining brightly. "This is for you as compensation for mental distress." "Oh no, how can I accept this?" Jinchi took the red gem. Later, at a fashion show, Jinchi used this red gem to shine brightly and won first place that time. Chapter 57, Biki's Snacks. Biki loved throwing parties. And parties were inseparable from surprises and food. After all, being hungry wouldn't give one the energy to dance at a party. Although there were many cookies, cakes, and juices at the party, these things couldn't fill one up. Most importantly, some little horses didn't like to eat overly sweet things. Should I start making savory cookies? What about drinks? Should they be savory too? Oh dear, what is savory even doing as a drink? She was troubled about what food to prepare for the party. Sigh. I really don't know what to substitute. I should go ask the know-it-all Ziyue. She might know. When she went to find Ziyue, Suelong told her that Ziyue was in her room, so Biki went to Ziyue's room to find her. Just as she reached the door, she smelled a waft of aroma coming from inside. Biki inhaled the scent, analyzing. It seems to smell like pepper. What is it? Looking at Ziyue, who was pressing a bowl with a book while counting, 121, 122. The more Biki looked, the stranger it felt. Isn't Ziyue a bookworm? Why is she using a book to cover a bowl? And the aroma is coming from the bowl. 299, 300. All right, 5 minutes are up. Time to eat instant noodles. Ziyue happily stepped in place. She tossed aside the book, using magic to control a fork to pick out the contents of the bowl. It was instant noodles. Although it looked very ordinary, Pony Maria didn't have instant noodles, so Biki had never seen that thing before. But seeing Ziyue eat it with such delight, it was easy to guess it must be delicious. To taste the instant noodles, Biki cleared her throat. Ahem. This was to remind the little horse inside that there were guests outside. Ziyue hurriedly hid the instant noodles, and just as she opened the door, Beaky pointed at her. I saw it. I'm definitely going to tell everyone. You actually ate alone behind my back. Good things should be shared. Ah, Beaky. Did you see everything? Ziyue asked tentatively. Uh-huh. Even if you hide it, I still smelled the aroma, so it's better to just be honest and take it out. Beaky walked into Ziyue's room. Ziyue was right because grass had no taste. The only thing with flavor was cake, and they rarely ate salt. Beaky took a sip of the instant noodle soup and felt it was incredibly delicious. Oh my, what kind of divine flavor is this? Tasty, right? Actually, I really wanted to take it out to share, but there's not much, so I got a bit selfish and hid it all for myself. Ziyue said with an embarrassed smile. That's not your fault. If it were me, I wouldn't take it out either, but I don't have such good things. Since Beaky had no magic, she dove headfirst into the bowl and finished all the instant noodles. Ziyue had nothing to say, but Beaky happily said, if I could promote these instant noodles in Pony Maria, how great would that be? What? Beaky, these things are difficult to make. Isn't there an ingredient list on it? Look, come on. Beaky, that ingredient list is like burning paper at a grave to fool a ghost. You can't possibly make instant noodles based on the ingredients listed because some materials are simply not available in Pony Maria. Ziyue advised her to give up this idea. Don't worry. I accepted your bribe. How could I sell you out? I'm leaving. Beaky happily went out. Back home, Beaky opened the package, took out the noodle cake, and took a bite. The texture should be made of wheat flour, and before adding any other seasonings, it has a little salty taste, so it's probably salted. Alright, let us follow the recipe. Beaky may not be very skilled in other areas, but when it comes to food, she is definitely an expert. In a matter of moments, she failed to make instant noodles and instead ended up with crispy noodles. Why? Because she saw the crispy noodles and thought they needed to be deep fried. So she followed suit and put the seasoned noodles into the oil, turning them into crispy noodles. After tasting it, Beaky found it crunchy but a bit greasy. So she dipped it in some ketchup and the flavor improved. Before long, she placed her new creation on the party table. The little ponies, tired of fries and cake, found the crispy noodles intriguing and gave them a try, exclaiming that they tasted fantastic. Beaky was excited to show off her creation to Ziyue. When she arrived at the castle and stood in front of Ziyue's door, she heard sounds coming from inside. Peering through the crack of the door, she saw Ziyue drinking from a bottle of soy sauce. Oh my, why is Ziyue drinking soy sauce? Isn't she going to choke? Just as Beaky was about to enter, she saw Ziyue happily bouncing around after finishing the soy sauce, looking quite pleased. Could it be that Ziyue wasn't drinking soy sauce? Out of politeness, Beaky didn't push the door open directly since everyone has their privacy. Instead, she coughed lightly, prompting Ziyue to hide the soy sauce and ask, who is it? It's me. Beaky. Beaky. I'm busy right now, can you come back later? Ziyue, worried that Beaky would come to steal her snacks again, wanted to send her away for a bit. Are you busy eating snacks? Beaky called out, directly voicing Ziyue's thoughts. Huh, you know I'm a big mouth, but if you bring out that soy sauce from just now, I might keep your secret. Soy sauce? What soy sauce? Ziyue was a bit confused. You must be talking about cola, right? It's also called happy water, try it. Beaky took a bite from the bottle, tipped her head back, and drank it all. However, after finishing, she felt something was off, a sensation in her mouth, a sore tongue, aching teeth, and a burning nose. Drinking it was not happy at all. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Beaky felt a sweet sensation in her throat. This feeling of sour turning sweet was quite nice. If she could serve this drink at the party, the little ponies would surely be very happy. Beaky exclaimed happily. But Ziyue just laughed. Beaky, stop joking. The formula for this cola is worth billions. They wouldn't put the real ingredient list on the bottle. However, since she didn't like the sour taste of cola very much, she added apple juice to it. The previous drink was sour, and after adding apple juice, it turned into apple vinegar drink, which unexpectedly became very popular. Seeing Ziyue's starry-eyed expression, Beaky didn't refuse, and she began to experiment again. Chips turned into fried sweet potatoes, and jelly transformed into cold noodles. Although the deviations were quite serious, the taste was top-notch. Beaky faced the camera and said, what else do you want to eat? Hurry up and tell me. Chapter 58, Yunbao learns to drive. Get a license? What license? Applejack asked curiously. Sure, Yunbao. It took Madosh half a year to get his tractor driver's license, and you passed on your first try and got the license. But how did you divide the car? Applejack asked. We discussed it. Each person drives for half a month and switches on the 15th of each month. Though you can choose to drive either the first half or the second half of the month. Yunbao let Applejack ride her bicycle to get her driver's license. With the license in hand, she was no longer afraid of traffic police checking her car. Driving that Volkswagen, Yunbao smoothly headed towards the school, and Applejack was amazed. Incredible. We'll be students with a car from now on. Arriving at the school parking lot, Yunbao whistled. Wasn't I super cool just now? No need to praise me. I've always been this cool. At that moment, Spitfire walked over. Garbage Bao. You're just showing off again, trying to fool the little girls? You brag about passing your test in one go, but why not tell everyone about the time you drove the car into the dump during training? Uffed. Applejack couldn't help but laugh at the thought of Yunbao crashing into the garbage mountain, while Yunbao's face turned beet red. Don't bring up past mistakes, Spitfire. That's too mean. I'm actually curious about what you experienced while driving. Can you share? Applejack asked. What's wrong with asking? But to prevent Spitfire from exaggerating, I'll tell it myself. A month ago, Yunbao went to find a driving instructor, but they all said that practicing for an hour required a certain amount of payment, and the prices were steep. Such instructors usually won't teach you quickly. They'll slowly drain your money until you're broke. Although Yunbao had money, she didn't want to spend it recklessly. So she inquired around and finally found Spitfire, who was willing to teach for free. That day, Spitfire said, I want to drive again. Does anyone have an extra car? I can teach them to drive. Yunbao raised her hand. Hey, I have a Volkswagen. But are you sure you can teach me? Looking at the car keys in Yunbao's hand, Spitfire smiled widely. Oh, isn't this young Miss Yunbao? Can I take this car for a spin? Please. And so it was decided. Spitfire's eyes lit up when she saw the car. It's really a Volkswagen. Although it can't compare to a Mercedes or BMW, for us students, it's top-notch. Come on, get in the car. I'll teach you how to drive. The reason for only taking a lap was because of the traffic police, and Spitfire was also afraid of being caught. Did you see my moves just now? Spitfire asked. I saw clearly. When you encounter traffic police, you need to run. Not that. I thought the white one was free. Spitfire was a bit annoyed. But she had to keep her promise. Since she agreed to teach Yunbao to drive, she had to follow through. Come on, you sit in the driver's seat. I'll guide you personally. This is just as simple as in a game, right? Yunbao fastened her seatbelt and was eager to drive. But the car wouldn't move at all. Strange. Why is there no response even after stepping on the gas? Spitfire face-bombed. You haven't turned the key yet, and also, you're stepping on the brake, not the clutch. The gas pedal is over there. Yunbao followed everything Spitfire said, stepped on the gas, and the car zoomed forward. Spitfire quickly shouted, wow, you stepped on the gas all the way. Step on the brakes. Where's the brake? Yunbao asked. You're going to crash. Don't step on the gas anymore. Yunbao hurriedly released her foot, letting go of the steering wheel, but her foot was still on the gas. Would that help? So they drove down that slope and ended up crashing into the garbage pile. Fortunately, there were staff nearby who helped them get the car out. After returning, Yunbao kept watching driving tutorial videos. The saying goes, there's nothing difficult in the world, only those who are willing. After watching so many videos, Yunbao gained some understanding of driving. So the following week, Yunbao was even more steady than the previous week before driving. She got out to check for any obstacles around the car, then ensured that the turn signals, horn, and wipers were working properly. Wow, you're really studying hard. This time you drive, and I'll guide you from the side. The reason she didn't get in the car was that she didn't want to crash into the garbage mountain again. Yunbao drove skillfully, then practiced reversing into the parking space. While Spitfire clapped and said, not bad, not bad, your reversing skills are decent. You stop, stop, stop. Don't back up anymore. You might hit me. Wherever Spitfire retreated, Yunbao's car would turn in that direction, causing Spitfire to scramble up a nearby tree. Go forward, forward. Yunbao looked in the rearview mirror and saw a stinky ditch behind. So she drove forward. However, she still didn't control the force well, and once again, they flew off, crashing the car into the garbage mountain. The staff were very confused. Does this pile of garbage have a grudge against you? Why do you keep crashing into it? Haha, Yunbao, you're just being funny. Look at your clothes. You've turned into garbage Bao. Spitfire laughed until she couldn't close her mouth. In the end, after repeatedly crashing into the garbage mountain, Yunbao finally learned the driving skills and easily passed the 4th driving test, leaving the instructor thinking she was a pro who had her license revoked. The story ends with Fireball and Applejack laughing nonstop. They specialize in crashing into garbage mountains. I guess there won't be another pony like that in Ponyville. Have you finished laughing? Is it really that funny to keep talking about this? Rainbow Dash, annoyed, turned her back. Applejack also felt that it wasn't appropriate to keep making fun of someone else's embarrassment, so she went over to pat her shoulder, signaling that she was wrong. However, Rainbow Dash started to act spoiled. You've broken my heart, and no amount of candy can fix it. After all, she was a delicate little girl. So could you please call me Gentle Dash from now on? Chapter 59, 3 Sticks to Disperse the Arrogance. Snowstorm Heart has grown up and entered puberty, becoming more mischievous. Wanting to play outside all day instead of studying, and Melody Princess was powerless against her. Snowstorm Heart was walking down the street with Kashi Radiance when they encountered the adorable squad on scooters. Yay! Youth is all about not having regrets. Let us go. The three of them rode one scooter down a hill and ran into Snowstorm Heart and her friends. Apple Lily shouted, "Quickly brake, Shiny Lulu." "Ah, this thing has no brakes," Shiny Lulu shouted. Just when they thought they were going to crash, Snowstorm Heart activated her shield. She wasn't hurt. But the three of them and the scooter ended up damaged, with the wheels rolling far away. Ouch, why do I feel pain all over? Shiny Lulu struggled to get up. Kashi Radiance angrily approached. "What you just did was very dangerous. You almost crashed into a princess. That's a serious crime. Do you want to assassinate the royal family?" "What? A princess? We didn't mean to." Realizing they were in front of a princess, the three of them became nervous. But Snowstorm Heart didn't blame them. Instead, she looked at the scooter. "I saw you having fun riding it. How do you operate it?" Snowstorm Heart stepped on it. But the scooter wouldn't ride anymore. Of course it can't ride. It just crashed into the shield, and the front wheel flew off. Kashi Radiance looked at them. "Do you know what you did wrong? Speeding, overloading, no license plate, plus unlicensed driving. And you almost hit a princess. With these charges, you could spend months in a detention center. Did I say we should punish them?" Snowstorm Heart asked Kashi Radiance. "Huh, it sounds like she wants to protect these three." Snowstorm Heart is quite interesting, wanting to shield the ponies who almost crashed into her. "I really want to ride a scooter on the street like you. Can you teach me?" "Of course. We even have a scooter squad." Shiny Lulu then called her scooter friends. Knowing the princess wanted to play with them, they were all very happy. So, they played scooters on the streets of the Crystal Empire. Since Princess Snowstorm Heart was there, the guards didn't dare to stop them and let them have fun. After experiencing speed and excitement, Snowstorm Heart realized there were things more fun than studying. A month later, a new year began, and the Crystal Empire was going to hold a grand parade to celebrate the new year. At this time, the scooter squad gathered together, and member Aries said, "The celebration the day after tomorrow will be very grand. But just a simple parade is too dull. Why not add some flair?" Shiny Lulu asked, "What kind of flair?" "Let's ride scooters while shooting fireworks along with the parade. That way, it will be lively. And our scooter squad will make a name for itself in the Crystal Empire." "Isn't that a bad idea? What if the guards catch us?" Sweetheart Baby was a bit worried. "Don't worry. Those guards will be holding flagpoles and instruments and one tea of time to catch us. Plus, we have Princess Snowstorm Heart beside us." Aries said. Snowstorm Heart hesitated. "Even though I'm here, this is a parade, which is serious. Anyone who disrupts order will be caught. Don't worry. Even if we get caught, we want to reveal your name, Princess." Ichwang said from the side. "There's no fear of mischief, just fear of not having a good pony." Kashi Radiance thought of a way to set up Snowstorm Heart. Have her agree to cause chaos during the celebration, and when they get caught, reveal Snowstorm Heart's name. At that time, she would definitely be punished by her parents. Wouldn't that teach this arrogant little princess a lesson? So Kashi Radiance said, "Agree to them. Youth has no price. Once missed, it's gone." The other members looked at Snowstorm Heart eagerly, and she nodded. "All right, but let us not make too big a fuss. I'll inform my parents about this." When the day of the celebration arrived, many ponies went out to watch the festivities, and the streets were bustling. At that time, the scooter squad began their performance, carrying fireworks and riding scooters while launching fireworks in front of the parade. Snowstorm Heart quietly said, "These are the scooter friends I mentioned earlier. You actually made friends with these troublemakers? What nonsense." During this parade, the shining starlight Glimmer came to visit. Seeing this, she was a bit puzzled. Is this a new performance? Let us hope so. Shining Armor could only pray they wouldn't cause trouble. But how could they not? Not long after, they started showing off their skills in front of the parade and even shot fireworks at the parade, seriously disrupting the procession. At this moment, Shining Armor had to intervene because Starlight Glimmer was watching. As the saying goes, family shame cannot be publicized, and he couldn't let Starlight Glimmer see the joke. So, Shining Armor dispatched the Royal Guard and the Lightning Pegasus squad to capture the troublemakers. The originally showy riders all scattered in fear when faced with danger. However, their scooters couldn't match the speed of the Pegasus, and in no time, a large group was caught. Kashi Radiance watched all this with glee. Snowstorm Heart was going to be in trouble. Fireball happened to see Kashi Radiance, knowing she was the most mischievous. Picked up a stick to hit her. Kashi Radiance fell after taking 3 hits, not because she was tough, but because Fireball hit her 3 times in a second. After being taken to the detention center, Fireball began to interrogate them one by one, but Kashi Radiance started to lie. "Officer, this isn't all our fault. It was Princess Snowstorm Heart who made us do it. Think about it. We are law-abiding citizens. Without the princess's orders, would we dare to do such a thing?" Originally, Kashi Radiance had discussed with them that if they got caught, they would all give the same testimony, saying it was Snowstorm Heart's idea. At that time, Snowstorm Heart would be punished by her parents. Little did they know, Fireball seemed to see through their trick and said, "Kashi Radiance, don't frame innocent ponies here. Your accomplices have already betrayed you." What? Kashi Radiance was shocked. Looking at Aries and I Chuang, they cried. "They broke our brotherhood with 3 sticks. I wanted to confess when the first hit landed, but it hurt too much to speak, and I ended up taking 2 more hits. Kashi Radiance, I'm sorry. Look at their testimonies. Your name appears 30 times on 4 pages. Do you still say you're not trying to twist the truth?" Fireball threw the testimony in her face. Snowstorm Heart was also a bit angry. "Kashi Radiance, I treated you so well, yet you always try to scheme against me. Everyone, there are no ponies watching here. You know what to do, right? Don't worry, princess. The body camera is out of battery." A few guards came in with sticks. Chapter 60, Saving Pear Jam, Part 1. On a stormy night, Grandma Smith lay in bed, tears rolling down as she looked at her 3 grandchildren in front of her. "You 3 little ones, you must be united and loving in the future. Grandma's body is failing. I might pass away tonight. You mustn't say that. You will get better." They cried. Sigh. When a person is about to die, their words become kind. When a bird is about to die, its song becomes sorrowful. "Before I pass away, I want to reveal a secret. This secret has been buried in my heart for decades, and today I will finally speak it out loud." She spoke every word slowly, and the 3 of them fell silent, not daring to utter a word. The only sound in the room was the labored breathing of Grandma Smith. "If there is one person I owe the most in my life, it is your mother, Pear Jelly. What a wonderful horse she was, yet for love, she chose to sever ties with her family and come to our home. But I was very harsh on her, and in the end, for my own selfish desires, I kept you mother and daughter apart for decades." This sentence struck them like a bolt from the blue, leaving them at a loss. Decades ago, Grandma Smith was not yet an old lady. She was a beautiful young woman. In order to realize the modernization of Little Maria, agricultural production was particularly important. The Cosmic Princess allocated the sweet apple orchard to the Smith family, allowing them to grow agricultural products, and they worked diligently. By chance, Grandma Smith discovered a special kind of apple and made the magical rainbow apple jam, earning her family a great reputation in Little Maria. However, Grandma Smith did not understand why these apples grew like this, nor where that mysterious magic came from. This brings us to the southernmost island of Little Maria, which is the domain of the Storm King. This place does not fall under the jurisdiction of Little Maria, so the residents are not little horses. Every day, the sky is filled with dark clouds, thunder, and lightning, with an annual rainfall of 659 millimeters. The creatures here are all bizarre in appearance, especially the Storm King, who is a downright villain. Most of them appear as half human, half beast, but possess strong magic. The thunder in the sky is their work. Every year, they cast magic into the sky, causing it to rain and thunder on the island. With the arrival of summer, typhoons from the sea blow the magic from the island to Little Maria, resulting in year-round rain in the southernmost part of Little Maria. The magic carried by the typhoons also causes the dry-bone desert to suffer from perennial drought, with not a blade of grass growing. It is only until Little Horse Valley that the harmful magic is exhausted, leaving behind beneficial magic, which is blown to the sweet apple orchard and attaches to the apple trees, giving rise to this special kind of apple. The Storm King has a brother named the Dark Emperor. Together, they are known as the Twin Emperors, as the Storm King is also called the Storm Emperor. These 2 fellows spend their days doing bad deeds. One day, the Dark Emperor watched as the typhoon swept away the magic from the dark clouds and became curious about where the magic had gone, so he followed the trail. When he reached the sweet apple orchard, he realized all the benefits had been picked up by Grandma Smith, who was not willing to do good deeds without recognition. So he appeared before Grandma Smith. Your magical rainbow apples are the result of my magic, so you should thank us. How about this? You give us a share of your income. I'll take 80, and you take 20. Grandma Smith angrily replied. Who are you, monster? These magical rainbow apples are clearly a gift from nature and have nothing to do with you. Not a single cent. Not even a penny. Hey, it seems you are willing to risk your life for money. Aren't you afraid I will scheme against you? What can you scheme? Let me tell you. The Apple family is big and prosperous in Little Maria. If you can touch even a single hair on our family, I will consider you successful. The young Grandma Smith was that arrogant. The Dark Emperor left, and not long after, her son, Brett Maytosh, encountered the gifts of nature. While kicking an apple tree, he was crushed by a giant rock that fell from the sky. To prevent her family from knowing this secret, Grandma Smith did not mention the Dark Emperor, but instead described her son's tragic encounter as an accident. Poor Pear Jelly at this time. Not only was she pregnant, but also had to take care of her son Maytosh and daughter Apple Jar, managing the farm, acting as both father and mother, and living a very exhausting life. Pear Jelly, with tears in her eyes, firmly said, 10 years ago, we had already severed ties. Father, if you truly cared for me, you should understand. Grandma Smith also hated Big Pear Jelly even more because of this incident. Meanwhile, the culprit, the Dark Emperor, continued to roam free. He truly lived up to his name, as his heart was very dark, and he planned to mock the ignorant Grandma Smith at the Apple family. Upon arrival, he saw Pear Jelly doing housework. Seeing her, he was stunned. Pear Jelly in plain clothes looked even more charming, coupled with her hard work and simplicity. He found himself fantasizing about her. Sure enough, a mother horse wants to be beautiful. She must dress modestly. Thus, he approached Grandma Smith with a smile, changing his previous arrogant demeanor. Mother-in-law, how have you been? I see your family is in difficulty, managing a large farm, with 2 hungry children, plus a pregnant daughter-in-law. I have a good idea. Let your daughter-in-law come with me, and I will help you manage the farm. As for those 2 children, I will just strangle them, and I won't need the baby in her belly either. Then I will marry her and have a whole bunch of horse-beast offspring. Isn't that a great joy? He was feeling good about himself when Grandma Smith grabbed a shovel and swung it at his head. You murderer, who killed my son? How dare you come here to tease my daughter-in-law? Today, I will risk my life to kill you. The Dark Emperor, being a major villain, was not someone who could be easily struck by Grandma Smith. He caught the shovel with his hand. Old lady, calling you mother-in-law is raising you up. Don't take it for granted. If you don't know your place, I will take your life right now. Don't harm my mother-in-law. Pear Jelly stood in front of Grandma Smith. I promise to go with you, but can you guarantee that you will never come here to cause trouble again? Of course I can guarantee it. I am the most trustworthy. Then okay, I promise you. Pear Jelly gritted her teeth and could only agree to him. Chapter 61, Saving Pear Jelly, Part 2. What did you say? Grandma Smith was taken aback. Pear Jelly was actually willing to sacrifice herself for the family's peace. Could it be that her son had died and she still had to wear a green hat? However, you have to wait until I give birth to the child in my belly before I will go with you, Pear Jelly said. Humph, I'm not afraid of you escaping, nor am I afraid of you calling for help. Once you give birth to the child, I will definitely take you away. The Dark Emperor finished his harsh words and turned into a cloud of black mist and left. Faced with the unreasonable Dark Emperor, they had no way to counter him. Pear Jelly said to Grandma Smith, Mother-in-law, after I leave that day, tell the children that I have remarried. I would rather they hate me for a lifetime than let them worry about me, and I definitely don't want them to seek revenge for me. Pear Jelly, if it really doesn't work, let's go find the Cosmic Princess. She must have a way. Grandma Smith wanted to ask the Cosmic Princess for help, but Pear Jelly stopped her. I have my own plans. 2 months later, Apple Lily was born. By the bedside, Pear Jelly hugged Apple Lily over and over again, kissing her. Child, you were born without a mother. I hope you won't blame me. I will definitely avenge your father. Soon after, the Dark Emperor arrived. Congratulations. Congratulations on the birth of another child, and congratulations to me for marrying the delicate little lady. A gust of black wind swept through, and the 2 vanished, leaving only Grandma Smith's helpless wailing. Arriving on the island, the Dark Emperor began to arrange his marriage to Pear Jelly, who was unhappy but nodded in agreement. You're right. Let's have a drink. Pear Jelly poured several glasses of wine and pushed them to him. Although it was said to be together, in reality, the Dark Emperor drank them all by himself. He was so happy that he forgot Pear Jelly had the identity of Brett Maytosh's wife. Once he was drunk and collapsed on the bed, snoring loudly, Pear Jelly picked up a knife from the table. With the knife in her you killed my husband, and today I must fight you to the death. Even if it means dying, I am not afraid. Pear Jam rushed forward with a knife. The Dark Emperor used magic to blast her away with a laser. At that moment, the Dark Emperor's subordinates arrived, and Pear Jam knew she couldn't escape death, so she committed suicide with her sword. Apple Gyre and the others were shocked. Could it be that our mother is gone too? Even if she is dead, it's not entirely the end. Grandma Smith continued telling the story. After Pear Jam fell, she radiated light, preventing the monsters from getting close. It turned out a divine steed was secretly helping her, trying to rescue her from suffering. The Dark Emperor used magic to freeze her, and Pear Jam turned into a frozen pear, stored in the Dark Emperor's castle. It is said that the divine steed in the sky was moved by Pear Jam's act of avenging her husband and cast a spell to keep her from dying. However, since the Dark Emperor froze her, she couldn't escape. But one day, she will be rescued. After Grandma Smith finished speaking, she told them, I've said all I know. If you want to save your mother, I won't stop you, but Maytosh must stay to carry on the Apple family line. After leaving home, Apple Lily asked, what should we do next? Although I really want to save our mother, The Storm King and the Dark Emperor are terrifying, and with our abilities, we can't do anything. I know, so we need to find Ziyue and ask her for help. Applejair, adhering to the principle that Ziyue can solve anything, led them to find Ziyue. After learning about their mother's tragic fate, Ziyue was also indignant. I will definitely help with this matter. However, there is a barrier on the Storm King's island. Once you reach the island, no one can use magic except for you. If magic can't be used, Ziyue's usefulness is even less than Yunbao's. Especially given Ziyue's identity. If she goes to Storm Island to demand someone, it would undoubtedly be a declaration of war against the Storm King, bringing bad consequences for Pony Maria. At that moment, Xiaoyao reappeared. Who needs a fighter? I can punch the Nansha nursing home and kick the Beihai kindergarten. As long as you pay, I'll do anything. Apple Lily curiously asked, weren't you saying you don't want money? Why would you become a fighter for money? No choice, the plot needs it. Xiaoyao continued to shout. Beside her was a girl in red, the one with princess syndrome, Yuna. She probably wanted pretty clothes, and since Xiaoyao couldn't create them, she had to go out to earn money. By the way, doesn't she have a bag full of weapons? And I heard from Sweetheart Baby that she took down a giant dragon and saved Jinchi. Apple Lily recounted. Really? If that's the case, we need to ask her for help. Applejair was right. Xiaoyao wouldn't appear for no reason. She came to help them. They built a wooden boat together, planning to use it to reach the Storm King's territory. Before they reached Storm Island, they saw dark clouds in the sky, lightning flashing, and thunder rumbling, creating a forbidding atmosphere. This is just for show, it won't scare us. Applejair and Maytosh rowed with all their might. Unexpectedly, as they approached, lightning struck their boat. And Apple Lily shouted, who has a lightning rod? I'll pay $100 for one. Applejair shouted, Apple Lily, you don't understand, don't say random things. A lightning rod can't actually avoid lightning, it attracts it. Maytosh followed up, right. Why were they shouting continuously? Because the thunder was too loud, they couldn't hear each other. So they could only shout. At this moment, Xiaoya yelled, stop shouting. Speaking too loudly will attract lightning. Don't you know that? She intended to remind them kindly, but her voice was even louder than theirs. As a result, she really attracted lightning, and with a boom, their boat sank, marking the first rescue attempt of Pear Jam as a failure. Chapter 62, Saving Pear Jam, 3. Applejair apologetically said, sorry. We didn't expect Storm Island to be so dangerous. We will pay you in full, so you don't have to worry about us. We will think of another way. She placed the money in front of Xiaoya, who was a bit angry. Are you insulting me? You give me all my salary for doing nothing. Do I seem like a pony without professional ethics? I'll take the money first. I will definitely get this done for you. Just call me next time you want to go. The Storm Island is surrounded by lightning. How can we safely reach it? Applejair was worried. Maytosh and Apple Lily were also brainstorming when suddenly Apple Lily remembered something. Right. When I went to Carla's house for plant classes, she mentioned that there is a bread tree in the Eternal Freedom Forest. Its resin can insulate electricity, and no matter how much lightning strikes it, it remains unharmed. I even saw that tree. This is great news. Maytosh, you are responsible for building another boat. Apple Lily and I will go find that tree. Applejair commanded. No problem. Maytosh nodded in agreement. Applejair then followed Apple Lily to the bread tree. They picked up axes and chopped with all their might, but the axes bent, and they still couldn't damage the bark. I thought it would be hard, but I didn't expect it to be this hard. Since they were using their mouths to hold the axes, their jaws were getting numb from the vibration. Just then, a wooden monkey appeared. What are you doing? Why would you choose to go out to sea in stormy weather? The wooden monkey asked. They explained their mother's plight, their desire to rescue her, and the storm they encountered on the island. The wooden monkey was moved to tears. You are willing to risk everything for a mother you haven't seen for over a decade. There are such understanding children in the world. If I don't help them, what kind of wooden monkey would I be? It stopped crying halfway. For if its wooden chest got wet with tears, it would rot and become a piece of decayed wood. It extended its sharp claws and easily peeled the bark, then collected some resin. But this seemed insufficient, and the wooden monkey told them they could mix it with some water. Their resin is different from other resins. Other resins are afraid of water, but theirs is not. At this time, Maytosh's boat was also ready, coated with the waterproof resin, and they set off again for Storm Island. The lightning on Storm Island had not stopped, but this time, when it struck the boat, it didn't cause any harm. They should be able to land safely this time, right? However, there were many soldiers on the island. They had already spotted the boat and shouted, "What is that boat doing? Stop immediately. Otherwise, we will shoot arrows. Quickly hide in the cabin." Applejair commanded. And together with Maytosh, they raised their shields in front of the boat. Soon, many arrows were shot from the island, and Apple Lily was anxiously pacing in the cabin. We need to find a way to fight back. They are shooting too many arrows. In less than a minute, Applegire's shield was filled with arrows. At that moment, the Dark Emperor was speaking to the ice sculpture. Beautiful one, just submit to me. Otherwise, you will never leave here. A subordinate rushed in to report, Dark Emperor. A small boat has drifted in from the sea. They want to come to our island, and we can't stop them. Didn't the storm destroy that boat? The Dark Emperor asked. No. And there is a sharpshooter among them who has injured several of our men. The Dark Emperor then personally went into action, while Applegire, ManeSix, and Xiaoya all landed, leaving Apple Lily in the cabin. Seeing the Dark Emperor, Applegire shouted, Dark Emperor, you scoundrel! Why did you kill our father for no reason and take our mother away? Quickly release our mother. Otherwise, we won't hold back. Don't get hit by his hammer. Xiaoya reminded, then dodged the Dark Emperor's attack. The Dark Emperor swung his hammer down, creating a large pit in the ground. ManeSix bit down on the shovel and rushed forward to fight the Dark Emperor. When the shovel hit the giant hammer, he felt his balance unsteady and almost got flipped over. ManeSix fell to the ground, and the Dark Emperor raised his hammer to smash him. Suddenly, Apple Lily charged out and collided with his chest. Apple Lily didn't know if she had trained in Iron Head skill, but the Dark Emperor felt a dull ache in his chest and stared at her wide-eyed. Apple Lily was so scared that she kept retreating, while the Dark Emperor was about to smash her with the hammer. A little pony actually took the hit from the Dark Emperor. While he was stunned, Xiaoya pushed her front hooves to the ground and kicked him far away with her hind hooves. This was the hind hoof kick that even horses could do. At that moment, Applegire tossed a rope lasso and tied up the Dark Emperor. Applegire and ManeSix each bit one end of the rope and circled around him. Soon, they had him tied up. Oh yeah, we subdued this big bad guy. Apple Lily cheered. The Dark Emperor sneered, really? You're so foolish. With a forceful tug of his arms, he broke the rope and reached out his giant hand to grab Applegire and ManeSix by their necks. Huh? What else do you have? Hurry, bring out the pear jam. I want her to watch her 2 children die. Before long, they pushed out a large block of ice. Seeing the little pony frozen inside, Apple Lily felt a strange sense of familiarity. Is she our mother? Chapter 63, Saving Pear Jam, Part 4. Could it be that she is our mother? Apple Lily had never seen her biological mother, yet she felt a sense of familiarity with her. But the Dark Emperor held onto them tightly, with hostages in hand. Xiaoya didn't dare to act recklessly and just stood there. Other minions rushed in and captured Apple Lily and pinned down Xiaoya. It's this guy who shot the arrow. Chop her up. At this time, the Dark Emperor removed the ice from Pear Jam, allowing her to regain consciousness. Do you see? They are your precious children. Now they are all in my hands. If you don't submit to me, I will really choke them to death. Children, why are you all here? Didn't I tell you not to come rescue me? Pear Jam said with tears in her eyes, looking at the Dark Emperor. Don't hurt my children. I will do whatever you ask. Humph. I want you to sacrifice your soul. The Dark Emperor had a secret method to control people's hearts. But pure souls would not be tainted. If the soul was sacrificed, she would no longer be herself, but a puppet controlled by the Dark Emperor. No, don't. Applegire shook her head, looking at the suffering children. Pear Jam's heart was almost broken. At this moment, who could help them? The minions watched the excitement from the side, and the pressure on Xiaoya lessened a bit. Seizing the opportunity, she broke free from the minion's grasp, took out 2 pebbles from her bag of treasures, and hit the back of the Dark Emperor's hand. What accuracy! With 2 loud slaps, the Dark Emperor's hand swelled up, and he let go, causing Applegire and ManeSix to fall down. The minions quickly surrounded her, and Xiaoya pulled out a long spear from her bag of treasures and stabbed at them, causing the minions to retreat in fear. Taking advantage of this moment, Apple Lily ran to Pear Jam, but as soon as she got close, it felt like hitting a wall, and she was bounced back far away. Pear Jam explained, Child, I am protected by the divine steed. No one can approach me. Even my closest children cannot come close to me. What good news? Xiaoya heard this and immediately beamed with joy. Quick, ask the divine steed for help. No, even I have never seen her. I only heard a voice telling me to live for now, not to lose hope, and that there is magic on me, so no one can touch me. Which divine steed could it be? Xiaoya murmured. The Dark Emperor also said, That's right. If it weren't for her ruining my plans, we would have been a family by now. You monster, look at what you look like. Do you deserve to be my mother? You should take a piss and look at yourself, then throw yourself in and drown. This monster only affects the city's appearance. Facing her enemy, Apple Lily would not be polite to him and said all kinds of dirty words. Little one, you're asking for it. The Dark Emperor's minions lunged at Apple Lily, and Applegire and ManeSix hurriedly stood in front of her. At that moment, the Dark Emperor's brother, Storm King, arrived. Aren't these the little ponies who ruined my plans before? Humph. You dare to come here. I will not let you leave easily. Although unicorns couldn't use magic here, the local monsters could, and they summoned a storm to attack them. Originally, they were already struggling against the Dark Emperor, and now with Storm King joining in, they were even less of a match. With no other choice, they had to escape first. No, I want to be with my mother. We finally met. How can we just leave like this? Apple Lily clung to a tree trunk, unwilling to leave. Apple Gyre kept pulling her. Dear, don't make a fuss. Our mother has magic on her. The Dark Emperor can't hurt her. If we get caught by the Dark Emperor, we might be killed. For now, we should retreat and come up with a better plan to save Mom. Pear Jam nodded. Children, hurry and go. Seeing you grow up healthy, my heart feels better. I will wait for you to come back and rescue me, and then we can reunite as a family. The Dark Emperor said. It's easy to say. Do you think they can escape from here? Facing the aggressive minions, it seemed they really couldn't escape without a cheat. Xiaoya took out an assault rifle from her bag of treasures to clear a path. Some minions wanted to chase, but were all shot down by the assault rifle. The minions that came from behind shouted to pursue, but none of them stepped forward. Chase. Don't let them run away. You hurry and chase. Why aren't you chasing? My calves are cramping. I can't move. The Dark Emperor said. Don't worry. Their goal seems to be their mother. I believe they will come back soon. And by then we will set up traps in advance to catch them all. As for Pear Jam, she will naturally continue to be frozen. Poor Pear Jam. She was just thawed 10 minutes ago and is frozen again. Don't be fooled by how brave she seemed earlier. In fact, she suffered severe internal injuries. And one of her ribs in the chest cavity is broken. Now she feels short of breath and uncomfortable. Xiaoya, how are you? Apple Lily asked with concern. She didn't speak, trembling as she took out hay biscuits and turned them into medicinal biscuits, chewing on them. She took out a gourd and turned the drink inside into medicine, gulping it down. Just smelling it, Apple Lily guessed it would be very bitter. I want to sleep for a while. She covered her chest and fell into a deep sleep. If it weren't for her pointed nose still breathing, Apple Lily would really think she had passed away. Apple Gyre also felt very guilty. This is why I didn't ask Ziyue and the others for help. They are my best friends, and I don't want to see them get hurt. But Xiaoyu is hurt, and I'm also very sad. This time we couldn't save Mom. They will definitely be more vigilant. If we want to save her again, it will be harder than ascending to the heavens. But even so, you still plan to go, right? Apple Lily asked. Apple Gyre nodded, and Maytosh followed suit. I said, seeing my own mother suffering in another place, I can't live a stable life. Chapter 64, Saving Pear Jam, Part 5. She is seriously injured and needs emergency help. Apple Gyre hurriedly lifted Xiaoya onto her back and rushed off the ship. But she got down as if nothing had happened. Next time you go, remember to call me. Watching her walk away, Apple Gyre stood there in a daze. What kind of professionalism is this? I only gave her $100, and she has already risked her life with us twice. And she plans to go a third time without asking me for more money. Such a little pony is truly admirable. Apple Gyre, what have you encountered on the island? Hurry and tell us. Yunbao said impatiently. Grandma, why do you have to pass away? Apple Lily didn't understand. Yeah, Apple Gyre, you shouldn't go anymore. Even if you have to go, it should be postponed for a few months. Wait until the situation calms down, and when the Dark Emperor is not on guard anymore. It won't be too late to go, Yunbao said to her. The friends also advised her to hold off, but Apple Gyre shook her head. No, my mom has been waiting for us too long. Not to mention a month, even a second, I don't want to wait. If it weren't for everyone needing a break, I would want to carry the boat to Storm Island and fight the Dark Emperor right now. The current Apple Gyre has turned from a horse into a stubborn donkey. I really want to help, but magic can't be used there. Thank you, Ziyue. This is my family's business, so you don't need to worry too much. Apple Gyre went out of the castle. At that moment, Apple Lily, Maytosh, and Xiaoyu appeared at the same time. It seems they didn't want to wait a moment either. Xiaoyu said, you don't want to wait until they finish their defenses before going, right? Let us go now and catch them off guard. Exactly. Maytosh nodded. Yaya. The Apple family sets off. Apple Lily happily stood up. Apple Gyre adjusted her hat. All right, guys, let's give these bad guys the punishment they deserve. Just then, Ziyue ran out, and Apple Gyre turned her back. Ziyue, you're not going to try to dissuade me from being impulsive, are you? That's right. I've lost my mind. But the smart are afraid of the unreasonable, and the unreasonable are afraid of those who don't care about their lives. Today, we are going to be reckless. We must rescue Mom. Since there are ambushes on the island, I will fight you on the sea. To prevent being struck by thunderstorm, I'll apply breadfruit resin again. And then I won't be afraid of thunderstorms anymore. The battleship set off again towards Storm Island, and just as Xiaoyu guessed, they were planning to reinforce the defenses of Storm Island at that moment, but they hadn't started yet because they didn't expect Apple Gyre to arrive so quickly. In the cockpit, Apple Gyre looked clearly through the telescope. Guys, truth is only within the cannon's range. Let them see what reason really is. The miscellaneous soldiers ran to report to the Dark Emperor, who was lying in bed snoring after having fought a battle. When he heard that Applegyre was coming again, he was taken aback. Don't they need to rest? Rest for what? To rescue their mother. Such an important matter. How could they not have the energy? When the cannon was aimed at the lookout tower of the miscellaneous soldiers, Applegyre ordered, "Fire." For cannon ports fired shells simultaneously, and the lookout tower was easily destroyed. I finally understand what it means to open a blocked path. Just use cannonballs to do it. Looking at the miscellaneous soldiers that couldn't be defeated earlier. Now just 2 shells are enough to settle them. Your cover is as ridiculous as you are. Hurry. Use the thunderstorm to strike this ship. The Dark Emperor ordered. But with the breadfruit resin on, the thunderstorm had no effect on the battleship. The battleship was unstoppable, and soon the port could no longer hold. Watching the miscellaneous soldiers collapse like a landslide, the Dark Emperor finally understood what a dimensionality reduction strike meant. But he still had a trump card, which was to use Pear Jam as a cover. Come on. If you have the ability, blow her up too. In fact, the purpose of coming with the battleship was to break through obstacles in order to fight the Dark Emperor faster. Now that they had reached the port, they all jumped off the ship. Dark Emperor, quickly release our mom. Otherwise, we want to be polite. Not polite. Humph. No one has ever said that to me. Indeed. No one dares to say this to you, but we are ponies. Apple Lily took out a slingshot and shot stones at him. Did those miscellaneous soldiers really run away? Not entirely. Some went to tell the Storm King, who came rushing here with his subordinates like the wind and fire. By the time he arrived, they were already in a fierce battle. Applegyre's flying kick, Apple Lily's iron head, and MyLittlePony's reckless charge pushed the Dark Emperor back repeatedly. How did you get so much stronger all of a sudden? Don't be afraid, brother. I'm here, the Storm King shouted. But Xiaoyu suddenly appeared. Don't think about getting past. You think you can fight me with just one horse? The Storm King raised his harpoon and jabbed at her. Xiaoyu rolled out of the way, rolled in front of him, then planted her front hooves on the ground and delivered a kick with her hind hooves. Xiaoyu alone can handle the Storm King, and the 3 Apple siblings can do it even easier. Because they often do farm work, their strength is greater than that of other ponies. Look at our hooves. The 3 of them, 1 horse and 1 hoof, kicked the Dark Emperor until he couldn't find his way back. Not to mention north. He couldn't even tell east from west, dazedly picking up his staff. I will strike you down with a thunderstorm. Fortunately, they had a little breadfruit resin applied on themselves. This stuff is truly magical. Just a little can protect them from lightning strikes. And if the thunderstorm is useless, the Dark Emperor is out of tricks. He had been practicing this magic, and the others were lacking. Chapter 65, Rescue Pear Jam, Part 6. The invincible Dark Emperor was actually being continuously defended against by Applegyre and MyLittlePony. Apple Lily gained confidence. It seems this big villain is indeed what he is reputed to be. Let us quickly defeat him, and then go rescue Mom. Applegyre and MyLittlePony thought the same. They planned to give the Dark Emperor another strike, and then rush into the castle to save people. Who would have thought there was a tripwire ahead? Applegyre and MyLittlePony didn't see it clearly, and both tripped over it. Right in front was a pitfall, and both fell in, breaking their front hooves and unable to get up. Humph. The game of the daughter hitting the father is over. Now, it's time to teach you disobedient children a good lesson. The Dark Emperor lifted a huge rock and came to the pitfall. Your father died this way back then. And now I will let your family reunite in the underworld. Don't harm them. Apple Lily rushed over and headbutt the Dark Emperor. But he didn't feel a thing and kicked her away with 1 foot. The Dark Emperor let go of the stone, and Xiaoyu used a wooden board to block it. Normally, it wouldn't hold. But she used physics principles. Placing the center point at the edge of the pit formed a simple triangle, making it hard to deform. Plus, this is a novel, and it often doesn't conform to science. As for Xiaoyu, holding the wooden board, she took all the force, and she was shaken so much that her hooves went numb, unable to use any weapons. Putting them in front of Pear Jam to let her experience the taste of despair. I've given you many chances, but you haven't grasped them. So don't blame me for being ruthless. Wait, Apple Lily shouted. Before we die, can we have one last piece of cake? Don't worry. We have it on our ship. We want to take yours. At this point, you're still thinking about cake? Applegyre shouted. Apple Lily gave the hay cookie to Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu turned it into a cake. During this time, Apple Lily whispered, when the divine soldier descends, you must seize the opportunity to counterattack. This is our last chance. Xiaoyu was confused. Meanwhile, the Dark Emperor, like those villains, talked a lot of nonsense. Oh ho ho. Pear Jam didn't want to be with me before because she was thinking of you. Now, in front of her, I will eliminate all of you, and she will surely be heartbroken and agree to live with me. Humph. I can tame big donkeys and horses, yet I can't subdue a mare. Don't be so proud. Who will die still remains to be seen. Apple Lily walked over. I already have a way to defeat you. This is our last hope. Apple Lily shouted. At that moment, the battleship at sea suddenly opened fire on its own, and it was aimed at their direction. The Dark Emperor quickly crouched down, but the shells didn't hit them, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, this shot was a feint. Although it didn't hit them, it struck the stones on the mountain. A huge rock fell from the slope, unerringly hitting the Dark Emperor. So, how did the battleship suddenly attack? It turns out that Apple Lily had taken action in advance. She lit a stick of incense, which was tied to a rope, and at the other end of the rope was a broom. The cannon was set up beforehand, and when the incense burned out, the rope would loosen, pressing the fire button, and it would shoot towards the mountain. This cannon shot had an element of gambling, but more of it was left to fate. Once the Dark Emperor died, the minions truly became minions, panicking and fleeing for their lives. Although the Dark Emperor was dead, the freezing magic she had cast on Pear Jam had not been lifted, and Pear Jam was still trapped in the ice. The ice was very hard, and no amount of banging would work. Could it be that everything we did in the end was in vain? The three of them leaned against the ice and shed tears. These tears were incredibly powerful, melting the hard ice. Xiaoya wondered, are these ladies' tears hydrochloric acid? How could they be so corrosive? In fact, it wasn't tears but the appearance of a divine steed from the sky. It parted the dark clouds and let sunlight shine on Storm Island, causing the ice to slowly melt upon encountering the sunlight. Before long, Pear Jam was thawed again. However, she still had magic on her, so Applejack and the others could not embrace her. The divine steed said, I came here for this matter. Because she had been frozen for so long and was protected by magic, Pear Jam still looked very young, just like when she had first left home. This should be what they call frozen age, right? The family had endless things to say, but this wasn't a place for talking. They should leave quickly. During this time, they wanted to ask the divine steed which deity it was, but it did good deeds without leaving a name and disappeared without saying anything. On the ship, Pear Jam asked, how is Granny Smith's health? Looking back at Granny Smith, was she really about to pass away? In fact, she wasn't. That day she had caught a severe cold, feeling dizzy and seeing stars all day, thinking her time was short, but it turned out she had scared herself. Granny Smith cried as she leaned on her front hooves. I'm sorry. Granny shouldn't have done this. If I had found a pony to rescue you sooner, you wouldn't have had to suffer for so many years. I'm sorry. Pear Jam helped her up, her own eyes brimming with tears. The family was finally reunited. Truly a joyous occasion. Chapter 66. Downgraded Consumption. School is like a small society because, in addition to studying, you also need to learn to make friends. And these friends may help you when you enter society in the future. For example, some people dress very lavishly and have many people around them flattering them. As students, some drive to school while others walk. Can these two be compared? That's right. I'm the one who drives to school. Yunbao said proudly. The school has a parking lot for teachers, but Yunbao also parks there since the cameras in the garage are just for show. And no one comes to catch her. Back in the classroom, she saw Rue eating instant noodles and asked in confusion, Rue, why are you eating instant noodles? Didn't you say that instant noodles are the dirtiest food in the world? That was then, this is now. My dad is addicted to gambling and has lost all his money. Being able to eat instant noodles is already good. In a few days, I might have to live on air. Rue cried. Your dad is in his 40s or 50s. Hasn't he heard that gambling only leads to more losses? I've never heard of anyone getting rich from gambling. Yunbao said indignantly. You need to persuade him quickly. Otherwise, your family will be finished. If it really comes to it, you can call the police. The police won't handle these matters. But, you know, in the human world, there are also shining stars. What if it gets discovered? Next to them, Yuhui said with a smile, don't worry. As long as the shining star makes a call to his subordinates, they will take care of it without needing to report back. Because if such a small matter is reported to the provincial secretary, our bureau chief would be considered negligent. Then, Yuhui wrote in a diary to Princess Ziyue, who sent Shining Star to Ponyville. When Shining Star arrived in Ponyville, his phone had the numbers of all the mayors in the province. Shining Star called the mayor of the city. Hello? I am Shining Star from the provincial party committee. A friend of mine's father was scammed because of gambling. You need to handle this matter for me. Rue anxiously asked. What did he say? He said he would try his best to investigate this matter. Whether he can complete it, I don't know. Shining Star shrugged, looking at her own backpack and clothes, and then at others' backpacks and clothes. Rue realized that her daily necessities were much more expensive than others. Previously, she often spent money on expensive skincare products, buying clothes and shoes. It seems that this was just wasting money. The economic foundation determines the superstructure. Since she doesn't have the economy for that, she can only start downgraded consumption. It sounds nice to call it downgraded consumption, But in reality, it means not having money to buy expensive things. Having power means being strong. Without going far, just look at Granny Smith, who works in the cafeteria. So she never shakes when serving meals and even gives more to her. You see, just a cafeteria lady can improve students' dining conditions. Applejack gave the extra portion of food to Rue, effectively doubling the amount of food with one meal ticket. What does it matter if Granny Smith favored you? As for the coffee that Rue loved to drink, she couldn't drink that anymore and could only drink mineral water. When she really wanted coffee, she would buy a pack of coffee powder to make do. High-end cosmetics were temporarily given up. She could only wash her face with plain water every day, without eyeshadow. When she cried, it was no longer black tears. But Rue found that life after downgraded consumption didn't seem that bad. For example, she discovered that the money for one cup of coffee was enough to buy several packs of coffee powder. Moreover, she no longer had to spend so much time on makeup every day. Rue was already good-looking. Even without makeup, she still looked pretty good. However, Rue's father was deeply entangled in gambling. Why are you trying to catch him? Our family is getting rich, relying on tomorrow night's match. The scammer said. So everything we just said was in vain? Let us say it again. The money you bet on gambling cannot be withdrawn. Those you see saying they got rich from gambling are all our arranged water army, specifically trying to deceive people like you. So the director took him away on the grounds of gambling. On the day of the club activity, Meizhao Finisha wanted to take a photo with Rue. But when she saw Rue wearing a t-shirt and casual pants with straight bangs, the curls were set with tools, not natural. She thought, this is no longer a beauty. She looks just like an ordinary student. Out of friendship, she didn't directly point it out, but said she found someone else. Later, during a party among classmates, Rue was laughed at for not wearing a dress, feeling very wronged. Why are they laughing at me? What they did was a waste of money. It's shameful behavior. It's not like that. Rue, ordinary people have their own ways of living. And the rich have their own ways of living. Your original consumption level was middle class. But now you have lowered your consumption level to lower middle class, or even ordinary poor, which means you cannot continue to deepen relationships with them. You can only find friends below middle class. Yui said, looking at her friends. Yunbao drives to school. Twilight Sparkle used to attend a private school, with her own school uniform, and Ping Chi has endless cakes, while Applejack has a piece of farmland. They have all reached above middle class, while she has regressed. Don't worry, no matter what clothes you wear, we are still good friends. Xiao Dai comforted her. Oh, I think Yui is right. With enough money, I can improve my living standards. I can't be a miser. Does Rue buying so many cosmetics count as wasteful? It doesn't. Her family is already wealthy, and the money for cosmetics all comes from her parents' living expenses. As a result, while watching TV, he found that the team he had previously bet on won. He cried, I told you this team could win all along. What a pity for my bonus. Alas, it seems he still hasn't been educated properly. Chapter 67, Inspection of Magawa. Magawa is an area being developed by Little Maria, with many uncultivated lands, which is why Big Pear suggested moving there. Over the years, Magawa has established a village town. Now that it has become a town, there should be public safety management, so the Cosmic Princess sent some little ponies to manage it. Is it really necessary to go to such a far place? ZUF felt a bit down. Recently, the latest series of Fearless Pegasus was released, and as the show's most loyal fan, she was always the first to finish it. ZUF, you can bring a book with you, Yunbao suggested. No way. This is a task arranged by the Cosmic Princess. How can I bring a novel to read? That would be slacking off at work. ZUS shook her head vigorously. Then I'll accompany you. I'll help you visit the locals, and you can find a chance to read. After all, an ordinary pony meeting the princess would surely make the citizens too nervous to speak normally. Beaky volunteered. Then I can taste the most delicious roasted hay in Magawa. Your real motive is to eat roasted hay, isn't it? But okay. ZUE took her book and boarded the train to Magawa with Beaky. Hearing that Princess ZUE was visiting, the mayor of Magawa, Yuz, was terrified and trembling all over. Oh no. How did the princess find out about this? I must strive to make the best impression. After getting off the train, Mayor Yuz led many residents and officials to welcome her. Welcome, Princess ZUE, to Magawa for your inspection. Didn't I say before? No need for such welcoming ceremonies. Before ZUE could finish, Beaky jumped out. Oh, hey, hello everyone. I'm Beaky, ZUE's friend, and I'll handle the inspection work. ZUE facepalmed, and then walked up to Yuz. Take me to your office. After they left, Beaky went elsewhere because she was in charge of the inspection work. Arriving on the street, it was spotless, without any trash. Deputy Director Robin asked Beaky, Leader, how does it feel here? Very good, very clean. But it seems something is missing. I've heard that many ponies here make a living by setting up stalls, with roasted hay everywhere. But why are there none now? Beaky looked around, but still didn't see any stalls selling roasted hay. Robin broke out in a cold sweat. Leader, that's all just rumors from other ponies. We aim to have clean and tidy streets. How could we let ponies set up stalls casually? That would not only obstruct traffic, but also pollute the environment. It's not true, it's not true. Then they went to the vegetable market, which was as lavishly decorated as the 3-star pig trotter shop recommended by Shinchi. But the taste was terrible. This is not at all what I wanted. Robin angrily pointed at the shop owner. Look at what you've done. How could you serve this to the leader? Did you buy this 3-star pig trotter sign? It's confiscated. Beaky went outside, relying on her sense of smell to find delicious food, not knowing whether she was a pony or a dog. Soon, with her keen sense of smell, she found a secluded spot crowded with many ponies, shouting, "Come take a look, 3 big watermelons for $10. Delicious roasted hay, $1 a skewer." Not afraid of many mice, just afraid of having no mice, a certain brand of rat poison. Rats die right next to it, guaranteed to work. A large group of ponies was selling things, and Beaky even saw an old acquaintance, Saffron. She was selling roasted hay in a corner. "Hey, Saffron, why are you selling things here?" Beaky asked, puzzled. "I can't believe it's you, Beaky. You don't know? Because of the inspection by the leaders. We street vendors were all chased here to sell our goods," Saffron explained. Beaky was shocked. It turned out that their inspection of the locals affected ordinary people like them. At that moment, the city management arrived. "Hey, didn't you know the princess is here for an inspection today? How dare you set up a stall here? If you're seen, everything will be confiscated." The vendors hurriedly pushed their carts away, and because Saffron was busy making roasted hay for Beaky, she couldn't escape and was caught by the city management. Beaky questioned, "On what grounds are you arresting them? On what grounds? Just because we are the city management. Also, why are you buying from roadside stalls? Don't you know to go to the market to buy things? Huh, you're glaring. Are you not satisfied? Do you believe I will beat you?" This horse was very arrogant and stepped forward, wanting to hit Beaky. At that moment, Robin appeared. You have a lot of nerve. Go ahead, hit me. You dare to hit even the inspecting leader. Do you want to die? Deputy Director Robin. You say she's an inspecting leader? The arrogant horse was terrified and trembling, kneeling down. "Leader, I was blind. Please don't blame me." Since the arrogant horse knew the leader was inspecting, why didn't he know that Beaky was inspecting in ZU's place? Because his level was not high enough to see the inspecting leaders. Beaky also experienced the taste of power. She said, "You can't bully these vendors anymore. Let them sell on the street. If anything happens, I will take responsibility." Robin didn't know what to do, but since the leader said so, he decided to listen for once. ZUF finished her investigation in the office, and next, she went out to inspect the streets. Suddenly, Yuz saw that the streets were full of vendors selling goods, and he was so scared that his heart nearly jumped out. Why are these ponies selling things again? Didn't I already drive them all away? Oh no, if Princess ZUS sees this, my position will be in jeopardy. But ZUE didn't blame him. Instead, she happily walked up to each stall, asking about prices and living conditions. Beaky got 2 skewers of roasted hay from Saffron, gave one to ZUE, who tasted it, and said, "Not bad. Mayor Yuz, you have a good rapport with the people here. Much better than other towns. You need to keep this up." "Oh, yes, we are very friendly." Yuz wiped the sweat from his forehead, twisting a tissue that was soaked. The vendors also knew that the princess was inspecting, so they kept smiling, knowing what to say and what not to say. ZUE reluctantly gave a passing grade because Mayor Yuz was suspected of corruption. She told him, "You must treat the vendors and farmers well in the future. Don't put on a show for me, or I won't be lenient." "Princess, I will definitely change my ways and will never do anything wrong to the vendors again." Yuz nodded in agreement. Chapter 68. Angel Wings and Mushrooms. Relying on the mountains for food, Beaky's family relies on the rock quarry for rocks. Ruru lives near the Eternal Freedom Forest and relies on the forest for sustenance. However, Ruru doesn't eat wood, and there are many terrifying monsters inside that eat little ponies. After it rains, many mushrooms appear in the forest. These mushrooms are rare delicacies, delicious whether in soup or cooked dishes. Ruru uses her experience to pick edible mushrooms to sell in the market. This is a rare delicacy, and many ponies rave about it after trying it. Among them is the Angel Wings from the Lightning Flying Pony team, who loves the taste so much. It's so delicious. "I want to buy another basket." But Ruru said there were none left. Although the Eternal Freedom Forest is vast, there are only so many edible mushrooms. Once picked, they are gone. If she wants to eat more, she has to wait for the next growth. Since Ruru cannot cultivate mushrooms artificially, she can only rely on them to grow naturally. Angel Wings, however, didn't believe it. How could they be gone so quickly? Ruru must be lazy and doesn't want to go pick them. "Humph. If you won't go, I will." Being a Pegasus, it was easy for her to reach the Eternal Freedom Forest. Once there, She started searching for mushrooms, and soon found a patch of vibrant red mushrooms. Wow, so beautiful. These mushrooms are even bigger and prettier than the ones Ruru sells. Humph. She must be too timid to go deeper into the forest, letting me pick up the bargain. Yunbao, looking at the mushroom soup, happily said, "Wow, Angel Wings, you actually bought so many mushrooms. We're in for a treat." Angel Wings waved her hand. "Actually, I didn't buy them. I picked them in the forest." What? Yunbao felt something was off. When she wanted to stop everyone from drinking, it was already too late. They all felt dizzy, foaming at the mouth, and collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Ugh. The Pegasus who hadn't drunk the soup hurriedly took them to the hospital. The doctor told them, "This is the famous red mushroom with a white stem. Fortunately, you brought the patients in time. Otherwise, they would really have been out for the count." All the little ponies stared at Angel Wings. "Angel Wings, you've put us in a terrible situation." Someone was curious. Since a horse can't pick mushrooms with its front hooves and must bite them with its mouth, why hadn't Angel Wings been poisoned before? Because she is a Pegasus and doesn't need to use her mouth. She picks them with her wings. Regardless, she was still poisoned. Logically, this should have been a heavy lesson for her, but she didn't think so. "I just didn't know which mushrooms were toxic. I should read more and learn how to identify which ones are poisonous." She found Ziyue and asked for some books about mushrooms, finally discovering methods to test if mushrooms were poisonous. There were methods like using silver needles, garlic, and insects to test for toxins. Angel Wings returned to the Eternal Freedom Forest and saw a patch of yellow mushrooms. She took out a silver needle and pricked one. It didn't turn black. This means it's not poisonous. The little ponies loved mushrooms too, so they lined up to buy them. Roro happened to pass by and saw the mushrooms Angel Wings was selling. She hurriedly said, "These mushrooms can't be eaten. Don't talk nonsense. Just because your mushrooms aren't poisonous?" "Friends, look carefully. I have a silver needle in my hand. We can test it." Angel Wings assessed, "You have to admit. It's non-toxic, so try it." Angel Wings put a mushroom in her mouth, and 1 second she was smiling. The next she was rolling her eyes and collapsing on the ground, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. Ugh. "Quick, take her to the hospital." Roro hurriedly carried her to the hospital. After some emergency treatment, the doctor told her, "The silver needle test can only be used for substances containing sulfur. But mushrooms do not contain sulfides, so how could you possibly determine if they are poisonous?" Angel Wings found this very reasonable. After she recovered, she thought of another method, testing with insects. This time, she caught a caterpillar and made it bite one of the mushrooms she wanted to pick. Most of the caterpillars that ate the mushrooms ended up poisoned and dead. Among them was a white mushroom that the caterpillar ate without any issues. Feng Shui Gxin was overjoyed. "This must be a shiitake mushroom. What a big shiitake mushroom. I'm in for a treat." After observing for a while, it didn't turn black. But just to be safe, she cooked it with rice. If the rice turns black, it proves it's toxic. Angel Wings made a mushroom fried rice, and the rice didn't turn black. It seemed this mushroom was safe. She ate it with her family. They all collapsed at the dining table, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. Fortunately, Fire Breather came to check her homework and discovered they were poisoned, quickly sending them to the hospital. The nurse at the hospital saw Angel Wings and said, "You've been to the hospital 3 times now, and each time it's because of mushrooms. Let me tell you, the insect test is not reliable. Just because an insect can eat something, it doesn't mean we ponies can. And your claim that it will turn black when placed next to garlic is unfounded. The toxins in poisonous mushrooms are not necessarily black." "I know I was wrong," Angel Wings said, looking down. Back in Cloud City, all the Pegasi laughed at her, and she felt embarrassed. "I must find edible mushrooms to shut you all up. To take down an entire family of 3, I'm done for." The Pegasi continued to laugh. Angel Wings flew back to the Eternal Freedom Forest, and this time she was very cautious. The environment where the mushrooms grew, their size, and appearance all had to be carefully selected, and there could be no mistakes. There was a blue mushroom that, although it looked inedible, she curiously leaned in to smell. "Hey, wait. Why do I feel dizzy? It seems I'm poisoned again, ugh." Angel Wings once again collapsed on the ground, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. Now, who would find her in the forest and take her to the hospital? As it turns out, there was someone, Roro. She also wanted to find some edible fungi for the little ponies to eat. But she didn't find any edible fungi. Instead, she found the poisoned Angel Wings and hurriedly took her to the hospital. Seeing Angel Wings coming in for the 4th time, the nurses didn't know what to say. Again because of mushrooms? What? You got poisoned without eating? It was only later, through her explanation, that they learned she had encountered a poisonous gas mushroom, which was life-threatening just to smell. What luck! It would be a shame not to buy a lottery ticket since she could find all kinds of poisonous mushrooms. In the end, Angel Wings could only patiently wait for fresh mushrooms to hit the market before buying them. Chapter 69. Ponyville Parent-Teacher Conference. Ponyville School provides lunch. But the lunch menu isn't great. Hay, carrots, cabbage, shredded potatoes, almost entirely cheap agricultural products, and the food is very poorly made. How is Pear Jam's cooking? It's quite good. The best cake maker in Ponyville, Miss Cake, had previously received her help. So, among the little ponies who brought lunch from home, Apple Lily's was the most plentiful. Hay, apples, salad dressing, mashed potatoes. It looked quite plain, but tasted great. Sweetheart Baby's parents, including her sisters and she, often weren't home, so no one made her lunch, and she had to eat at school. After taking another portion of school lunch, she took a bite of the shredded potatoes. Wow, so spicy. Eye-catching. Lulu looked closely at her lunch tray. This is shredded potatoes with ginger. Who puts ginger in shredded potatoes? Sweetheart Baby really wanted to throw her lunch tray away, but the school doesn't allow wasting food, so she had to eat it. They were eating tasteless food, except for Apple Lily, who was very happy. Tiara, who was nearby, felt a bit envious, although her food was plentiful. It was all from outside stalls, and she wanted to eat her mother's cooking. But her mom was even more delicate than she was, lying on the bed all day and letting the servants cook. I should come up with an idea to make her cook herself. What method? Got it. Tiara had a plan. She went to Ms. Caney and said, Ms. Caney, can we have some interaction with the parents at the parent-teacher conference next week, like cooking together? That is a great idea, Tiara, Ms. Caney said. So, at the school's monthly parent-teacher conference, Ms. Caney brought this up, causing some parents to panic. What? Cook? This? What is so hard about cooking? It's actually not hard. It's just that cooking in front of so many little ponies could lead to ridicule if it looks bad or tastes bad. Her friend Silva didn't understand. Why do all the parents have to cook with us? If you want to eat your mom's cooking, can't you just have her cook at home? Tiara didn't want her secret to be exposed, so she said, my purpose this time is to see Apple Lily make a fool of herself. Doesn't she always bring the best lunch? If I'm not mistaken, it should be her Granny Smith helping her. Then we can have a good laugh at her. Oh, that sounds good. Silva, unaware of the details, just wanted to see Apple Lily's joke. Then they all brought their parents to school. Tiara's dad Chien Duo couldn't come due to work, so her mom Quan Duo came. Sweetheart Baby's parents weren't home, so her sisters and she came. Apple Lily no longer needed Granny Smith to come and brought her mom Pear Jam instead. There was a teacher who had just returned from the East and, seeing the number of people at the parent-teacher conference, proposed giving a speech. Miss Caney agreed. This Mr. Wu began his speech at the podium. Students, we must understand that our parents' love for us is immense. They wake up early and stay up late just to help us grow up healthy. Crows know to feed their parents. Lambs know to kneel to nurse. Don't we ponies understand emotions even more than they do? Students, please kneel in front of your parents and say, Mom and Dad, you've worked hard. Jinchi, listening below, felt her scalp go numb. What is this? It's all so messy. Then she looked at Sweetheart Baby, who was already crying uncontrollably. Mom, you've worked hard. I'm your sister. Jinchi nearly exploded with anger. Being watched by so many horses was so embarrassing. There was even more embarrassment when Teacher Wu called a few students to the stage to share their feelings. Sweetheart Baby shouted on the stage, Mom and Dad, you've worked hard. Oh, and my sister has worked hard too. What does this also mean? Why drag me into this? Jinchi really wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Apple Lily had nothing to say because she knew her mom had indeed put in a lot for the family, but only Tiara was unhappy. She didn't want to kneel before her mother. However, Quan Duo urged, hurry up, kneel to your mom. With so many classmates watching, Tiara had no choice but to comply, secretly vowing, if anyone helps her make Quan Duo kneel, she will definitely thank them properly. Nearby, Pear Jam asked who that little horse was, and Apple Lily told her it was her classmate. Pear Jam thought that child's mother looked familiar, so she stepped forward for a closer look. Are you Quan Duo? The once lively Quan Duo, upon seeing Pear Jam, looked as scared as if she had seen a ghost, kneeling down. Pear Jam, are you here to get revenge on me? I was just joking back then. Please don't come after me. Why was Quan Duo afraid of Pear Jam? It turned out they had met before, and Quan Duo was jealous that Pear Jam looked better than her, so she made a straw doll and pricked it every day. One day, Quan Duo was told that Pear Jam had died suddenly, cause unknown. Quan Duo thought her straw doll had come to life and was afraid Pear Jam would seek revenge, so she burned the doll but still felt on edge. Now Pear Jam was standing right in front of her, looking pale, still not fully recovered, and looking as young as she did over a decade ago. Wasn't this a ghost? Finally, Teacher Wu said, students, this book A Grateful Heart teaches you how to appreciate your parents, and it's only 100 gold coins. Quan Duo was supposed to make white steamed buns, but what she made turned out yellow. It was unclear whether she made buns or corn buns. Well, She was cooking for me, equivalent to serving me. Tiara declared victory in her heart and took one to eat. Salty. This was the first word that came to Tiara's mind after swallowing it. Looking at Quan Duo and Teacher Wu, both were watching her. Tiara? You have to finish it all. You can't let your mom's efforts go to waste. Tiara guessed that Quan Duo must have added a lot of salt to the flour, which is why it was so salty, and no wonder the buns weren't white. This was a deliberate act of revenge against her. But pear jam made mung bean cake. Simple, convenient, and delicious. Sigh. I lost. I originally wanted to see Apple Lily's embarrassment, but her mom not only looked good, was cultured, and cooked delicious food. She was so much better than my mom. Tiara cried. Chapter 70. The Story of Crystal Lake. Previously, Vice Principal Luna had said that if Yun Bao and her friends won the soccer match, she would take them out for a picnic. Now it was time to make good on that promise, and Luna chose a lakeside in the suburbs for the camping site, which made everyone very happy. There's a lake. Maybe there are fish, and we can catch some, Yun Bao said excitedly. What is so good about fish? Don't we already have enough chicken wings? Rueer asked. You don't understand. The joy of catching fish while camping is unmatched. Yun Bao was eager to go fishing. Who wants to come with me? In the end, Yun Bao had to go to the lake alone to fish. She suddenly noticed there were tents across the way. It seemed someone else had chosen to camp here as well. A few people came out of the tent, and Yun Bao recognized them from afar. It's the students from the Crystal Academy. Why do I keep running into them? Yun Bao felt a bit unhappy. Seeing Yun Bao, Swantian, and Tian also spotted her. It's that clumsy one again. It seems it will be impossible to have a peaceful camping trip this time. What a coincidence. They ended up at the same place as Luna. Luna and Inyun met, both feeling a bit awkward, because Yun Bao kept injuring Xuanqing, leaving the two principals at a loss for words. Principal Inyun, would you like to join us for a picnic? The more, the merrier. Luna stepped forward to invite. Hey, how are you talking? Did I kick you? Yun Bao pointed at Swantian and questioned. Applejack covered Yun Bao's mouth. Just say less. In that case, let's just keep our distance. Luna said, just as Yuhui Shuashuo had said earlier. Yun Bao couldn't catch any fish for a long time, and with Swantian and Tiantian's mockery, she was now boiling with anger. At that moment, Pingqi shouted, Look, I just found a hockey mask in the woods. Xiaodai screamed upon seeing the mask. That's Jason's mask. Which Jason? Is he someone you know? Yuhui Shuashuo asked. Xiaodai shook her head. No, I'm talking about the killer Jason from Friday the 13th. He lives near Crystal Lake, wields a big machete, and always wears a hockey mask. He kills without reason, just for the thrill of it. Wow, Xiaodai, I never thought you would like watching such horror movies. Yuhui Shuashuo said. In fact, Xiaodai didn't like horror movies. It was because she had seen a video of a princess pretending to be a student, and she wanted to watch the whole series. Later, a netizen told her that the movie was called Friday the 13th, and although it was very scary, Xiaodai ended up watching it all just for that scene. In the end, it was all a scam. Who would be so heartless as to deceive innocent Xiaodai? Pingqi asked. Vice Principal Luna, what is the name of this lake? This must be the Crystal Lake where Jason lives. Xiaodai was even more convinced of her guess. The speaker was unintentional, but the listener took it to heart. While Xuanqing was out gathering firewood, she overheard this and came up with a plan to tease them. That night, Yun Bao finally caught a fish, and Pingqi recounted the mask incident to her. Yun Bao grinned and said, Do you want to hear the story of this forest? You're going to tell a ghost story to scare Xiaodai, right? Maguang saw through her intentions. The others came over to see Luna lying on the ground, her head all bloody. Just as they were stunned, a masked figure emerged from the woods, brandishing a big stick and making eerie sounds. It's Jason, Xiaodai exclaimed, then fainted from fright. Yun Bao had no choice but to carry her away. The others ran after them, but Maguang, who was nearsighted, ran slowly and was quickly caught up. They ran to the Crystal Academy's tent and shouted, Come out. There's danger here. Everyone run. Yun Bao had to muster her courage to pull open the tent's zipper. To her surprise, she saw Inyun lying in the tent, her head also covered in blood. Just as she was about to check if she was still breathing, Jason jumped out from another tent, holding a big stick. Faced with the elusive Jason, they could only continue running. His speed was simply too fast. Xiaodai was convinced that they wouldn't be able to escape the clutches of this demon tonight and began to cry out loud. It turned out Jason was also stunned and flustered, saying, I never thought I'd scare someone to tears. That's a woman's voice. Yuhui Shuashuo stepped forward and kicked. Get down. Jason fell to the ground with a cry, and Yuhui Shuashuo stepped on her back. Speak. Who are you? Don't hit me. I'm Shurqin Yaya from Crystal Academy. You once tackled me during a soccer game. She took off the mask, and indeed it was Shurqin Yaya. You all don't need to hide anymore. Come out quickly, or they'll think I did all this. Looking into the woods, many Jasons emerged. Actually, none of this is true. It's all a ruse by Swantian and her friends. aimed at making Yoon bow, and the others think that Jason is everywhere. Luna and Inyun are actually in cahoots. The blood on their heads is just ketchup. You guys are so bad. If you want revenge, just come for me. Why scare Xiaodai? Scaring someone isn't about picking a specific target, right? You're all a team. If you're going to scare someone, shouldn't you scare together? Swantian explained. Knowing the reason made them less scared. But at that moment, another Jason appeared from behind. He was very tall and also wearing a hockey mask. This was a middle-aged man. He spoke, "Who are you? What are you doing?" His voice was very deep, making people a bit uneasy. Pingqi asked, "Did you hire a group performer?" "No." Swantian quickly shook her head. "Unless he asked the real deal." Jason walked over calmly, step by step, and all the girls were frightened, wanting to drive away. But the keys were in Luna's hands. So, they carried the car and ran. The Jason wanted to explain, but they had already run far away. In fact, this man was the local ranger. Due to his ugly appearance, he felt a bit insecure and wore the mask to hide his looks. Today he came to check because he heard a lot of noise, only to end up causing a misunderstanding. Chapter 71, The Foodie Twilight Sparkle. During the monthly exam, Pingqi's score was at the bottom of the class, so Twilight Sparkle often kept her after school to give her extra lessons. However, Pingqi couldn't focus at all, even if Twilight explained clearly. She would still get distracted. You can't use a beer lamp to ignite another beer lamp. It's an alcohol lamp, not a beer lamp. Twilight Sparkle almost laughed in frustration. How can you not even read the words? Report, when I'm hungry, I see stars and words appear double. Pingqi raised her head, her eyes rolling around. Twilight Sparkle looked at the time. It really was lunchtime. When they went to the cafeteria, they realized they had missed the meal time and it was closed. It's all your fault, Momo. You made me miss lunch. How can I have the energy to study now? Pingqi asked. Since there's no food at school, let us go eat outside. Twilight Sparkle suggested. What should we eat outside? Spicy chicken? Pickled chicken feet? Stir-fried kidney? Those are foods that only Eastern people love. The residents of Ponyville prefer hamburgers, fries, and pizza. On a commercial street, there was a Su-style hamburger. This Su-style has nothing to do with Shui Jiao Gu Tu. The owner is called Sut Fei, and he has a unique lamb burger. Although lamb chops are delicious, lamb burgers are still quite rare. To promote his product, he held an eating contest, selecting 20 contestants. Whoever can finish 20 lamb burgers in half an hour would win a prize of $20,000. Those who fail only need to pay a $20 entry fee. It's like paying $20 for a hamburger buffet. Although the prize was substantial, not many people participated because lamb is very popular in the East, but in Ponyville, many people can't stand the lamb smell. However, the prize was tempting. As the saying goes, under a heavy reward, there will surely be brave men. A few people still decided to join the event. Seeing the unfamiliar food, Twilight Sparkle asked, Pingqi, do you want to try that lamb burger? That sounds weird. I can drink sheep milk, but lamb is a no-go. You go eat it. Pingqi shook her head. Twilight Sparkle then paid to sign up. At that moment, 3 people rode up on motorcycles to the shop and said, how can we 3 miss the eating contest? I'm Fan Tong, he has Fan Pan, and he has Fan Gang. We 3 can eat. One of us will definitely win the championship of this eating contest. It turned out to be the 3 brothers of eating. Someone who knew them said, it said that they don't know hunger when they eat. They eat until full and even eat in their sleep. You flatter us, Fan Tong said proudly. At this time, the 20 contestants were gathered, and Sut Fei was about to start the contest when a burly man stepped out. I heard there are lamb burgers here. I really want to try one. Boss, could you grant me this request? Sut Fei looked closely. Isn't this the foodie king Robert? Not only can he eat, but he is also a bodybuilder. Hey, if a popular contestant like him joins my contest, my shop will gain fame. He then said to Twilight Sparkle, could you please give up your spot? Sut Fei was referring to Twilight Sparkle, as she was the only girl among the 20 contestants. Twilight Sparkle was very unhappy. I've paid. If you don't give me a suitable reason to withdraw, I will complain about you. Sut Fei was a bit troubled. And then one contestant said, since there's a contestant like Robert, I'll have the self-awareness to withdraw. That contestant withdrew and gave his spot to Robert. Robert looked at Twilight Sparkle. Little girl, you look pretty small. I'm afraid you'll burst your stomach after eating 3. Thanks for your reminder. Twilight Sparkle didn't pay much attention, as her goal was just to taste the lamb burger. Winning didn't matter to her. Soon, the burgers were served. To help with the greasiness, there were onions and drinks on the side. Robert didn't care and grabbed a burger to stuff into his mouth. Before he could swallow the first one, the second was already at his lips. Meanwhile, Twilight Sparkle was slowly enjoying the taste of her burger. Robert had already eaten 2, while she had only taken a third of hers. Haha, at this speed, you dare to join the eating contest. Robert couldn't help but laugh at her. Others saw this and started laughing along. Twilight Sparkle ignored them and continued to eat her burger slowly. Seeing Twilight Sparkle's unhurried manner, Robert became even more frantic. Humph. You just keep eating slowly. Soon, I'll show you that a little girl doesn't deserve to participate in this contest. What was he saying? It turned out he choked. He forgot one thing. Eating should be chewed slowly and shouldn't be talked loudly while eating. He broke both rules. The lamb meat is tougher than chicken. He didn't chew properly, and the meat got stuck in his throat, making it impossible to swallow or spit it out. Other contestants were the same and began to withdraw in defeat. From 20 people, only Twilight Sparkle and Robert were left. Robert was still choking on that piece of lamb. In contrast, Twilight Sparkle was chewing slowly, having no such issue. This lamb tastes good. Although she was eating slowly, she eventually surpassed Robert. Robert was very angry. How can I lose to a little girl? I'm going to shove the last few into my mouth. Just as he brought the burger to his lips, the lamb's smell hit his nose, and he felt his stomach churn, turning around and throwing up all over the place. Wow. Everyone watched Robert's miserable defeat, holding their noses and taking photos with their phones. Robert weakly looked at Twilight Sparkle. He couldn't even count his words before passing out. Fortunately, Soot Faye had anticipated this and had an ambulance take him away. The final champion was undoubtedly Twilight Sparkle. Although she only ate 10, all her competitors withdrew midway. So she was the last one standing in the arena. Even Twilight Sparkle was a bit incredulous. I won? Yes, that's right. You won. Here's your prize. And we also have a half-price coupon for Sue-style burgers. Please come again next time. Soot Faye gave her everything. Pinchy was watching excitedly from the side and messaged Yunbao. Twilight Sparkle is the champion of the eating contest. After seeing it, Yunbao sent it to Xiaodai. Mumu is the eating champion. Xiaodai sent it to Rarity. Mumu can eat a lot. Rarity sent it to Yuhui. Mumu has eaten her family out of house and home. Thus, this matter spread from 1 person to 10 to 100, and became more and more exaggerated. Someone wanted to date Twilight Sparkle, but his classmates stopped him. You want to date her? Do you know that she has put her parents into debt? Do you have that much money? Oh dear. I can't even guarantee that I have meat in every meal for a month. It seems like this one can't afford it. Although there are many rumors. Twilight Sparkle doesn't take them to heart. If you have time to chat about this, don't you have time to review? Chapter 72, Major Layoffs at Friendship Academy. ZUF founded the Friendship Academy to teach the animals of Ponyville about the knowledge of friendship. Later, when ZUF became a princess, the position of principal of the Friendship Academy fell to Starlight Glimmer. Although friendship is beautiful, very few understand its importance. In the early stages, there weren't enough students recruited, and Starlight Glimmer was a bit anxious. How could she explain to ZUF if she couldn't recruit enough students? Later, she came up with an idea. Any animal that comes here to study would receive a free lunch. This trick was learned from the church. Sure enough, after the news of the free lunch spread, yaks, ponies, and griffins all came in groups. There were young ones, middle-aged ones, and even elderly ones. Starlight Glimmer asked, "Are you so old and still here to learn about friendship? As long as there's a free lunch, I'll come even without an ant." What is this all about? Starlight Glimmer was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. As for ZUF, ever since she became a princess, she realized one thing. As the ruler of Ponyville, she could no longer be as carefree as before. A ruler should have the demeanor of a ruler and must establish authority among the people. Later, she thought of the Friendship Academy and called Starlight Glimmer to ask how the students were doing in learning about friendship. If you say it's bad, it's not really bad, just not worth looking at. Do you see the answers in my hand? None of those animals wrote anything on the exam paper. ZUF took the exam paper and saw that the writing on it was a mess. These were not even words. It was clearly scribbles. Starlight Glimmer, how did you find these students? How could you recruit animals that can't even recognize big characters as students? Then why can't they even answer questions about friendship knowledge? This shouldn't require writing, right? Did they even pay attention in class? ZUF took out another report card and asked Starlight Glimmer. Starlight Glimmer really had no choice but to say, they never thought of studying seriously. They clearly came for the free lunch. I heard them chatting before, and it was all about discussing what to eat for lunch. Moreover, some animals only came for a few days and then stopped coming, because after they got full, they wouldn't come again, waiting until they were hungry again to return. How could they possibly do well like this? Isn't this just being greedy for small advantages? ZUF was very angry. The free lunch at the school is for those who really come to study. But some people, under the pretense of studying, are just here to eat and drink. I absolutely cannot allow this to continue. What should we do then? Starlight Glimmer asked. Since ZUF has said so, Starlight Glimmer had no choice but to comply. All right, I will absolutely follow the arrangements and always follow the princess. After hearing this news, the ponies, changelings, and dragons all discussed among themselves. In the end, they concluded that they could no longer just eat and drink for free. In fact, such things are very common. Whether in real companies or in game guilds, inactive people will always be the first to be cleaned out. After Starlight Glimmer gave the order, some who were self-aware left one after another. But there were still some who were lucky and planned to continue staying here. Starlight Glimmer knew it well. But she couldn't completely drive them away. They should be given another chance, right? However, giving a chance doesn't mean allowing them to continue deceiving for food and drink. The next day, they continued to teach knowledge about friendship. Finally, when it was lunchtime, these people wanted to go to the cafeteria to eat, but Starlight Glimmer stopped them. Wait, I've brought you lunch, bento boxes. Inside, there are fresh grass, salad, mashed potatoes, apples. There are quite a few good things. Since some useless ones were driven away, the extra money could be used to improve the meals. Just as they were about to come up to take it, Starlight Glimmer waved her hand. Hey, wait a minute. I just shared many friendship stories in class, such as the friendship between Guan and Bao, the bond between Boya and Ziqi, and the stories of severing ties. Now, whoever can tell me its meaning will get lunch. But still, a large part was just there to eat and drink, so they didn't pay attention at all. The answers they gave were completely off the mark, and Starlight Glimmer angrily said, "You all want to eat? I can only give you one word, scram." The students who were scolded were still unconvinced. We stayed in the classroom for a whole day. Can't you at least give us something to eat before we leave? You think just because you stayed here for a day, I'll provide you food? Should I let you sit in the palace for a day and give you a king in return? This is a school, not a church. It's already very nice that I didn't charge you tuition, yet you still don't study hard and only think about eating and drinking. Starlight Glimmer criticized them mercilessly. Starlight Glimmer was right. When Ziyue established the Friendship Academy, she said that no tuition fees would be charged and all fees would be waived. Now even lunch is included, and it's still a good meal. Where does this money come from? It's all from the palace, and it's not money that comes easily. Can I feel pain spending it? After Starlight Glimmer said this, those who wanted to continue staying had to leave, and only the ponies who truly wanted to learn remained. Starlight Glimmer did not treat them unfairly. She took out delicious food and helped them as well. A month later, Ziyue called Starlight Glimmer to check on the progress of the students at the Friendship Academy. Starlight Glimmer handed over a satisfactory report, and Ziyue was also very pleased with Starlight Glimmer's performance this time. Chapter 73, Stubborn Applejack, got up early, took food with her, and wanted to go to Whitetail Forest to enjoy the maple leaves. It is said that the morning air is the freshest, and couldn't wait to absorb some fresh air. Upon arriving in the woods, she took a deep breath. She thought it would be refreshing, but instead, it was a pungent and irritating smell. Phew, what is that smell? A wave of foul odor made her dizzy, and following the source of the smell, she found a pile of fermented manure, which was where the smell was coming from. A gust of wind blew, and that sourness was authentic. Where did this manure come from? As was pondering, she saw Applejack pulling a small cart over, dumping out what was inside. It was all manure. I should have guessed that anything related to farm products would have something to do with her, thought to herself. However, she couldn't say this in front of Applejack. So she politely approached and asked, "Oh, dear Applejack, what are you doing?" I'm stacking this manure here, and after the leaves fall, mixing it with these dead branches and leaves, it will become high-quality fertilizer." "Oh, that's indeed true. But, Applejack, don't you think this smell is a bit pungent? What if passing ponies smell it?" "Hey, I can't be bothered with that. I'm off to continue my farming work." Applejack pulled her cart away, was furious. But getting angry was useless, so she decided to find a place to sit and enjoy the scenery. She chose a spot where she couldn't see or smell the manure and began her picnic. Here, she could see vast fields and enjoy the broadleaf forest with fallen leaves, paired with this strawberry tart. It was truly wonderful. Just as was about to take a bite of the strawberry tart, a plume of smoke entered her nostrils, choking her, and she coughed repeatedly. Cough, cough. Where did that thick smoke come from? Looking towards the fields, Applejack was burning something. Asked, "Applejack, what are you doing now?" "But didn't the mayor say? Burning straw is prohibited. What you're doing is polluting the air," said. Applejack was a bit angry. "Nonsense. How is straw polluting the air? Isn't the gas emitted by city factories worse than this? Besides, don't the potatoes and soybeans you eat need wood ash?" They were arguing when Rainbow Dash flew down from the sky. "So it turns out you created all these dark clouds. Applejack, you've put me in such a tough spot. What did I do to you? What should we do then? These straws can't turn into ash if they don't burn. Are we just going to throw them away? That would be such a waste." Applejack still didn't want to miss out on this fertilizer. "You're the one being foolish. Can straw even burn? And with so much straw, how long would it take to burn it all?" Applejack retorted. I can't take this anymore. If you keep this up, I will tell the mayor. Go ahead. Our apple family is the agricultural production base appointed by the Cosmic Princess. The mayor has no right to stop our agricultural preparations. But Applejack didn't hold back, taking advantage of her family's special status given by the Cosmic Princess, becoming more and more reckless. For example, she occupied the road to dry rice and corn, forcing other ponies to take detours. Another example was the bus in Ponyville, which was filled with a big bag of wheat from Applejack, leaving other ponies to hold their belongings while riding the bus. She was satisfied, but the other ponies were not. Applejack had become a bit too self-satisfied. We need to find someone sensible to let her know that it can't just be convenient for her, but for all the other ponies too, Jinchi said to Rainbow Dash. Who can we find? Should we ask Twilight? Oh, she will definitely ask us to be more tolerant, because Applejack's backing is the Cosmic Princess. And Twilight will absolutely not interfere with Applejack. Rainbow Dash rolled her eyes. Speaking of power, Jinchi thought of a pony named Starlight Glimmer. Does this kind of small matter really need the principal to manage? Starlight Glimmer looked at the two of them. Haha. The Apple family is so powerful in Ponyville that no pony dares to provoke her. Only you dare to oppose her. Why do I feel like you're pushing me into the fire pit? But fine. I'll handle it. Applejack was drying grains on the road when Starlight Glimmer noticed a water truck coming. Make way, make way. Hey, you just soaked all my grains. Applejack blocked her. Oh, is this road yours? How dare you dry your stuff here? Although it's not my family's, it's also not yours, and you can't water it here. Not my family's. Let me tell you, as long as I say a word, the whole street is under my control. Starlight Glimmer boasted. And the principal walked over to mediate, while Starlight Glimmer pointed at him. I ask you if I can manage. Yes, yes. The principal nodded vigorously. You're abusing your power. Applejack pointed at Starlight Glimmer. Don't you also use the title of being appointed by the Cosmic Princess to gain a lot of conveniences? That seems to be true. Oh my. I didn't even realize I was also using power and became just as bad as Starlight Glimmer. Why does that sound so awkward? After this incident, Applejack became much more restrained, no longer placing farm fertilizers in crowded places, not occupying bus compartments, and not drying grains on the road. After she corrected these bad habits, everyone began to view her more favorably, and ponies were more willing to buy her products. Chapter 74. Strict Measures Against Romance. Timber Spruce, also known as Spruce Brownwood, likes Twilight Sparkle. Ever since that party, he hadn't seen Twilight Sparkle again, so he really wanted to see her one more time. But Gloriosa Daisy told him that they were from two different worlds and could never be together. No, I believe that as long as we meet again, she will fall in love with me again. Timber was very confident in his looks. He had heard that Twilight Sparkle was attending Canterlot High School. In order to meet his love, he went to Canterlot High School alone. At that time, Canterlot High School was implementing strict measures against young couples. The reason was that two students fell in love, and when the teacher caught them, they were defiant and claimed they would get someone to deal with the teacher. In the end, that teacher was beaten by a stranger on the street and, when caught by the police, revealed that someone had hired him to be a thug. If it were before, I would have had a partner. But, well, we broke up a long time ago. Don't boys always do that? Yesterday they swore eternal love to you. Today they're with another little filly, and the day after tomorrow they find another rich lady. Radiant Dawn said while glancing at a Kun beside her, who awkwardly smiled. Dating? What dating? Focus on studying. Twilight Sparkle took out her books. They were all about exploring the world's unsolved mysteries, not a single romance novel in sight. It seemed Twilight was not the romantic type. She wasn't the romantic type. But Akun was. Although he liked Jinchi from Ponyville, they were not of the same kind, making it hard for them to be together. So, he could only start from scratch with Twilight Sparkle to build their relationship. However, an uninvited guest arrived. Timber transferred to Twilight's class as a new student. Akun knew that his rival had arrived. Radiant Dawn was also wary of him since she had already noticed the flirtation between them. Timber was unaware that the school had banned dating, and when the teacher asked him to introduce himself, he said, "My name is Timber Spruce. I transferred to this class to pursue my dream girl." After that, he kept throwing flirtatious glances at Twilight Sparkle. This guy must have read too many romance novels. Thinking this would be romantic, but it attracted Principal Celestia. Didn't you tell me you came here to study hard and improve? You're here to chase girls. You're expelled. Timber, just enrolled. Was expelled? He was still a bit unconvinced. Principal Celestia, since you want to expel me, then tell me what school rule I violated so I can accept it. You're still not convinced? Then let me state your charges. First, your purpose for coming to school is to date, not to study, which violates school rules. Second, you told me you came to study, but in reality, it was to chase girls, deceiving the principal. Third, in public, you were winking at female students. which is teasing respectable women. With your kind of improper behavior, why should we keep you at our school? Exactly. Expel him. That way, no one will compete with me for Twilight Sparkle. Timber was kicked out, but he didn't feel discouraged. He approached Vice Principal Luna, took out $500 from his pocket. Vice Principal, I really want to improve. Just give me a chance to work in the school, and I can give you my first month's salary. Luna took the money. I'm helping you not because of the money, but because I need money. Luna also didn't know how to make excuses. In the end, she arranged for him a job cleaning the campus. And he finally got to stay in school as he wished. He would observe from there, as long as he could see his crush. It was worth a bit of hardship. Later, he noticed that Akun often appeared around Twilight Sparkle, and she was very polite to him. He felt his heart breaking. Why do I feel like I have a bit of green on my head? In fact, he was mistaken. He literally had green hair. Moreover, Twilight Sparkle had never clearly expressed her liking for Timber, which made him seem a bit narcissistic. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. The next time you meet secretly, I will sneak a photo and send it to the principal. Let her expel you. Timber secretly made up his mind, waiting for that day to come. It's always a surprise to meet relatives at a market. Sure enough, Timber saw Akun and Twilight Sparkle walking together into the bamboo forest at school, making him tremble with anger. They won't be doing that, will they? No way. Today. You must pay the price. I love you like a mouse loves rice. Principal Celestia appeared before Timber when she heard the word love. Who said love? Timber raised his hand. It was me. But you should focus on those two in the bamboo forest. Principal Celestia shouted towards the bamboo forest. Why don't you come out already? Twilight Sparkle and Akun came out. But they both had bamboo and bamboo leaves in their hands. What are you going to do with these things? The principal asked. Although the principal had been strict about relationships lately, he was quite understanding about other matters. What is the big deal about students picking a couple of bamboo leaves and branches? They were released without charges. As for you, why are you making false accusations? The principal pointed at him and took a closer look. Why do you look so familiar? Aren't you the student I expelled last week? No longer a student. Now working as a janitor. Who recommended you? It was Vice Principal Luna who arranged it. Tybell honestly replied. I really came here for Twilight Sparkle. We had a good relationship before, right? Just dancing can't be considered a good relationship, Twilight Sparkle said. In fact, Twilight Sparkle wasn't a bad person. But she couldn't admit it. Goodness, saying in front of the principal that she had feelings for him? Does she still want to attend school? Moreover, Tybell's emotional intelligence was too low. He shouldn't have been so honest and mentioned how Vice Principal Luna arranged his job. Not to mention, whether Celestia would hold her accountable for this. He had already offended Luna, making it impossible for him to stay in school. Chapter 75, An Unusual Ending. In one episode of My Little Pony, Twilight Sparkle wrote a single issue about her and her friends' previous stories and sent it out for every pony to read, which ended up bringing disaster to her friends. Rarity was blacklisted by other ponies due to her arrogance. Pinkie Pie was ridiculed for being too cheerful. Applejack was taken advantage of by fake fans for her kindness. Fluttershy was questioned by ponies because of her weak personality. And Rainbow Dash was surrounded by many little fans for her cool moves. It's not hard to see that this episode was a message from Hasbro to the audience. After My Little Pony aired, it became very popular among children. But as the saying goes, where there are forests, there are all kinds of birds, some envious individuals. Under the guise of liking a certain character, belittled others, causing disputes among the fans of different characters. Therefore, the book started with a statement prohibiting readers from belittling each other. Among them, Rarity was the most unfortunate. Ponies rejected her, businesses canceled orders. And Rarity couldn't survive in Ponyville or even the whole of Equestria. In reality, it was no better than the plot, because someone liked a rare apple. They were attacked by self-proclaimed Rainbow Dash fans. Even when you search for My Little Pony Rarity, recommended entries might pop up asking why Rarity is so annoying. Why is Rarity's personality so arrogant? The reason is simple. Each pony must have their own personality. If you look closely, you'll find that their personalities are all different, making it easier for the audience to distinguish them. Therefore, Rarity's tsundere nature is not voluntary. It's arranged by the author. After all, she is a princess. Didn't you see how many reporters traveled from afar just for Twilight's autograph? Isn't a princess's autograph worth more than that of an ordinary author? Since the title of this episode is An Unusual Ending, it's clear that I, the author, wanted to solve the farce in another way. Who can resolve it? Of course, it's Starlight Glimmer from this book. However, Starlight Glimmer in this book is different from the one in the anime, as she is a real power player. The secretary of the Ponyville Provincial Committee, essentially a governor in a federal system. Some might say, how could Starlight hold such a high position? In fact, it's possible. Let me analyze it for you. First, Starlight is Twilight's student and her most important assistant. What is Twilight's status? the next legal heir of Equestria. A ministerial-level official. Can Starlight's status be low? Moreover, the main characters and the princesses were all captured by the changelings. And it was Starlight and her friends who rescued them. The so-called merit of saving the princess. Shouldn't Starlight be rewarded with a high official position? Even Spike represents the dragon family of Equestria. In reality, he would be the Minister of Foreign Affairs. First, Starlight called Ponyville's mayor. The ponies in Ponyville are too unruly. Let me take care of them. First, for those who threatened to expel Rarity from Ponyville, Starlight arrested them all for deliberately tarnishing another's reputation. Of course, they wouldn't comply and would shout in prison, "Why are we being arrested?" At this moment, Shining Armor came out and said, "I have the final say here. If I say you're guilty, then you're guilty. Sign here quickly." As for Pinkie Pie, that was too easy. Since she loves to laugh, she would be sent to a mental hospital where she could laugh all she wanted. By then, she wouldn't even be able to cry. At that time, she would understand the meaning of the saying that every temple has its ghosts. Fluttershy's situation was also simple. Starlight made herself and Fluttershy ride those arrogant ponies. 3 hits to shatter your dreams of heroism. With 3 whips, they would know their place. Rainbow Dash's issue was easily resolved by sending a message to her teacher, asking the teacher to assign homework every day after school, 2 exam papers plus a practice workbook for each subject. If they wrote it correctly, it was fine. But if they got even one question wrong, they would have to copy that question 20 times until they understood it. With that amount of homework, let alone listening to Rainbow Dash's stories, it would be uncertain if they could finish their homework before bedtime. Finally, for Applejack, they wouldn't be expelled, but rather made to stay and help with farm work. Moreover, the next time they came to visit, they should bring 2 pounds of fresh grass. After all, no one visits empty-handed. After Starlight arranged these matters, they wouldn't dare to circle around Pinkie Pie. They wouldn't be able to escape. Wait, isn't this interfering with their normal lives? Twilight questioned Starlight. How can they live ordinary lives like this? Starlight was momentarily stunned, then laughed. Oh, Twilight, you're really cute, thinking about getting rich through hard work. In reality, at my level, I could just lie at home and let other ponies do the work. You know, we are ponies, not workhorses. We don't need to live such a hard life. In fact, she didn't have to do any of this. In the end, regardless of how these ponies felt, Starlight would tell them, "Remember, don't say anything that's not conducive to unity in the future." Under Starlight's arrangement, the riot stopped, and those troublemaking ponies received their due punishment. However, such a plot wouldn't appear because My Little Pony is fundamentally a children's anime and wouldn't have too many power-themed stories. Our novel is different. Writing what is not in the anime counts as innovation. Otherwise, what is the point of reading the novel? Chapter 76, Twilight's Birthday. January 6th is Twilight's birthday, and her friends all came to celebrate. Although she said she didn't want a grand party, when girls say no, they often mean yes. As a party master, and since Twilight is her good friend, Pinkie Pie was determined to take charge of Twilight's birthday party. Although last year's was quite grand, this year she wanted to make it even more splendid. First, she prepared Twilight's favorite foods, burgers, fries, and pudding. Pinkie wasn't sure if Twilight liked pudding, but when she mentioned it before, her expression was full of joy. Let us prepare some pudding. Twilight went out to relax, leaving the office to Starlight. While Starlight was reviewing documents, a pony walked in. "I heard today is Princess Twilight's birthday, and I prepared a gift for her. The princess is resting today. If you have something to say, tell me." Starlight looked at him. I need to give my gift in front of her," he insisted. "What is so mysterious?" Starlight snatched the item, opened it, and saw mini dumplings, but instead of being filled with sesame paste, they were filled with gold coins. It's my family's custom. As long as you eat a dumpling with a gold coin, it means you'll be prosperous this year. I made sure every dumpling has a gold coin," he explained. "You're quite thoughtful. But don't you know that Ziyue dislikes bribery the most? I'll keep this money for you, and I'll make sure the gift gets to Ziyue. If the gift can be delivered, it's better than not delivering it at all." The horse said some polite words and turned to leave. Is this considered helping him? Zingwangi thinks this is just lining his own pockets, putting the valuable things in his own pocket and giving Ziyue the worthless ones. I don't know whose birthday it really is. It's the princess's birthday. So naturally many nobles send gifts, especially since Zingwangi said, "Ziyue doesn't have to take them, but you can't not send them. Let us buy a gift to send." Hey, why is Suilong being so polite to them? Oh, I see. These 3 must be very wealthy. That's why Suilong is so polite to them. Let us see what they send. The gifts are in Ziyue's office. Zingwangi opened the gift box. It's a My Little Pony card pack. There are Huenyu 3 and Rainbow 2 cards. Hey, My Little Pony characters playing My Little Pony card games. That's quite fresh. Zingwangi opened it, and found it was all cards. Every box was also filled with cards. Not a single bank card in sight. At this time, the 5 little ponies in the hall got bored and wandered around. By chance, they came to Ziyue's office and saw Xingguangyi unpacking the gifts they sent to Ziyue. So they asked, "What are you doing?" They caught her. The atmosphere became a little awkward. Xingguangyi picked up the cards and said, "Do you think Ziyue is easy to talk to, so you can send gifts casually? Is this called a gift? Can these things be given to a princess? Does the princess even value these things?" After saying that, she threw all the cards at their faces, taking the initiative. One of the little ponies, with tears in her eyes, said, "I knew it. After Ziyue became a princess, she wouldn't recognize us old friends at all. Boo-hoo." After saying that, she cried and ran out. The others followed her out. "Hey, their self-esteem is quite low. Just a few words and they can't take it," Xingguangyi muttered. Just then, Ziyue rushed in. "Where are they? Where are they?" After hearing this, Ziyue was furious. "Xingguangyi, I can ignore you unpacking the gifts from the nobles, but you absolutely should not ridicule my friends in Canterlot. You really make me very angry." Suilong told her, "They are Ziyue's friends and classmates in Canterlot, named Yuwu, Shanshanliang, Ningming Zixin, Tianqin, and Minatai. Their essay saying that a brief separation is better than a new marriage, especially since they haven't seen each other for a long time." What? Xingguangyi just realized how big of a mistake she made. "Disorder," Xingguangyi shouted. Disorder was fixing her nails on the windowsill and asked, "What is the matter, Secretary Xingguang?" "Not difficult, but can you give me Roro's card? Is it this one?" "Oh, great. This matter is as simple as moving a finger." "Xingguangyi, is this the attitude you should have when apologizing?" Ziyue asked. "Look." Xingguangyi showed a difficult expression. Although they were very dissatisfied with Xingguangyi's previous attitude, she had already apologized. So there was no need to hold grudges. So they forgave Xingguangyi and sat down to chat with Ziyue. Old classmates are different. If it were other little ponies, they would be thinking about how to curry favor with Ziyue. But Shanshanliang and the others spoke only about their stories in Canterlot, and Ziyue listened earnestly, especially Yuewu. She was Ziyue's best friend in childhood. She said to Ziyue, "I missed your party before, but I made it to your birthday party this time, hoping to leave a surprise." Speaking of surprises, a knocking sound came from outside the door. Ziyue went to open the door and was hit by a party cannon from Biki, followed by the sound of dozens of colorful fireworks, corresponding to Ziyue's age. "Come, Ziyue, pudding cake, do you want to try?" Biki took out a piece of pudding cake. Although she didn't know how it was made nonetheless. The pudding made Ziyue's eyes shine brightly. Finally, Ro and the others also came out, standing on Ziyue's left side, while her friends from Canterlot were on her right. New and old friends surrounded Ziyue on both sides and said to her, "Happy birthday, Ziyue." Then they sang the birthday song, and Ziyue had a joyful birthday. Chapter 77, Strength Lies in Oneself. Shirchin Yaya started. "Yina, do you like reading?" "Yes. Reading can increase knowledge and cultivate sentiment." "Oh, then what kind of books do you like to read?" "There are many: history, science, culture, and I also like online novels." "Then you must have read a lot of books, right?" "The well-known ones I know, the unknown ones I don't." "Have you read The Life of the Fearless Pegasus?" I really haven't read it. But from the name, it should be an online novel, right?" "Hey, you might not have heard of this novel, but you know the author of this book." "I know. Let me think. I don't think any of the authors I know have written this genre." "Hey, how could there be none? Think carefully." "I really can't think of it. Can you tell me?" "Me? Oh, so it's you. Hey, I was wondering why I couldn't guess it. If you hadn't said, I probably would never have guessed. But how is your work?" "Very good. In my book, there hasn't been a single bad review so far. It seems your writing is quite good, receiving a lot of praise from readers." Actually, there hasn't even been a single good review." "Oh, so that means there are no comments at all?" "Don't laugh at me. This is actually the best kind." "How is that the best?" "Think about it. If what you write doesn't meet the reader's expectations, and when you open the post every day, it's all readers cursing the author, saying, 'What have you done to my main character?' Wouldn't that tie your hands and feet, making you afraid to continue writing according to your own ideas?" Indeed, some improper remarks should never be listened to. Also, writing well is not enough. Sometimes you write 2 pieces in a day, and just after publishing, readers urge you to update. Then your supervisor will come to urge you to. You say, at that time, if you want to go shopping, eat a nice meal, or play a game. Wouldn't you have no time? Right? The more accomplished a person is, the more they have to do. But I'm different. I don't have to worry about being cursed by readers, and I don't have to be urged to update. Isn't that better than other authors? You are just making excuses for your laziness. If you don't work hard, how can you convince yourself that you have tried? But I had no results after working hard. How could there be no gains after putting in effort? Strength lies in oneself. Come on, read your work to me. and I'll help you analyze it. Isn't that too embarrassing? Look, if you don't even have confidence in your own work, how can you expect others to think highly of it? That makes sense. Then I'll read a summary of my work. Hello, dear readers, this is my created work. The story has a high pony content, and all the characters in the work are not human. Wait a minute. Why did it start to insult people while reading? What do you mean all the characters are not human? Because my book is called The Life of the Fearless Pegasus. All the characters in the story are ponies. So the pony content is high, and the characters are not human. Is that what you mean? But writing the summary like this is not good. It's easy to mislead people. So that's how it is. Does that mean my work is a failure? Not to say it's hopeless. It can actually be declared dead. Really? It's okay. I have another piece. You have other works? It seems you are quite serious. Let me see. Oh. Yuna turned her back and pretended to vomit. Hey, what are you doing? Acting like that in front of me, huh? I'm not saying you, Shirchinyaya. But how can your time travel story be like this? Hey, what is wrong with it? I see that the time travel stories on the market are all the same. They are just new works with a different skin. So I want to reform. I want to innovate. Things that others dare not write. That haven't been written before. I want to write. I want to be the first person to eat the crab. You are ambitious. But you need to understand that you are a newcomer and cannot do anything out of line. You can only do what newcomers are supposed to do. Don't cross the boundaries. When Yuna said this, it was firm and decisive. Yuna, I hope you can understand me at this moment. I really want to improve. Want to improve? Then look at what you've done. As a newcomer, you should follow the main group and be self-sufficient. What do you want? To stand out from the crowd? How many times have I said that when others are asleep, you may not be able to sleep, but you must lie down and pretend to be asleep? I understand now. Later, I used Yuna's method. I switched careers and rewrote news headlines. And the effect was surprisingly good. Look at that. I taught well. Unfortunately, just a few days later, my account was banned. No, I only wrote what the audience liked. The common stuff online. Oh, I mostly guessed it. You were following the marketing accounts, right? Those rely entirely on stirring people's emotions to gain traffic, so naturally, there is plenty of traffic at first, but it dies down later. You can't just see the thief eating meat and not see the thief getting beaten. Oh, I can't help it. I'm just afraid of being neglected. I don't want to continue being ignored. I want everyone to notice me. Shirchin gazed affectionately at Yuna. Haven't you always said you really want to improve? In real life, everyone is improving every day. When you take a step forward, others also take a step forward. In that case, you've advanced a step, but the people around you haven't pulled away from you. What you need to do is not always improve. As long as you keep up with yourself, that counts as progress. Truly, listening to you is better than studying for 10 years. So from today on, I will start again. Start writing again. Forget it. You clearly didn't understand my words. The two bowed to the audience and left the stage amidst applause. As for the meaning of the crosstalk they shared, it's left for everyone to ponder. Chapter 78, Going Home for the New Year. At the airport in Ponyville, Shirchin anxiously looked around. Why haven't they arrived yet? She seemed to be waiting for someone. Who could it be? Soon, the person she was waiting for arrived. Twilight Sparkle. I knew you could speak Chinese, but I didn't expect you to speak in rhymes too. Amazing. Shirchin gave a thumbs up in praise. Twilight Sparkle came to Huaxia not only because she admired their civilization, but mainly because of their delicious food. A place's environment nourishes its people. I wonder what the food in Huaxia is like. I want to experience it. You won't be disappointed. Let's get on the plane. Shirchin and Twilight Sparkle boarded the plane, flying directly from Ponyville to Huaxia. With a few words exchanged, they quickly arrived in Huaxia, at Shirchin's hometown. This is an urbanized area. Although it is a city, there are still many urban villages. To get to Shirchin's home, they have to pass through a village before reaching another urban area. And then they arrive at Shirchin's house. Shirchin led the way, and the atmosphere was festive. Since it was a village area, there were vendors selling goods along the way, like candied hawthorns, couplets, and candied chestnuts. Twilight Sparkle had only seen these online, but had never encountered them in reality. After buying a skewer of candied hawthorns, Twilight Sparkle asked, "Aren't you eating? Is there a homeless person ahead?" Twilight Sparkle looked ahead. There are no homeless people. Just a group of aunties sitting there chattering away, talking about who knows what. Twilight Sparkle obviously couldn't understand, because they were speaking the local dialect. Being upright. One need not fear shadows. Since you haven't done anything wrong, why fear what they say? Because there is nothing to be said. Sometimes, a person who hasn't done anything can be accused more severely than a criminal. Twilight Sparkle didn't understand why Shirchin was so scared, but since she said so, she decided to hide. Why did I have to speak up about this? Shirchin had no choice but to grit her teeth and move forward with Twilight Sparkle. Naturally, Twilight Sparkle was fine. The village's old ladies hadn't seen her before, and they were speaking in a dialect she didn't understand. So they could say whatever they wanted. Shirchin was different. People on the road still asked her if she hadn't been abducted. How did she escape? I really would like to thank you. When they arrived at Shirchin's house, her mother warmly welcomed them, asking Twilight Sparkle if she had eaten and if she was cold. Shirchin raised her hand. Mom, your daughter is here. I've heard that people from Huaxiao are very hospitable, but I didn't expect them to be so enthusiastic. Then her mother took out pancakes and rolled them with green onions and bean paste. Shirchin grinned. Mom, people from Ponyville don't like to eat like this. But Twilight Sparkle still took it and ate it with gusto. She didn't know if it was because she was hungry or what. Shima pulled Shirchin over. Honestly, who is this girl? This person is remarkable. She is our principal's sister-in-law. Oh, you're actually friends with the principal's sister-in-law. It seems you're doing quite well there. Shirchin thought to herself, doing well? She and I aren't in the same school. There's no benefit in flattering her. Twilight Sparkle took out her own gifts from her backpack. Auntie, this is a small gift. Please accept it. She had heard that when visiting a friend's house, one should not go empty-handed. So she bought some cheese, milk, and sandwiches. Didn't you tell me not to buy things? If I told you not to buy, would you not buy? Why did you go to Ponyville despite my objections? I was left speechless by this. No, wait, I remember you have a brother. Doesn't he get a holiday during the New Year? Coming from a moderately well-off family, Twilight Sparkle naturally didn't understand how important money was to this family. But as an outsider, she felt it inappropriate to mention it. I think your father must regret it a lot, right? Twilight Sparkle said. On New Year's Eve, every household was brightly lit, and Twilight Sparkle was spending her first New Year in Huaxiao, but the atmosphere in her home seemed a bit cold. Even though they were talking continuously. This time, Shirchin's dad didn't chase her away. Instead, he held her hand and cried inconsolably. The originally quiet home became lively with the presence of one more person. Although she was an outsider, she felt the warmth inside. Chapter 79, Evil Begets Evil. A small dog was walking on the road when suddenly a motorcycle came and knocked it down. The person in the car picked it up and drove away. At the mouth of an alley, a dog was lying there sleeping lazily while several masked people surrounded it with sticks, beating the dog to death before putting it in a bag and taking it away. There were many similar incidents. And these people eventually took the dogs to a place called Luji Fragrant Meat Shop. It was reported that this so-called fragrant meat was actually dog meat. Xiaodai stood in court and said to the judge above, "This is what I want to report. The owner of Luji Fragrant Meat Shop, Lu Jinxia, hired someone to harm and steal other people's dogs, then turned them into the source of meat for his shop. I ask your honor to take charge." The judge Charlotte on the bench said, "Wow, the audacity of Lu Jinxia to kill small animals as a source of profit. How could this judge forgive you?" Although his name was Lu Jinxia, he was not at all intimidated. He left the defendant's seat, knelt down, and pleaded, "Your honor, I am wronged. The source of the fragrant meat in our shop is legitimate. I even have a list here. Take a look." Someone took the list and handed it to Charlotte, who opened it to find a check for 100,000. Just like that, Xiaodia's case was lost. After coming out, her friends asked her, "How did it go?" "Not well. I presented all the evidence, but they still didn't believe me." Xiaodai felt a bit down. Since suing didn't work, let us post the video online and let more people see this, Yue said. So, they uploaded the evidence video Xiaodai found online. This was remarkable. In Ponyville, there were many dog lovers, but their dogs often disappeared, and they didn't know how they got lost. After the video came out, they realized that the owner of this shop was stealing dogs. So, they gathered in groups to cause trouble. After Wusu learned about this, he secretly helped. How did he help? He sent his little brothers, all homeless, to create a disturbance at Lu Jixiang meat shop. For example, when a customer was eating, a homeless person would come over and say, "Brother, what are you eating? It smells so good. Can I have a taste?" The customer, scared and trembling, would respond, "I'll give you $5. You go buy a bowl for yourself." The homeless person would then ask, "If I eat today, what will I eat tomorrow?" "I'll give you $10. Bro, can you let me go?" The customer would hand over $10, leaving without even finishing his meal. Lu Jinxia could only watch helplessly, as they were Easterners and had to endure in order to start their business here. Moreover, he realized that someone was deliberately trying to mess with him. But who? No need to think, it must be that little girl. Humph. Cutting off someone's livelihood is worse than killing their parents. Since you don't want me to live well, you shouldn't expect to live well either. Determined, he sent people to stake out the area. After learning the route Xiao Dai would take home from school, he decided to ambush her and teach her a lesson. At this time, there were no others around, and they didn't hide anymore. They took out wooden sticks and glared at her fiercely. "Little sister, you need to keep a low profile. Don't meddle in things that don't concern you. Don't you understand this principle? You messed up our shop. Do you think we will let you off? If you didn't do bad things, would I expose you? Stealing other people's pets and selling dog meat as lamb. Your crimes will be exposed whether I do it or not. Xiao Dai retorted. You're right. Others have exposed us before, but do you know their fate? The thugs sneered as they approached. At this moment, Wu Su arrived, knocking out 2 of them with a stick, and the other thugs rushed to fight him. 2 fists can't defeat 4 hands. A brave man can't withstand a crowd, and Wu Su was quickly pinned to the ground. Run, Xiao Dai? Xiao Dai wanted to stay, but staying wouldn't help much. On the contrary, running out might bring the police. She hurriedly ran forward, and the group disregarded Wu Su, chasing after Xiao Dai. They passed through an alley and came to a narrow path when someone was walking towards them. Xiao Dai focused her gaze and discovered it was Xing Guangyi. Xing Guangyi, what are you doing here? Oh no, this place is dangerous. We need to run. You know me? Xing Guangyi asked. There's no time for jokes. Hurry up and run. As Xiao Dai pulled Xing Guangyi to run, she was stopped. Are you afraid of those people? Xiao Dai looked at Xing Guangyi, who had a cold expression and was dressed elegantly. She seemed different from the Xing Guangyi and Xiao Maria. Could it be? This is the real Secretary Xing Guang. The thugs arrived, and they didn't recognize Xing Guangyi. Hand over that girl, or we'll beat you both. This group of people wore black suits, sunglasses, and had expressionless faces. Xing Guangyi merely blinked, and they charged in, quickly taking down the thugs. The leader asked, Secretary, how should we deal with these guys? Throw them into the sea to feed the turtles. After the black-clad men finished cleaning up, Xing Guangyi looked at Xiao Dai. Now you can tell me why you recognize me, right? There are very few people who know me, and even fewer who have seen me. You recognized me at first sight, which means you've seen me many times. So, tell me, where have you seen me? Xiao Dai couldn't lie, and under the pressure of Xing Guangyi's aura, she could only tell the truth. I have a friend in Xiao Maria, and her name is also Xing Guangyi, and she looks just like you. Xiao Maria? Xing Guangyi was somewhat familiar with this term. Previously, when Twilight Sparkle and her friends went on a spring outing and their boat broke down, Secretary Xing Guang sent people to salvage the boat, but there wasn't a single passenger on it. They thought it was a tragedy, but they appeared safe and sound at school. You, like Wu Su, piqued my interest. This episode has to end here. Next time you come to find me, I'll be waiting for you. After saying this, Xing Guangyi turned and left. Chapter 80, The Lazy Cosmic Princess. The daily routine of the little ponies in Xiao Maria is, they wake up on time when the sun rises in the morning. They go to bed on time when the moon comes out at night. Since they don't have clocks, they arrange their routines this way. One day, Ziyu woke up from her dream, stretching lazily. I slept so comfortably. Why isn't the sun risen yet? Looks like I woke up a bit early. I'll just sleep a little longer. She went to the window and found that many little ponies had already gathered outside. They seemed to sense something was off today. The sun was rising too late. Just then, Princess Moon appeared in front of Ziyu. Ziyu, something's wrong. The Cosmic Princess is sleeping in, and 1T raised the sun. The sun in Xiao Maria is raised by the Cosmic Princess, while the moon is raised by Princess Moon. If the Cosmic Princess doesn't use her magic, the sun won't rise. What? My teacher, the Cosmic Princess, is actually sleeping in? This was the first time Ziyu heard of this. The Cosmic Princess actually forgot her duty just to sleep. She rushed to the Canterlot Palace to see, and indeed, just as Princess Moon said, the Cosmic Princess was still sound asleep. If she were sick and unable to get up, that would be understandable. But the Cosmic Princess was not sick at all. A smile lingered on her lips, as if she were enjoying a beautiful dream. What kind of dream is she having? Sleeping so deeply? This was the first time Ziyu saw her teacher like this. Come with me, and you'll know. Princess Moon had the ability to enter dreams and pulled Ziyu into the Cosmic Princess's dream. In the dream, by a river in a forest, the Cosmic Princess was lying on a floating bed, drifting downstream. She had her legs crossed, resting her front hooves on her head, humming a leisurely tune. Cold, cold, cold. I'm not cold. Ahaha. Watching the Cosmic Princess's carefree demeanor, Princess Moon's eyelid twitched. If she weren't afraid of not being able to beat her sister, she would want to jump up and give her 3,000 slaps. Why was Princess Moon so angry? Because if the Cosmic Princess doesn't raise the sun, she would have to work overtime, and without pay. If you were in her position, would you be happy? Sister, stop sleeping. It's time to get up and raise the sun. Princess Moon shouted. Right. At this hour, the sun should be shining on my backside. But without you raising the sun will never shine on your backside. Ziyu chimed in. But the Cosmic Princess was slow and leisurely, using magic to grab a wine glass and took a sip of apple brew. The wine is sorghum water. The drunken horse gets drunk first on its hooves. After a cup, I talk nonsense. La la la. What was she mumbling about? After drinking too much, her tongue got tied, and that's how she spoke. Ziyu shouted, "Cosmic Princess, why are you sleeping in today and not raising the sun on time? Don't you know the little ponies in Xiao Maria are waiting for you to raise the sun to start a new day? As the ruler of Xiao Maria, I have to get up earlier than other little ponies every day, and every day is very busy." Xingguang Yi is right. I'm not a princess. I'm a workhorse. I have to endure labor every day. Saying this, the Cosmic Princess took off her horn and split it into 2 parts, placing them on her head, truly becoming a workhorse this time. However, this was a dream. She could do whatever she wanted. In real life, she was still a unicorn. Ziyu thought, "Xingguang Yi, why did you feed the Cosmic Princess such toxic chicken soup? Now even the princess has started to go astray. Cosmic Princess, please raise the sun quickly. Otherwise, the little ponies will cause a ruckus." "Oh no. Ziyu, can you raise the sun for me for one day? Let the teacher rest for a day." The Cosmic Princess still showed no intention of getting up. Although Ziyu's magic was strong, it still hadn't reached the level where she could control the sun. Just like previously, when Princess Moon and the Cosmic Princess exchanged cute symbols. Princess Moon couldn't control the nightmares in the dream, so Ziyu couldn't control the sun either. "If this doesn't work, we can just go directly to her room and wake her up," Princess Moon suggested. "After all, once awakened, whether from a nightmare or a sweet dream, everything will dissipate into thin air." "No, the teacher is sleeping. How can I wake her up as a student?" Ziyu looked at the story of the process door and Li Shua, so she wouldn't disturb the teacher's rest. "What to do then?" the Moon Princess asked. "Let me think. I have a way to wake her up without disturbing her from her dream." Ziyu suddenly had an idea. She came out of the Universe Princess's dream and went to the candy house to find Beaky. At this time, the candy house was closed because it was still dark outside. Ziyu knocked on the door, and Beaky poked her head out. "Sorry, it's not business hours yet." "Beaky, you should feel it. Today the Universe Princess didn't raise the sun on time. But I have a way to make her raise the sun. You just need to make me some special cakes." "Oh, not only can I make money, but I can also make the Universe Princess raise the sun. What a good deal." Beaky hurried to make the cakes, and soon the delicious cakes were ready. Ziyu took these cakes to the castle and came to the Universe Princess's bedside. "Universe Princess, I know you can see me. If you don't get up soon, I will throw all these delicious cakes on the ground." Although the Universe Princess was dreaming, she could hear Ziyu's words. She was probably pretending to be asleep. There is a saying that you cannot wake someone who is pretending to be asleep. Seeing the Universe Princess still pretending to sleep, Ziyu was not polite and threw all the cakes on the ground. "These were the fruit cakes made by Beaky, and there were cherries on top that you liked." "What a pity," Ziyu said as she stepped on the cakes. At this moment, the Universe Princess could no longer bear it and jumped out of bed. "Ziyu, how can you waste food like this?" "Because you won't get up if I don't waste food." Ziyu looked at the Universe Princess. "Why are you lying in bed and not going to work? Don't you know that only you can raise the sun for little Maria?" "Sigh. Ziyu, you don't care about the teacher at all. The teacher is also a young lady and must have her rebellious period." "A few thousand years old young lady? I think this is not a rebellious period, but a menopausal period." "All right, hurry up and raise the sun," Ziyu urged. The Universe Princess came outside the castle. Just as she was about to raise the sun, Beaky shouted, "Princess, don't raise the sun. It's already 8 o'clock in the evening. The sun has set." "Beaky, where did you get the time?" Ziyu looked at the Rolex on Beaky's hoof, curiously asking. "Because I have a mine at home." "Princess, it's time to sleep. You can't raise the sun." "Oh, what a wasted effort," Ziyu said. The most uncomfortable one was the Moon Princess, who had to continue working overtime. "Next time I will make the moon not come out, so you can work all day long." Chapter 81. The Competition for the Princess's Position, Part 1. Ziyu received an invitation from the Universe Princess to go to the castle in Canterlot. The guard saluted her as she proudly got off the carriage. Just as she was about to enter, another carriage arrived, and a little pony got off, with the guards treating her politely as well. The little pony who got off was Yuhui Shuashuo. She was smugly looking at Ziyu, then she wanted to go in. But another carriage arrived, and down came Xingguang Yi. Xingguang Yi, just like them, was about to enter when another carriage appeared, carrying Feng Shuijixin. "Is there any more? Is this ever going to end?" Ziyu was almost driven mad. Why were these carriages parked so chaotically? Confirming that there were no more carriages, they finally entered the castle. Inside the castle, they each found a place to sit. At this moment, Riguang Yaoyao walked in, and Yuhui Shuashuo said, "Wasn't it the Moon Princess who called us? Why is there an old man here?" Ziyu also chimed in, "Old man, why did you call us?" Although Riguang Yaoyao was a bit angry, she held it in and said, "You all misunderstood. It wasn't me who called you, but someone else." After speaking, she used magic to play a video. And in the video, the Universe Princess was sitting in the dining room, eating cake. Maybe because she ate too much sugar, she took a bite and felt uncomfortable. Drinking a lot, eating a lot, and urinating a lot, probably getting diabetes. Teacher, are you feeling unwell? Ziyue stood up. Grandma, how are you feeling? Fengxue Jixin asked. Princess, do you need us to find a doctor? Xinguang Yi also asked with concern. Yue Shuashuo pulled Ziyue and said, Wait, you called her teacher? She is my teacher. Who is this crazy person? This is my teacher. Because Ziyue had been blocked by Yue Shuashuo when she got off the carriage, she had been holding a grudge against her and started arguing. Finally, the two of them got into a scuffle. Riguang Yaoyao used magic to produce a harsh sound, and they all covered their ears, stopping their fighting. At this moment, the Universe Princess began to speak. Ziyue, Yue Shuashuo, Xinguang Yi, Fengxue Jixin, although you have never met. You are all my most important students. You can see that my health is getting worse and worse, and I can't continue to be the ruler of Little Maria. But I've been thinking about who can become the new ruler of Little Maria for a long time. In the end, I want to choose one from the four of you. Yue Shuashuo is the first student of the Universe Princess, and she is very valued by her. And she is also very mature. However, she is quite straightforward and rarely thinks things through. Ziyue is the Universe Princess's most favored student, very kind. But she is too cautious and avoids risky things. Xinguang Yi is decisive and wise. However, she is too strict in her grasp of power and is a dictator. Fengxue Jixin is the Universe Princess's god-granddaughter, because phonetically she is the Universe Princess's adopted daughter, and she has been trained by the royal family since childhood, being more familiar with how to be a princess. However, she is spoiled and has a princess temperament. Each of them has strengths and weaknesses, and the Universe Princess didn't know who to choose as the heir. So, she issued a command. I want all four of you to live together for a year. Whoever performs the best in that year will be made the ruler of Little Maria. Of course, if anyone is unwilling, they can leave now. Fengxue Jixin stood up and walked outside. Xinguang Yi said, Hey, the princess's successor. If you become one, you can rule all of Little Maria. Aren't you interested? Fengxue Jixin smiled. My dream is to be a painter. Power doesn't attract me much. You all do your best. I'm leaving first. Riguang Yaoyao said, This task, as long as one person withdraws, will be considered a collective abstention. Are you still planning to withdraw? Fengxue Jixin turned her head and said to him, Nonsense. Listening to Fengxue Jixin's words, she was determined to leave, but Xinguang Yi and the others wouldn't agree, and they ran over, grabbing her hooves, pulling her wings, pressing her horns, and finally pinning her on the table. The Universe Princess nodded in satisfaction. It seems you all have decided to stay, so do your best. I will be waiting for you. Then, the video ended. Riguang Yaoyao said, Four of you, please follow me. The Universe Princess has prepared a house for you, and you four will live together for this year. After speaking, she left directly. They could only go to open the big door, and as they reached the entrance, Ziyue smelled something. This seems to be the smell of a dragon. What does a dragon smell like? Spicy or fragrant? This is probably something only Ziyue knows. Xinguang Yi was about to open the door, and Yue Shuashuo reminded, Be careful. Be careful. There might be a dragon behind the door. Wow. A bad dragon. Xinguang Yi said nervously. Hey, please take a good look. How can this be called a bad dragon? Fengxue Jixin urged Xinguang Yi to see clearly the dragon in front of them. She rubbed her eyes and looked closely. There was indeed a dragon in front of them. But it was just a baby dragon. Its claws and wings hadn't fully grown, and it couldn't harm them at all, so they felt relieved to walk in. The house was quite large. Why was there no one in charge? Fengxue Jixin looked around and didn't find a butler. The baby dragon coughed. Cough. I am Suilong, the housekeeper of this family. The daily meals and living arrangements of the four of you are all on me. Hey, this cosmic princess, as the ruler of Little Maria, can't even spare the money to hire a housekeeper? Moreover, look at Suilong's size, clearly just a baby dragon. Doesn't this count as employing child labor? Yue Shuashuo complained. But Suilong patted his chest. Don't underestimate my small size. I actually have a lot of strength. If you have anything, I can help you carry it. Fengxue Jixin stepped forward, using magic to control her luggage and threw it in front of Suilong. Then you can take my luggage to my room. Looking at the mountain of luggage, Suilong sweated and said, Is all of this your luggage? Of course, girls need a lot of things. Fengxue Jixin walked upstairs. Xinguang Yi also took out her luggage, which was 2 times the height of Suilong. Yue Shuashuo had very little luggage, but still gave it to Suilong. Be careful. The things inside are precious. If you break even one, 10 Suilongs couldn't compensate for it. Could it be valuable items? I need to be careful. Finally, there was Ziyue, who looked at the luggage and then at Suilong, feeling a bit sorry for him. Let me help you carry some. Ziyue, you are really too kind. You take this. And this too. Suilong piled the mountain-like luggage onto Ziyue's back, and she was so weighed down that she could barely stand. Sigh. Ponies are meant to carry things. We dragons can't. So it's up to you. After Suilong finished speaking, he followed along. Chapter 82, Competing for the Princess Quota, Part 2. The 4 candidates live together in the house, but that doesn't mean they sit around all day. The Cosmic Princess arranged a task for them, to attend Friendship Academy. This is simply a joke. The 4 smartest ponies in Little Maria, Yu Wei Shuashua, Ziyue, Xingguang Yi, and Yuwu. The 4 of them occupy 3 spots. Meanwhile, Fengxue Jixin has been studying at a noble academy since childhood, and her grades are not much worse than the other 3. But since the Cosmic Princess arranged it this way, they can only comply. The 4 of them walked side by side, and Xingguang Yi wondered, given their identities. Shouldn't the school hold a grand party to welcome them? Sure enough, upon arriving at the school gate, they saw Pinkie Pie waiting for them. They had heard of Pinkie Pie, the greatest party planner in Little Maria. If she said she was second, no one would dare claim to be first. They were still beautiful. But Pinkie Pie knocked their heads with a party stick, stopped smiling foolishly, faced the camera quickly. There's even an interview? They were even happier, fixing their manes and smiling at the camera. But Pinkie Pie said, 4 new students are transferring to our school, and they think this will be a good thing. After living in the school, they will realize how foolish their initial choice was. Is this what a welcome for new students should sound like? After Pinkie Pie left, they exchanged glances and continued walking forward. At that moment, a pony dressed as an instructor, Yunbao, blocked their way. You, stop. This is a school. Why aren't you wearing uniforms? We just arrived and haven't received them yet. Stop. I don't want to hear your excuses. Students not wearing uniforms? What kind of discipline is that? Everyone, assume the horse stance. All of you. Yunbao said angrily. Ponies are different from humans. Even standing is difficult, let alone doing the horse stance. Sigh. No way, the instructor said to do it, so let us do it. The 4 of them stood up shakily. And trying to assume the horse stance was simply too difficult. The key was that Yunbao was also causing trouble, coming in with a sweeping kick. And they all fell down together. Yunbao shook her head. This one do. What kind of horse stance is this? This is clearly lying down. You all need to practice more. After saying that, she left. Fengxue Jixin was furious. At her age, no one had dared to bully her like this. I'll use magic to turn this place into ruins. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. We are going to be the princesses of Little Maria in the future. We need to have tolerance and not sweat the small stuff. Ziyue hurriedly stopped her. You're right, but I agree with Fengxue Jixin. Let us deal with that arrogant instructor. Yu Wei Shuashua said. In front of her were 3 trembling ponies, Apple Lily, Sweetie Belle, and Daring Do. They said, I don't know who put those apples in our drawer. You admit this is your drawer. You want to admit you stole the apples? Applejack said angrily. Sis, do I look like a pony who steals apples? Apple Lily blinked. Not like, you are one. It seems if I don't teach you a lesson, you want to admit it. Looking at Applejack's expression, she seemed really about to make a move. Yu Wei Shuashua shouted, Stop. Why bully children? The world is governed by the world. If you do bad things and bully little friends, can we just stand by and watch? Yu Wei Shuashua said. So you really are nosy, you know? They are all our little sisters. If a sister does something wrong, shouldn't the older sister educate her? If you don't believe it, just ask them. Apple Lily, you did something wrong, and I'm educating you. Do you accept it or not? Applejack asked. Do you accept it in your heart, or just verbally? Accept it in the heart. Accepted in the heart is verbally not accepted, right? Applejack gave her a hard slap. Apple Lily rubbed her swollen face and said, I accept it verbally. Accepting verbally means not accepting in the heart, right? Applejack kicked her again. After being kicked by Applejack, Apple Lily almost fell over and finally said, I accept both in heart and verbally. I hear your voice. It doesn't seem like you accept it? Applejack glared at her. At this moment, Ziyue couldn't hold back anymore. That's enough. Although she is your sister, we outsiders can't stand it anymore. This is Friendship Academy, a place with rules and discipline. If you bully your sister like this, I must intervene. But Applejack didn't seem afraid. She stomped her hooves. And all the ponies in the classroom stood up. Clearly, they were all part of Applejack's gang. Applejack said, So what? Do you dare to interfere? Originally, only Yu Wei Shuashua and Ziyue stood up. Now, Xingguang Yi and Fengxue Jixin also stood up. What is there to be afraid of? Although they looked at each other with disdain, they belonged to the same group, all princess candidates. If they were to bully each other, it wouldn't be up to outsiders to bully them. At that moment, Instructor Yunbao arrived. Xingguang Yi said, Great. It's Yunbao, we are saved. Instructor, there's campus bullying here. Come and take care of it. Originally, Applejack and her group were a bit scared, but when they saw Yunbao, they all laughed. You idiots. You've been fooled by Yunbao. Huh. The 4 newcomers have been played around by me. Yunbao flew next to Applejack, supporting her back and laughing. Oh, so the instructor was pretending. Then that interview pony was Pinkie Pie. Was she also pretending? Of course. We are the prank group. Being pranked by us is your honor. Pinkie Pie said. This is simply outrageous. What kind of friendship academy is this? It should just be renamed to Bullying Academy. They were all very angry, especially Fengshuejishin, who was particularly furious. When I was studying at the noble school, the teacher told me not to associate with commoners because their thinking is backward. At first, I didn't believe it, but now I do. You are influenced by your surroundings. If you are near vermilion, you'll turn red. If you are near ink, you'll turn black. I want to study here, but I have classmates like this. How can I learn? Today, it's either me or them. Looking at Fengshuejishin, she gathered her magic at the tip of her horn, indicating she was really angry. Chapter 83, Competing for the Princess Quota, Part 3. Today, it's either me or them. I will take care of all of them. Fengshuejishin said angrily, just as she was about to make a move. Teacher Kaney arrived. Students, today we have 4 new classmates transferring to our class, and I believe you all. I believe you have already had interactions. Teacher Kai and I could only say, for students, find a place to sit. Originally, there were 4 empty desks and chairs at the back prepared for them. But the fiery girls had scribbled all over them, drawing turtles and other things. They mocked, this ink can't be cleaned, what can you do about it? Yu Huishua grabbed them. You sit there. We sit here. I won't. She intended to say it firmly, but Yu Huishua's aura was too strong. And she was too scared to speak. I think the back is very suitable for us. Take your things away too. Yu Huishua threw their books at them. Cool. Yu Huishua. Although Ziyue hated her, she had to admit that her actions were very relieving. Meanwhile, Yunbao and her friends secretly plotted. On the first day, they went after our subordinates. It seems you all are tired of living. We must teach you a good lesson after school. As for Teacher Kai and I, she didn't dare to intervene in this matter. First, she had heard that these 4 students were sent by the Cosmic Princess. Wow, students sent by the princess. The principal would probably have to be respectful towards them. She didn't dare to provoke them. Then there were the classmates in the class, which was even more of a headache for her. All the students in this class were unruly, always finding ways to bully others, even her, the teacher. Sigh. They were all troublemakers she couldn't afford to mess with. She could only focus on her own job and educate her students. When it was almost time to leave school, Yunbao said, Teacher, I noticed there's a lot of garbage at the school gate. Apple Lily and the other 2 can't clean it all by themselves. We should get a few more students to help. I have an idea. Let's have the new students help. That way, we can clean up and also build our relationships. What do you think? Feng Zuezixin looked up at Yunbao. Hey, I thought she had calmed down. But it turns out she's still trying to mess with us in different ways. However, she was curious about one thing. So she asked, what do you mean Apple Lily and the other 2 can't clean it all? It means literally. The 3 of them often can't clean the entire school on time, resulting in our class frequently losing points. So I punished them to clean again. But they only got worse. Don't you think that's a problem? Teacher Kai and I said, there is indeed a problem, and the biggest problem lies with her. Why do 3 little kids have to clean up the school's garbage? Isn't that bullying? Hey, this isn't me being biased. I made this decision through voting. At that time, there was a vote on whether Apple Lily and the others should continue to be responsible for cleaning the whole school, and out of 40 votes, only 3 were against. So the teacher naturally had to obey the majority and let them continue cleaning. Teacher Kai and I said, where did this confused teacher come from? If I'm not mistaken, those 3 opposing votes must have been cast by Apple Lily and her friends, right? Now the whole class is under the command of Yunbao and Apple Jar, specifically suppressing other little ponies. This is unacceptable. And this was decided by class leader Yunbao and deputy class leader Apple Jar. The students must obey the arrangements and follow the commands. Teacher Kai and I continued. But teacher, wasn't this rule set before we arrived? Wasn't the class leader voted in before we came? Now that we are here, for the sake of democracy, we should have a new vote. Feng Zuezixin raised her hand and said to Teacher Kai and I. This put Teacher Kai and I in a difficult position because she couldn't afford to offend either Feng Zuezixin or Yunbao, but she also didn't dare to refuse. Furthermore, in terms of status, Yunbao's position in the class was certainly unshakable, but in terms of identity, Feng Zuezixin and her friends could easily have her, the teacher, demoted to the school gate as a doorman. Oh dear, what should I do? Unable to come up with a solution, she put on sunglasses, touched the wall, and went out, implying that she was blind and couldn't see these things, so they could decide for themselves. Yunbao said, Teacher Kai and I won't manage this matter. But if you want to vote, I'll just play along with you tomorrow. Then just wait to lose. Feng Zuezixin sneered. Seeing Yunbao and Apple Jar like this, Feng Zuezixin guessed they must have bullied their classmates often, and the classmates surely hated them. Now that there was a chance for a new vote, they would definitely choose her, the more just and democratic one, to be the class leader. Yes, it has to be this way. The reason she could win before was that she hadn't encountered me. In terms of strength and background, am I not as good as her? They didn't dare to vote for other little ponies before, because those little ponies had no identity or status and were afraid of being punished by Yunbao later. Can I be compared to other little ponies? Just wait and see tomorrow. Feng Zuezixin was very confident about this matter. The next day, the class began voting. The voting method was, everyone wrote down the little pony they wanted to vote for on a small piece of paper and put it into a box. Then Teacher Kai and I would count the votes and announce the results. Teacher Kai and I said, this time the voting results are, Yunbao 26 votes, Apple Jar 14 votes, Ziyue 1 vote, Feng Zuezixin 1 vote, Xinguang Yi 1 vote, Yu Huaishuo 1 vote, for a total of 24 votes. Feng Zuezixin was so angry she wanted to stand up. Ziyue and Xinguang Yi quickly held her wings, and Feng Zuezixin said, how could I only have 1 vote? The teacher must be biased towards them, reporting false data. In fact, this was not hard to explain. For example, we several voted for ourselves. While Apple Lily and her friends voted for Apple Jar, Ziyue pointed out a possible reason. Look at your pathetic appearance. You deserve to be bullied. Feng Zuezixin said angrily, then looked at Ziyue and the others. Why didn't you vote for me? If you had, the results wouldn't look so bad. Aren't we a group? Isn't our primary goal right now to overthrow Yunbao's rule? Since everyone has their own agenda, then we can forget about winning. Feng Zuezixin said. Chapter 84. Competing for the princess's position, Part 4. Since we can't unite as one, then forget about winning against them. Feng Zuezixin turned her back and ignored them. Although she said this out of anger, there was some truth to it. Now the 4 of them were each acting independently, and they didn't know whose command to follow. A horse without a head doesn't run, and a bird without a head doesn't fly. It seemed necessary for them to elect a commander, and the others must follow the commander's arrangements. That's none of your business. Also, don't think that just because you won, I'm afraid of you. If you deliberately make things difficult for me, I'll make you a weather doll hanging at the school gate tomorrow. Feng Zuezixin said angrily. Oh my, I'm so scared. Yunbao said, tossing a broom at her as she left with her subordinates. Hey, look at her smug little face. Xinguang Yi pointed at Yunbao from behind. Apple Lily and her 2 friends ran over, apologizing. Sorry, we were bullied by them and were scared to act rashly. You all are so spineless. We supported you, and you turned around and sold us out. We won't help you next time. Yu Huaishuo said, we all share responsibility for this defeat. I think we should elect a little pony to be the commander. Just to be clear, voting for yourself is also allowed. I won't make things difficult for anyone. If that's the case, and everyone votes for themselves, wouldn't that lead to no result? I think we can elect based on age since older ones have more experience. Ziyue suggested. Based on age, Yu Huaishuo is the eldest sister, Ziyue is the second sister, Xinguang Yi is the third sister, and Feng Zuezixin is the youngest. HM. Feng Zuezixin has gone from being an only child to the youngest. What a surprise. Feng Zuezixin wasn't angry for not becoming the commander. On the contrary, she was quite curious to see what Yu Huaishuo had to say. My opinion is to avoid the limelight. After all, we just arrived, and we failed to run for class leader. We should just do things as they say for now. Yu Huaishuo expressed her opinion. Ugh, they all waved their hands. What kind of brilliant idea is that? While sweeping the floor with Apple Lily and the others, Yu Huaishuo asked, Apple Jia is your sister. Why does she treat you that way? Aren't you sisters? How is that possible? We are bound by blood, like bones connected by tendons. Apple Lily said seriously. Then I don't understand. Since you have that bond, why does she treat you like this? And if I'm not mistaken, you should have voted for Apple Jia. Which means you still care about her, Yu Huaishuo asked while looking at Apple Lily. Apple Lily wanted to say something, but didn't dare to. So she had to leave under the pretext of taking out the trash. Coincidentally, Ziyu also asked Sweetheart Baby about her views on her sister Jinxi. Xinguang Yi asked Xingmu Lu why she voted for Yunbao. From their expressions, one could guess that they were like Zhou Yu and Huang Gai, both willing to suffer. Little sister, just wait, I'll buy it for you, Xinguang Yi said. What did you call me? Feng Shui Xin didn't like this title at all. Xinguang Yi went to a herbal drink shop and found that Apple Jia actually treated the whole class to milk tea. Apple Jia said, thank you for helping us in today's voting, which prevented those newcomers from succeeding. But Xiguang Hui said, not at all, Apple Jia. You treat us to food every day. If we can't help with this, wouldn't that mean we are just eating and drinking for free? Oh, I see. This is what you call a petty friendship based on food. They are Apple Jia's fair weather friends. For this kind of people, as long as you give them some benefits, they will turn against you. If we can use this to our advantage. Xingguang Yi told Yu Hui Shua Shua about this. Yu Hui Shua Shua thought for a moment. I didn't expect such serious corruption in a class. I guess I know why Apple Lily helps her sister now. We will expose this tomorrow. What exactly did Yu Hui Shua Shua discover? She deliberately kept it a secret and didn't say. The next day, when they arrived at class, Applejack Air and her friends were bullying Apple Lily and the others. I say, you shouldn't continue to be so tyrannical. Are you relying on your sister's influence to act arrogantly in class? Is that intentional? Yu Hui Shua Shua said. What? You say I'm relying on my sister's influence? That's really funny. Come on, tell me how I'm relying on my sister's influence. Applejack Air wanted to hear it. Yu Hui Shua Shua slowly told her a story. Have you heard of the idiom Li Dai Tao Jiang? It tells of a little horse that planted a peach tree and a plum tree in its family's large lotus pond. When the two trees were small, it was fine. But as they grew, the nutrients in the lotus pond couldn't support both trees. To allow the peach tree to grow normally, bloom, and bear fruit, the plum tree sacrificed its nutrients entirely to the peach tree, ultimately withering away. The peach tree received the nourishment, began to grow, bloomed, and bore fruit, receiving praise from everyone, while no one remembered the quietly sacrificing plum tree. What do your words mean? What else could it mean? Actually, when I first arrived, I was curious about one thing. Why are you all so much older, while Apple Lily and the others are so much younger? Yet you can be in the same class? Later, I learned that Little Horse Valley is economically backward, and many little horses couldn't go to school. Later, due to the country's support, all little horses could attend school. This means that you older children who missed school could return. But there aren't many schools in Little Horse Valley, so you end up in classes with younger little horses. Don't underestimate their age. They learn knowledge that surpasses that of you older children who miss school. Perhaps for the sake of face, you target them everywhere. Although Apple Lily is your sister. To establish a domineering image in class, you take the lead in bullying your sister. In reality, you don't want to do this. But you think that only by doing so will you not be bullied or looked down upon in class. Yu Hui Shua Shua expressed many thoughts. Although Yu Hui Shua Shua hadn't taken action in the past 2 days, she had secretly investigated Applejack Air and Yunbao's backgrounds. What shocked her was that the seemingly extravagant Applejack Air's family was still in a state of barely making ends meet. Moreover, she and Yunbao appeared to be good friends on the surface, but in reality, they often clashed over the position of class leader, splitting into 2 factions. This also explained why the students didn't vote entirely for Yunbao, but rather split their votes between Yunbao and Applejack Air. Feng Shui Xin was right. A divided team can be easily scattered. Now they were united and had found their weaknesses, and it was time to counterattack. Chapter 85, Tackling Smoking Students. Recently, Little Horse Country launched a rocket, which statistically marked the 20th time they launched a manned rocket. Whether it succeeded or failed several times is not worth mentioning. But data shows that 10% of the funding for this rocket was contributed by the Tobacco Bureau, which thrilled some smokers. Oh, so they smoke not just to harm their bodies and pollute the environment, but also to contribute to the country. As a result, smokers began to smoke freely without regard for the occasion. Not to mention other places, just Canterlot High School had practically become a smoking hotspot, especially since a recent blockbuster movie had a main character who smoked, becoming an object of imitation for countless smokers. Looking at the students inside, they hurriedly hid their cigarettes. And when they realized it was Rue, they said, "You scared us. We thought it was a teacher. Rue, help us out. Don't let the teacher find out." Rue angrily said, "How can you smoke here? Even if I help you keep watch, with such a strong smell of smoke, anyone who isn't sick can smell it. Get out of here." The smokers included Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Wu, Yang Lu, and Mu Tu Lao Chi, a big group of people, saying, "If you don't smoke and I don't smoke, who will build the rockets in the future? Who will build the warships? We are thinking of the country. We'd rather have a hole in our lungs than let a rocket lose a screw. Smoking makes you feel high and mighty. If you have nothing to do, don't smoke. Smoking is bad for your health. I've never seen anyone who doesn't smoke live a long life. Smoking wastes money. I've never seen anyone who doesn't smoke save enough money to buy a house. Smoking affects others. I've never seen anyone who doesn't smoke not be affected. You're deliberately opposing me, right?" Rue was so angry she didn't know what to say. At this moment, Yu Hui Shua Shua arrived, and Rue told her about the situation. Yu Hui Shua Shua said, "I don't know if the money you spend on cigarettes is used to invent rockets. But I do know that if you don't buy cigarettes, the bosses selling cigarettes will be very sad. Aren't the cigarettes in the supermarket all supplied by the Tobacco Bureau? Do you know how much money the Tobacco Bureau gives to the country every year? Hundreds of trillions. If you don't believe me, look it up on Baidu." Wang Wu showed Yu Hui Shua Shua with his phone. Yu Hui Shua Shua sneered. Is there anyone in this day and age who still believes what Baidu says? If you say the tobacco tax gives a lot of money to the country, then why don't you earn a little more money at work? Taxes are the main source of income for the country. Rue also added, that's right. Don't you know that smoking can lead to lung cancer? Mu Tu Lao Chi said, an old man from our village smoked for 40 years and lived to 99. On the contrary, those who didn't smoke got sick in their 70s. Moreover, tobacco has medicinal properties. The substances in it can kill cancer cells, which is why smokers rarely get sick. You are clearly suffering from survivor bias. You only see those who survived smoking. Do you know how many people have died from smoking? Let me give you an example. The students who come from Huaxia country to our Little Horse country are mostly very smart and wealthy. Is it because students from Huaxia country are both smart and wealthy? In reality, those who are poor and not good at studying can't even come here. Which is why we see wealthy people from Huaxia. Now, this applies to you perfectly. After Yu Hui Shua's remarks, they lost the mood to continue smoking there. They extinguished their cigarettes and left the club in a dejected manner. Thank goodness you were here, Yu Hui Shua. This group of people doesn't listen to reason at all, Rue complained. At this time, Principal Celestia called Yu Hui Shuo to the principal's office. Yu Hui Shuo came to the principal's office, and the principal said, recently, the incidents of students smoking have been increasing, and we teachers can't catch them all. So I found a few students and asked them to help me address this issue. Yu Hui Shuo, you are one of them. I will give you a retractable teaching stick. When you see students smoking, stop them. If they don't listen, hit them with the stick. If you hit them, it counts as a free hit. The principal will take full responsibility if anything happens. With Principal Celestia's words, they could openly hit those students who were smoking. Basically, there weren't many smokers in the girls' dormitory. And even if there were, they had all been caught by Applejack. The principal gave special privileges to 6. Now, they had to focus on Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Wu, Yang Lu, and Mu Tu Lao Chi. Yu Hui Shuo listened outside and thought to herself, these people are really interesting, making so many excuses to smoke. Only those with a guilty conscience would come up with so many unnecessary justifications. And as for brotherhood, I'll make you disband today. She raised her leg and kicked the door open. Let me check if you really consider yourselves brothers. Since you all smoke together, let's all go to the principal's office together. Yu Hui Shuo, it's you again. They were a bit flustered. But when they saw that Yu Hui Shuo was alone while they were 5, they smirked. A strong dragon can't overpower a local snake. This is our territory. Besides, you're just one person. How can we 5 big guys be afraid of one girl? We don't even have to act like boys. Yu Hui Shuo knew what they were up to and didn't hold back. She took out the retractable teaching stick and went up to them, giving them a good beating. Although Yu Hui Shuo was a girl, she had magic, which she used to enhance the stick, causing a paralyzing effect when it hit them. In no time, they were all knocked down. Just 10 minutes ago, they were bowing in front of a pack of cigarettes, swearing to be brothers. Who would have thought that just 10 minutes later, their brotherhood would be gone? Zhang San's name appeared 60 times in the 4 pages of testimony. Hey, I told you. You guys are a rabble, and you didn't believe me. Now do you believe it? Yu Hui Shuo showed him the testimony. And Zhang San felt dizzy. You guys have really put me in a tough spot. Zhang San, we originally wanted to help you, but that stick hurts too much. The first hit made me want to admit my mistake. But it hurt so much that I was gritting my teeth, and Yu Hui Shuo thought I was going to explode. So she hit me twice more. I'm sorry, it really hurt too much. Li Si cried. Yu Hui Shuo was almost amused by them. You guys smoking at school isn't a big crime. Why are you acting like it's the end of the world? But the principal seems to want to crack down on this, so you probably won't have to come to school this month. Smoking isn't a crime. But don't smoke in public or in places with women and children. This time, the few people sent by the principal dealt with some students who didn't follow the school rules, and the incidents of students secretly smoking gradually decreased, eventually stopping, and the school returned to its usual routine. Chapter 86. Meaningless Evaluations. He was the royal chef of the princess, and his reputation naturally spread like wildfire. Although he resigned, his fame remained, and many little ponies came to him to discuss cake-making methods. He was also very willing to share. Over time, he became known as the great chef among the little ponies, well known in Ponyville, and became an internet celebrity. One time, he went to the Hoof 3-star restaurant to eat and found the taste very poor, pointing out their problems directly. Many customers agreed with his viewpoint and criticized the restaurant for not taking action. The restaurant had no choice but to not charge Kinsun for his meal and said they would correct their mistakes. Later, a little pony suggested that Chef Kinsun go to inspect restaurants and find out which ones were safe and healthy and which ones were just pretending. The restaurant owners all knew him and didn't dare to provoke him. To avoid being caught with their tails showing, they would cheerfully pull out a money pouch before he arrived. Oh, Chef Kinsun, Before you eat, you can take a look at our restaurant specialties. Kinson opened the pouch and saw the gold coins inside, smiling. With this, even without tasting, I can guess that the food here must be very delicious. Thus, he earned quite a bit of money by charging a reputation fee. Previously, wasn't a 3-star rating required for a restaurant in Ponyville to be considered qualified? Now it wasn't the case. If Kinson said a restaurant wasn't good, then that restaurant was indeed not good, because he was the royal chef of the princess. Everyone thought what he said was right. It was not unusual for people to secretly give red envelopes to silence him, but some little ponies still didn't know. For example, when the cake couple at the sugar cube corner welcomed Kinson warmly, he sat down and extended his front hoof, meaning for them to place the wallet in his hand. But Beaky completely misunderstood and directly placed the utensils on his hoof. Do you want to hold it while you eat? No problem. Kinson stuck out his tongue, wanting to get angry, but then thought, no, it must be because there are too many customers here, so they dare not take out the money. Right. If other little ponies see, it wouldn't be good for anyone's reputation. They really thought this through. So, he began to eat normally. After finishing 2 cakes, Beaky said, thank you. That'll be 200 gold coins. How much? Kinson couldn't believe his ears. It wasn't the price that surprised him, but that Beaky actually asked him for money. Hey, does she not know that I never pay for food, and others even pay me? Beaky would never think that way. For her, paying for meals was a matter of course. Did she think little ponies would eat without paying? Then why would they open a restaurant? Miss, did you forget something? Kinson picked up a baguette, took a bite, and gestured to her. Oh, I remember now. The cherry on your cake is actually a cherry. And the apple is imported, so it's a bit more expensive. Plus this baguette, the total is 250. All right, sir, 250, cash or card. Beaky handed him the bill. You actually asked me for money? Kinson said angrily. Beaky was also a bit angry. Isn't it normal to pay for food? Are you trying to dine and dash? I won't agree. She and the cake couple picked up rolling pins and threatened. If you don't pay, let's see if you can leave here today. Kinson had no choice but to pay and left in a huff. After returning, he was very angry and spread rumors. The cakes at Sugar Cube Corner are the worst I've ever had. I only ate once and got sick. Moreover, I secretly filmed their working environment. Look, this is the environment in which they give us cakes. Spreading rumors only requires a mouth. Although Sugar Cube Corner had a great reputation, there were even more busybodies. They also claimed that they had gotten sick from eating at Sugar Cube Corner, while in reality, some little ponies didn't even know where Sugar Cube Corner was and were just making things up. Good news doesn't leave the house, but bad news travels far and wide. Ever since Kinson spread rumors, Sugar Cube Corner's business declined significantly. Just when they were unsure about where they went wrong, the news of the rumors reached their ears. And Mrs. Cake was so angry that her face turned red, ultimately falling ill in bed. Beaky stood by the bedside and said, Mrs. Cake, don't worry. I will definitely give you an explanation. What was she going to do? Find little ponies to slowly inquire? Sigh. How long would that take? She went directly to find Ziyue and told her about the incident. What? The cakes at Sugar Cube Corner don't meet hygiene standards? Ziyue also had her ears closed to outside matters, only focused on reading the classics, and had never heard of those rumors. However, Ziyue felt it was necessary to investigate in person whether Sugar Cube Corner indeed had hygiene issues. She wouldn't cover for her friends just because she was a princess. How could Sugar Cube Corner have hygiene issues? Ziyue compared the photos with the actual place and found that they were 2 completely different places. This has already constituted slander. No matter who the other party is, they must be found. Ziyue said angrily. If the princess wants to catch someone, isn't that easy? In less than half a day, Kongsun was brought to the castle. After seeing Kongsun, Beaky said, I recognize you. The little pony who wanted to eat for free. So it was you who spread the rumors. Speak. Why did you do this? Ziyue also said, Kongsun, you are the princess's personal chef and a somewhat well-known figure. Why would you slander others? At this moment, Kongsun certainly wouldn't mention the red envelope he received, so he said, I'm sorry, princess. I saw that the business of the candy house was doing so well, and I couldn't stand to see others doing well, so I spread rumors. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Oh, so it was an abuse of power. How is this different from Xinguangyi? Ziyue said, you all misunderstand too much. What is Kongsun? He is just a retired chef, not a leader. Do you believe everything he says? In the future, you can completely ignore the words of such little ponies who have no real power. As for Kongsun, taking advantage of his fame to casually take money from little ponies is a form of deception. I sentence you to 30 slaps as a warning. Then, all the money you deceived from those shop owners must be returned in full. Do you understand? Since the princess has spoken, what can he say? He could only nod in agreement. Later, he received 30 slaps. His face was swollen, and he returned the money to those store managers. What a futile effort. Chapter 87. Competing for the Princess's Position, 5. Even though Yuhui Shuashuo revealed the truth, Applegyre still refused to admit it. Yuhui Shuashuo said, "The friends you speak of are actually based on what you provide for them. As long as others give them something better, they will abandon you and turn to others. Don't talk nonsense. Our friendship is unbreakable." But Ziguangui stood up to speak. Yuhui Shuashuo looked at Fengshui Jixin, who seemed to understand Yuhui Shuashuo's meaning, and took out a lot of gold coins. These gold coins, if not 10,000, are at least 9,999, heavy and making a clattering sound when picked up. Now looking at the so-called friends of Applegyre. They are all blinded by money. Money is terrible, but it looks really good. With so much money, if we could share a few coins, then this week's living expenses would be settled. Fengshui Jixin, we are classmates. Can you help us out a bit? Fengshui Jixin looked at them with disgust, took out the gold coins, and threw them at their faces, but Ziguangui grimaced in pain. Ouch. That hurts. However, that is 3 gold coins. For the sake of the money, I won't hold it against you. Is this what you call unbreakable friendship? Yuhui Shuashuo mocked. Applegyre still wanted to argue, but Apple Lily said, "Enough. Sister, do you still want to be stubborn? Our family isn't that rich. Why do you have to compare yourself with others?" After saying that, she began to cry uncontrollably. Applegyre also realized her mistakes and said, "What have I been doing?" So what caused the honest Applegyre to end up in this situation step by step? Applegyre is also among them. She is very worried because school is a small society. The ponies she meets in school will affect her in the future, depending on her performance during her school years. It is rare for students in school to get along harmoniously. Especially in their Western world, bullying incidents have almost become the norm. If she doesn't want to be bullied, then she must be tough. This way, no little pony will dare to bully her. How to do this? Applegyre is also unclear. When school started, the teacher asked the students to move books, and some little ponies were exhausted after carrying a few books. But Applegyre was different. She often did farm work and had no problem carrying a bag of books. The classmates praised her for her strength and wanted to be friends with her. Applegyre naturally wanted to make friends, but not long after, all her friends were taken away by Yunbao, because Yunbao could do cool tricks and was very generous, treating classmates to food and drinks. Yunbao told her, "No profit, no early rise. If you don't give anything good to others, how can you expect them to be good to you?" Applegyre understood this principle, but she was short on money. What to do? Don't they have an orchard at home? Why not take some fruit to share with her classmates? This method worked well. Classmates actively tried to get close to her. But in a class with so many little ponies, Applegyre could only take fruits once or twice. After that, Granny Smith was not happy. "Are you trying to open a fruit wholesale store at school? Why do you bring so much fruit every day? If you don't have money, you can't touch a single apple." Without free fruit, Applegyre could only invite them out to eat roasted hay. But with too many people, it was fine for 1 or 2 meals, but after that, her wallet was empty. There was no choice but to abandon some little ponies and keep apart to stand up to Yunbao. Bullying her sister was also encouraged by these fair-weather friends. But she was very reluctant in her heart and had to do it. Sigh, this is really tormenting. You treat them as friends, but in reality, they see you as a money tree. You should know that real friends help each other, not just one-sided silent giving. Any friendship based on material and force is not genuine, Yuhui Shuashuo said. Wow, hearing this from you is really surprising, Ziyue said half-jokingly. Now that Yuhui Shuashuo pointed out the problem, Applegyre didn't want to continue pretending to be the big sister. She asked Apple Lily, "Can you forgive me?" After laughing, the day's gloom dissipated. Later, they learned that the Cosmic Princess brought them here to test them, to let them work at the grassroots level to truly understand the people's sentiments. A year ago, they couldn't stand each other, but now they help each other. And no one can do it without anyone. Seeing them like this, the Cosmic Princess was very happy. I was worried that after gaining power, they would scheme against each other. It seems I was overthinking it. The 4 little ponies bowed to the Cosmic Princess together. The Cosmic Princess said, "I have long known about your performance. In my opinion, Ziyue has a deeper understanding of friendship, cares for the people around her, and is meticulous in her work. Pony Maria needs a leader like you." The other 3 did not refute, because over this past year, Ziyue had indeed helped them a lot, and no one opposed her becoming the Grand Princess. What about the other 3? They won't be without positions either. The Cosmic Princess originally intended to have them manage Pony Maria together. But the position of Grand Princess is crucial, so it needs to be evaluated. Now the conclusion is drawn. Ziyue is indeed very suitable. Some readers might say, "Author, you are too vague. You wrote that Yuhui Shuashuo resolved the conflict between the Apple sisters, yet you suddenly say Ziyue understands friendship better? Isn't this vague?" Sigh. I do need to be vague because this is an extra chapter of competing for the princess's position and can't be too long. Moreover, I still need this theme for later extras, so how can I finish it so quickly? The Cosmic Princess continued to assign positions. Yue Shuashuo replaced Princess Luna and became the second princess of Pony Maria. If Ziyue is not around, Yue Shuashuo can replace her and complete the decisions that the princess can make. As for everyone's familiarity, Ziyue is, Yue Shuashuo is. As for Xingguangyi, her leadership ability is strong, and the Cosmic Princess appointed her to supervise all the little ponies in Pony Maria as the provincial secretary. Here, the provincial secretary is not about provinces, but a secretary entrusted by the princess to handle affairs, such a provincial secretary. In fact, positions are not divided into big and small. They all help each other. No matter how big the position is, isn't it all to serve the little ponies? Chapter 88, Dangerous Zone. In the southern edge of Pony Maria, there is a small country called Nan, where a group of greedy zebras grows. These zebras really hate little ponies. If little ponies enter their country, they will capture them and torture them to death. The reason why they hate the little ponies is unknown, but for safety's sake, it's better not to go there. Therefore, the Cosmic Princess ordered that no little pony should go to the south of the face. Otherwise, she wouldn't take responsibility if something happened. Although it is dangerous there, there are also many good things. It has many gems and a rich variety of noodles, including bread, noodles, steamed buns, and wontons. They have any food that can be made from flour. The gems are pure natural crystals, in all colors of the rainbow, each one sparkling and eye-catching. Just digging up one could earn a year's living expenses. The Cosmic Princess worried a lot about this matter. She asked Ziyue. I found that the more I try to stop them, the more they want to go there. What should I do? Ziyue replied. Ponies can't just see the grass and ignore the tripwires on the ground. I think once they know about the dangers there, they will back off. After all, no one would gamble their life for this business. Ziyue suggested a way to promote the dangers of the southern face and how the zebras there hate little ponies. Although many ponies listened to her, some were stubborn like donkeys, thinking that the princesses were trying to prevent them from getting rich by stopping them from going to the south of the face repeatedly. There is a saying, those who have eaten well for 3 days may forget hunger. Some ponies, after reading 2 books of Fearless Pegasus, thought their skills would be as agile as the Fearless Pegasus, so they sneaked off to the south of the face. On her birthday, a classmate gifted a pink diamond to the Heart of Wind and Snow from the Crystal Empire. Although Pony Maria also had diamonds, pink diamonds were very rare. Especially this one, which was crystal clear and a rarity in Pony Maria. The Heart of Wind and Snow said, "Thank you for your gift. But this diamond is too precious. I can't accept it." The Heart of Wind and Snow stamped her feet and said, "Hey, the Cosmic Princess has repeatedly ordered you not to go to the south of the face, yet you insist on going. If something happens, you expect the Cosmic Princess to rescue you? It's not that easy. The south of the face is not under Pony Maria's jurisdiction. If you go there, it's like smuggling. If caught, you will be punished according to local laws, and I have no way to help. But they can't torture us like that, can they? The treatment of prisoners of war is better than that. Aren't they abusing their power? Heart of Wind and Snow, you must find a way to hit back at them. Otherwise, they will really be lawless." Heart of Wind and Snow wanted to agree, but she was a princess in name only, with little real power. Everything was decided by her mother. What to do? Heart of Wind and Snow came up with a bad idea. The Melody Princess fainted with a cry, and the shining armor took a long time to revive her. The Melody Princess cried, "My foolish child, why didn't you tell your mother? If something happens to you, how am I supposed to live?" Starlight Sparkle stepped forward and said, "Hey, Ziyue, do you really need to get personally involved in this? I can go." Ziyue agreed. As a friendship princess, it felt a bit overboard to go after a little pony. Besides, the Melody Princess needed someone to take care of her. What if she sought a way out? So she stayed to watch over her. So, are all the zebras in the south of the face bad? Actually, not at all. There is a big mountain in the middle of the south of the face. The east side is close to the tropical rainforest of Pony Maria, while the west side faces the sea. Basically, any pony that goes to the east is captured by zebras, while the zebras on the west side are friendly and even built a seaside park for ponies to play. The east has dense jungles, while the west has plains. This big mountain blocks the communication between good and bad zebras, so this mountain is called the Ridge of Good and Evil. Starlight Sparkle headed left because the leader of the south of the face, Laura, lived on that side. Upon hearing that the secretary of Pony Maria, Starlight, was visiting, Laura personally came to greet her. Laura looked quite similar to Keela, leading Starlight Sparkle to almost mistake her for Keela. It's like this. The little princess of the Crystal Empire, the Heart of Wind and Snow, has gone missing because of a classmate here. Starlight Sparkle briefly explained the situation. Laura stated that she would cooperate. It's all the fault of the zebras on the east side. who do not behave and always attack ponies, making ponies very resentful whenever zebras are mentioned. With Laura's help, the zebras committing wrongdoings were quickly captured, and the ponies in distress were rescued from the houses. However, among these ponies, there was no sign of the heart of wind and snow. Oh no, how come the crucial one isn't found? Could it be that she encountered an accident? That can't be. Her self-preservation ability is one of the strongest in Pony Maria. Starlight Sparkle couldn't understand. She searched through some houses and later discovered a gem floating in midair, sparkling as if inviting her to follow. The Heart of Wind and Snow shyly said, I wanted to save my friends, but my power is too small to make leader Laura listen to me. So I pretended to come to the south of the face, making you think I would encounter trouble, and then you would definitely come to rescue me. If you can't find me, keep rescuing. And you can save other ponies in distress. In fact, I'm perfectly fine. I've been watching from above. Hey, what a bad idea this is. Do you know that if I had not intervened, the Cosmic Princess might have resolved this matter by force, and then our two countries would have gone to war? Wouldn't you feel guilty about that? Starlight Sparkle complained. But nothing too bad has happened. I'll just keep the truth from your mother, otherwise. It would be more than just getting beaten. Chapter 89, Selling Cards. The students of Canterlot High started a game of tearing up My Little Pony cards. The gameplay involves taking out a few known character cards, shuffling them in the deck, and letting another person guess which card is the one they are looking for. The cute legion of the human world, Little Apple Blossom, Sweet Belle, and Flying Board Lou, were very interested in guessing cards. Look closely, this one is Applejack's. This one is Sweetie Belle's, and this one is Rarity's. Now I still have a few other character cards. In a moment, I'll shuffle them. And whoever draws one of these three characters will be rewarded. If you guess wrong, you'll lose a common card. It looks like gambling, but it doesn't really count as gambling since they are betting cards, not money, so it's not illegal. This little game started with the three of them playing. Then they taught their classmates how to play, and it spread, with more and more people joining in. However, some people had ulterior motives, originally. Apple Blossom and the others were betting cards, but when it got to others, they started betting money. Well, the school forbids bringing poker, mahjong, dice, and other gambling items. But Apple Blossom's way of playing is somewhat similar to gambling, so some people looking for easy money used this method to gamble. Can such a little trick fool the teachers? Vice Principal Luna quickly caught several students gambling this way and questioned them. Who taught you to gamble with My Little Pony cards? As the saying goes, a thief bites once and leaves a deep mark. Blamed by them. Apple Blossom found it impossible to distance herself from the situation and was called to Vice Principal Luna's office, where she was criticized. Apple Blossom walked out of the office dejectedly. Good people don't live long. Calamity lasts 1,000 years. My original intention was to let my classmates relax during break time, but I didn't expect it to be used for gambling by those with ulterior motives. The key point is that the vice principal thinks I was the one who started this. Sigh. My heart feels so heavy. Seeing these cards reminds me of my grievances. I might as well sell them. Sweet Belle advised, don't give up. Luna just doesn't know the truth. If you really sell the cards, people will think you are guilty for doing so. I've made up my mind. Don't persuade me anymore. Apple Blossom said. Sweet Belle and Flying Board Lou exchanged glances and then said, since you want to sell the cards, we will sell them too. After all, this game was created together by the three of us. We can't let you bear all the responsibility alone. That's what good friends do. They stand together in tough times. On the weekend, they went to the park and took out the cards they had saved up. They wrapped 6 cards in paper, selling each pack for 2 yuan, with the lowest being a card and not a single postcard inside. Before long, someone came to take a look. First it was Yun Bao and Xiao Dai. They asked, how come you guys are selling the cards you saved up? 2 yuan a pack, isn't that a loss? Not a loss. We bought them from ManeSix, very cheap. ManeSix, grab it while it's hot, even cheaper. Xiaopinghua didn't forget to advertise for them. Yun Bao and Ro Ro each bought a pack and opened it to see. They had pretty good luck, 5 common cards and 1 purple back. Xiaopinghua said again, in our card packs, there must be 1 purple back and above cards, so 2 yuan is definitely worth it. Since the cards were put in by them, could it not produce black backs? Wouldn't that depend on their willingness? Moreover, the money from selling cards could allow them to buy new card packs. After Yun Bao and the others left, more people came. Yuno linked arms with Shirqin Yaya and said, Xiaoya, look, there are My Little Pony cards over there. Let's go buy a pack. By the way, have you bought them before? Shirqin Yaya shook her head. No? That's great. It said that newcomers usually draw good cards. Let's give it a try. Yuna pulled Shirqin Yaya to the shop, and each took a pack of cards. Fai Banlu secretly laughed. No matter if you are a newbie or an expert, you won't draw black backs, because we didn't put any in. Yuna opened hers first. Inside were 5 common cards and 1 purple back, and it was one she already had. She looked at Shirchin Yaya. You tear off the seal. Then look at it one by one from the back. Oh no, it's a white back. Since there were no black backs, the white back was considered a relatively high-value pack. Yuna excitedly said, quick, cover its front with a common card, then slowly move it away, while moving. Silently wish for the card you want. Shirchin Yaya felt that her new girlfriend was a bit strange. What was drawn on the card was already determined. No amount of wishing could change that. Yet she still followed suit, and the result was Yunbao. It's Yunbao. I told you wishing works. Yuna said happily. But what I want is Ziyue and Biki. Let me see. Oh no. I have all the common cards like Jinshi, Applejack, and Ro. But I don't have Ziyue and Biki. This luck is too bad. What are you complaining about? You drew a white back on your first try? And you think that's bad luck? I opened 3 packs before getting 1 white back. The two talked as they left the shop. Fibanla grinned. Looks like there really is such a thing as newbie benefits. Sigh. Why didn't I encounter such good fortune back then? Although they were having a clearance sale, selling 6 cards for 1 yuan was still a loss, so Fibanlu said, I said 2 yuan. Pingqi still insisted on her price, 1 yuan, 2 yuan. Fibanlu also stuck to her price. The two argued back and forth, and finally Pingqi made a sudden turn. 1 yuan, 2 yuan. Fibanla got tangled up. Suit yourself. Then 1 yuan is fine. Pingqi threw down a yuan, picked up a pack of cards, and left. Isn't this a scam? Fibanla thought for them. Although Pingqi tricked her out of a yuan, it was no big deal. After setting up in the park for half a day, she quickly sold out the card packs. Their card selling caught Twilight Sparkle's attention. She had also heard about Xiaoping's experience, being falsely accused and then selling cards to prove her innocence. Vice Principal Luna went a bit too far this time, not distinguishing right from wrong. I need to reason with her, Twilight Sparkle said. Yue Shuashuo stopped her. Do you think you're the principal? Can you scold the vice principal? Applejack said, don't worry about them. Actually, they sold those extra cards to make some money. Now her room still has many collectible cards. Agreed. Sweet Belle made me order another batch of card packs online last night, saying she would pay me back after selling the cards today, Rui also said. Chapter 90, Ro's Courage Training. Many pony fans like to pair 2 ponies together, forming so-called teams. Without mentioning who others prefer, let's see how the author divides the 6. The Twilight team formed by Ziyue and Biki, the Rare Apple team of Applejack and Jinshi, and the Pegasus team of Yunbao and Ro. This episode will tell the story of the Pegasus team. Yunbao loves to play pranks, often scaring the little ponies half to death while she giggles beside them. Seeing their startled faces is just too funny. Yunbao laughed until her stomach hurt. Ro appeared in front of Yunbao and said, Yunbao, I have a request for you. Can you scare me? Did I hear that right? Ro. My pranks are really scary. I might put a spider in your teacup or a pig head balloon by your bed. How could you? A little pony who is afraid of thunder come to me asking to be scared? Yunbao asked. Yes, under normal circumstances, I definitely wouldn't make such a request. But I realized that the way to eliminate fear is to face it head on. If you keep being afraid, you'll be scared for a lifetime. I don't want to be a coward. I want everyone to know that I can be bold too. Oh, got it. Leave this to me. So how do you plan to scare me? I can't tell you. If I do, you'll be on guard, and then I won't be able to scare you. Yunbao deliberately kept it mysterious and then left. The unknown danger is the real fear. As they were about to get home, a low growl came from the bushes nearby. Although Ro liked small animals, she didn't like large carnivores and was even scared of them. The growl they just heard might have been from a brown bear. Although she raised a black bear, the black bear is slightly inferior compared to a brown bear. Furthermore, if a brown bear really came, Ro, being so small, would be torn apart in an instant. At that moment, a bear head peeked out from the grass. Roar. The brown bear didn't chase after them. Why? Because that brown bear was impersonated by Yunbao, who started to scare Ro as she had instructed. Ro had no idea that this bear was Yunbao in disguise, and she trembled all over, her body shaking like a sieve. Oh, my gosh. There's a brown bear outside. What should I do? When she encountered danger, she used her old method of covering her eyes. The main idea was that if she couldn't see it, she wouldn't be afraid. Although her eyes were closed, she could still hear the sound of the wind whistling. What is that sound? It seemed to be a crying sound. Although Ro was very scared, she still plucked up the courage to take a look. Suddenly, a little pony hanging outside the window popped up, her tongue sticking out long, creating a very scary scene. Ro was so scared her face turned gray. She had never seen such a terrifying scene in her life. At this moment, the little pony hanging there made a faint laughing sound, but it wasn't a creepy laugh. It was a suppressed giggle. Finally, she couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing. Ro, you said you wanted to find me to test your courage. Look at you now. Scared to death. Yunbao, Was all of that just now you're doing? Ro asked timidly. Of course. Otherwise, how could there be a hanging ghost at your window? Then the brown bear sound I heard. It turns out everything was arranged by you. Yes. Didn't you ask me to scare you? To scare someone. You have to catch them off guard. That way, the chances of success are higher. Ro's face turned red. She had said she wanted to test someone's courage. But in the end, she was just asking for trouble. Through this incident, Ro understood one thing. That terrifying scenes are all man-made. In reality, there aren't so many ghosts or bears. They are all impersonated by Yumbao. Later, when she went to a haunted house to play, no matter how scary the staff pretended to be, Ro didn't feel afraid. Because she knew that those ghosts were just ponies in disguise, not real. One day, a brown bear came to Ponyville, which was quite a rare event. Although Ponyville had many animals, most of them were gentle creatures. Large carnivores like this were seldom seen. And even the bear that Rarity raised usually only ate fruit. This bear went to the sweet apple orchard, and Applejack hid away. Her pigs were in trouble, trapped in their pen with no way to escape, and the fence was as good as nothing to the bear. It easily walked in and ate the pigs inside. Applejack could only watch helplessly. Just when everyone felt powerless against it, Rarity came humming a tune. Applejack, hiding in the house, felt a bit nervous for her. Although Rarity had her stare technique, could she really handle such a big bear? The bear roared at Rarity, blowing her hairstyle all over the place. Rarity said, "Oh, Rainbow Dash, your acting is getting more and more realistic. Let me think. Did you hide a fan in your coat that made such a strong wind?" The brown bear didn't understand why Rarity wasn't afraid of it, so it roared again. Rarity replied, "All right, this little trick doesn't scare me anymore." The bear, embarrassed and furious, raised its paw to swipe at Rarity, but she easily dodged. Rainbow Dash, you're going too far. Rarity was also curious why Rainbow Dash was mimicking the bear's run so well. Then Rainbow Dash flew in front of her and explained, "What you encountered is not a bear I was pretending to be, but a real brown bear. It's incredibly destructive. And Applejack's pigs suffered because of it. Just when everyone was at a loss, you showed up and defeated it with your stare technique." "Wait, you mean that was a real brown bear? And a meat eater?" Rarity asked in shock. Yes. All the ponies in Ponyville can testify." Although Rarity drove the bear away, she was terrified when she realized it was a real brown bear and nearly fainted. Even though she had the stare technique, it only worked if her presence was greater than that of the target. If she had known it was a real brown bear, she definitely would not have succeeded. It seems that true courage can only be shown when one is unaware of the dangers, and your courage training has passed, Rarity. Rainbow Dash said. Chapter 91, Avalanche at Rock Farm. Rock Farm faced a once-in-a-century snowstorm. The snow seemed to come from nowhere, covering the gray land and turning it into a vast white expanse. The owner of Rock Farm, Igneous Rock, was worried because it had never snowed here before. The sudden snowfall this year was probably not a good omen. His guess was not wrong, as soon after, hail began to fall, growing larger and creating many craters on the ground. Not only was the ground pounded into pits, but their house was also damaged. Just as Igneous Rock was about to lead everyone to safety, Limestone said, "Wait, the boulder is still outside. With the hail so large now, what if it gets damaged? We need to move it to a safe place before we leave." She was also having a tough time, as the boulder was a treasured family heirloom. And Igneous Rock agreed to her request. They would move the boulder to safety before leaving. But at that moment, the wind grew stronger, the snow piled higher. And even worse, an avalanche was coming. Even with the avalanche, the five of them stayed close to the boulder until they were finally engulfed by the snow. "Why are you stepping on Rainbow Dash?" In fact, Applejack meant for her to stop talking, as Pinky was already sad enough. "Let's hurry to Rock Farm. Maybe they are just buried in the snow, waiting for us to rescue them." After Purple Dawn said this, everyone quickly rushed to Rock Farm. Purple Dawn instructed Starlight Glimmer, "You're in charge of pulling the supplies." Starlight Glimmer looked at the hay that resembled a small mountain and felt a bit troubled. But to perform well in front of Purple Dawn, she didn't ask any other ponies for help and slowly pulled the supplies herself. When they arrived at Rock Farm, the snow had stopped. Pinky exclaimed, "This place was originally my home. Why is the house gone?" "It might be buried," Rainbow Dash replied. "Then let us not waste time talking. Let us quickly clear the snow," Applejack said, digging furiously. "Wait a moment, didn't T-Maud have magic that could detect diamonds underground? Maybe she can also detect if there are ponies under the snow. I'll give it a try," Maud said, placing her horn on the ground. After a while, she pointed to a clear spot and said, "You all dig here." They hurriedly started digging, but found no sign of Pinky's family, only a rock. "Oh, my magic can only find gems," Maud sighed. Pinky picked up the rock and said, "This is Maud's rock. She always carries it with her. They must be nearby." "Pinky, we dug 2 meters just to find this rock. Could it be that your family is buried even deeper? They are indeed earthworms, Rainbow Dash said. And while she was talking, Applejack accidentally stepped on her foot again, causing her more pain. Uffed. It was like a balloon deflating. Looking at Pinky, her fluffy curls had turned straight, and her pink rock had turned gray. This was a sign of extreme sadness. Can't you say a little less? Look at how sad Pinky is. Applejack said angrily. Sorry, Pinky. From now on, I'll talk less and work more. I'll start right now. She grabbed a shovel and began shoveling snow as fast as a fan. They didn't know what they had dug up, but with a clang, sparks flew, and Rainbow Dash's hooves felt tingly. Upon closer inspection, it was a rock. The boulder. That's our family's boulder. Pinky recognized it immediately. At that moment, a voice calling for help came from the snow. Is anyone up there to rescue us? Hurry and save us. Pinky also recognized it was her dad's voice. At that moment, they didn't care about anything else and dug with all their might, discovering a wooden board beneath. Pinky lifted the big plank and tossed it aside. Finally seeing them, it turned out they had been trying to push the boulder into the house when the avalanche struck. Just then, the house collapsed, and the plank fell on them. They thought they would be crushed, but the plank hit the top of the boulder, and the snow covered them. The quality of the plank was excellent, and it didn't break under the weight of the snow, with the plank providing support and the rock beside them. A simple triangle was formed. Although they wouldn't be buried by the snow, they couldn't get out and could only worry there. Now, they were finally saved. The family embraced and cried loudly. Purple Dawn said, quickly bring some food over for them to eat. Looking at Starlight Glimmer, she was eating something. What was it? Purple Dawn realized it was the food she had asked Starlight Glimmer to bring. How can you eat that food? Starlight Glimmer felt confused. Isn't food meant to be eaten? Besides, I pulled it all the way here. I'm exhausted and need to eat something to regain my strength. Oh no. This is for the disaster victims. The houses here have collapsed, and many ponies are homeless, waiting for us to deliver food. Purple Dawn explained. Starlight Glimmer paused for a moment, then swallowed the grass in her mouth. What should I do? Can I spit it out? Ugh, that would be so dirty. While they were arguing, Quartzite took out some rocks. Princess and Secretary, please don't argue. Actually, we can go without grass if you boil these rocks. We will be full. Hey, your food is quite unique. I bet you won't go hungry after eating that. It's a real hard dish. Starlight Glimmer praised. All right, go boil them, Purple Dawn urged. Originally, Purple Dawn thought these rocks were special and would soften after being boiled, but they didn't soften at all. The rocks remained hard. Although stone soup looks unappetizing, they were eating it with great relish. That fist-sized stone was finished off in just 2 bites. Didn't the princess and the secretary eat any? Volcanic Rock brought a bowl of rock soup. I just overate. Let the princess have it. By the way, I still need to raise funds for the rock farm. I'll be on my way. Starlight Glimmer quickly found an excuse to leave. Looking at the green soup and the big stone, Ziyue knew that this soup must be rich in nutrients. At the very least, it contained minerals. This stuff, drinking it surely won't cause stones, right? Ziyue didn't want to offend them, so she took a sip. Chapter 92, Strange Powers and Spirits. Ziyue did not speak. This episode continues to tell about Ziyue and her 4 friends' life at school. Almost every school has its own ghost stories, like teachers dying suddenly, students jumping off buildings, principals going missing, and so on. Ponyville School also had ghost stories. At night, when they arrived at the dormitory, Rainbow Dash said to them, "Don't you dare not believe in ghosts." Many ponies didn't believe at first, but when they actually saw one, they were more scared than anyone. Rainbow, have you heard of a saying? Ziyue does not speak of strange powers and spirits, meaning Ziyue never talks about these nonsense? Starlight Glimmer pointed at Ziyue on the upper bunk. Ziyue nodded. That's right. Those are all figments of imagination. They can't possibly exist. Don't tell me you've seen one before. You probably don't even believe it yourself. Hee. Ziyue, you're so confident. Rainbow looked at her. This isn't confidence, it's a fact. Really? Then do you dare to come out with me and take a look? Rainbow led them to the corridor, pointing to the abandoned teacher's dormitory ahead. Look, that's an abandoned teacher's dormitory. There are no ponies living there anymore. But every night at 11 o'clock, a pony in white appears, walking around the stairway. Look, she has appeared again. Following Rainbow's direction, they indeed saw a pony. Because it was night and they were far away, they couldn't see her features. But strangely, this pony kept walking around the stairway, moving slowly and continuously. Oh no. Could what Rainbow said be true? Is there really such a thing? Starlight Glimmer felt a bit scared seeing that eerie scene. Isn't that just a pre-sleep walk? Is it necessary to make such a fuss about it? Yui said. She, like Ziyue, didn't believe in such nonsense. Simple. We can just ask the teacher tomorrow to find out. Ziyue said. Moreover, it was indeed a good idea. It was better than being suspicious. Haha. Pony Ziyue. You are really adorably naive. Would the teacher tell you about something that is bad for the school? It would be better if you didn't ask. If you do, it will only bring trouble. Rainbow Dash continued to act mysterious. The listener took the speaker's words to heart. Windy Snow took what Rainbow said seriously. After all, she was young and more inclined to believe in such things, especially after seeing that pony always circling the stairway, and it was said to happen every night, which really had no reasonable explanation. She spent the whole night pondering these things, the teachers dying suddenly, students jumping off buildings, and principals going missing. Oh dear. Each one was quite terrifying. Because she was thinking about these things, she didn't sleep well all night, and the next day she was listless. You look terrible. Didn't sleep well last night? Starlight Glimmer asked with concern. Was I loud? Why couldn't I hear it? Starlight didn't understand. Ziyue gathered them together. Today, let's go check that teacher's dormitory to see if it really is an abandoned place. When they arrived at the dormitory, it was indeed quite dilapidated. And the front door was locked with a big lock, and the windows were all sealed. Oh my, what Rainbow said is indeed true. Look, there's a big lock at the entrance. We can't get in at all. And the environment of this dormitory is too poor. It doesn't look livable at all. Starlight Glimmer kept chattering. Yui pressed her hoof against Starlight's mouth and then pulled her head down to the lock. Look, this lock is very new, not rusty. Which means it is often opened. Oh, it seems so. Starlight Glimmer suddenly realized. But how to explain the ghost on the rooftop? Stop talking about ghosts. There are none. Let me ask you, that ghost, is it male or female? Is it old or young? Is it tall or short? Is it fat or thin? Is it wearing a white dress or a white skirt? Ziyue asked Starlight Glimmer. At this moment, an old man walked over. What are you all doing here? If there was any explosive news at school, he would definitely know. So, Ziyue politely spoke to him and then asked, is there any pony living in this abandoned teacher's dormitory? There is indeed one, and that is me. You? Everyone was curious, generally. The security guard lives in the reception room at the entrance, right? You are mistaken. Our Ponyville school is not small. So the school decided to tear down this old teacher's dormitory and let the teachers move to new dormitories. But a year has passed, and due to lack of funds, nothing has been done until now, said Rafe. Do you often walk on the rooftop? Ziyue asked the key question. You know about this too? Yes. I sit in the reception room every day, and I have developed a health issue from sitting too long. I only come out to stretch my legs after school, and I can't go anywhere else, so I can only walk around the rooftop at night. Because my job is a security guard, I often wander around the stairway. Rafe revealed the truth. After hearing this, Ziyue was very happy. She knew there were no ghosts in the world. Windy Snow asked, do you know about the teachers dying suddenly, students jumping off buildings, and principals going missing? As for the second student jumping off, it was because that student was not doing well academically. During a parent-teacher meeting, her parents scolded her a bit, and she couldn't take it. So she jumped from the building. But you don't need to worry. She jumped from the second floor and just broke her hoof. Later, her parents handled her dropout procedures, and she never came back. As for the principal going missing, that's even more infuriating. The school wanted to build a new teaching building, but that principal took the money to gamble. In the end, he ran away without saying a word. The school was afraid of students gossiping, so they didn't reveal the truth. Chapter 93, Pulling and Pushing Backwards. Ziyue brought Beaky's family to temporarily live in Ponyville. After some inquiries, Ziyue thought that the avalanche had come too suddenly, so she and her friends sought the instigator. The ponies were rescued, but they also needed post-disaster reconstruction. So Starlight Glimmer organized the ponies to donate. For donations, it had to be Starlight Glimmer, because if a kind girl like Ziyue came, no ponies would be willing to give money. Ponies. The ponies from Rock Farm are our friends. Their homes have been destroyed by the heavy snow. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. Everyone contribute a little love, and the world will be filled with love. As for how deep your love is, it depends on how much money you donate. Starlight Glimmer placed a large donation box on the ground and said, everyone donates according to their ability. Give as much as you can. Starlight, did you donate any money for this relief fund? Some ponies asked. Of course. I donated $50,000. Hee. Starlight, I'm not saying anything, but your assets must be more than this, right? If your assets are high, you should donate more. You donated? Come on. Let me see how much you donated. 100. You donated several hundred times less and still have the nerve to say that to me? Do you think I value this little bit of money? Starlight Glimmer threw the money in her face. When Roro saw this, she was scared. Starlight, don't be angry. You're recruiting ponies to contribute love, whatever the amount. It's the thought that counts. How can you say that to her? Why can't I? If the donation is small, I can't say anything. There are some who didn't donate, and they are there saying I donated too little. I'll call them out one by one to scold them. All right. Ziyue knows, She will say you again. And this gentleman, please don't be angry. Ro softly comforted. How dare I get angry with the secretary? Humph. He just left like that. But being publicly humiliated by Starlight Glimmer made him very angry, so he secretly complained to Ziyue. Ziyue was like this. She cared about the people and knew that Starlight Glimmer was scolding them because the money given by the ponies was too little, which made her very angry. She found Starlight Glimmer and said, "There's no way to raise funds like this. What's the difference between this and robbing?" Starlight Glimmer replied, "You misunderstood me, Ziyue. This is the only way to raise funds in Pony Maria." "Shut up. What do you mean this is the only way? Let me show you what real fundraising is. And I'll make sure everyone happily donates." Ziyue was full of confidence about this. She first gathered the ponies from Pony Valley together and then began her speech. Ahem. Ponies of Pony Valley. You probably already know that the rock farm has been destroyed and needs everyone to contribute a little love to help the disaster victims rebuild their homes. $1 is a token of goodwill, $10 is support, and everyone can give as much as they want. If you don't want to give, that is fine too. When Ziyue said that not wanting to give was okay, many ponies said, "Since it's fine not to give, then we want to give it all." You can't play like that," Ziyue exclaimed. "Don't you have any extra money? Even a penny would help." "We have extra pennies, but why should we donate them instead of keeping them for ourselves? Each person sweeps their own doorstep and doesn't bother with the frost on others' roofs. Their houses are broken. Helping them is a kindness. Not helping is our duty. Besides, we didn't break their houses, so why should we pay?" Everyone agreed, and Ziyue was left speechless by some pony who voiced such twisted logic. In the end, they only managed to gather $50, and it was still from Applejack and her friends. Ziyue felt a bit frustrated. But she wouldn't give up easily. "We can send this news abroad and see if there are any kind-hearted people out there." Originally thinking that international friends would help, they instead received heartless ridicule. Ponies have done so many bad things and are now suffering the consequences. Why isn't the snow heavier? It would be best to drown Pony Maria. This is punishment from heaven. Just wait and see. I come from the future, and soon a tsunami will swallow Pony Maria. There were countless such taunts, and Ziyue was pacing anxiously in the castle. Why do others speak so badly about us? I really shouldn't have mentioned this. And now I'm being mocked. Ziyue, that's just a bunch of extremely bored and poor guys talking. Don't take it too seriously, Applejack comforted her. It doesn't matter that the ponies in Pony Valley didn't contribute. Aren't their nobles from Canterlot? They are wealthy and might help us. Right. If we ask Princess Celestia for help, we should be able to raise the money. Ziyue's hope was rekindled. But these nobles were just like the ordinary ponies. They didn't want to contribute a single penny. "Princess, we are not a charity organization. Don't think we are very rich. In reality, we are just pretending to be wealthy. We are really just ordinary folks. What should we do? To rebuild the rock farm, we need at least $5 million. And right now we don't even have a fraction of that. What can we do?" Ziyue started to worry. At this time, Starlight Glimmer appeared. "How is it going? You can't do without me, right?" "Starlight Glimmer, do you have a way to make these nobles pay?" "Of course. And I'll make them willingly take out their money." "You're not going to rob them again, are you?" "What are you talking about? Just watch me." Starlight Glimmer went to the podium and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, you are all worth millions. Taking out tens or even hundreds of thousands isn't a problem. Please hurry up and take out your money." "Oh my. Secretary Starlight, you just touched your upper lip to your lower lip and immediately started talking about hundreds of thousands. Is this money just blowing in from the wind? Do we have that much money? Even if we do, we want to take it out. If you don't take it out voluntarily, then I'll have to issue fines." "What? If we don't donate, we also have to pay fines? What is the logic in that?" Starlight Glimmer took out a small notebook and cleared her throat. "Ahem. Liusi to save oil. The oil used in their store for frying is." "Secretary Starlight, I'll donate 200,000. Please don't continue," Liusi said nervously. Starlight Glimmer nodded and then continued. "Jia Yutue, your company produces all the cream for Pony Maria, but during the inspection this year." "Secretary Starlight, I'll donate 500,000. I also beg you not to continue." Jia Yutue directly knelt down before Starlight Glimmer. Starlight Glimmer nodded again and then read from the notebook. "Chien Duo, how do you have a house in Pony Dafia Development Zone? I remember that piece of land was originally supposed to." "Secretary Starlight, I'll also donate 500,000. I also beg you not to continue." Chien Duo clasped his hooves together in supplication. Starlight Glimmer looked at the nobles below. "I want to read the rest. But I think you all know if I have noted you down in this book. Today, even if I were to arrest you all in the Anti-Corruption Bureau, I dare say, not one of you would be innocent. Do you dare to gamble on that?" Thus, they voluntarily donated money, wanting to pay to avoid disaster. Seeing the situation was favorable, Starlight Glimmer didn't reveal their shady dealings. reported the donated money, and even added an extra $1 million. They squeezed beside Starlight Glimmer and said, "Secretary Starlight, this money is just a token of respect for you. Can we not discuss these matters in public next time? That depends on your performance." "Humph. I see you are trying to evade responsibility while pretending to be innocent." Starlight Glimmer gave the money to Ziyue. In less than half a day, Starlight Glimmer had gathered the money, and Ziyue had to admit defeat. Ziyue thought to herself, every pony has their own way of doing things. Just like Starlight Glimmer, although she's a bit bad, she really gets things done. If she could change that bad habit, it wouldn't be impossible for her to take my place in the future. Chapter 94, The Sisters' Dreams. Jinchi had a dream, which was to move to Manhattan, the most prosperous city in Pony Maria, where every place showcased the beauty of art. But the housing prices there were too high. Jinchi took out a lot of money, but could only buy a shop that others didn't want. Living there was something she didn't even dare to dream about. Manhattan, Manhattan, when will I be able to live there? Jinchi cried in her room. Sweetie Belle heard Jinchi's cries and came in with concern. Sweetie Belle, my dearest sister, don't you think that us noble ponies should live in a big city like Manhattan? Although I'm a fashion designer, I'm often laughed at by other ponies because of my origins. Pony Valley is just a rural urban fringe, it's too outdated. And my shop is the only one in town. Isn't that good? This way everyone comes to buy your clothes. Good? Good? You actually think that's good? Do you know that the ponies here don't understand fashion at all? Just take Applejack. She actually said my silk scarf can't compare to her towel. Seeing her sweaty towel being said to be more useful than my scarf just makes me furious. Jinchi trembled all over. If that's the case, why don't you ask Ziyue for help? She's a princess, and as long as she agrees, you can live there, right? Sweetie Belle suggested. Why doesn't Ziyue live in Manhattan? Because she already has a castle in Pony Valley. There's no need to move there. Besides, she wants to be with her friends and doesn't want to go so far away. No way. Even though Ziyue can help us get a residency permit for Manhattan, I can't let her abuse her power just because she's my friend. Absolutely not. Jinchi was very principled. What is wrong with that? Look at Starlight Glimmer. The money she makes could fill a house. Sweetie Belle thought to herself, my sister is really interesting. She really wants to move to Manhattan. But she feels incapable and doesn't want others to help her. Is this a matter of pride? Sweetie Belle went to the cabin and mentioned this to Apple Bloom and Scootaloo. Apple Bloom said, your sister is doing well. Unlike my sister Applejack, who's so foolish that she can't even farm properly. What could have made Apple Bloom so angry? This matter has to start from the day before yesterday. Apple Lily told Applejack that she wanted to go see MaJillian's concert and asked Applejack for money. After Applejack learned the price of the concert tickets, she opened her mouth wide. With this money, we could buy several baskets of apples. Today, not to mention MaJillian, even if it were Donkey Jillian's concert. You are not allowed to go. Pear Sauce comforted her. Baby, if you want to listen to music, you don't necessarily need to go to a concert. Mom can sing for you. Saying this, she found a stone to sit on and took out her guitar. The rain has just stopped, and this summer feels particularly sultry. When you smile at me, that moment. Pear Sauce sings really well, but Apple Lily is still unhappy. Applejack handed her a basket. All right, don't sulk. It's time to go pick apples. If everyone were like you, sitting around every day and not working, when could our family get out of poverty? Some may wonder why Applejack works diligently and has such a large farm, yet they haven't escaped poverty. This is a long story. First of all, apples are not worth much. Although apples sell for 5 to 6 yuan per pound. Do you think the merchants would buy apples at 5 yuan per pound and then sell them for 6 yuan per pound? That's impossible. If that were the case, the transportation and labor costs would make the merchants lose money. In reality, the apples wholesale from the sweet apple orchard are very cheap. Only 1 or 2 yuan per pound. Even if the merchants pressure for lower prices, Applejack has to agree because if she doesn't sell them, that large orchard will have apples rotting if left too long, and she would lose everything. Furthermore, she hasn't opened up the market. All along, her selling point has been in Little Pony Valley, and she can't transport fruits to big cities like Canterlot and Manhattan. The purchasing power in Little Pony Valley is low. So no matter how many apples she has, she can't sell them. Apple Lily has also thought carefully about it. Their family has been growing apples for 3 generations. Yet they haven't gotten rich. Isn't there a saying? They say farming doesn't make money. If it did, many people would be eager to farm. Applejack, why don't you ask Ziyue for help? Let her help promote the products, and then many little ponies would buy our products. Apple Lily suggested. Ziyue is the second in command of Pony Maria, and after the Universe Princess retired, she became the ruler. Her status is now very high, holding significant power. She can represent the Universe Princess in diplomacy, major decision-making, problem-solving, and many other privileges. It can be said that if Ziyue were to turn the sweet apple orchard into a large amusement park, Engineers would come to discuss it with Applejair the next day. Ziyue has great power, but she has never used it, always doing things properly. This is just like in the animation. In reality, there are people like Ziyue, making it difficult to meet her. Apple Lily proposed asking Ziyue for help, but Applejair refused outright. No way. Although I am Ziyue's good friend, I can't let her use her privileges for me. Clearly, there's an easy way to solve the problem, but you don't use it. You're really working hard for nothing. After Apple Lily finished her angry words, she left home. Now, Apple Lily is discussing her sister's situation with Sweetheart Baby. Unexpectedly, they find they have something in common. They want a good life, but don't want anyone's help, insisting on relying on themselves. One can only say they are too young and have no idea what's ahead. Jinshi and Applejair met at a leisure center and chatted together. As they talked, they discussed their younger sisters. Jinshi said, Sweetheart Baby really thinks Manhattan is that easy to get to? If Ziyue helps me get a residence permit for Manhattan, then I'd owe her a big favor. Although she doesn't need me to repay it, I still feel uneasy. Applejair responded, exactly. Apple Lily actually asked me to ask Ziyue to promote apples. But wouldn't that lower Ziyue's status? Ziyue has already helped me so much. I don't want to trouble her with this too. So, does Jinshi really have to move to Manhattan? Does Applejair really have to sell a lot of apples? Actually, not really. They are just occasionally complaining. Their younger sisters took it seriously. Chapter 95. The Helplessness After Graduation. This is a story 10 years later. Twilight Sparkle and her friends have graduated, entered society, and started their own lives. Twilight Sparkle, due to her excellent grades, entered the National Science and Technology Department after graduation. Rainbow Dash joined the sports center and became an athlete. Pinkie Pie opened a cake shop. Rarity opened a clothing store, and her business is booming. As for Sunset Shimmer, she was never a person from this world. She initially came to Ponyville because she did something bad and was afraid of punishment from the Universe Princess. So she left Pony Maria and escaped here. Here, she met the human world S6 and decided to stay. With their own jobs, they each had their own lives and couldn't be together as often as before. Time flew by, and 5 years passed. They transformed from middle school students into adults. No longer youthful, their faces were marked by the trials of life. Twilight Sparkle is skilled at inventing. During school, she would make remote-controlled cars. As she grew older, she expanded this technology and began developing chips for new energy vehicles. Whether electric cars can replace gasoline cars is a question Twilight often thinks about. Although she has already researched driverless technology, the gasoline car owners in Ponyville all say, as long as I'm alive, I'll never buy an electric car. Who would want to buy a car that makes no noise? Isn't buying a car just to hear the roar of an internal combustion engine? The internal combustion engine will never be a slave. Sigh. To be honest, working every day, who isn't tired? Finally, there's some time to rest. So let's have a good rest. The next day, she woke up still feeling sore. I can't just sleep all the time. Let's see if I can find something to do. Woof. Spike brought over a picture frame. Is this from under my bed? Ziyue put on her glasses and carefully looked at the frame. This is a photo taken with everyone during her graduation. Exactly like the instant photos in the Book of Magic. They were her best friends during school, and since graduation, they haven't seen each other again. Nor do they know how they are doing now. First, there's the Crystal Academy, which was the school she got into, one of the top schools in the city. She originally wanted to get into another school, but after the friendship games, she transferred to Canterlot High. Canterlot High is several levels below Crystal Academy. So her hopes of getting into a prestigious university were dashed. But with loss comes gain. She made a few close friends here, which made her realize that there are more important things than just studying. Arriving at her old classroom, she felt a mix of emotions. Although the classroom setup hasn't changed much, the owner of the seat is no longer her. She went to the playground, but since it was vacation, there were no students there. However, she saw someone kicking a ball, and Twilight felt that the figure looked familiar. Who could it be? Let's get a little closer to take a better look. Rainbow-colored hair, oh my. Isn't that Rainbow Dash? That's definitely Rainbow Dash. Why is she kicking a ball here? Because she is very angry. Originally, she joined a women's soccer team called the Lightning Team. This team was weak, but after Rainbow Dash joined, their strength increased. Once, they were supposed to compete against an unknown team, and the coach told them to throw the game and not play hard. Rainbow Dash was very angry because this goes against the spirit of sports. The coach just chuckled and dismissed her. Rainbow Dash said, I wouldn't want to associate with someone like that. Although she left the team, she still loves playing soccer and comes to school to practice on Sundays. Today, while practicing shooting alone, she spotted Twilight Sparkle and excitedly said, Isn't that Silly Pumpkin? Twilight Sparkle wanted to respond, but hesitated. What does Silly Pumpkin mean? Oh, no need to ask. It must be the nickname Rainbow Dash gave her behind her back. How rude. Yunbao also realized she had said something wrong and hurriedly said, Mumu. It's been a long time since we last met. What brings you here? Twilight Sparkle then shared her vacation story with her. The two sat under a tree, and Yunbao sighed. We took our graduation photos under this tree. Now it's just the two of us here again. I wonder how they're doing. Yeah, I miss them so much. What you think about really comes true. Twilight Sparkle noticed a few people walking towards them and was surprised to see Rarity and the others. Rarity and the others were also very excited to see Twilight and Yunbao. Mumu and Yunbao, what are you doing here? Is this the so-called fate? Rarity wondered if she had arranged to meet with Pinky and the others at school, but that wasn't the case. Ever since Rarity opened her clothing store, she had been working day and night managing it. Although her store was large, there weren't many customers, and her income wasn't ideal. She could only keep the business running while losing money. Feeling very confused, she wandered the streets and bumped into Xiaodai, who had lost her job. Due to the intense competition in the company, honest people like Xiaodai were the easiest to be eliminated, so she was also feeling very down. When good friends meet, they naturally want to chat. They went to a milk tea shop and found that the employee was Pinky. Don't you have a cake shop? Why are you working here? Rarity asked. Sigh, don't mention it. Many influencers came to my place to review the cakes, and I thought they would promote my products, but after they came, my sales plummeted, and I couldn't keep the shop open. The usually cheerful Pinky was unable to smile at this moment. Why are we all so miserable? Pinky cried, and the four of them hugged and cried together. After crying, they entered the school to clear their minds and encountered Twilight Sparkle and Yunbao. After some conversation, they realized that everyone's life wasn't very good. It turns out that the future we hoped for while in school is so difficult, Yunbao lamented. Although it was sad, Twilight Sparkle didn't think so. Everyone goes through low points in their lives. As long as we endure this period, we will see the dawn. Why does that sound just like a textbook? Pinky laughed. In fact, what made Twilight sad wasn't the hardships of life, but the fact that after graduation, she no longer had friends to confide in. Chapter 96. Poor in resources, but rich in ambition. At the beginning, Yuna and Shirchin Yaya walked onto the stage. Shirchin Yaya was dressed like a scholar, while Yuna was dressed like a rural woman. Given the stark contrast, it seemed that Shirchin Yaya was dressed as a man, and Yuna was her wife. Yuna really likes Shirchin Yaya. Even if it's acting, she wants to play a couple with her. Shirchin Yaya was reading a book, while Yuna complained, hey, as the head of the family, you keep reading every day without doing any work. How are we supposed to live? Can reading fill our stomachs? Can it solve our basic needs? Golden houses and beautiful faces. Are you still dreaming of your spring and autumn dreams? Face reality. We live in a broken thatched house with nothing but bare walls. One good thing is that we don't need air conditioning in the summer nights. It doesn't get hot. Stop talking so much and hurry up and cook. Cook? I'm not going. A clever woman can't make a meal without rice. Our family doesn't even have money to buy rice. What are you going to use? Your golden house and beautiful face? You're the head of the family, but have no way to make money. I really misjudged you when I chose to follow you. Yuna continued to throw a tantrum, and Shirchin Yaya, no longer in the mood to read, asked, then, Madam, what do you want me to do? Isn't having the opportunity just losing one's conscience in hardship? Our family is already at the end of its rope. If you don't make money, I'll go out and make money. Oh, how are you going to make money? This question infuriated Shirchin Yaya. This is nonsense. After being scolded, Yuna was still unconvinced. If you have no ability, you shouldn't stop others from making money. After saying that, she left the stage. Shirchin Yaya turned to the audience and said, as the pillar of the family, I can't even provide 3 meals a day for my wife. Am I still a man? Sigh, what is the point of living? I might as well die. She took out 2 packets of rat poison and was about to eat them when someone jumped out. Foolish child. You only need to eat 1 packet of rat poison to die. If you eat 2, isn't that just a waste? Why is this person not concerned about her, but rather about the packet of rat poison? Shirchin Yaya took a closer look and was shocked. Oh no. Isn't this my deceased mother, Swantian? How did she come here? Oh, no need to ask. Because I ate rat poison, I have died. So my mother has come to take me. Swantian gave her a big slap. You are so foolish. I ask you, why do you seek such a short-sighted end? How can I not seek a short end? My wife is going to give me a green hat. How much humiliation do I have to endure? Mom. Do you want me to go hit someone? Isn't this an insult to a cultured person like me? Your daughter-in-law is going out to have fun, and you don't feel embarrassed? In short, listening to my mom will never be wrong. Since mom said so, then I'll obey. Then, Swantian exited the stage, and Shirchin Yaya fell to the ground. Yuna came up. Oh no. What happened to you? Why are you stuffing sand in your mouth? It turned out that Shirchin Yaya wasn't eating rat poison, but sand. Shirchin Yaya weakly said, I. Yuna was startled. What do you want to do? I want to eat. Now this is good. The neighbor doesn't even need to wash this bowl. After drinking the porridge, Shurchin Yaya felt stronger and said, I'll listen to you. Let us go rob someone. Head of the family, we can't do that. Shurchin Yaya ignored her and boldly stepped into the back curtain. The stage turned, changing to a new scene. Still with Shurchin Yaya on stage. My mom said to go hit someone, but I can only hit once. Sigh. It seems I have to target rich people. Otherwise, robbing a beggar would be a waste of an opportunity. At that moment, a person ran by with a big bag, and Shurchin Yaya's eyes brightened. Hey, this is like a pillow meeting a sleepy head. What I think comes true. But I wonder what they are carrying. If it's money, that would be better. If it's a pile of radishes and sweet potatoes, those things aren't worth much. Soon, the answer came out. That person took out a gold ring and put it on their hand. Shurchin Yaya sneered. So much money. This person might be a robber or a thief. If I rob her, it's not immoral, and it's also an act of righteousness. Xiwenqing came over slowly with a money bag, and Shurchin Yaya shouted, Take this. She forgot one thing. She was supposed to sneak up to hit someone, but now she shouted so loudly that Xiwenqing definitely noticed, dodging to the side and avoiding the hit. Though she missed, Shurchin Yaya continued to hit, and with a ping-pong sound, Xiwenqing was knocked down. Shurchin Yaya grabbed the money and was about to leave when a group of people surrounded her. Oh no, my first robbery, and I've been caught. Oh no. So many people. If everyone kicks me, I'll be flattened into a pancake. Shurchin Yaya cried. But unexpectedly, they praised her. You are really impressive. That person just now was a notorious criminal, a land pirate, who stole countless gold and jewels, and no one could deal with her. We didn't expect you to subdue her. We'll give you half the money as a reward for helping us catch the thief. Yuna angrily said, head of the family. I was just saying that out of anger. How could you actually do it? Now you're a thief, and I'm a thief's wife. I can't afford this shame. I want to hang myself. Shurchin Yaya hurriedly grabbed her hand. Wife. I was just joking. In fact, this money is the reward I got for catching the thief. It's clean money. After hearing this, Yuna finally stopped crying. Then, the old house on stage was torn down and transformed into a beautiful house, and Yuna and Shurchin Yaya said, what we should worry about is not poverty, but character. A person with good character, even if poor, will still receive help. Those with poor character, in pursuit of a little benefit, disregard their shame. Such actions can only bring temporary satisfaction while losing others' recognition. I hope the audience can be like the protagonists in the play, poor in material, but rich in spirit. Chapter 97, Crystal Academy of Cantlot High School, Part 1. A strong youth leads to a strong nation. In Ponyville, physical fitness for teenagers is highly valued, and there will be military training trials every semester. Due to the severe international situation in recent years, Cantlot High School and Crystal Prep Academy held joint drills to enhance students' awareness of prevention. This time, the military training location is a hilly area, and students from both schools will receive supplies provided by the school in advance: paintball guns, backpacks, luncheon meat, and clean water. The school will use drones to monitor students' actions to see who is slacking off or who is fleeing. After learning about the content of this military training, Yuna jumped up with joy. Oh yeah, this is even more exciting than in the game. Follow me, I'm going to take on 10. Calm down, Yuna. Look clearly. What we have in hand are paintball guns, not real guns, and their range is very short. Plus, this hilly area is so vast. Where are the enemies? And how can we know? Applejack shook her head. We can't act rashly. I guess they'll hide and wait for us to search for them, then strike. There's a saying, a clear shot is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. If they use sneak attacks, we'll definitely suffer. Twilight chimed in. Are we just going to wait here? If they wait and we wait, we might not see each other for half a year. Yuna was eager to try and wanted to run out directly, but was pulled back by Applejack. We should elect a commander. That way, everyone will know who to listen to, said Sunny. So, who will be the commander? Yuna and Applejack both raised their hands. Yuna looked at Applejack. Hey, Applejack, why are you competing with me? Do you think you know how to command? Seeing them argue, Sunny quickly separated them. All right. I think we should choose someone everyone agrees on. So, they started voting again, and everyone unanimously looked at Twilight. There was no way around it. She had the highest IQ among them, and shouldn't smart people be the ones to lead? However, Twilight hesitated because she never fought battles without a chance of winning. This flaw is what everyone calls excessive caution. Although it's not a bad habit, it can be cumbersome at critical moments. For example, if the enemy is driven away but you stop pursuing because you're not sure if there are any ambushes, even if there's no risk, you lose a great opportunity to strike. Someone raised an objection, and Twilight knew her position as commander was unstable, so she relinquished it. Since Twilight stepped down, I'll recommend myself. Pinky patted her chest. You're worse than Yuna. You've caused more trouble than Yuna. Rarity said. I think it should be me. Little Butterfly quietly retorted. But if Rarity becomes the commander, she'll make everyone wear clean and pretty clothes and won't let them get dirty. Besides, Rarity knows nothing about commanding. On the contrary, I'm different. I've commanded many rabbits and cats, and they all listen to me. Wait, Little Butterfly, you don't want to compete too, do you? With your courage, when the time comes, you'll probably find a place to hide. Rarity said. A commander needs not only wisdom, but also bravery, so you can't do it. They argued back and forth, and Sunny felt a headache coming on. If we haven't even started fighting the enemy, and we're already fighting among ourselves, I say everyone, stop. This kind of argument leads nowhere. Instead of continuing to quarrel, why not find someone who meets your requirements? At this moment, everyone turned to Sunny in unison. Right. Sunny meets all the requirements, right? Not arrogant, listens to opinions, has courage and wisdom. She's the best candidate. Sunny stepped up. Since you're all looking at me, I'll give it a try. If I refuse now, it would seem hypocritical. So, I'll assign tasks. Yuna will lead the assault team. Applejack will handle the food for the troops. Little Butterfly will take care of logistics, and Pinky will be in charge of reconnaissance. Others will adjust their positions according to the situation in the battle. Everyone, please understand. This is indeed a good arrangement. But Trixie stood up to object. Wait, I disagree. Why should you be in charge while we have to listen to you? As for commanding ability, the great and all-powerful Trixie is more than capable. Trixie, if you don't listen to me, there won't be any chance for you to appear in this book in the future, Sunny said. What? Then I will definitely obey the arrangements, follow orders, and do whatever you want me to do. Just let me be on camera often, Trixie said with a grin. After the arrangements were made, Sunny said, now, let's proceed with the strategic deployment. We've wasted a lot of time arguing. Rest assured, based on my understanding of Crystal Prep, they will definitely argue back and forth over the position of commander, and they might even fight. By then, if they turn against each other, we'll reap the benefits. Yuna said nonchalantly. If it were in the past, they would indeed do that. But after Principal Cadance took office, their selfish habits have changed. Poetry took out a die and said, let us use this to decide who will be the commander. 1 is Yuna, 2 is Rarity, 3 is Little Butterfly. 4 is me, 5 is Pinky, and 6 is Sunny. Does anyone have different opinions? No, they said in unison. After all, they all knew their own strengths and weaknesses. Also, if they were eliminated early, they would be scolded. Nobody wanted to take the blame. Sunny silently chanted, Umit ba, please don't let it be me. The die was rolled, and the final result was 6, Sunny. Hey, just what I feared would happen, Sunny said with a bitter smile. Stop with the theatrics and get ready for deployment. If we lose to Cantlot High again, you won't escape responsibility. The others sighed in relief and left one after another. Since I've been chosen, I can only take office. Everyone, Cantlot High is nothing special. Most of them are sheltered flowers. We can defeat them in one go. Sunny delivered her speech. Although this pre-battle preparation wasted an entire episode's time, in reality, it was only a quarter of an hour. Now, they have all sent out reconnaissance teams to scout the enemy's movements, and Pinky and Rarity's teams met, leading to an exciting duel. Chapter 98, Crystal Academy of Cantlot High School, Part 2. Sunny assigned Pinky a task, which was to scout the enemy's movements, essentially making her the fire reconnaissance team. Pinky's team encountered Rarity's team. The two groups met at a corner. Who will you meet around the corner? Upon meeting, both were startled. Oh no. Here, let us clarify the rules of this competition. Students from both sides, if hit by a paintball gun, are considered injured and can be treated by logistics personnel, wiping the colored areas with tissues. However, if there is too much color, they will be judged as dead and eliminated. Some might wonder, what if you're eliminated early? Hey, then your score will drop significantly. The score mainly depends on the time you survive on the field and your contributions. Therefore, if caught, as long as you're not killed, you can still earn survival time points. For these points, many choose to be captives. After all, it's better to live poorly than to die well. Don't shoot. Capture them alive. Pinky commanded and charged at Rarity. Pinky wanted to engage in close combat, but Rarity wasn't going to give her that chance. She raised her paintball gun and shot at Pinky. But who is Pinky? Known as the Divine Steed, is she that easy to hit? She tossed her head to dodge the paint, then raised her leg and kicked the candy-coated gun far away. Now, she was truly unarmed. At this moment, there was no room for retreat. She could only fight with all her might. The two of them wrestled together, while the teammates nearby were unsure whether to help. In terms of skill, Pinky was clearly superior. She leaped high, jumped over the candy-coated girl's head, landed behind her, and delivered a sweeping kick. With a whoosh and a thud, the candy-coated girl was knocked to the ground. Pinky took out some ribbons and tied the candy-coated girl's hands together, capturing her. The students from Kant High couldn't help but applaud. Pingchi, you're amazing. Although the candy-coated girl was captured, she was not afraid. You can't kill me because there's a pact stating that the abuse of prisoners of war is prohibited. This rule was in effect during this exam. After all, this military training was essentially a small-scale battlefield test. What are you talking about? I plan to extract information from her, Pingchi explained. Besides, we can't kill prisoners of war. That would cost us points. Twilight Sparkle also added, yes. There's this rule during this military training. Hey, what kind of talk is that? If the other side can't win, they'll just pretend to surrender, and then what if they rebel later? Yunbao said indignantly. Don't worry. If that happens, the points will be deducted from them. You need to understand that we are still students. We can't engage in those kinds of scheming. Moreover, it's better to subdue one than to kill one. If the candy-coated girl truly resorts to underhanded tactics, she'll be morally bankrupt, and the teachers will definitely not approve. Yue said. Indeed, the military training was just a simulation of a battlefield. It wasn't about perfectly recreating one. They were still students, and they shouldn't learn any bad practices. Otherwise, there would be no point in holding this military training at all. Yunbao had no choice but to abandon that line of thought. Since that's the case, let's just ask her. Hey, tell us quickly, who sent you, and how many support teams do you have behind you? Yue glanced at Pingchi. Did she surrender with her weapon raised, or did you capture her directly? I captured her directly. Oh no, if that's the case, she didn't surrender voluntarily. She's just an enemy you caught. Alright, let us do what Yunbao said. Let us each give her a shot. And we can all earn points together, okay? Whoever hits the enemy can earn points. And if a group hits one person, they can also earn points together. This is how we can rack up points. If it's group scoring, then the points will be more than what one person can earn. The candy-coated girl quickly said, I'll tell you. First of all, our commander is Yaori. The team supporting me is Swantian, and we have an assault team called Ningxiu. Shichin Yaya is in logistics, and I don't know anything else. That information is enough. Yue nodded in satisfaction. You're not planning to kill the donkey after the grinding, are you? What are you thinking? Just sit here and don't pull any tricks, or we'll execute you. Is it really possible to play like this? Yaori said in surprise. If that's the case, we can only change our tactics. After all, if they take the candy-coated girl away, they'll definitely extract our plans from her. And if we continue with our previous tactics, they'll definitely be prepared. Hey, I don't think so. We can turn the tables on them and set a trap. Ningxiu said with a sinister smile. Her idea was to superficially continue sending Swantian to support the candy-coated girl, while Ningxiu would take a different route to ambush Kant High. Kant High would think Swantian was still supporting the candy-coated girl and would believe everything she said, thus sending a small team to wait for Ningxiu to arrive. I didn't expect you to be so crafty, Shichin Yaya praised. Meanwhile, at Kant High, they were half skeptical of what the candy-coated girl had said. Is what she said true or false? We can't be sure. You know, all is fair in war. What if she's lying, and we fall for it? Although saying that might be a bit unfair, that's my impression of them, Twilight Sparkle said. Hey, Twilight Sparkle, is that how you talk about your old classmates? Ugh, the candy-coated girl suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Yeah, why don't I just lie and deceive them? I can't believe you're so clever to guess my plan, the candy-coated girl said. I told you, she would lie. Yunbao pointed at her. Yue asked. You said you were lying before, what do you mean? Chapter 99, Kant High Crystal Academy, 3. You said what you said earlier was a deception. Where's that coming from? Yue asked. Hee. You think prisoners will be honest? First, beat her up. Just as Yunbao was about to go over. She was held back by Xiao Dai and Ruer. Why is Yunbao so hot-tempered? Since she was lying earlier, should we change our strategy? Pingchi asked. That's hard to say. Who knows if what she's saying now is a lie? Twilight Sparkle shook her head. The candy-coated girl quickly chimed in, at that time. Ningxiu will lead people to ambush your backs, so you need to bring more people. You don't need to worry about that. What she didn't know was that Yaori and the others had already switched tactics, and her lies were indistinguishable from Yaori's arrangements. Pingchi went to scout again, and found that Swantian was indeed coming this way as the candy-coated girl had said. Pingchi hurriedly informed everyone. And the candy-coated girl felt secretly pleased. I mixed the truth with lies. Of course, you can't tell. Alright, this matter seems to align with what she said. I'll have to pay more attention to the eastern hillside. Yunbao approached Applejack. Let us go together. In case there really are a lot of people ambushing from behind. I can't handle it alone, so you must come with me. To Yunbao's surprise, the fearless one was asking for help, so Applejack agreed to follow her. The candy-coated girl thought that since Yunbao and the others took most of the people, the headquarters wouldn't have many left. According to the original plan, Ningxiu would come from the west, and it would be smooth sailing, allowing her to take revenge. Little did she know, her cleverness backfired. having been captured. Could Yari not change tactics? Ningxiu also didn't have that many tricks up her sleeve, thinking Kant Hai would execute the original plan. Unaware that Yunbao had already reached the eastern hillside. This area was under Kant Hai's jurisdiction, so Yunbao easily arrived here and set up an ambush. About 10 minutes later, they indeed saw Ningxiu leading her troops approaching, and there were quite a few of them. Hey, Applejack, it's time to make a name for ourselves. So don't hold back. Yunbao joked. What else is there to say? Applejack pulled out 2 paintball guns, and if you ask where the other one came from, it was obviously taken from Xiaodia's hands, as logistics personnel didn't need these things. On the other side, Ningxiu and Xuanqing were making their way over. Xuanqing asked, "Does your method really work?" "Don't worry, this trick is specially designed for suspicious people. If I'm not mistaken, it's Twilight Sparkle who is the commander. Given her personality, she'll definitely be cautious with known intelligence. With one truth and one lie. Can she tell which is which? She should be on the eastern side." As she was talking excitedly, Applejack and Yunbao appeared from the hillside. "Hey, your people have already spilled your plan. We've been waiting here for a long time." "What?" Ningxiu hadn't reacted yet when she was hit by a paintball gun. At this point, she was considered out of the game. Although she didn't have to lie on the ground, the rest of the match had nothing to do with her. Where did this go wrong? You said this route would be safe, but it turned out to be a trap. Furious, Xuanqing took the paintball gun and started firing back at them. However, they were on the hillside while she was going downhill, and since paintball guns weren't real guns, their range would significantly drop when shooting upward. In the end, Xuanqing didn't even want to use that broken thing anymore and just charged at them. "Come on, Royal City." Yunbao also threw away her gun and charged toward Xuanqing. These two people have always had grievances against each other, and now that they can have a one-on-one showdown, neither is willing to let this opportunity slip away. Yunbao even said, "No one come over. If you come over, I'll be angry with you." Alas, Yunbao has gotten into her stubborn mood again. Applejack shook his head helplessly. Yunbao jumped high down the slope, and Xuanqing pounced towards her. How could that work? As a result, Yunbao pinned her down, and the two started to wrestle again. "Haven't you always wanted revenge? Come on, I'm not afraid of you," Yunbao said while fighting. Hey, that's enough. It's getting a bit out of hand." Seeing them getting more and more intense, I was really afraid they would do something excessive. While the drone in the sky also spoke. "Yunbao, Xuanqing, stop your actions immediately. Hey, didn't we agree on a simulated battlefield? Are we really supposed to be afraid of injuring the enemy on the battlefield? Perhaps the principal initially wanted them to climb the mountain or to let the students practice camping in the wild. After all, there were no teachers supervising. But it didn't have to come to a life-and-death struggle." On the other side, Xuantian was waiting for Ningxiu to sneak behind the opponent to attack while she made her move so that they could win with a pincer attack. However, their plan was mistakenly revealed by Tongyi, resulting in Ningxiu being sniped, and her team couldn't catch up, ultimately leading to a disastrous defeat. "I never thought you could mess up my plan," Ningxiu angrily said to Tongyi. They were bickering, while Shiqing Yaya sat calmly. "Hey, I'm used to it. When you lose often, it doesn't hurt as much." Chapter 102, No Right or Wrong. Ziyue and Xinguang Yi went to Kluger Town for a visit. Jinchi prepared a lot of sunscreen and skincare cream for her. Xinguang Yi applied some on herself, and her fur turned a bright white. She exclaimed, "No wonder Jinchi is so fair. Turns out she used these." Ziyue shot her a glare and then thanked Jinchi. "Thank you very much, Jinchi. But I think we won't need these." Ziyue believed that Kluger Town was not as hot as she imagined. But when she got there, she realized how naive her thoughts were because it was incredibly hot. The blazing sun hung high, dust flying everywhere, and even the air was scorching. Xinguang Yi. "Quickly find the cooling oil Jinchi gave me to wipe the sweat off my forehead." Xinguang Yi took the cooling oil out of her bag. "You really are asking for trouble, coming to a place like this for a visit. Couldn't you just send a pony?" "No way. Kluger Town is a poor area of Pony Maria. I must conduct a real investigation to devise ways to help them prosper." The mayor of Kluger Town met with them, and Ziyue said, "You know, I don't like to attract attention during my investigations. Now, I want to go out and see the situation here." Xinguang Yi, you go to their office to check on their situation over the past 2 years. Suilong accompanied Ziyue outside, and after walking around a few times, he noticed how clean it was. Suilong said, "It seems the ponies here really like to clean up. Is that so? I think something's off. Look, Kluger Town is right in the center of the desert, surrounded by sand. How could the walls be so clean? It must be that their mayor ordered them to clean up in preparation for our visit. Is it really that serious?" Ziyue said, "Even if you're a princess, students clean up classrooms when teachers come to inspect. Of course it's serious. This behavior is equivalent to burning paper at a grave to fool the ghosts. We can't assume that just because it's clean here, the mayor is a good one. Now, We need to find a pony and ask about their true feelings. Ziyue and Suilong walked into a grocery store. The shop owner was an elderly pony who looked a bit weary. Ziyue gently asked, "Hello. We want to understand how you feel living here." The old pony looked around and sighed. "Alas, our mayor always focuses on superficial matters. Every time there's an inspection, he forces us to clean up, but rarely cares about real livelihood issues." Ziyue gleefully looked at Suilong and asked, "What about your economic situation?" The old pony shook his head. "It's very bad. Resources are scarce here, and the mayor's proposed development plans are completely unworkable. After all, there are hardly any plants. And both agriculture and tourism have been delayed." At that moment, a pony in uniform walked in, and the old pony looked fearful. The pony said, "Old Zong, when are you going to pay the money you owe?" "But I have no money." "No money means you don't have to pay. Can't you sell blood or your house?" Ziyue angrily said, "What are you doing? Why do you want this elderly man to pay money? And why do you call him a dirty old man? What about your manners?" Suilong also questioned. Unexpectedly, the pony got angry. "Who are you? Don't you know not to meddle in other people's business? What are you charging for? That's none of your business." Old Zong said, "Because Princess Ziyue is visiting, but we are poor here. So the mayor asked us to pay money to buy good food for the princess. We all love the princess very much, so we are willing to pay. It's just that I have good intentions, but no means. Is 1 penny too little? Actually, I don't have a penny." "No, old man, you're really something. You earn the most here, but you never want to spend any money. You're just a miser." "I'm not a miser. I'd rather meet the princess and buy things for her myself. Who knows if the money we give will really be used for the princess?" Old Zong retorted. Suilong also said, "Exactly. When we came, we didn't see any delicious food to entertain us. Clearly, you swallowed the money." The official looked at Suilong. "Who are you? Why should delicious food be served to you? Who do you think you are?" "I am the Princess Ziyue you mentioned," Ziyue said. The official adjusted his glasses and then took out a piece of paper. "The princess has horns, purple ones, and wings. That doesn't match. Isn't the Princess Ziyue in the guest house? You're talking about Xingguangyi. Do you see her with wings?" Ziyue showed her wings. At that moment, the official realized he had kicked an iron plate, but he pretended to be calm. "Do you know me?" "No." "Well, that's great." He dropped that line and ran away. The shop was left with just the three of them, and old Zong shivered in fear. "So you are Princess Ziyue?" "Princess Ziyue. Forgive my poor eyesight for not recognizing you right away. No need to worry, I won't make things difficult for you because I have other targets to deal with." In fact, the mayor did prepare a lavish feast for Ziyue after collecting the money, but since Ziyue went out to investigate, the mayor only entertained Xingguangyi. Xingguangyi was not polite and finished all the food in no time. So the mayor had to send someone out to collect more money to prepare another feast for Ziyue. Xingguangyi wiped the crumbs of bread off her mouth. "I can tell you all put in a lot of effort. Don't worry. I will approve funding for the development of Kluger Town." "Oh, thank you, Secretary Xingguang." "Thank you, Secretary Xingguang." At that moment, Ziyue appeared. "You are extracting the people's wealth and using such methods to please us, and then obtaining funding? Even if the funds are given to you, can you ensure there will be no embezzlement along the way? Right now, your public servants are all arrogant, and I fear that once you develop, you'll turn the world upside down." "It seems Ziyue has a bad impression of you," Xingguangyi said. The mayor wanted to explain, but Ziyue said, "No need to explain. The eyes of the people are sharp. You are just an abuser of power. From now on, you are dismissed. That's because you ate their food. So you are speaking for them. In clear waters, there are no fish." Ziyue believed that only officials who serve the people are good officials. But this is somewhat wishful thinking because what they have to manage are not good residents. Chapter 101, just like before. Spring has arrived, and the little ponies are out in the countryside to enjoy the blossoms. Ziyue looks at the bright sunshine and says, "What a beautiful day. If we don't go out for a walk, it would be a waste. Suilong, let's hurry up and go." Although it is spring, the weather is still quite cold, and it often drizzles at this time. Suilong thinks of an excuse to avoid going out. "Oh no, it hurts so much." "What's wrong with you?" Ziyue asks with concern as she sees him clutching his stomach and groaning. "I don't know, it just suddenly hurts." "Humph. You must have snuck some ice cream when I wasn't looking." "Humph. Just suffer with it." Ziyue turns her head and walks away. It's not that Ziyue doesn't care about him, but she feels very angry. "Suilong, I advise you every day not to eat ice cream because I'm worried about your stomach ache, and you sneakily eat it behind my back. Do you really think I'm just bluffing?" "Sorry, I think I can't go out with you. You can go by yourself. If you're not going, then I'll find my friends." The spring weather looks warm, but it is still quite cold, and it may drizzle from time to time. Although the rain isn't heavy, it can easily cause a cold if it gets on them. Ziyue finds Jinshi and the others, and just as she is about to enjoy some food under a tree, it starts to rain. "Don't worry, girls," Applejack says, This rain is very light. I can drink it all in one go when I'm thirsty. Just after Applejack finishes speaking, the rain intensifies and soaks their manies. They have to find a cave to take shelter. Jinchi says, Applejack, I didn't think your mouth was so big that you could drink all that rainwater at once. This can't be blamed on me, you know? It's because the snow from the Crystal Empire floated over here, hit the sunlight, and melted to form this rain. I can't control this kind of rain, Rainbow Dash says. All right, stop arguing, Ruru advises. Oh, my good mood is all gone. Ziyue frowns. Although Ziyue is the princess of friendship, she often faces troubles of friendship, especially today. They had originally planned to enjoy the flowers and scenery, but they ended up arguing over trivial matters. Roasted chestnuts. Roasted sweet potatoes. Quick, buy some stir-fried potatoes. While Ziyue is feeling annoyed, she sees them occupying the street and gets even angrier. What are you doing? Setting up stalls on the street? How can passersby walk? The little ponies have always been afraid of being reprimanded, especially when the princess speaks. They dare not defy her and quickly pack up their things before disappearing. Back at the castle, Ziyue sighs. This is not good. Why can't I live my ideal life? Starlight Glimmer, who is nearby, hears this and asks, what kind of life do you want? Very simple, just to play with my friends without any arguments. You know, I have a lot of official duties every day, and I have little time to be with my friends. If we argue when we're together, then I won't have time to play with them. I see, Starlight Glimmer thinks. Is that not good? Not good. Can the law be treated lightly, saying it wasn't intentional to shirk responsibility? Trust me, I'm right. The next day, Ziyue hears Biki's voice outside the window. Ziyue, come out. Let's continue to enjoy the spring. Biki is tying balloons, calling out to her from her window. Starlight Glimmer says, go ahead. I'll handle the other things. Starlight Glimmer's ability to get things done is unquestionable, and since Ziyue wants to be with her friends, she goes out. Upon arriving in the countryside and admiring the beautiful scenery, they find a place to sit. Ziyue notices that Jinchi's mane is full of mud, splashed on her when Applejack went up the mountain. Normally, Jinchi would complain, but today she seems unfazed, continuing to chat and laugh. Then there's Biki, whose lunchbox is filled with wafers. This is something Biki doesn't particularly like, but Ziyue enjoys it. However, despite having her favorite snack, she isn't happy and asks, what is wrong with you all? You seem a bit off today. Really? Applejack fiddles with her hat. Of course. Rainbow Dash hasn't shown off her flying skills. And Applejack, you're still wearing pretty clothes. Jinchi, you all seem to be doing this just to please me. Ziyue questions, what is going on? Tell me. After hearing this, Ziyue bursts into laughter. Applejack, why do you think I don't like it when you're moody? I don't like you arguing. But I don't want you to change yourselves and stop being who you are because of me. Everyone has their own personality, and each personality is unique. You shouldn't change to be unlike yourselves just because of me. I see. Then Biki tossed the wafers aside and pulled out a plate of cake from her mane. Jinchi shouted loudly, oh, so dirty. Applejack, you got my mane dirty. Hurry and get me some water. I need to wash it well. Before Jinchi could finish, a cloud appeared above her head, and she got drenched in rain. Rainbow Dash stood on the cloud and said, you're welcome, Jinchi. Now you're all cleaned up. Chapter 103. Has the New Year flavor faded? There is a difference. Last time I went to Shurchin Yaya's house, although it was a city-village combined area, it was very lively. There were many people selling candied hawthorns and fruits on the street, and every household hung red paper. Twilight Sparkle said to her, it's hard for me to explain because I really can't describe the atmosphere there. Mumu, do they write couplets on the red paper? Rainbow Dash asked. Holding a piece of red paper, what do they write? A lot. For example, the rivers and mountains are beautiful. May spring always be here. Time flows peacefully, and blessings come naturally. Spring fills the land with flowers, and the birds sing sweetly, etc. Couplets have a lot of rules about matching characters, Twilight Sparkle explained. Rainbow Dash tried to write on the red paper, but it didn't work out at all. What is the reason? Because she was writing in English, of course. She couldn't finish. Then, Yue Zhuozhua and Xiaodai attempted to make dumplings. Xiaodai followed the instructions in the video. But the dumplings she pinched still looked different from those in the video, especially Yue Zhuozhua, whose dumpling shaped like a gold ingot ended up looking like a sea monster's head. Well, in a way, you're a genius. Pingqi comforted her, just watch me. Pingqi quickly wrapped the dumplings, her hands moving so fast that no one could see. By the time they looked closely, the dumplings were already wrapped and very delicately made. Next, let's follow the tutorial video and put the dumplings into the pot. Pingqi poured all the dumplings into the pot and then added the seasoning. I can't really judge, but I think inviting Shurchin Yaya to taste it would be very authoritative. At that moment, Shurchin Yaya arrived. Thank you for inviting me. Wow, you made such a feast? It's even livelier than where we are. Huh. More lively than where you are? Twilight Sparkle couldn't believe it. Don't flatter us. We can't compare to how lively it is there. New Year flavor? What does it taste like? Is it 5-spiced or spicy? Pinchy asked. Hearing this, everyone laughed. But Shirchin Yaya couldn't smile. The New Year flavor used to be sweet, but now it's bitter. You seem to have something to say, Yu Weizhuozhuo remarked. Shirchin Yaya then explained the difference between the New Year in the past and now. 10 years ago, the New Year flavor was very strong, starting from New Year's Eve. Every day was happy. During the New Year, every place has different customs, mostly centered around offerings. It seems we don't have those deities, Rainbow Dash said. Everyone looked at her, and she awkwardly said, sorry, you go on. Then, there were fireworks. Every household would light them. There's a line in a poem. In the sound of firecrackers, the old year departs. The spring breeze brings warmth into the Tusu wine. Thousands of doors and millions of households greet the sun, always replacing the old peach with charms with new ones, which perfectly captures the atmosphere of the new year. Most importantly, there are delicious foods on New Year's Eve. 10 years ago, the economic level of the country was not very high, so people could only enjoy a variety of meat dishes during the new year. For the young Shirchin Yaya, nothing was happier than having a big feast. There were also lion dances and yanga performances, which she would watch even if she didn't understand their meanings. It turned out that the essence of the new year wasn't just about the food, but the atmosphere, Pinchy said, and it's even more festive than a party. Yes, but that was in the past. It's not the same now. Because of regulations like fireworks pollute the environment, New Year's Eve dinner can lead to overeating. Suggesting a ban on gatherings visiting gods is feudal superstition. Occupying the streets hinders traffic. Those activities can no longer be done, Shirchin Yaya said dejectedly. Those issues don't seem that serious. Why the ban? Of course, it's the opinions put forward by those so-called experts. Oh, you don't know how ridiculous some of the suggestions are where we live. So what do you do during the new year? Applejack asked. Of course, it's the same as usual. Shirchin Yaya, I think it's not the essence of the new year that has changed, but you have changed. What do you mean by that? The meaning is obvious. When you introduced the New Year customs, it was your parents who handled everything. But now that you've grown up, the task of organizing these things falls solely on you. Yet you haven't taken charge because you don't understand those customs, like cutting window paper and lion dancing. You don't know how to do any of that, Applejack said. Well, actually, it's even better than at my house. You might not know, but celebrating the new year in our place is also called passing the New Year barrier, which means a checkpoint. Isn't the new year a festive time? Why is it compared to a checkpoint? You don't know? People nowadays have a competitive mentality, especially among relatives, often comparing who is wealthier. But you can't disclose your actual money, because if you do, others will borrow from you. However, you also can't say too little, or else you'll be looked down upon and become a laughingstock, Shirchin Yaya explained. Applejack curiously asked, why does having less money make you a laughingstock? I earn my money through hard work. Oh, my dear Applejack, let me explain it this way. If you work hard for a month and earn 3,000, while someone else earns 4,000, did you really work hard? Rue questioned. With so much scheming, the essence of the new year is bound to fade. However, it won't happen here. The first spring festival gala, and I don't even know the rules inside. Just make do with it. Twilight said. Actually, that's fine. The development is too fast, and the old customs can't keep up. Shirchin Yaya celebrated a Western New Year with her friends in Ponyville. Chapter 104, The Sparkling Pet. On weekends, the ponies take their pets to the park. Ziyue's owl, Jinchi's cat, Applejack's dog, Ruru's rabbit, Yunbao's turtle, and Beaky's crocodile. Their pets are all kinds, and they play very happily. Xingguang Yi saw this and said enviously, I really envy you all for having pets, but I don't have one yet. Ruru, hearing this, happily ran over. Xingguang Yi, do you want a pet? Then come to me. I promise to find one that satisfies you. You know, even Yunbao, who is so picky. I helped her choose her pet. Tank was chosen by me. Yunbao corrected. Oh, that's right, but I recommended him. Now, Xingguang Yi, tell me what kind of animal you like. Do you have any specific needs? Ruru kept looking at Xingguang Yi. Xingguang Yi thought for a moment. I want something small and cute, preferably furry, so I can pet it. Oh, I got it, a rabbit. Ruru took out a rabbit. Seeing the rabbit, Xingguang Yi thought of Angel, who was very picky about food. She wondered if other rabbits were the same. So she shook her head. No? Although it's very cute, I want to choose something else. Look, none of your pets are repeated, so I want to pick a unique one too. Alright, then let me get you another one. How about a frog? It's small, jumps around, and is very cute. Ruru presented a frog in front of Xingguang Yi. However, Xingguang Yi didn't seem to like the frog very much. Although it had big eyes, she found its slimy surface a bit disgusting. This is a frog, not a toad. It won't hurt you. I just don't like it, Recommend another one. How about a sparrow? It's small and has feathers. Doesn't that fit your requirements? Ruru took out a little sparrow. Although it's very cute, I think I can find an even better one. Oh my. Her requirements are as many as Yunbao's. Ziyue also asked, Xingguang Yi, what kind of pet do you actually like? Xingguang Yi pondered for a moment and said, I want a furry pet that can accompany me while I read and study. Ziyue's eyes lit up. I know a perfect one for you. How about a guinea pig? They are small, fluffy, and very smart. They can accompany their owner in many activities. I have a guinea pig too. Saying this, Ruru brought a guinea pig in front of Xingguang Yi. When Xingguang Yi saw the round body and shiny little eyes of the guinea pig, she immediately fell in love with it. It's so cute. Xingguang Yi blinked her starry eyes, gently stroking the guinea pig's fur, and it made soft sounds as if expressing affection. Xingguang Yi happily said, This is it. I feel like we will get along really well. The other ponies gathered around to see Xingguang Yi's new pet, all praising how cute the guinea pig was. From then on, Xingguang Yi also joined the ranks of walking pets on weekends. She and the guinea pig were always inseparable. Whether reading on a park bench or strolling down the streets of the town, the guinea pig would accompany her. A month passed, and problems arose. Xingguang Yi's clothes had several holes, and there were often leftovers under the bed. Not only that, but a nest of baby guinea pigs also appeared in a corner. Although they were all very cute, Xingguang Yi was quite troubled. Her once tidy home had become a mess, with traces of the guinea pigs everywhere. Xingguang Yi sighed and decided to consult Ruru about the matter. When Ruru arrived at Xingguang Yi's house and saw the chaos, she was shocked. These guinea pigs breed too fast. Xingguang Yi, maybe the guinea pigs are breeding too quickly. You need to give them more space and a designated food area, Ruru discussed with Xingguang Yi. However, Xingguang Yi shook her head. I'm a bit tired of this life. I want my home to be clean and tidy again. In the end, with Ruru's help, Xingguang Yi found a farmer willing to adopt the whole family of guinea pigs. When the farmer took the guinea pigs away, Xingguang Yi felt a bit reluctant. Back in her room, she lay on her bed and exclaimed, Xingguang Yi, you really have a big problem. You wanted to send the guinea pigs away, and now you're regretting it. If you really like them, why did you want to give them away in the first place? Ziyue, who was listening outside, clearly heard everything. As her good friend and teacher, Ziyue felt it necessary to advise her. Xingguang Yi, raising a pet requires tolerance. It's not as easy as it seems. For example, my pet owl. Although it's my second assistant, it also has flaws, like sleeping in the morning and bringing many dead mice to my bed. Because an owl shows affection to its owner by bringing prey. Jinchi also walked in. That's right. Let me talk about my pet Opal. It's very beautiful. But it often causes trouble, scratching my clothes and sofa. And my pet Tank, although it can fly with me, it has to hibernate. Yunbao added. To simplify it, everyone's pet has a troublesome side, yet they haven't abandoned their pets. If you love them, you should love them along with their flaws. Perhaps I can replace the wooden tables and chairs with iron ones, so I won't have to worry about them being bitten and damaged. Then I can also keep my clothes tidy without fear of them getting ruined. Starlight Sparkle had a sudden realization, but I have already sent them all away. What should I do? Should I raise another one? But I want the one I had before. No problem. Rarity took out the guinea pig that Starlight Sparkle had sent away before. This guinea pig can still sing. It sang while shaking its head. If it weren't for Cotton Eye Joe, I'd have been married long ago. Where did you come from? Where are you going? Wow. How did it learn to sing? Why didn't I know about this before? Starlight Sparkle picked up the guinea pig, unable to put it down. Rarity glanced at Opal. Opal, I've treated you well, haven't I? Why have I never heard you sing? Chapter 105, The Siren Sisters. But, Ida, we no longer have magic, do we? Arya pointed to the necklace without gems. We can't charm anyone with our singing, so we can't feed on negative emotions. Are you an idiot? Negative emotions never need singing, because conflicts and arguments are bound to happen in human interactions, just like with little Maria. Ida walked ahead. Now, let's see if any little ponies are having conflicts, so we can stir things up and feed on negative emotions. They arrived at Appaloosa, where they saw two ponies arguing fiercely over the ownership of an apple tree. Ida smirked and walked up. Hey, that tree clearly belongs to him. What makes you think it's yours? Ida pretended to be indignant while siding with one of the ponies. The other pony immediately retorted, This tree has always been part of our family, and it even has our family mark on it. Ida secretly signaled to Arya and Sanada. Arya quickly chimed in. Maybe they wanted to change the mark to claim this tree for themselves. As soon as those words were spoken, the anger of the two ponies flared up, and the argument intensified. Surrounding ponies rushed over to mediate, but the Siren Sisters kept adding fuel to the fire. Can a mark prove the tree is yours? If I wipe it off and spray our family mark on it, does that mean it's mine? There is no such thing. Yours is mine, and mine is still mine. Soon, What started as a small dispute over a tree escalated into a family honor conflict, with more ponies getting involved, and the scene became chaotic. The three sisters stood aside, wearing triumphant smiles, as strands of black negative energy gradually floated around them, continuously flowing toward them. Before long, the ponies turned gray, still arguing incessantly, while the sirens had already absorbed enough negative emotions and left satisfied. This incident quickly reached Princess Twilight's castle, and Applejack's cute mark glowed, indicating that the map was summoning her. The map hadn't lit up in a long time. What could it want this time? With questions in mind, Applejack arrived at Princess Twilight's castle. Twilight said, "Applejack, you arrived just in time. Today I discovered that the map is summoning you and Starlight Sparkle. This is truly incredible, as it hasn't lit up in ages. Moreover, when the map lights up, it means there's a conflict of friendship somewhere, and you need to resolve this issue." Starlight Sparkle happily exclaimed, "The map is finally summoning me again. The last time I went was to resolve the princess issue. I, Starlight Sparkle, never deal with small conflicts. The map must be summoning me for something big that requires my intervention." When they arrived at Appaloosa, the ponies were still arguing. "Why are you driving so fast? You hit me. This is the road, where carriages travel. How dare you walk so slowly? You're lucky you didn't get killed. What do you think this is? Whose fault is it?" "I think it's the carriage's fault. Hitting someone is wrong, no matter what." "The carriage is at fault? It's a red light. It's the carriage's time to go, and besides, the one who got hit didn't even use the crosswalk. Clearly, he ran the red light. Have you ever taken a driving test?" "Oh, I forgot. You're a lame pony who always pretends to know." Applejack was confused. What happened to them? Why are they arguing nonstop? The sheriff was about to explain to Applejack, but upon seeing Starlight Sparkle, he angrily said, "It's this troublemaker stirring up discord." "How am I stirring discord? You better watch your words, or I'll turn you from sheriff to a well digger." Starlight Sparkle retorted angrily. "Aren't you Ida and Sonata's friend, Arya?" the sheriff tentatively asked. "That's not surprising. Think about it. Discord was also sealed in stone before. But wasn't he released afterward? The barrier weakens over time. Sure enough, the matters I handle are all significant. Applejack, let us find them together and defeat them." Starlight Sparkle was very confident in her abilities. Is Starlight Sparkle strong? Of course. Her abilities are on par with Princess Twilight's. Some might think Princess Twilight is a princess and an alicorn, so she must be stronger than Starlight Sparkle. That's a stereotype. It's not true that being a princess or an alicorn automatically means being strong. Alicorns are just rare, not necessarily powerful. Moreover, the Siren's gems have long been broken, so they can't use magic and can only rely on stirring up trouble to feed on negative emotions. They quickly found the Siren sisters. Although they had absorbed a lot of negative emotions, they hadn't grown stronger because negative emotions are food for them. Moreover, they were facing Starlight Sparkle, a unicorn whose abilities rivaled those of Princess Twilight. Ida and her sisters realized their plan had been exposed and quickly ran away. Starlight Sparkle teleported in front of them. "Where do you think you're going?" "Split up," Ida shouted, and then they ran in different directions. But it was useless. Starlight Sparkle used her teleportation to trip them all with her tail and quickly captured them. "No one has ever escaped from my grasp. Now, I will take you to Princess Twilight, and how to punish you will be up to her. You can rest assured, since Little Maria was established. There has never been a death penalty," Applejack said. "But you might become the first," Starlight Sparkle said with a mischievous smile. However, they would not be sentenced to death because they merely stirred up discord, which isn't a severe crime. Princess Twilight hopes they can turn over a new leaf and become respected ponies, just like Cozy Glow started to improve. Chapter 106, Cozy Glow's Scheme. There are no born bad people, but some individuals are inherently evil. Take Cozy Glow, for instance, at a young age. She doesn't study well and only dreams of becoming a princess to rule over Little Maria. The reality of the world is, right is right and wrong is wrong. But many who do wrong often claim they are right. This is not only fallacious reasoning but also hypocritical. It earns them no sympathy, only increasing disdain from others. Cozy Glow believes that if she wants to be a princess, she can only go down a dark path. Now, she has been serving next to Tempest Shadow, hoping to take her princess position one day. I have mentioned many times that Little Maria is a federal system, which is different from our country's reality. The Crystal Empire is almost like a separate nation, while Little Maria is a large country, and Little Maria has always had a federal relationship with the Crystal Empire. There are many federal governments surrounding Little Maria, such as the Crystal Empire and Griffinstone. These governments are not under the jurisdiction of the Cosmic Princess. But the Crystal Empire is dependent on the Cosmic Princess. Therefore, Tempest Shadow may not necessarily become the ruler of Little Maria when she grows up. But she will definitely become the princess of the Crystal Empire unless Twilight gives her the position. The Crystal Empire is also a major power, and it is only a matter of time before it separates from Little Malia, referred to Little Malia Rhapsody. If the Crystal Empire really splits from Little Malia, then Ziyue will definitely send troops to attack her. At that time, I must strive to obtain the position of second-in-command in the Crystal Empire, so that I have a chance to inherit the position. But Kashi Guanghui is daydreaming in broad daylight. Fengxue Jixin walked over and said to her, Kashi Guanghui, pack up. We are going to Cantlot now. Friendship, it's all about friendship. When Kashi Guanghui heard this, she got goosebumps. But she didn't dare to show it on the surface and could only follow Fengxue Jixin to Cantlot. Along the way, Kashi Guanghui kept calculating in her heart how to seize the position of princess. After arriving at the castle, Ziyue warmly welcomed Fengxue Jixin, and upon seeing Kashi Guanghui, she only nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Entering the castle, Kashi Guanghui saw the sea monsters trapped in a magical barrier, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. Ziyue began to explain to Fengxue Jixin how she planned to teach the sea monsters about friendship, but Kashi Guanghui was distracted. We can educate the sea monsters just like we educate Kashi Guanghui, Ziyue suggested. Even someone as purely evil as Kashi Guanghui can become so obedient. I wonder what method Fengxue Jixin used. Of course there is. Kashi Guanghui thought, as long as she doesn't listen, just use magic to zap her. Although it's a bit inhumane, this method is very effective. Fengxue Jixin said in her heart, but didn't say it out loud. Taking advantage of the others' unpreparedness, Kashi Guanghui quietly approached the barrier where the sea monsters were located and attempted to break it. She thought to herself, if the sea monsters run out to cause trouble and create chaos, Ziyue will definitely be in a mess, and maybe they can even help me deal with Ziyue, which would save me a lot of trouble. However, just as she was about to touch the barrier, a magical light repelled her. It turned out that Ziyue had already sensed her abnormal behavior and set up preventive measures. Ziyue looked seriously at Kashi Guanghui and said, Don't think I don't know your intentions, Kashi Guanghui. If you attempt to do evil again, I won't easily forgive you. Kashi Guanghui sat on the ground in fear, knowing that her plan had completely failed. You said we are friends, yet you are wary of me. Kashi Guanghui pretended to be innocent. One should have no malicious intent towards others, but one should always be cautious of others. Besides, haven't you done enough small tricks? Kashi Guanghui, Ziyue said. Fengxue Jixin said, Kashi Guanghui, go get me a drink. With that one sentence, she was put aside. Although Kashi Guanghui is bad, Fengxue Jixin quite likes having her around. After all, there are only a few villains in this drama. If they are eliminated, who will create chaos later? After Kashi Guanghui left, her heart was filled with resentment. The sea monsters looked at her back through the barrier, and Adaki sneered. I have a plan. What is it? What is it? Is it a way to escape? Aria asked. Shut up, idiot. Keep your voice down. All right, listen carefully. Ziyue coughed. How did your discussion go? As long as you accept the friendship magic, you will no longer need to rely on negative emotions for sustenance, and you can live like little ponies, eating food. Princess Ziyue, we are willing. However, this is not something that can be completed in a day or two. We need time to learn about friendship, right? Adaki said. Ziyue thought so too, and then for safety's sake, she locked them up, waiting until she confirmed they posed no danger before letting them out. Hey, guys, do you want to be locked up forever? Want to cooperate with me? I'll give you freedom, we'll be friends, and then I'll gain friendship magic. Kashi Guanghui said. She was also naive. This kind of friendship had no magic power. The sea monsters whispered to her, expressing their willingness to cooperate. It turned out that the sea monsters had long discovered Kashi Guanghui's ambitions. They pretended to obey Ziyue as a temporary measure, with the goal of finding an opportunity to escape the cage and take revenge. Kashi Guanghui reached an agreement with the sea monsters. In the following days, the sea monsters kept acting, pretending to be reformed good beings. Their acting skills, if applied to reality, would definitely win an Oscar. Ziyue believed they had indeed learned about friendship and let them out. The sea monsters regained their freedom and immediately caused chaos in the castle, releasing a large amount of negative energy. Ziyue and Fengxue Jixin rushed over to respond, while Kashi Guanghui hid nearby, waiting for the right moment to reap the benefits. As long as the sea monsters defeat them, it would be best if they both suffer. I can then reap the benefits, Kashi Guanghui said with a wicked smile. But Ziyue and Fengxue Jixin joined forces, unleashing a powerful force of friendship, gradually suppressing the negative energy of the sea monsters. Kashi Guanghui realized she had chosen the wrong side and was about to escape when Ziyue's magic trapped her. Don't blame us. It was Kashi Guanghui who incited us to do this. Adaki said. This is her method. If we can defeat Ziyue, we can truly escape. If we can't win, We'll just throw the blame on Kashi Guanghui. Damn, we haven't even fought yet, and you're already throwing me under the bus. Truly a touching betrayal from my teammates in Little Malia, Kashi Guanghui shouted. She didn't understand why the sea monsters were defeated so easily. In fact, she didn't know that the sea monsters' abilities had long been weakened. Otherwise, Ziyue wouldn't allow such dangerous creatures to roam freely in the streets. For now, they wouldn't be able to turn back to the right path in the short term. Moreover, your partner Kashi Guanghui's stance is also unstable, switching sides frequently. Ziyue joked. I understand, Aunt. Fengxue Jixin crackled with lightning from her horns, looking at Kashi Guanghui. Chapter 107. The convenience granted by Ziyue. After becoming the Grand Princess, Ziyue's friends could only see her once a month. Ziyue did not forget them. Using her position, she helped them. Now, Applejack is the largest apple supplier in Little Malia, and the apples that the little ponies eat come from her farm. Even Moneybags has to beg her to sell apples to him. Applejack can now just sit at home and collect money. I used to be so foolish, working in the fields all day, year after year, working myself to death. Yet I couldn't earn much money. Now it's different. I just sit here, and there are little ponies willing to pick apples for me. It's not that I've become lazy, but I know that one must enjoy their blessings. At this time, a little pony in a suit came in. Applejack, your apple orchard has exceeded regulations, and I suspect you are monopolizing the market. Please cooperate with my investigation. Applejack calmly asked, You're new here, right? You don't know that my sweet apple orchard has the princess's approval? Saying this, Applejack took out the contract given by Ziyue. He was greatly shocked. The princess actually brazenly profited from her friends? At that moment, an old pony appeared and took him away. How can you say such things to the princess's friend? But teacher, what she is doing is indeed monopolizing the market. This is not acceptable. Is it wrong for me to stop her? He was greatly puzzled. You should be grateful for the princess's down-to-earth nature. She is kind and won't hold this against you. Otherwise, if a different ruler were in charge, you'd report Applejack in the morning, and by afternoon, someone would discover your corpse. You've never seen a ruler like King Black Crystal. His teacher scolded him and then took him away. On the other side, Rainbow Dash, relying on her own strength and Ziyue's recognition, became the captain of the Lightning Pegasus team, the highest-ranking member in the team. Spitfire said with a sad face, I've been in the Lightning Pegasus team for so long, and I'm still just the captain of a three-pony team. In the past, I was someone Rainbow Dash looked up to. Now she has become my superior. Indeed, hard work is useless. Rainbow Dash comforted. Don't be discouraged, Spitfire. You should know that the Lightning Pegasus team is the standard combat force of Little Malia, and Ziyue will absolutely not cheat in this regard. If you all work hard, you can also become a mid-level captain or something. Rainbow Dash was right. She had saved Little Malia countless times. It can be said that Little Maria made a huge contribution. In contrast, Fire Breather, while also contributing, is insignificant compared to Rainbow Dash. Even Fire Breather's team is called the Lightning White team. The position of captain is reserved for capable individuals, not just for those with seniority. After hearing this, Goofy approached Rainbow Dash and said, Captain, I brought you a bottle of mineral water with a soy sauce flavor. What are you doing bringing this to my office? He continued, and one more thing, Captain, about my vice captain, could you give Goofy a hand and wink at Rainbow Dash? Vice Captain, Captain, I think you are fully capable of handling it now. Captain, you really surprised me. Goofy kept nodding and bowing to Rainbow Dash. Looking at Rarity's life, it became much easier. Although she would not monopolize the clothing market, she became a fashion staple in Little Maria. As long as she wore it, it was a trending item. Coupled with Rarity's unique vision, no pony found her taste lacking. However, some ponies discovered that the clothes Rarity wore were not her original designs, but came from some unknown fashion designers. The fashion queen Rarity actually stole others' works and claimed them as her own designs. Isn't that theft? As a result, some ponies accused Rarity of plagiarizing others' works, claiming she was unworthy of being the fashion queen. Initially, it was expected that Rarity would apologize, but she did not. Instead, she even stated on her social media account that she was not in the wrong. This sparked more dissatisfaction among the ponies, stealing others' works, and not only feeling ashamed, but also arguing back. She was just relying on her friendship with the princess to be so arrogant. At this moment, the million shadowy figures of the plagiarized designers emerged. Don't think you can blatantly plagiarize just because our blogger has fewer fans. We demand an explanation today, or this matter will not end. With so many voices speaking out, still small bloggers? Sigh, why are so many people eager to join the fray? Since they want to know the truth, I will reveal it. Rarity had no choice but to compromise. Thus, she held a press conference to explain the truth. Actually, these works were not plagiarized by me. Those designers asked me to modify them. What? The blogger asked you to modify them? The reporters present opened their mouths in surprise. That's right. As you all know, I am the fashion queen. Whatever I wear, everyone will follow suit. But those unknown fashion designers are different. Their clothes might look good, but no one would buy them. At this point, they thought of a method, which was to find me and have me wear their designed clothes to help sell them. However, I didn't want to endorse others for free, so I consulted them, made slight modifications to their clothes, and then they became my works. This way, I wouldn't have to take their money, they could earn money, and I would have new fashion. Rarity explained to everyone. Then the plagiarized designers also spoke up, saying, that's right, we designed many clothes, but no one came to buy them. Although we love designing clothes, we still need to eat. If no one buys our works, we can't continue making clothes. At this point, we wanted to find Rarity to recommend our works, but the endorsement fees were too high. We simply couldn't afford it. Later, Rarity told us that as long as we made some modifications to become her works, she could help us sell them, and we would take 70% of the income. We agreed without hesitation. Would anyone think that Rarity was taking the opportunity to extort these designers? In fact, it was not. Rarity is now an international celebrity with high endorsement fees, and she has no obligation to promote others' products for free. Now, not only did she eliminate the cost the designers had to pay, but she also sold all of their clothes, which was already a huge help to those designers. After learning the truth, the million shadowy figures disappeared without a trace. This is quite normal, as they are all fair-weather friends. They go where the wind blows. However, the reporters did not like this ending because if they did not stir up trouble, they would not have traffic. So they published false information claiming that Rarity had used the princess's power to force those designers to say things against their will, and in reality, it was the princess who silenced them. Upon hearing this, Ziwea raised an eyebrow. It seems that little Maria's news industry needs reform. How dare they slander even me? Starlight, you know what to do, right? Understood. Starlight nodded. The next day, Starlight captured all the little ponies from the news agency and provided them with in-depth education. From then on, those reporters no longer dared to publish false news. Chapter 108. The Crystal Academy and Canterlot High had another competition, this time not a traditional sport, but an esports competition, with both sides sending students to play a shooting game called Pony Battle. This is a shooting game featuring ponies as characters, with unicorns and Pegasi as the characters. Unicorns can use magic to assault, suppress fire, and snipe, while Pegasi can provide aerial fire suppression and sniping. Each pony has their own skills, with 5 players on each side. The 5 players from Canterlot High are Yuhui, Rainbow Dash, Pinkie Pie, Trixie, and Akon. The 5 players from Crystal Academy are Shirchin, Swantian, Tongi, Ningxiu, and Yaori. Isn't there anyone else in your school? Why do we keep seeing the same few of you? Rainbow Dash taunted. In fact, they were the top talents of Crystal Academy, as others were somewhat mediocre. Recently, Crystal Academy had been losing, and Principal Yin Yun could only send them if he wanted to win. Come on, let's start the game. Shirchin put on her headset, picked up the mouse, and started entering the game. The commentator Tefei said, now, let's see who will win the first round. They drew the map of Sweet Apple Orchard. Oh, this map has a lot of trees, which is not suitable for sniping. Will they still choose to use unicorns with sniping abilities? Be careful to find cover. Picking Pegasi on this map is just giving away points, Shirchin said. Shirchin demonstrated strong leadership skills, directing her teammates to spread out and launch attacks from multiple directions. Ningxiu quietly flanked to the enemy's rear and successfully ambushed Akon. Wow, young people don't follow the rules, ambushing me, Akon exclaimed. After the successful ambush, Ningxiu found a place to hide. When an assault player appeared on their side, Canterlot High's formation was thrown into chaos. Meanwhile, Shirchin, with her superb shooting skills, faced off directly, taking down 2 members of the opposing team in quick succession. She first maneuvered her character to climb a tree. When Trixie and Pinkie Pie passed by, she dropped down from above, delivering justice from the sky and knocking down Pinkie Pie. Just as Trixie was about to shoot, Shirchin went prone, taking down Trixie. Sit down, Shirchin shouted arrogantly. In an instant, Crystal Academy had defeated 3 opponents, leaving them in shock. Although Yuhui tried to turn the tide, it was difficult to withstand the close teamwork of Crystal Academy. Rainbow Dash could not see clearly from above and had to descend, but after landing, she became their target. In the end, only Yuhui remained, and Shirchin seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, leading her team to victory in the first round. The audience erupted with enthusiastic cheers, and the students of Crystal Academy were exhilarated. Shirchin and her teammates high-fived in celebration, while the Canterlot High side discussed adjusting their tactics in preparation for the next match. They took the first round from us, but no worries. The next round is a demolition match, and we excel at this, Yuhui said. They were good at it, and Crystal Academy was also good at demolition matches. This round's map was Pony Valley Warehouse, with Crystal Academy as the attacking side and Canterlot High as the defending side. As soon as the game started, Crystal Academy launched a fierce charge, relying on the firepower of the unicorns, making Canterlot High reluctant to expose themselves. Shurchin led the charge, taking Ningxiu to the left passage, while Swantian and Tongi feigned an attack from the right to draw fire. Yaori was looking for an opportunity to snipe from behind. On the side of Kant High School, Yuhui was calmly commanding, arranging Yun Bao to guard the key route, while Ping Chi was responsible for disrupting the middle area. Trixie and Ji Jian'e Kuan were guarding the left and right sides respectively. The feigned attack from Crystal Academy quickly took effect, and the agile movements of Swan Tian and Tang Yi caused Kant High School's defense to become somewhat scattered. At that moment, Shurchin Yiya and Ning Chu broke through the left defense line and planted a bomb. Yuhui sensed trouble and immediately organized a counterattack. However, Crystal Academy was already prepared. Yaori timely unleashed her ultimate skill to suppress firepower from the air. Ji Jian'e Kuan threw a flashbang, trying to defuse the bomb, but Crystal Academy opened fire and took him down. In the end, the bomb exploded, and Crystal Academy won the second round. In the next round, they switched to the attacking side. Unexpectedly, Crystal Academy set up a tight defense, and as soon as they showed themselves, they were shot down. This round was unsurprisingly won by Crystal Academy. There was one last round, a stronghold battle. Although we might not win, we will still give it our all. Yuhui comforted everyone. The final match began, and both sides were on high alert. The Kant High School players had determined looks in their eyes, ready to fight to the last. Tang Yi, you suppress first. When you reload, Yao Ri will cover you. Ning Chu, let's continue the assault. Shurchin Yiya commanded calmly. Yuhui and her team focused entirely on the stronghold. Yao Ri seized the opportunity to unleash a crowd control skill, and they couldn't dodge in time, getting all controlled. Shurchin Yiya and Ning Chu charged in, instantly clearing out everyone from Kant High School's stronghold. After eliminating the enemies, they led their teammates to firmly hold the stronghold they had just captured. As time passed, Crystal Academy's score gradually reached 300. When the victory notification sounded, the entire Crystal Academy erupted in cheers. Their players hugged and celebrated, and the audience was also filled with excitement. Although the Kant High School players lost, they accepted it gracefully. Yuhui said, let's go shake hands with them. The great and powerful Trixie refused to shake hands with them. They must have been cheating. How could they shoot so accurately? Trixie angrily left. The others felt a bit down, but still forced themselves to shake hands with the Crystal Academy players. This time, having been completely defeated, they felt somewhat ashamed. But there was nothing to be done. If they weren't skilled enough, they needed to practice more. Chapter 109, Aunt Orange. Aunt Orange is the wife of Applejack's father's brother. She lives in Mahatone and is a high society mare. When Applejack wanted to learn about city life, it was Aunt Orange who accepted her. Why is she called that? Well, it's convenient and sounds nice, plus it relates to oranges. Sugar Tangerine is a big girl, and Wagon is a young stallion. They are siblings. Pear Jam. They seemed to see a ghost, scared and running outside repeatedly. There was no way around it. Pear Jam had passed away in their memories, and now she appeared before them, looking so young. Wasn't that a ghost? How rude of you. Pear Jam said, I'm very much alive. The one who died is Plum Jam. You've mixed us up. Orange, why aren't you coming to meet your sister-in-law? Mrs. Smith said, looking at her sister-in-law who appeared younger than herself. Aunt Orange felt a bit awkward but still politely shook her hand and said, Sugar Tangerine, Wagon, come meet your aunt. They were city ponies, so they understood the etiquette and stepped forward to greet Pear Jam. Pear Jam said, Applejack, you should take your cousins out to have some fun. I still have a lot to talk about with your Aunt Orange. Okay, Mom. Apple Lily jumped in front of Sugar Tangerine. Do you want to climb the hill and roll in the mud with us? Sugar Tangerine took a step back in horror. Climb a hill? Roll in the mud? Isn't that too barbaric? Wagon's eyes lit up, ready to agree, but Sugar Tangerine pulled him behind her. You just bought that outfit. How can you let it get dirty after only wearing it for a day? Sugar Tangerine looked at him. Apple Lily scratched her head. How about we go stroll around town? There are many interesting things there. That seemed a bit more normal. Sugar Tangerine reluctantly nodded. Along the way, Apple Lily enthusiastically introduced various things, while Sugar Tangerine always frowned and whispered to Wagon that this place wasn't as bustling and refined as Mahatone. When they passed a dessert shop, Sugar Tangerine finally showed a hint of a smile. This looks pretty good. It's a vanilla cake, aside from being a bit expensive. It has no flaws. After entering the shop, Sugar Tangerine elegantly enjoyed her snacks, while Apple Lily dove headfirst into a bowl, getting cream all over her face, which made Sugar Tangerine look on in disdain. At that moment, A group of mischievous foals rushed over and accidentally knocked over the table, getting cream on Sugar Tangerine's meticulously arranged mane. She stood up angrily, ready to explode, but seeing Apple Lily looking at her, she had to restrain herself in front of her cousin. She couldn't lose her temper. That would be so unladylike. Cousin, shouldn't you catch them and scold them? Apple Lily said. Look, they got your mane dirty. Oh, it's okay, dear cousin. If a dog bites you, would you bite the dog back? No. That would be too rude, Sugar Tangerine explained. The two misbehaving foals, however, got angry upon hearing this. Did you just say we are dogs? Who are you calling a dog? Whoever admits it is one, Sugar Tangerine said. Oh, how dare you talk back? It seems you don't know my power. One foal angrily walked over. I want to duel you. Although he was small, he was quite unreasonable. Sugar Tangerine felt a bit scared inside but maintained her composure and said, a duel? That's not something a civilized pony should do. The little foal snorted. Stop talking nonsense. Today you'll know the consequences of offending me. Just then, Apple Lily said, Cousin, don't be afraid. I'll deal with this guy. Sugar Tangerine shook her head. Apple Lily, don't be impulsive. We don't need to pay attention to this unreasonable little foal at all. Apple Lily smiled at her. I've beaten this guy up plenty of times. Today, seeing you as a newcomer, he wants to bully you, but I, Apple Lily, won't allow it. The surrounding ponies gathered around, curiously watching this unexpected duel. Although Apple Lily was small, she often did farm work, so she was stronger than other foals her age. She stood shoulder to shoulder with the little foal, and Apple Lily swept her leg. Get down, grandson. The little foal fell to the ground. The little foal was stunned for a moment, then burst into tears. His friends quickly ran over to help him up. Sugar Tangerine breathed a sigh of relief and walked over to pat Apple Lily's head. Well done, cousin. But next time, if something like this happens, don't get involved, okay? On the other side, Aunt Orange was chatting with Pear Jam. Upon learning about Pear Jam's experiences, Aunt Orange was in tears. I never expected you, sister-in-law, to have gone through so much. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. I'm quite happy. It's just that the ponies here are a bit rude. For instance, I just finished eating an apple and wanted to throw the core in the trash, but Apple Lily told me to just throw it on the ground. Sugar Tangerine said. Everyone looked at Apple Lily, who replied, What? Can't you just throw the apple core anywhere? It won't pollute the environment. Is this about polluting the environment? It's about manners. Applejack educated. Applejack, don't pretend to be a good person. You throw apple cores too. To prevent you from criticizing me, I have to say I've done it too. Maytosh joined in against Applejack. Everyone laughed, and finally, Sugar Tangerine said, This isn't Mahatone. There aren't so many rules here, and everyone retains their original simplicity. To be honest, I quite like it here. If you like it, stay a few more days. Mrs. Smith said. Suddenly I don't like it that much. Ha ha ha. Chapter 110. Ponyville has good farmland. Part 1. Ziyue is the top student of the Cantrelot exam, and the Cosmic Princess appreciates her abilities. So she sends her to Ponyville to be the mayor and gain work experience. To become a mayor right after graduation, I am truly a natural winner. The Cosmic Princess values me so much. I must not let her down. With affection for the Cosmic Princess, Ziyue arrives in Ponyville. She thought it would be a beautiful little town, but it turned out to be a dilapidated village. How bad is it? It's full of thatched houses, and the floor tiles are all uneven. You must watch your step while walking, otherwise, you could easily trip and fall. Moreover, the previous mayor ruined the ecological environment for the sake of profit. How can this be a chance for her to gain work experience? This is clearly just cleaning up a mess. This isn't right. The Cosmic Princess must have great faith in me to assign me this task. I cannot disappoint her expectations. Ziyue comforts herself and arrives in Ponyville. Ziyue introduces herself. Hello everyone. I am Ziyue from Ponyville, your new mayor, and I will be responsible for managing here from today. The group of ponies claps weakly. Why are they clapping weakly? Haven't they eaten? Ziyue immediately starts investigating the village's situation and discovers that food shortages are one of the most severe problems. So she opens the granary. Every village has a granary with emergency food, but only the mayor can open it and distributes the food inside to the people. However, she can't manage it alone, so she looks for some volunteers, and Ruru quickly signs up. When Ziyue starts introducing herself to the villagers and distributing hay, the scene quickly spirals out of control. The villagers rush in like hungry wolves, and the weak Ruru is knocked to the ground and injured. Seeing this, Ziyue hurriedly stops everyone. This won't do. Without rules, there can be no order. New village regulations must be established to prevent everyone from being so rough. Ziyue says seriously. She gathers a few reputable ponies from the village to discuss, and it turns out that this seemingly broken village actually has a wealth gap, with the wealthy ponies unwilling to help the poor ones. After learning this, Ziyue decides to distribute hay based on the number of people in each household and their actual difficulties, and she makes a form to register. The wealthy are somewhat dissatisfied because their financial situation does not qualify for relief food, and they are a bit angry. This Ziyue is biased. They are really not thinking straight. Relief food isn't a gourmet dish, why fight over it? But seeing Ziyue's fairness and genuine concern for everyone, they can only accept the arrangement. After that, Ziyue starts planning the village's reconstruction work, beginning with repairing roads and improving living conditions. She draws a concept map for the new Ponyville and hands it to the most famous local architect, Applejack. Can you do this? This is child's play. Applejack takes the blueprint and starts working. As time goes by, under Ziyue's leadership, Ponyville slowly comes to life. Those dilapidated thatched houses are gradually replaced by sturdy and beautiful homes, and the bumpy roads become smooth. More and more ponies move here to live, and the town flourishes like a rising sun. However, in a large forest, there are all kinds of birds. Now Ponyville has become a bit of a mixed bag, with many refugees coming here seeking shelter, as well as some rascals arriving in Ponyville. Now, the distribution of relief food has stopped, and Ziyue wants everyone to plant more crops to fill the granary. Aren't there many ponies moving here? They can be utilized well. Now, anyone willing to work hard can be rewarded with a bowl of porridge. Although it won't fill them up, it can prevent them from starving. However, those rascals, who usually loaf around, don't want to work. Now, they have to work to receive food, and they are somewhat angry, but they dare not confront her directly. So they start spreading rumors. Do you know? The mayor has captured all the strong laborers in town to work the fields for money. You better watch out, or she'll capture you to do hard labor too. Rumors always spread quickly, and in this small town, it soon becomes a hot topic. The town is so small. Can Ziyue not hear these whispers? She goes out to visit and see who is spreading these rumors. She encounters Pear Jam and Mr. Matoni and asks them. Pear Jam says, "Don't capture my child to do hard labor. Can I do it instead?" Huh. Farm work has always been voluntary. I've never forced anyone to do it. Besides, there is compensation for farm work. The more you work, the more food you get, and it is distributed on the same day, never delayed. Ziyue explains to her. Who told you I am forcing them to do farm work? I don't know. I just heard others say it, and then I believed it. After Pear Jam finishes speaking, she leaves with Mr. Matoni. Ziyue sighs. If I can't find the person spreading the rumors, everyone will stop trusting me. At this moment, a Pegasus in the sky says, "Hey, I'm Rainbow Dash, and I can help you investigate this matter. However, you need to give me something in return. Of course, as long as you help me find those rumor mongers, I will give you a delicious grass cake," Ziyue says. It's a deal. Rainbow Dash flies over the town looking for the rumor mongers. Soon, she identifies a suspect. He is big and burly, with a full beard, and is spreading rumors. All crows are black. Wasn't he the previous mayor corrupt? Actually, this one is the same. She came here to win people over so that everyone would help her do the hard work while she sits back and counts her money. Don't be fooled. Got you. You rumor monger. Rainbow Dash flies down and fights with him. Don't be fooled by his size. He is all fluff. With a backflip, Rainbow Dash knocks him to the ground, and he struggles to get up. Rainbow Dash brings him before Ziyue, who is furious. You spread rumors about me just because I didn't give you free food. You are fully capable and just waste your life away every day. We don't have a place for someone like you in Ponyville. Leave. Rainbow Dash takes him to the village entrance and gives him a kick, sending him flying far away. Ziyue keeps her promise and gives Rainbow Dash a grass cake. This incident also spreads in Ponyville, and everyone knows that Mayor Ziyue is not a pushover and cannot be bullied easily. Those loafers also take the initiative to leave the village, as they don't want to be dealt with by Rainbow Dash. With Ziyue's proper management, Ponyville becomes better and better. The Cosmic Princess is very pleased. The prosperity of Ponyville is now very high, so she promotes Ponyville to a county. How to expand it? By incorporating the surrounding villages. Those villages will now be under Ponyville's administration. For example, there is an Apple Village nearby. Now it is called Apple Village of Pony County, whereas before, it was not managed by Ponyville. Ziyue is promoted from a mayor to a county head.